In his view, with the arrival of the great Father God, the good days of these people would be over. He could take this opportunity to exact revenge for the destruction of his body. However, what happened next nearly shattered the divine thought of Purple Wei Shenzi in fear. DRIZZLE Star Lord, who was usually high and mighty, dissipated the starlight surrounding him, revealing his true appearance. He then bowed respectfully, his voice trembling, Master, why are you here? At this point, everyone was stunned. Only Hui chuckled. I knew it would be like this. DRIZZLE Star Lord, upon hearing this, looked to Hui, shivering all over. So it's Lord Hu. Hui as well. But I wonder what the two lords have summoned me for. Hui shrugged, then pointed at Zuan. Ask him. Your fate is already in his hands. I have no say in this. Zuan calmly said. You really don't know? Or are you pretending to be confused with me here? Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the DRIZZLE Star Lord. Master. But my divine child, Zuan nodded. Yes. With that, he raised up the divine thought of Purple Wei Shenzi. Your divine child has repeatedly provoked me. What do you think should be done? DRIZZLE Star Lord's face turned fierce. A flash of starlight, and Purple Wei Shenzi, who was about to cry out, was directly obliterated. Master, this is... Zuan's eyes grew colder. DRIZZLE Star Lord, are you mocking me? DRIZZLE Star Lord trembled all over. I dare not. Zuan lowered his gaze and said calmly, completely destroy your divine child. Then destroy this part of your true divine thought, and I'll spare you once. Otherwise, Zuan coldly declared, the destruction of your DRIZZLE Star. The Purple Star Lord's face showed a hint of struggle and hesitation. Lord, may I? Zuan raised his gaze to look at the Purple Star Lord. With just one glance, the Purple Star Lord was shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then, with bitterness in his voice, he replied, yes. Thank you for sparing me, Lord. With that, his divine consciousness avatar trembled for a moment, then silently exploded into countless starlights, scattering into the heavens and earth. And the purple star in the sky dimmed as well. Zuan quietly watched this scene. Fox Knight walked to his side and said, it seems like you've been away for too long. Many people have gradually lost their reverence. Although the Purple Star Lord eventually self-destructed his divine consciousness, as ordered by Zuan, Fox Knight understood. The Purple Star Lord hesitated, even attempted to negotiate. In the past, as long as Zuan gave the order, he wouldn't dare to hesitate, and would immediately self-destruct. Zuan smiled at the words. It's not surprising. Living in peaceful times for too long, some people will eventually forget the taste of blood. Fox Knight sighed faintly, a hint of worrying flashing in his eyes. This was just an ordinary Star Lord. Such a character, in the past, wouldn't even deserve a glance from Zuan. But now, even such characters were beginning to lose their reverence. One can imagine what kind of attitude those strong beings from the Great Luo and even Immortal King realms would have. The news of Zuan's rebirth has not spread yet, but as time goes on, if these powerful beings find out, what will happen is really hard to say. Zuan noted Fox Knight's concern and said calmly, don't think too much. Worst case scenario. We'll just slaughter through all the realms again when the time comes. The extremely plain tone sent shivers down Fox Knight's spine. At that moment, Zuan looked at the pale gods and demons all around and said, next, it's their turn. Just as Zuan spoke, a figure was quietly retreating. Since Zuan broke through the heavenly seal and attained the status of a golden immortal, Ching understood that it was futile and began silently retreating. Because he was not a fool. Even when Zuan had no cultivation base, he could still beat him up. Now that he had become a golden immortal, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill him? Seeing even the descending Purple Star Lord obediently self-destruct, his divine consciousness confirmed his thoughts, so his retreat speed increased involuntarily. Just as he had quietly slipped to the edge of the City Lord's mansion, preparing to escape this terrifying place, he heard Zuan's voice in his ear, leaving now, not attending the Thousand Clans assembly. Ching stiffened, slowly turned around, and ingratiatingly smiled at Zuan in the air. Lord, our Buddhist sect will not participate in the Thousand Clans assembly. After returning, I will close the mountain gate and never emerge again. What do you think? He had completely surrendered. Zuan shook his head slightly. No, you. Ching's face darkened, and he said coldly, Zuan, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Don't blame a favor for being unused. Zuan impatiently waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. You've won against me. I'll let you go now. Otherwise, I'll leave your head here. Kachin snorted in anger, glanced at Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven, and said, "You two? What are you waiting for? Attack now! Kill him!" Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven had witnessed everything that had just happened. Being awakened by Kachin's words, they exchanged a gaze and then gritted their teeth. Fight. To survive now, they had no choice but to go all out. A demonic and hellish aura shimmered around them, and the demonic and hellish soldiers on the ground let out a miserable cry before merging into their bodies. The aura on Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven became extremely formidable as they launched an attack on Zuan. Zuan's lips curled up in a slight smile as he said, "I want 9/10, the rest is yours." And at that moment, Kachin manifested a golden Buddhist body, surrounded by Buddhist light and chanting, charging fiercely towards Zuan in the air, presenting a formidable momentum. But just as Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven were about to attack Zuan, Kachin suddenly turned around and dashed towards the west. His plan worked out perfectly. He would distract Zuan with Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven while he escaped. Even though Zuan was formidable, Cold Lord Evil and Fiendish Non-Heaven were no pushovers. As long as they could distract him for a breath's time, he could escape. Indeed, in an instant, he had dashed to the edge of the Lufeng city, feeling ecstatic. But at that moment, Zuan, hovering in midair, simply uttered two words, "Karma." With this command, the previously excited Kachin was frozen in midair. Not only him, Cold Lord Evil, Fiendish Non-Heaven, and almost all the cultivators on the ground were instantly immobilized. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. All the gods, demons, and cultivators stood frozen. Not even their fluttering hair moved. Zuan then said calmly, "Do you know why I, without any cultivation, can massacre the golden immortals in this world?" Those unaffected by the spell, such as Kangya Yun and Hua Yuan, stared blankly, shaking their heads in unison. Because the heavenly Tao of this world is flawed. The produced golden immortals don't even have immortal grades, and without immortal grades, they naturally lack divine abilities. These incomplete golden immortals are simply trash. What you are witnessing now is my divine ability. Saying that, Zuan softly commanded, "Reverse." This time, the pause button was pressed again. But the gods, demons, and cultivators seemed to have their time reversed, their faces becoming younger, their bodies shrinking. However, this change was horrifying because in an instant, these gods, demons, and cultivators began to turn to dust. Finally, the vast army of gods, demons, and cultivators almost entirely disintegrated into nothingness, leaving the heavens and earth empty. Those who survived stared blankly at the scene. Fox Knight snapped out of his astonishment and shook his head with a bitter smile. Comparing will only lead to resentment. A golden immortal awakening such a heaven-defying divine ability. Using it to collect heads is akin to cheating. Muttering to himself, Fox Knight pointed at the people below and said weakly, "You guys deal with these small fries." The group of monsters that came with Fox Knight echoed in agreement and descended, launching assaults on the remaining cultivators. Another slaughter began. Meanwhile, Zuan smiled at Luo Wenshi, who stood farthest away and was desperately trying not to attract attention. "To escape my karma, it seems you are indeed not an ordinary person." Luo Wenshi's face suddenly turned ugly, but quickly filled with a smile. "Sir, all the previous misunderstandings, it's all my fault for being disrespectful to you. As long as you forgive me, I am willing to tell you everything about the Tiadao Yuan. After all, sir, your purpose in coming here is for the cheluk of the tribal meeting, right?" Zuan looked at Luo Wenshi with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, then shook his head gently. "Why bother with all that trouble? If I kill you, won't I know everything?" Luo Wenshi's face turned pale. Then he forced a smile. "Sir, you're joking. How would you know if you kill me? At this point, are you still not being honest? The reason why your Lofu city was able to obtain information about the Tiadao Yuan in advance should be because you possess fragments of the Tiadao from this world, which is also the reason why you can avoid karma. Am I right, Lord Luo?" Zuan said, indifferently. Luo Wenshi's face changed drastically. "You." Then he turned his eyes and gradually became indifferent. "Yes, I do possess fragments of the Tiadao, and I can even communicate directly with the Tiadao of this world. But so what? Now that only the Hua and Yao tribes are left in the tribal meeting, as long as you enter the Tiadao Yuan, this generation's cheluk will belong to you." Zuan shook his head. "You and the Tiadao behind you have misunderstood one thing." "What thing?" Zuan showed his white teeth, with a fierce smile. What I want is not just a simple bit of cheluk. Luo Wenqi shuddered all over, looking at Zuan in horror. Zuan looked at the Tiadao Yuan in the distance, which was always surrounded by clouds and mist, then said, "If I'm not mistaken, this so-called Tiadao Yuan is actually where the true cheluk lies, right? And that's what I want." Luo Wenqi's face changed wildly, about to speak. A strand of sword chest silently appeared in front of his forehead, passing through his brain in an instant, leaving a streak of blood. Luo Wenqi's eyes dimmed, but a formidable aura appeared and quickly took control of Luo Wenqi's body. Luo Wenqi then lifted his head, and there was no longer any emotional fluctuation in his eyes, only an infinite majesty of heaven and earth. "Hua tribe strong. Since you entered this world, I have repeatedly tolerated. Why do you persist?" "Tolerated?" Zuan coldly smiled. "Then I ask you, why do the laws of the Tiadao bind my Hua tribe, preventing them from cultivating?" Luo Wenqi, or this world's Tiadao, shook his head. "Strong one. The Hua tribe's inability to cultivate is not because I bind them with the laws of the Tiadao, but..." Saying this, a look of fear appeared on Luo Wenqi's face. It seemed that there was something that even the Tiadao of this world was afraid of. "But what?" Zuan asked. The Tiadao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Strong one, the karma of this matter is too heavy. Even you cannot bear it, so it's better not to ask. Besides, as long as you obtain the cheluk of this tribal meeting, the Hua tribe in this world can cultivate." Hearing this, Zuan smiled coldly. "The karma is too heavy. Ha ha. It's really funny." For thousands of years, the various humiliations suffered by the Hua tribe, reduced to just the excuse of the karma is too heavy in your mouth. Although it sounds unpleasant, it is the truth. The Tiadao said calmly. "Then I want to see what kind of karma it is that even I cannot bear. Throughout the heavens and worlds, there is no karma that I cannot bear. Whoever dared to attack the Hua tribe back then should be prepared to bear the most ruthless retribution." Zuan's eyebrows showed a red and white lotus flower. The appearance of the twin lotus flowers shocked everyone. The Tiadao, which had remained calm, suddenly changed color. "Impossible. How can you have such a thing?" Zuan said nothing, just waved his hand, and these lotus flowers flew straight towards the top of the Tiadao's head, transforming into red and white energies, forming a picture similar to the Tai Chi symbol, shrouding the Tiadao within. The red and white energies were like sharp knives, slowly wearing down the Tiadao's body. The Tiadao shouted, "Strong one, being so obstinate will only burden you with an extremely heavy karma that you cannot bear." Zuan said lightly, "Throughout the myriad realms, there is no karma that I cannot bear. Whoever dared to harm the Hua tribe will face the harshest consequences." Finally, under the cover of the twin lotus flowers, the body of the Tiadao disintegrated with a bang. At the same time, the eternal mist that surrounded the Tiadao Yuan outside suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face that had never been seen by the world. It turned out to be an immensely large jade stone. A powerful cheluk force emanated from the jade stone. Hua Yuan and the others stared in astonishment. "This is the Tiadao Yuan." Hua Yuan murmured to himself. As members of the Hua tribe, they had never seen what the Tiadao Yuan looked like. At this moment, Hui also showed a serious expression. "Zuan, these jade stones were condensed from cheluk. Now that they have appeared in the world, if they are not subdued quickly, it will definitely attract the attention of powerful beings from all realms." This majestic cheluk force was something even Hui had never seen before, so she naturally understood its preciousness. Zuan smiled slightly. "It's alright. The Tiadao of this world has not completely perished. In order to prevent powerful beings from other realms from descending, he will do his best to block the leakage of aura." Indeed, the sky, which was originally dotted with stars, suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. But this is not a long-term solution. The Tiadao of this world simply does not have the power. Hui said anxiously. Zuan said lightly, "Not for long." Hui was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Red and white lotus flowers emerged around Zuan. "I said, what I want is not just simple cheluk, but this Tiadao Yuan of this world." After saying this, the twin lotus flowers continued to emerge, completely covering the Tiadao Yuan. The immense force of cheluk began to flow into Zuan's body. Then Zuan slapped Hui on the back. "3/10 of this cheluk belongs to your fox tribe." With that, Zuan was engulfed by the endless power of cheluk. Hui only heard Zuan's last words. "I need to go into seclusion to digest this power of cheluk. You may leave on your own." When Zuan was absorbing the energy of the myriad worlds in the Tiidao Yuan, on Earth, in the town of Qingmang, and Yan sat by the window, looking worriedly at Qingmang Mountain in the distance. Ever since Zuan and Tui entered the realm of energy circulation on New Year's Eve, it had been over half a year already. During this time, Yan had never left Qingmang Town, her most important task every day being to sit by the window of the hotel and quietly wait for Zuan's return. At the beginning, Zuan would offer some words of comfort, but as time passed, with still no news from Zuan couldn't help but start worrying as well. Finally, Zuan ended up sitting by the window every day, accompanying her sister-in-law as they both gazed at Qingmang Mountain in a daze. Today was no exception. As the two sat by the window, in silence, Qingyu parked the car in front of the hotel and briskly walked in. Seeing Qingyu, the lobby manager of the Yulai Hotel quickly stood up straight. "Chairman Qin." Qingyu nodded slightly and hurriedly went upstairs. Watching Qinyu's back, the lobby manager was somewhat puzzled. Recently, Qingyu had been frequenting Qingmang Town, but each time she came and went in such a hurried manner, leaving him wondering what she was busy with. Just then, Qingyu arrived at the room where Yan was staying. Upon entering, she saw Yan and the two young girls playing cards with Tang Zhuaner. However, none of them seemed to be in high spirits. Qingyu sighed softly, then took out a large bag of snacks she had prepared. "Yan, look what I have brought." The two young girls took the snacks politely, saying, "Thank you, sister Yu." Qingyu gently patted their heads, then asked Tang Zhuaner, "Is it inside?" Tang Zhuaner nodded. Qingyu then walked quietly into the inner room. Hearing movement, Yan turned to see Qingyu and gave a faint smile. "I know he will be fine. It's just that looking at Qingmang Mountain like this makes my heart feel more at ease," Yan said. Hearing this, Qingyu felt a pang of sadness, sat with her for a moment, then left the room. Still no news at all. Qingyu asked Tang Zhuaner in a low voice. Tang Zhuaner's expression dimmed as she shook her head. "None. During this time, please try to comfort Yan more," Qingyu said. "Okay," Tang Zhuaner replied softly. On the other hand, Xiao seemed somewhat indifferent, lazily remarking, "I can't believe you guys. Big Brother has godlike abilities and hasn't disappeared. Why does everyone look so down? Is it necessary?" Knowing that this extraordinarily beautiful girl was no ordinary person, Qingyu could only smile wryly. "I have to go now. There are still many things to take care of at the company, but I will try to come more often during this time." After bidding farewell, Qingyu crouched down and asked the two young girls, "What do you want? Tell Sister Yu, and I'll bring it for you next time." The two girls looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. "Thank you, Sister Yu. We don't want anything." "Don't you want to eat ice cream?" Qingyu asked with a smile. The moment she mentioned it, tears welled up in the eyes of the two young girls. One of them forcefully shook her head, saying, "I don't want to eat it, because when I eat ice cream, I miss my dad." This statement caused Qingyu's nose to tingle. The girl named Xiang then gently knocked on the other girl's head, saying, "No crying. Dad is just out on business and will be back soon." "Why cried?" Although she said so, her voice carried a hint of sadness. Qingyu gently ruffled a hair of both girls. "Yes, no crying, or else Mom would be sad if she saw you crying." After a few more words of advice, Qingyu prepared to leave. Just then, they heard urgent footsteps outside, followed by the door being pushed open abruptly, and Qingfeng, dressed in military attire, walked in looking weary. Seeing in Qingfeng, Xiang and Xiangyan rushed over excitedly. "Auntie!" And Qingfeng lifted the two girls, showering them with affectionate kisses. "Did you miss Auntie?" Yes. "Auntie, where have you been all this time? Why haven't you come to see us for so long?" "Auntie went to fight the bad guys." "Bad guys, like monsters?" "Yes, and very scary monsters," and Qingfeng said with a grin. "Wow, Auntie is so awesome," the two girls said admiringly. After spending some time with the two girls, and Qingfeng nodded to the others in the room. "Miss Qin, you are here too?" Qingyu quickly nodded, "Yes." At this point, Yan came out upon hearing the commotion and was delighted to see her sister-in-law, and Qingfeng. "And Qingfeng, why are you here?" And Qingfeng smiled and said, "Just passing by, so I stopped by to see you." Xiao then sniffed and said, in a solemn tone, a strong smell of demonic energy and blood. Feeling more worried, Yan asked, "Are you going out on missions with the troops every day now?" And Qingfeng nodded, somewhat helplessly saying, "Yes, these days are incredibly busy. There are demons causing trouble everywhere. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat solemn. Over the past half year, a few changes were discernible to everyone. Firstly, cultivation had become easier. If previously, scattered immortals represented the strongest fighting force in the world, now there was a significant advancement with more experts gradually reaching the realm of longevity. Masters at the realm of ecstasy and celestial were also emerging one after another. The entire world of cultivators had taken a step up the ladder. While this change was cause for celebration, the second change was cause for grave concern. Incidents of demons causing trouble transition from occasional occurrences to a common sight. Initially, mainstream media tried to cover up these events but eventually loosened their control. Nowadays, encounters with demons on the internet or television were no longer considered surprising. However, this created a problem. The military units responsible for quelling demon activity were now facing a shortage of manpower. This was why Ching Feng had been scarce in appearance for a while. After exchanging a few more words, Ching Feng took Yan by the arm and asked softly, "Sister, how is my brother-in-law doing?" Yan smiled wryly. "Still no news at all." Ching furrowed her brows upon hearing this, but then smiled and said, "Don't worry, my brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. Nothing will happen to him." Yan nodded. "You don't need to comfort me. I am well aware of everything in my heart. It's actually you, always running around outside. You need to pay more attention." Ching waved her hand carelessly. "I'm fine. Don't you know that your sister is now a renowned master? They even call me the insect witch." Yan scoffed. "An unmarried girl? Why call yourself a witch? Sounds so unpleasant." "Heh, I think it's fine. Quite powerful." Ching said with a mischievous smile. Within King's jokes, Yan's mood improved. While the two sisters were speaking heart to heart, suddenly the ground beneath them shook at the hotel. Everyone was stunned. What's happening? An earthquake? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the shaking intensified. At the same time, the distant Qingmang Mountain began to sway as if something was trying to break free from within, accompanied by deafening sounds coming from inside the mountain. When the commotion began, Yan had already tightly held her two daughters in her arms. Xiao even flew out of the window, standing in midair, releasing her dragon power to protect everyone behind her. Gradually, the shaking subsided, and the swaying Qingmang Mountain returned to calmness. It seemed like everything had passed. The residents of Qingmang Town, who were frightened by the scene, began to discuss what had just happened. However, for the residents who had been toughened by various demons and monsters, this was nothing to be concerned about, and no one paid much attention to it. Only Xiao, who was still in midair, and King's expression became increasingly solemn because they sensed a strange aura brewing underground in Qingmang Mountain. Indeed, after a few minutes of calm, this aura erupted completely. A dazzling white light shot out from the top of Qingmang Mountain, piercing through the sky and causing ripples to spread out at an astonishing speed. The majestic Qingmang Mountain began to crumble and disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the mountain transformed into pure white light. This earth-shattering scene left all the people in Qingmang Town stunned. Finally, the white light dissipated. The place where Qingmang Mountain once stood now turned into a flat ground. The world seemed to have changed in some way. At the same time, all the cultivators in the world felt a connection and looked towards the direction of Qingmang Mountain, because at that moment, numerous people simultaneously broke through their cultivation bottlenecks. Even Yan, whose cultivation had been stagnant for a long time, took a step forward. However, Yan paid no attention to these progressions. She could only look tearfully at the vanished Qingmang Mountain, while Xian and Nianian stared at the empty space and burst into tears after a while. "Mom, the mountain is gone. Will Dad still come back?" The people were all sorrowful upon hearing this. The sudden disappearance of Qingmang Mountain, did it mean that something had happened on Zuan's side? With this thought, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao, on the other hand, looked up at the sky with a grave expression, muttering to herself softly, "So many powerful auras. The boss was right, you couldn't resist anymore and started to meddle in this world, didn't you?" In the southern seas, within a desolate and ancient temple, numerous priests were conducting a ritual filled with sinister energy. Suddenly, the terrifying idol swayed. The priests fell to the ground in fear, not daring to lift their heads. After a moment, the idol began to come to life, and with its emotionless eyes, exuded an extremely evil aura throughout the temple. The priests joyously shouted, "Welcome, great lord." Yes, this descending deity was the evil god overseeing the dark arts of southern Yuan. He laughed towards the sky. "After 1,000 years of waiting, I can finally descend directly into this world." After a brief laughter, he suddenly stopped and grimly declared, "The one who killed my son, Long Guanyu, I will now refine you into a demon and condemn you to eternal damnation." Long Guanyu was the person Zuan encountered at the auction in Hong Kong. He tried to seize the blood vampire bead Su, and one end was directly eliminated by Zuan. Long Guanyu was the son of this descending deity. At that moment, the descending deity sniffed the air and chuckled slyly. "Interesting, not only am I descending, but many other deities are also descending. Counting from when Zhongmu was cut down, this is the first time the deities have descended upon this world. Hehe, quite intriguing. It's getting more lively." As he spoke, at his descent, deities began appearing in various places around the world, whether in long-abandoned temples or Grand Taoist temples. In Europe, since the Light Church country was eradicated by Zuan, the power of the Dark Council had rapidly expanded. However, this time the Dark Council learned from their past mistakes and no longer tinkered with miscellaneous evil forms all the time. Instead, they creatively appointed Fen Menchu as their image ambassador. This move alone might not have been as effective, but under the suggestion of Kausas, the Dark Council invested in several films starring Fen Menchu as the main character, with various dark powers making cameo appearances, using historical artifacts as props in the movies. The result was not only a great success at the box office, but also highly acclaimed by critics for the excellently produced films. Many film reviewers marveled at the realistic special effects in these films, especially the lifelike skeletons with strong northeastern accents, which were truly breathtaking. Many film companies tried to inquire about which special effects company created these skeletons. Those skeletons standing guard before the Dark Castle naturally felt very proud of all this, strongly suggesting that a film featuring skeletons as the main characters should be produced. Of course, the one benefiting the most was Fen Menchu. She had now become one of the top international actresses and was hailed as the Dark Empress of the film industry. Just as the Dark Council was flourishing, in the unknown corners, the forces of light still stubbornly persisted. In a dilapidated church in a small town in Europe, several priests in sacred robes were whispering prayers. "Oh, Holy Lord, please unleash your unparalleled divine power. Eradicate all evil and darkness in this world that opposes the light." A priest prayed with resentment on his face. Seemingly in response to his prayers, the church began to emit divine light. Before the priests could react, the light condensed rapidly, forming the figure of a holy archangel with 9 pairs of wings. TSK, I wonder what the old man of the light god fears, to refuse to descend. Hehe. Let me, Metatron, the divine archangel, take charge of the light here. The archangel opened his eyes, his extremely handsome face filled with pride. At this moment, these few priests all knelt down on the ground, trembling with excitement. "Oh, Lord of the Sacred Light, have you finally heard our call and descended upon the world?" Metatron looked at these kneeling priests and said calmly, "Your sacred Lord of Light has been frightened and dare not descend upon the world anymore. To put it bluntly, he has completely abandoned you all." Upon hearing his words, the priests' faces showed expressions of disbelief. One priest even raised his head, his face full of anger, and said, "How dare you blaspheme the divine spirits? The sacred Lord of Light will surely punish you." As soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Metatron retracted his finger and said calmly, "From now on, I am your god. Serve me devoutly, and I will bestow upon you great power and longevity. Otherwise, you shall end up like this man." The remaining priests were covered in blood, and after a moment of hesitation, they prostrated themselves deeply on the ground. "Yes, our esteemed and unparalleled god." Metatron laughed heartily, and with his laughter, the dilapidated church began to crumble and then reassemble. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a magnificent and grandiose temple of light. Witnessing this miracle, the priests were moved to tears of excitement and repeatedly cowed out. Metatron calmly sat on the throne of light, his wings retracted, transforming into a handsome man, and then said softly, "I smell the nauseating stench of darkness. Do those damned followers of darkness also exist in this realm?" A priest crawled forward, trembling, and recounted the events. "The Dark Council?" Metatron's eyes glinted. "Yes, The Dark Council now rules the entire Europe, and the forces of light have dwindled to the extreme. Very well, let's start with these ants. Dark Castle. In the courtyard in front of the door, a group of skeletons was gathered playing a card game. There were 3 playing, but over a dozen others were watching and making noise, creating a lively atmosphere. Are you stupid? How could you play a pair on the last round? Clearly, he doesn't play single cards. You should have played a single card. A well-dressed skeleton holding a cigar seemed agitated. The skeleton across from him, in Western cowboy attire and a sun hat, scoffed, I don't play single cards. If you dare, try playing a single card. I'll bomb you. You still dare to bomb. You haven't even played any trump cards. If you dare to bomb, I bet you will lose all your rib bones. Ha ha. I will bomb. If you have the guts, I bet my 3 to South can make you cry. That's right. The Grandpa Skeleton's wager in this card game was their own rib bones. Since they are already exposed, it's convenient for dismantling. But the stakes were quite high. For example, the pitiful loser at the moment not only had lost all his ribs, but also of over 20 more. Perhaps having his skeleton exposed made this skeleton uneasy because he took a deep drag on his cigar, smoke billowing from all his holes, and then became furious. Brother 6, are you itching for a fight with me? Shall we play a round 1-on-1? Why not? Let's agree on the stakes. How do we determine the winner? The cigar skeleton gritted his teeth and viciously said, let's make it big. The loser will be the winner's grandson for 3 years. Do you dare? Doom. Upon hearing this statement, the skeletons erupted into an uproar. Second brother, listen to me. You've gone too far. The stakes are too high. Brother 6, quickly make amends with second brother. It's just a game. Why escalate it so much? Exactly. We've been brothers for centuries. Suddenly one becomes another's grandson. What will we do? However, these 2 skeletons were clearly on fire and remained resolute despite the police. Brothers, stop trying to persuade us. I've had it with this jerk. He dresses like a mobster, holding a cigar, pretending to be a civilized person here. And I refuse to go along. The cigar skeleton couldn't take it any longer. Brother 6, why do you care about my attire? You think you dress well? You wear those tattered jeans every day. Haven't washed them in 3 years. What's that smell? Do you find it pleasant? Nonsense. Your nose rotted 800 years ago. Can you even smell anything? I can't, but Dream Snow can. Last time we were filming, I saw Dream Snow frowning whenever you got close. Utter nonsense. When I was filming, I spent a whole night brushing my bones, even waxing them later. How could there be a smell? You, on the other hand, played a mob boss in a movie, all proud, and secretly got a tattoo. With your few old bones, even if you tattoo a Pikachu, you won't get any younger. Damn. Brother 6, are you asking for trouble? The cigar skeleton rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. It turned out that the bone revealed a Pikachu tattoo. The other skeletons became very chaotic, attempting to prevent the fight from breaking out. No one can dissuade us today. Brother 6, I'm not done with you. Let's compare. Let's see who loses. The loser not only becomes the winner's grandson for 3 years, but also has to clean the winner's bones every day. Alright, it's settled. Whoever goes back on this bet, his bones will be taken by dogs. With this oath, the skeletons' expressions turned serious. For them, having their bones taken by dogs was a great shame. Just then, Fenmenchu arrived. As soon as she appeared, the skeletons all stood up, behaving like gentlemen. Menchu, you're here. Fenmenchu smiled and nodded, about to speak, but she was intercepted by a skeleton. Menchu, about the last performance, I have a new idea. I think my previous performance was too superficial. When angry, I should show some facial expressions. Don't you think I look much better like this? The skeleton stared at Fenmenchu. 10 seconds later, Fenmenchu tentatively asked, has it started? The skeleton blinked. Don't ask out. Just know it's out of love. It's already over. Didn't you see the angry expression on my face? Fenmenchu shook her head. The other skeletons also shook their heads. It's impossible. I was clearly very angry. He muttered. The 2 gambling skeletons stood up at this point, glared at each other, then turned to Fenmenchu. Menchu, you've come just in time. Be our witness. I want to make a bet with this guy. Yes, you be the witness, so this little guy can't cheat. Initially unaware, Fenmenchu couldn't help but smile helplessly after understanding the situation. Just as she was about to intervene, The two skeletons insisted stubbornly. It's no use, we need to settle the score today. Helpless, Fenmenchu nodded. All right, I'll be the witness. What will you bet on? It's simple, today both of us will determine a winner and decide each other's fate. The cigar skeleton said icily. Correct. Upon hearing their determination, Fenmenchu's expression turned serious. All right, shall we begin now? Let's start. 1 minute later, Fenmenchu watched in astonishment as the two squatted on the ground, each holding a cell phone. The two smooth boneheads were bumping together in a show of strength. Damn it, playing Connect 4 with me? You're doomed today. Watch my invincible whirlwind Connect 4. Ha ha. Before the Connect 4 king like me, you're just ants. Face death. Supreme King of Connect 4. The other skeletons watched the two dueling skeletons intently and gravely commented, the Connect 4 king is indeed terrifying. With great difficulty, Fenmenchu finally managed to get rid of this group of skeleton gentlemen. As she entered the ancient castle, the necromancer Karsus and the dark witch Anastasia were as usual scattering dog food in the living room. Oh, my dear witch, your beauty has enchanted me deeply, and your smile gives me endless courage. With you, I even have the courage to battle the King of Darkness, Karsus said affectionately. Anastasia blushed and playfully circled her finger on Karsus's chest, saying, Oh, stop it, it's not as good as you say. No. Karsus firmly held on Anastasia's hand, saying with a pained expression, Look into my eyes. Trembling, Anastasia slowly lifted her head to meet Karsus's gaze. Karsus said with heartfelt sincerity, I cannot allow you to underestimate yourself. You must remember, you are the best girl in this world, deserving of all praise. Blushing, Anastasia gently caressed Karsus's cheek, saying, My dear Karsus, you are also the best man in this world. Seeing this scene, Fenmenchu, who had just entered, felt goosebumps all over her body. The dream witch and Titan sitting not far away looked even more despondent. Are they always like this? Fenmenchu asked as she approached. The dream witch nodded. Ever since they came back from their honeymoon, they've been like this. Titan added with despair. Dream, can you believe it? The witch and I have been eating dog food here for a whole 3 months. Don't you think I've lost weight? Fenmenchu looked at Titan and conceded. You do seem a bit thinner. That's because of the goosebumps I've been getting. Titan complained. Why don't you just avoid them and not watch? Fenmenchu asked. It's useless. Both the dream witch and Titan shook their heads. Wherever you are, they will appear in front of you and shower you with dog food without missing a beat. They are right, and you haven't seen them during mealtime. That's the true dog food onslaught. Titan was on the verge of tears. Fenmenchu expressed great sympathy for their situation. Dream, you must have come to the castle for a reason, right? Titan looked at Fenmenchu with hope and eagerness, his eyes overflowing with longing. Kind of. Titan grasped onto this lifeline. Just tell me, as long as it can get me out of this damned castle, I'll do anything, even if it means facing the Earth Goddess right now. I fear nothing. The dream witch remained silent, but her pitiful expression said it all. Fenmenchu nodded reluctantly. A while back, we shot a few films that received a lot of praise, right? I plan to combine these films and host a dark film festival, inviting many fans to participate. We can also choose suitable dark acolytes from there. Great idea. Titan immediately agreed. As long as he had a legitimate reason to leave the Dark Castle, he was willing to do anything. Plus, Fenmenchu's idea did seem promising. I think it's a good plan, a female voice echoed softly. Just as Titan was about to speak, he froze. Karsus and Anastasia had suddenly appeared beside them, and the Dark Witch was the one speaking. The scenery outside is picturesque, but not as beautiful as the fleeting youth in your eyes. Tajo, do you want to go too? Your presence is the last stubbornness in my world. Yes, I want to go too. Good. No matter what lies ahead, I will accompany you. Watching the two elders in their thousands of years being affectionate, Titan and the Dream Witch, who had just celebrated their liberation, let out a desperate sigh. For the Dark God's sake, when will this torment end? The skeletons outside, who were previously quarreling over their gambling outcome, fell silent upon hearing the wail. Then one skeleton said, It's the voices of Titan and the Dream Witch. TSK, it must be Karsus and the Dark Witch duo showering dog food again. Yes, I feel sorry for Titan and the Dream Witch. Cowboy 6 and Cigar 2 entangled each other's eye sockets. 6, are you not letting go? You let me go first. Why? You lost to me in the game. That's because you cheated. I finished first, didn't I? Hehe. Now I'm cheating because I lost. Alright. We're not finished today. The two skeletons then started wrestling again. The other skeletons quickly stepped in to separate them, creating chaos inside and outside the dark castle. Meanwhile, in a Brighton church in the town, Metatron was eagerly watching a movie, especially when Fenmenchu appeared. His eyes were filled with excitement. After watching all the dark films starring Fenmenchu, Metatron leaned back in his chair with a faint smile. Interesting. Is this lead actress a member of the Dark Council? Yes. Back to the Archangel, she is. Not only her, but almost all the supporting roles in the films are played by members of the Dark Council. These films have caused quite a stir in Europe, indirectly nurturing many potential followers for the Dark Council. Metatron nodded. A novel way of spreading the message, worth learning from. I heard that Fenmenchu is planning to hold a dark film festival. This news has spread throughout Europe. Archangel, how should we respond? Metatron chuckled as he looked at the paused image of Fenmenchu on the screen. If so, let's go and see what's happening. I am quite interested in this woman. At the same time, in the town of Qingmang, Anking said to Enyan with a solemn expression, Sis, I just got a call from the military. Evil gods are appearing all over the land of Wadwo and even the entire world is no longer safe. Qingmang town is also dangerous now. Why don't you come with me to the capital? There is military protection, so it should be safer. Enyan shook her head. I told you, I'm not leaving. And haven't you forgotten that your sister is also a skilled fighter? I'll be fine. Anking sighed, knowing her sister's stubbornness and understanding that persuasion was futile. But she still couldn't help feeling somewhat worried. Enyan then said, more than me, you should be careful. With the chaos in the world now, you follow the Fire Phoenix to battle everywhere. Be careful in your actions. The Dark Film Festival is held at the headquarters of the Dark Council in London. Given Fenmenchu's current status in the international film industry, coupled with the strong influence of these dark film series, as soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of film fans throughout Europe and even worldwide. In addition, this event is admission-free, so even before the festival opened, the venue was already crowded with people. The fans attending the festival were also very interesting, spontaneously dressing out as characters from several dark films. For a moment, the entire festival seemed like a chaotic dance of various witches and necromancers, lively and bustling. Fenmenchu and Carl Sauce, as well as other dark figures, looked down from the hotel's upper floors at the venue. It seems that my beloved witches have the highest popularity. Look at how many fans are cosplaying as witches, Carl Sauce said with a grin. No, there are also many necromancers, Anastasia replied. The two began exchanging compliments in a commercial manner. Fenmenchu and her companions instinctively distanced themselves from the two. The skeletons also followed this time, all lying in front of the windows and looking down. Damn, we put in so much effort. How come none of us are being cosplayed? Who said that? Fenmenchu replied. Maybe it's because you skeletons aren't easy to cosplay. The skeleton's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Fenmenchu is right. With our skeletal appearance, who can cosplay as us? Then let's go down and cosplay ourselves. Another skeleton suggested. Agreed. Without consulting the others, the skeletons pushed and shoved their way out of the hotel, joining the line of fans on the street. Is this okay? If we're discovered, won't it cause a panic? Fenmenchu expressed some concern. Don't mind those guys, they're all quite old. Having lived for several hundred years, they're all experienced and know what to do, the Dream Witch said. And these guys are like mascots for the Dark Council. No one can control them, the Titan Giant added. As they said, when these skeletons left the hotel and joined the fan parade, they did not arouse suspicion. Many fans even came excitedly to surround them. Wow. How did you guys cosplay like this? You look so cool. Upon hearing these voices, the skeletons were very pleased. Many girls came forward excitedly to take photos with them. This made the skeletons feel like celebrities, and each of them began flirting with the girls in their own way, speaking broken English with a heavy accent. To these beings who had lived for thousands of years, young human girls in their 20s seemed cute and naive, often easily charmed with just a few words. By the time they entered the main venue of the film festival, the pockets of these skeletons were filled with little notes with phone numbers. A few bold girls even kissed the skeletons on the head, leaving bright red lipstick marks on their pristine white bones. Seeing this, Fenmenchu finally understood the Titan's words were true. These skeletons were a group of fleshless old rogues. Thankfully, they were like this, otherwise who knows how many romantic debts they would have left behind. The Dark Film Festival opened. Fenmenchu, as the finale, would only appear at the end. The other dark figures had already gone to the front. The dream which was responsible for maintaining the overall atmosphere, gradually making everyone accept the existence of darkness, a very clever tactic without any sense of coercion. Essentially, Fenmenchu was expanding the influence of the Dark Council by managing her fans. When only Fenmenchu was left in the hotel room, Hanya gently pushed open the door and walked in. Fenmenchu is now an internationally renowned award-winning actress, but Hanya was still her manager. "What's wrong?" Fenmenchu saw that Hanya seemed hesitant to speak. After a moment of hesitation, Hanya sighed and said, Mount Qingmang turned into white light and disappeared without a trace. Although the news has been tightly sealed, it has still leaked out, and it should be related to the great changes in the world's energy. Han Yao had joined the Dark Council and began practicing, with her cultivation progressing well, possessing the strength of a celestial being, naturally able to sense the changes in the world's energy. Qingmang. Upon hearing these two words, Fenmenxu's heart tightened. Han Yao noticed Fenmenxu's worrying and continued, "He hasn't appeared since New Year's Eve last year. And Missen has been guarding Qingmang town all this time." Fenmenxu looked down silently, then smiled after a while. "I knew when he left, and now it's been 231 days since he left." Fenmenxu practiced the Dark Emperor's decree bestowed upon her by Zuan, allowing her to faintly sense his aura. That aura disappeared on that New Year's Eve night last year. Fenmenxu had just received a reply from Zuan, and shortly after, she couldn't feel his aura anymore. However, Fenmenxu had not shown any signs of concern and silently counted the days in her heart. "Dream, do you need to go back?" Han Ya asked hesitantly. Fenmenxu shook her head. "No need. He must have left Earth for some mysterious place, and as for Mount Qingmang, it should be related to him, but I believe he'll be fine. Because he's Zuan." Watching Fenmenxu look relaxed, Han Yao nodded. "All right, it's your turn soon. I'll go prepare." With that, she left the room. When Fenmenxu was alone in the room, she tried her best to control herself, but her teeth still trembled slightly. "Zuan, I believe you will come back. You must." Meanwhile, in a corner of the festival venue, Metatron, blending in with the crowd, wore a hat and sunglasses, chewing gum, watching Carl Sauce and others on stage with interest. "Necromancer? How interesting. The Lord of the Underworld is already overwhelmed, yet there are still his followers in the human world. And the fervent atmosphere, it seems the dream which is also adding fuel to the fire. But if that's all, why is the old guy from the Light God realm unwilling to descend?" As he pondered in secret, with a few introductions from the host, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Metatron, as the Archangel of Heaven, embodies an extremely pure force of light. Meanwhile, Fenmenxu comes from a lineage of darkness. In theory, such a combination should be incompatible. However, Metatron knows that through certain secret arts, light and darkness can be blended together to produce offspring with mixed bloodlines. As a high-ranking deity, it is already extremely difficult to give birth to offspring, let alone offspring born from such a union often becoming extraordinarily powerful. This is why Metatron was so intrigued by Fenmenxu and watching movies. In his mind, Metatron has been greedily eyeing Fenmenxu. On the stage, Fenmenxu felt that something was amiss today, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Frustrated, she pushed aside her unease and continued with the activities of the film festival. As the finale, Fenmenxu's popularity was fully showcased at that moment. With just a few words, the foreign audience below would start screaming in amazement. The climax of the atmosphere was when Fenmenxu sang the common theme song of these movies, the Song of Darkness. Everyone was enraptured by Fenmenxu's singing, joining in the chorus. Visible dark light appeared above everyone's heads. The entire venue had seemingly transformed into a domain of darkness. However, at that moment, a chilling and sinister voice rang out. "Darkness has always been a subordinate of light. Only light will endure eternally." With these words, fragments of holy light began drifting down within the venue. Witnessing this scene, the leaders of the Council of Darkness were all taken aback. Then, a titan roared in a deep voice, "Who goes there? Pleasure to meet you all here. Let me introduce myself. I am Metatron." Metatron's figure levitated, with light wings gradually manifesting behind him. Metatron, Are you the fiery angel who sits on the throne as the legend goes? Exclaimed Karsus, the most knowledgeable in European mythology. Metatron gave a slight nod. It's good that some of you recognize me, but I prefer being addressed as the Archangel. At this moment, all ordinary people in the venue appeared dazed, seemingly immersed in a dream and temporarily unable to awaken. Metatron's 9 pairs of wings behind him fully condensed, emitting a powerful force of light that swept across the venue, compelling Karsus and the other dark leaders to step back, their expressions turning grim. Fenmenchu, unfazed by the overwhelming light pressure, calmly stated, "The light church has fallen. Whether you are an archangel or a light god, this realm no longer has a place for you, so please return to your divine realm." Metatron sneered, "It seems like you still haven't grasped the current situation. This world has reopened, and not only me, but many other deities will descend. The only choice you mortals have is to kneel and submit to me. Otherwise, you will disappear completely from the myriad realms." Understood. Before Fenmenchu could reply, the skeletons could no longer contain themselves and began cursing Metatron. "Hey, Birdman with wings, can't you take a look in the mirror before speaking? With your behavior, you want us to kneel and submit to you. What? You want us to learn how to chirp like a bird along with you?" This skeleton, holding a cigar, displayed precise and merciless insults, clearly adept in this art. "Brother, you're wrong. This guy clearly can't even pee, so how could he look in the mirror?" "I think brother is right. It's because this guy can't pee that he can't look in the mirror, naturally not knowing his own worth." These skeletons bantered back and forth, resembling a comedy routine, subjecting Metatron to a string of derisive mockery. Even in the divine realm, Metatron was a high-ranking deity, unaccustomed to such humiliation. His expression alternated between red and blue. Roaring, "How dare you!" With a flap of his wings, a beam of light shot towards the skeletons. Oh my! Why the sudden rage? These skeletons, though not possessing great power, were all elite survivors on various brutal battlefields. Sensing danger, they scattered and fled. The ensuing light beam raised the entire venue. Fenmenchu coldly snorted, gathering a majestic aura of darkness behind her into a pair of wings, pointing at the skeletons. "You better return first." In a flash, these skeletons vanished. Fenmenchu then turned to Metatron. "This place is too confined. Shall we move outside?" Metatron stared fixedly at the black wings behind Fenmenchu, practically drooling, and nodded in agreement. "Very well." With that, they showcased their skills, leaving the venue and appearing in an uninhabited wilderness. Metatron remained alone on his side, while Fenmenchu was accompanied by several leaders of the Council of Darkness on her side. They seemed to have the numerical advantage, yet their expressions were serious. For even with Metatron alone, he stood on par with the darkness force of all the others. Fenmenchu now exuded the aura of a dark empress, composed and commanding. She glanced at Metatron before coldly declaring, "I don't care who you are, but this place belongs to the foundation of my Council of Darkness. Leave now, and I may spare your life." At those words, Metatron grinned menacingly. "Do you know why I have been waiting until now to make my move? Because you are my most delectable prey." His words still hanging in the air, Metatron appeared behind Fenmenchu, swiftly launching a palm strike that sent her flying. The speed of this attack was so incredible that no one had time to react. Only when Fenmenchu was already airborne did the nearest Titan roar, unleashing a fist towards Metatron. The Titan, being a son of the Earth goddess, was most formidable in strength. It can be said that in terms of physical power alone, there are few in the world who could match a member of the Titan race. Yet, after striking Metatron, there was not even a ripple caused. Metatron calmly stated, "It appears you still fail to comprehend the immense gap between mortals and deities." With that, he struck back, sending the Titan flying. Simultaneously, the bone dragon summoned by Karsus appeared in the sky. Fenmenchu wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, coldly staring at Metatron, her eyes gradually turning pure black. The Dark Emperor's decision had been activated to its extreme by her, and a powerful force of darkness emanated from her, shrouding the stars and moon. Metatron's expression also became more solemn, such pure and majestic power of darkness, not something that ordinary techniques can cultivate. "Woman, you are increasingly intriguing to me." Fenmenchu remained unmoved, only saying coldly, "He is right. You gods act so haughtily, it's disgusting. So, go back to your divine realm." With Fenmenchu's words, the darkness that covered the sky instantly became substantial, like a cage, trapping Metatron firmly inside. At the same time, Fenmengsu's fingers moved continuously. Layers of earth-shattering brilliance began to appear. The Dark Witch Anastasia was shocked to see this. It's a dark forbidden curse, and there are several of them. Just as she said, each layer of brilliance was a different curse. When these layers overlapped, they condensed into a terrifying black light sphere. Tenfold curse. Kill. The word kill was spoken. This black light sphere appeared above Metatron's head instantly, then exploded with a thunderous blast. The terrifying power, like a nuclear explosion, shook the heavens and the earth, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud. Fenmengsu's face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. Anastasia hurriedly rushed forward to help. The Titans, on the other hand, looked solemnly at the mushroom cloud. Is he dead? Dream Succubus asked in a deep voice. Before she finished speaking, a figure emerged in a sorry state from the mushroom cloud and roared, "Woman, you dare to hurt me, I will make you my eternal slave." It was indeed Metatron who emerged, but now he no longer exuded the majestic image he had before. His once impeccable hairstyle was now charred, and his pair of light wings behind him had dimmed, looking very disheveled. This enraged Metatron greatly. He was surprised that this woman was able to harm him. He was angry because if he hadn't temporarily used his light wings to cover himself, things could have been even worse. So after a roar of anger, he charged towards Fenmengsu. The Titan slammed the ground fiercely, causing his entire body to suddenly grow. Although he had been knocked away by Metatron earlier, his tough skin combined with the fact that Titans were considered sons of the Earth Goddess meant that as long as he could touch the ground, he could continuously draw strength. So when the Titan saw Metatron coming, he immediately revealed his giant form and threw a punch, attempting to stop him. However, Metatron didn't evade and charged straight at him. Doom. The Titan groaned, being directly knocked back far away by Metatron with the light power flowing around him, causing his body to quickly shrink back to normal size. Seeing this, Dream Succubus let out a mournful cry, sending a powerful mental shockwave towards Metatron. The force behind this blow was so great that even Dream Succubus began to bleed from her features. But even so, it still couldn't budge Metatron in the slightest. With just a snap of his fingers, Metatron shattered the mental shockwave. The light power instantly reversed, causing Dream Succubus to spew a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Anastasia and Carlsus had already taken action. Dark Mist. True. Death Knight Order. Dark Mist was not a particularly noteworthy curse in the Dark Witch's repertoire, and Sun even considered it to be useless. Because the curse itself had no killing power, it only created a mist of darkness. Although it had a powerful effect on dark creatures within it, its power was not as strong as other dark curses. However, when this dark mist encountered necromantic spells, its power increased exponentially. The true Death Knight Order was an advanced version of the Death Knight, already powerful on its own. But when it received the enhancement of the Dark Mist, its power was astonishing. Furthermore, Carlsus had summoned an entire Death Knight squad. Dozens of Death Knights riding bone horses, clad in excellent armor with blue flames burning in their helmets, surrounded Metatron. After casting such a spell akin to a necromantic curse, the flame of life in Carlsus's eyes quickly dimmed. Anastasia was slightly better off, but because she had just taken a heavy blow, she was also staggering. At this moment, the members of the Dark Council placed their hopes on this attack. However, facing this silent group of Death Knights, Metatron only sneered, "If you summon the Abyss Knight Commander, I might show a little fear. But trying to stop me with a few Death Knights." A holy light enveloped Metatron. Judgment of light. Doom. Beams of light shrouded the heads of each Death Knight. After a brief struggle, these Death Knights turned to ashes. Even the Dark Mist, after a trembling, completely disappeared. In just a few moments, all the members of the Dark Council were heavily injured, unable to fight further. Metatron looked at the pale Fenmengsu and elegantly smiled. "Woman, surrender now, and I will give them a quick death." Fenmengsu remained silent, her trembling intensifying. Metatron said, indifferently, "In that case, I will first send this group of dark ants to hell." About to act, Fenmengsu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her energy rapidly declining, but she murmured softly with 4 words. "Darkness, sacrifice." At her command, 2 black wings, several times wider than before, appeared behind Fenmengsu. Metatron watched with interest and shook his head. "Useless. Your tricks in front of me." Before he could finish, Fenmengsu's wings suddenly closed in, encircling all the members of the Dark Council within. Then with a tremor, she disappeared on the spot. Metatron was stunned, trying to run. Not so easy. Saying this, he hurriedly followed her. However, no matter how hard he chased, he couldn't catch up with Fenmengsu, who had sacrificed her life to darkness. In a blink of an eye, Fenmengsu led everyone back to the Dark Castle and rushed inside. When Metatron tried to enter, the skeletons were already waiting at the door. As soon as they saw Fenmengsu enter the castle, they immediately closed the gates and activated the defensive formation. The Dark Castle, the headquarters of the Dark Council for several thousand years, had numerous defensive formations, which, once fully activated, formed layer upon layer of barriers, tightly guarding it. Seeing this, Metatron just sneered, "You think you can stop me with this? Slaughter of light." With a command, holy light rained down, striking the dark barriers. In an instant, nearly 90% of the defenses were broken. In this extremely urgent moment, within the Dark Ancient Castle, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. Everyone looked at Fenmengsu lying in Anastasia's arms, her face extremely pale. Their eyes were all red. If it weren't for Fenmengsu just now, they might have all perished. But as soon as they returned to the Dark Ancient Castle, Fenmengsu fell into a coma due to her severe injuries. The defensive barrier outside was already crumbling, and the triumphant laughter of Metatron could be heard coming in. Titan took a deep breath and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Dream Witch asked. Titan replied calmly, "Naturally, I am going to confront that Birdman and avenge Manchu. But your wounds. The Titan clan has never had cowards. Even if we die, we will die on the battlefield." Titan's words inspire everyone. All members of the Dark Council stood up solemnly, preparing to risk their lives. Just then, Fenmengsu slowly opened her eyes. "Manchu, how are you?" Anastasia's voice trembled. Fenmengsu shook her head lightly, then struggled to say, "Don't go. None of you are a match for that guy." "Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Titan said with a bitter smile. "The world is already in chaos. The only thing we can do is wait for his return." "Wait for his return," everyone said together. By now, Fenmengsu's breathing had become more erratic. She couldn't even speak anymore, but she still lifted her head to look at Anastasia with determination. Anastasia understood who Fenmengsu was referring to, nodded with tears in her eyes. "Yes, I understand." At that moment, the entire Dark Ancient Castle shook, indicating that the barrier could not hold much longer. Fenmengsu's expression suddenly became serene, as if she had a hopeful light in her eyes like that little girl from years ago. "I will wait for his return here." With that, Fenmengsu slowly closed her eyes. The power of darkness surged from her, turning into countless black vines that enveloped the entire Dark Ancient Castle. Her body, lifted by these vines, gradually ascended, then was completely covered by darkness. This was Fenmengsu's final protective power. Using the Dark Emperor's decision, she bound herself to the castle. If anyone wanted to break through this protective barrier, they would have to destroy her completely. The members of the Dark Council looked up in astonishment, unknowingly tears welled up in their eyes. Meanwhile, outside, Metatron was furious. He had thought the defense of the Dark Ancient Castle was about to be breached, but a more powerful dark barrier suddenly appeared, completely sealing off the castle. Upon closer inspection of this dark barrier, Metatron's expression became increasingly gloomy. To use one's own life as a bargaining chip to activate the protection. "Woman, are you trying to blackmail me with this?" However, Metatron understood that forcefully breaking through this barrier would not only cause him injuries, but it would also result in Fenmengsu's total destruction. Metatron was determined to obtain Fenmengsu and did not want her to meet such an end. So, after hesitating in midair for a moment, he coldly said, "Woman, I told you that you are my prey. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape from my grasp. Trying to blackmail me with this, you are too naive." With that, Metatron flew up into the sky, revealing an immensely colossal body of sacred light. The light enveloped the sky and earth, causing a tremor throughout Europe. Countless people stepped out onto the streets, staring blankly at this awe-inspiring sight in the sky. "People of the mortal realm, I am the only supreme god. Now kneel and serve me. I will bestow upon you long life and great power." Metatron's voice echoed throughout Europe, followed by the falling of infinite divine light. After a brief struggle, countless people fell to their knees. However, under the divine light, the dark disciples scattered across Europe screamed and vanished. Metatron looked down at the people bowing to him on the earth, a hint of satisfaction in his smile. Very good. From this day onwards, this place will be my divine kingdom. You shall be my subjects. On that day, the archangel Metatron manifested in the form of a body of divine light, transforming Europe into a divine kingdom, shocking the world. This event became a turning point, marking the beginning of true chaos in the world. Asterisk. Con con. When Ching led the members of the Phoenix Squad off the military helicopter, the once bustling airport was now empty, without a single passenger in sight. Some time ago, the evil gods specifically targeted flights in the sky, causing dozens of planes to crash and many casualties. Since then, all global commercial flights have been suspended, quietly explained Ziyi, and King's expression turned solemn. What's the situation here? Since yesterday, innocent citizens have been going mad and dying in extremely tragic circumstances. After examination, it appears to be caused by witchcraft. Ziyi, who was in charge of intelligence, said, witchcraft. Captain Chang Hao furrowed his brow. Isn't that supposed to be the responsibility of the Department of Taoist Arts and Seals? Yes. But, Ziyi took a deep breath. From yesterday to now, more than 10,000 innocent citizens in Hong Kong have died tragically. The situation has escalated, and according to the analysis, the culprit should be an ancient evil god. 10,000. This bloody number made everyone in the Phoenix Squad's faces darken. These damn gods. And King's face was grim, as she spoke with resentment. Let's go. Let's give these arrogant gods an unforgettable lesson. Cheng Hao said sternly. The group nodded in agreement, then proceeded in military vehicles that were already prepared, entering the city. The once vibrant city had now become desolate. Pedestrians hurried past each other, each one wearing a look of panic. Seeing this scene, and King's heart sank even further. During this period, she and the Phoenix Squad had witnessed too many scenes like this, and the opponents they faced were becoming increasingly formidable. I wonder when we will be able to eradicate all these damn bastards. And Ching sighed softly. Someone whispered quietly, if only the instructor were here. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if the instructor were here, would these arrogant gods still be so rampant? At that moment, on the rooftop of a hotel in the center of Hong Kong, the descended god took the form of an ordinary South Asian man and stood by the window overlooking the entire city. Hey, so many people dead, and they still refuse to show themselves. The one who killed my divine child, do you know that I am here? Scare and dare not reveal yourself. The descended god mumbled to himself. Just then, he seemed to sense something. His gaze pierced through the buildings and landed on a military vehicle in the distance. Interesting. There are so many powerful cultivators. What a rare offering. The descended god said greedily. The person in charge of receiving Ching and others is Song Yi. This feng shui master, who was once famous in Zhongdu, has been diligently managing Xinjiang since being subdued by Zuan. After years of unremitting efforts, Song Yi has become the undisputed authority figure in this land, with even more prestige than the former prominent Hai Hong family. However, this sudden and massive upheaval has disrupted all of Song Yi's plans. In just a few days, more than tens of thousands of people have died from occult techniques. Panic spreads throughout Xinjiang. Song Yi, as the authority figure, naturally bears immense pressure. Therefore, upon hearing that Ching led members of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces to arrive, Song Yi was overjoyed and rushed to greet them. When Ching and the others followed Song Yi back to his residence, they were stunned. This not too large villa was packed full of people. Song Yi explained, Miss Anne, this is a feng shui formation I temporarily set up to shield against various occult techniques. These young talents from Xinjiang are outstanding in the younger generation, all in order to leave some vitality and bloodline for Xinjiang. And Ching suddenly realized and then said, in a deep voice, is Xinjiang really in such dire straits now? Have you found the source? Song Yi sighed. Before you arrived, we organized many people to search for the source, trying to identify the person using these occult techniques. However, overnight, all these people met an untimely death. At this point, a look of melancholy appeared on Song Yi's face. They were a group of young and vigorous men, but they died inexplicably. Song Yi then lowered his voice and asked, Miss Anne, is there any news of Mr. Zhu? And Ching shook her head. Song Yi sighed. If Mr. Zhu was here, things wouldn't have turned out like this. With a serious expression, Song Yi continued, Miss N, though we haven't found the source, based on my observations of the wine and atmosphere, I discovered that there is an overwhelming evil aura coming from the northern central part of Xiangjiang. The demonic forces must be lurking there. Moreover, there is a family suspected to be involved. Oh, and King's eyes lit up. That location is right where the Zhang family is located. This Zhang family had close ties with the former Ming family. After the downfall of the Ming family, the Zhang family was the first to turn traitorous and therefore didn't suffer any losses. This recent chaos caused by occult techniques has put the Zhang family in apparent disarray. However, to my knowledge, none of the legitimate descendants of the Zhang family have been involved. Are you suggesting? I suspect that even if the Zhang family is not directly involved, they definitely know something. Unfortunately, with the current chaotic situation and the Zhang family playing a double game, I suspect but have no power to investigate further. Without hesitation, and Ching said, in that case, let's go to the Zhang family now. Zhang Family Hotel. The former Zhang family was once a prominent top-tier family. After the downfall of the Ming family, the Zhang family also became more low-key. Over time, many people even thought that the Zhang family had lost its edge and become an ordinary household. However, no one knew that the Zhang family had always been plotting revenge behind the scenes. Just like now, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Chongnian, knelt on the ground with a respectful face. Lord Descendant, the ones who have come to Xiangjiang are members of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces, led by Ching from the Yin family. And Ching. Yes, Zhang Chongnian crawled forward a few steps, a hint of resentment appearing on his face. Lord, things have been investigated. The person who killed your son Long Guanyu was indeed Zuan, and this Ching is Zuan's niece. The eyes of the descendant brightened. Zuan, exactly. This person is extremely arrogant. He once slaughtered Xiangjiang and wiped out many prominent families. Your son had a dispute with him over a trivial matter at an auction, and he killed your son. The matter at the auction was not difficult to investigate. Combined with Zhang Chongnian's embellishment, after hearing this, the descendant's face turned extremely gloomy. So, where is Zuan now? Zhang Chongnian shook his head. Since his last appearance before the new year, he hasn't been seen again. Then, with a touch of flattery, Zhang Chongnian asked, Lord Descendant, these people are aggressive. Should we strike first? Before he finished speaking, an invisible force directly sent Zhang Chongnian flying and pressed him against the wall. I don't need you to tell me what to do. You are just a dog I raised. Do you understand? Without turning his head, the descendant spoke. Zhang Chongnian's eyes showed a look of horror, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Lord Descendant, I know my mistake. At this moment, the descendant raised his head and looked into the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face. I haven't come looking for you, and you've come to your own death. Good. Since the actual culprit is not here, then I will start with you, the relative of this culprit. At this moment, Ching and the others had driven a military vehicle to the outside of the Zhang family hotel. Ching frowned slightly as she looked at the magnificent hotel. It was almost noon, the intense sunlight shining down, but it couldn't pierce through the sinister aura surrounding the hotel. Even from a distance, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness. Just then, the windows on the top floor of the hotel shattered, and a figure slowly walked out. This was an average-looking man from Nanyang, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, as he stepped forward in the air, each step caused the ground to tremble. When he stopped in the middle, he looked down at Ching and sneered. You are Ching. And King's heart went cold. This person's gaze was extremely evil. Yes, I am Ching. Are you responsible for the troubles in Xiangjiang? The descendant cackled. Troubles? Are you talking about those who died mysteriously? Ha! Blame it on their poor luck. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, Xiangjiang would have been a dead city by now. He then pointed at Ching. Zuan killed my son, and since you are his relative, you should die too. Today, I will turn all of you into my subjugated ghosts. With his words, a supremely eerie and evil aura lunged at Ching. Where the aura passed, various skeletal images rose, accompanied by extremely pitiful cries in the air. Black magic, and from the looks of it, it was an evil black magic crafted from countless tormented souls. And King's face turned grim. Evil creatures like you deserve to die. Before Ching could act, Zhou Danuo, emitting a golden glow all over, rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch. With a crack, the black magic was shattered. Zhou Danuo then said coldly, "Just because you call out the name of our instructor, you won't leave here alive today." The descendant sneered, about to speak, when a silent black blade appeared at his throat, swiftly slashing across. The descendant's head was cleanly severed. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the headless descendant smirked, "It's futile, I am undying, and all of you will die today." If someone were to ask you, "What is God?" how would you answer? Some may say that God is a lofty being who should be worshipped by mortals. When the gods descend, they immediately choose to submit, and they take pride in it. But many others never believe in any noble and divine beings. To them, these so-called gods are nothing more than wise beings with powerful forces, so they do not fear, nor do they submit. For instance, at this moment, Zhou Danu is retreating, spitting blood, and the golden light on his body has dimmed, with dark light starting to erode his body. Ziyi decisively uses a dagger to cut out the flesh being corroded by the dark lights. Once thrown on the ground, the flesh emits an evil aura. The severe pain only causes Zhou Dan's slight wrinkle on his face, and then he stares coldly at the descending god hovering in the air. Not only him, but almost all members of the Flame Phoenix are wounded, yet none of them retreat. All members still maintain a standard formation surrounding the descending god. "You surprised me. You've managed to hold on in front of me until now. Now I've changed my mind. As long as you submit to me, I can preserve your consciousness and turn you into powerful warriors with long lives," said the descending god calmly. Cheng Hao and others remained silent, gazing at him with burning determination. Ziyi chuckled, then provocatively raised two middle fingers. "Kid, think you're something special? Let me tell you, if our instructors were here, one finger would have made you disappear in a puff of smoke. You dare speak so arrogantly here?" The descending god sneered. "Your instructors, the ones who learned of my descent and were too scared to even show their faces, such as Zuan. I look forward to the day you meet our instructors. You'll still dare to be so arrogant?" Cheng Hao said coldly. "I look forward to that day because I have some scores to settle with this Zuan. Now I only ask you, submit and live, resist and die. Which will you choose?" "We choose neither. What we want is for you and your kind to get lost." Cheng Hao paused, then continued, "All members, follow my command. No tactics, free attack. Let this jerk know our strength." With his command, all members of the Flame Phoenix team roar and unleash their strongest powers. Sun Ling disappeared into the void, wielding the blade of darkness, initiating a magnificent dance of death. Zhou Danu spurred his cultivation, his body gradually covered in golden light, then fiercely attacked again. Cheng Hao also did not show weakness. The 9-star sovereign tactics granted by Zuan had been cultivated to a high level. He activated his cultivation, and it seemed as if 9 stars were shining in his eyes as he charged towards the descending god. If someone were to observe from afar, they would witness a spectacular scene. An arrogant, evil god standing in the air, while dozens of beams of light rose from the ground, heading straight towards him. The descending god looked at the charging Flame Phoenix team with disdain. "Annihilation descent." With those words, extremely evil descending spells enveloped the heads of each Flame Phoenix member. Those with lower cultivation immediately started spitting blood mixed with visceral fragments, indicating significant damage. Even the higher cultivated members shook all over. Their momentum dissipated before falling directly from the air to the ground. Smirking, the descending god said, "Do you know why I am called a god while you are mere mortals? Because no matter how hard mortals struggle, they can never harm a divine being in the slightest. You are no exception. Kneel before me now, submit, and I will make you the most powerful warriors in this world with immortality." Ziyi laid on the ground, panting, gazing at the descending god in the sky and defiantly gestured with his middle finger. "Go to hell. Stop pretending to be superior. You're just an evil god. When our instructors return, they will make you kneel and sing praises." With a muffled sound, Zuyi's arm turned into minced meat. He groaned in pain. The descending god spoke coldly. "If I hear another filthy word from your mouth, I will turn you into a descending ghost now." As he finished speaking, ripples appeared around the descending god, followed by geomantic patterns imprisoning the god within them. From a distance, Song Yi's expression was extremely bleak, his body unstable. Yet he shouted, "I've trapped him with the geomantic formation. Run." However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the geomantic patterns shattered. The recoil force caused Song Yi to cough up blood and collapse unconscious. With such little power, You think you can stop me? What a joke. Since you refuse to surrender to me, I will make sure you never again have a chance for rebirth. The descending god said with a sinister grin. Black lights emerge, accompanied by a myriad of wailing ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Unexpectedly, a cold spear burst from the descending god's chest, and he looked down at it, his face flashing with darkness. Insect race. How do you have the skills of the insect race? And Ching stood by him, reflecting the cold moonlight in her eyes, and calmly said, I am the queen of the insect race. Die. With that, the insect's luminosity engulfed the descending god, slicing him in half. Yet there was no blood flowing from his divided body, only a sinister smile on the halved face. Even in front of me, the queen of insects must die. With a sudden whip-like motion, and Ching was flung by a black light, disappearing into the darkness. And head. Cheng Hao and others exclaimed, but Ching had vanished into the darkness. You dare hit our head? You bastard! Attack us if you have the guts. What kind of power play is this against a woman? Zuyi roared angrily. The descending god sneered, as you wish. With a cold laugh, another whip lashed out. If it had hit, Zuyi would have perished. Zuyi accepted his fate, closed his eyes slowly, preparing for death. However, moments later, a muffled sound was heard. The expected whip never arrived. Trembling, Zuyi opened his eyes. He saw Zhou Danu, the most injured, standing in front of him, gripping the black whip tightly. His muscles oozed blood due to the exertion. Despite this, Zhou Danu managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Kid, run. The mouse is Zuyi's nickname. Normally, Zhou Danu and Zuyi have the best relationship. This is because Zhou Danu is honest and upright, with strong cultivation, while Zuyi is astute and capable with sparse cultivation. So when the two cooperate, their strengths complement each other, making them the most formidable combination in the Huo Fenghuan team. In normal times, Zhou Danu calls Zuyi mouse. Zuyi's eyes are already filled with tears at this moment, and without hesitation, he rushes up to help deal with this crisis and says in a deep voice, I won't leave. Bastard, you staying here is also death. I'll make you roll now. Zhou Danu is furious, his eyes bulging. Zuyi also angrily says, if it's death, then so be it. I won't leave you behind to escape alone. At the same time, Cheng Hao and others struggle to get up and come to help. The descending god in midair shakes his head and sighs lightly. What a poignant camaraderie. Unfortunately, none of you will survive today. Speaking, dozens of black whips appear in the air and lash out at everyone. Cheng Hao and the others' faces darken. They are already at the end of their strength and have no power to fight anymore. The only thing they can do is close their eyes and wait for death. Just then, a thunderous roar like a giant falling is heard. Damn you gods! I, Dan Niu, will never bow to scum like you. With that, a frightening golden light ignites in Zhou Danu's eyes, and his whole body starts to grow larger. Zuyi and Cheng Hao and the others cry out in shock. Dan Niu, no. But it is too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Danu's figure has grown to be 30 meters tall. His body is now covered in a dazzling golden light. Zuyi looks up in shock, tears streaming down his face like a bursting flood, because he knows what Zhou Danu is about to do. The expression of the descending god becomes uncertain, as the aura emanating from Zhou Danu startles even him. However, his arrogance as a god leads him to steady his mind after a moment of hesitation. Then he sneers, burning your soul to fight me, is it worth it? Remember that the consequence of burning your soul is the destruction of your soul, which is a more cruel fate than eternal damnation. Zhou Danu remained silent, the golden light on his body growing stronger. Eventually, the light even transforms into a shining armor covering his entire body. With a step forward, Zhou Danu throws a punch, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble. The descending god sneers, all right, I'll play along with you. Hundreds of black whips are waved out, wrapping around Zhou Danu and tightening, making cracking sounds as they constrict his body. But Zhou Danu seems as though he no longer perceives the pain, roaring up to the sky and effortlessly shattering the black whips. The descending god grunts, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This is the first time he's been injured since coming to this world. Angered beyond measure, the ancient evil god says, lowly ants, you have dared to hurt me. I will tear you all to pieces, and this city shall be buried along with you. With these words, dense black clouds saturated with malevolent energy shroud the entire Hong Kong city. At this moment, Sun Yi slowly wakes up, witnessing the scene with horror, trembling all over, and exclaiming, "It's the descent of annihilation." He wants to destroy the city. With despair and unwillingness written on his face, the descending god thrives on fear and greed, making him almost invincible in a densely populated city. Fear and greed are nearly insurmountable in people's minds. However, just as the haughty and arrogant descending god was about to strike, a radiant figure of golden light emerges behind him, enveloping and eroding the darkness from his body. The god's painful howls fill the air, and the gathering dark clouds in the sky dissipate. But all of this comes at a cost. The enraged descending god struggles against Zhou Danmu, the golden light on his body slowly flickering. Eventually, when the descending god unleashes an extremely evil incinerating flame, Zhou Danmu's eyes, nose, and mouth start to bleed. Yet, he holds on tightly, the descending god's wails growing more pitiful. "You lowly ant, do you think you can defeat me like this? I am the supreme evil god. I will burn your soul for eternity." The descending god bellows. The black energy on his body gradually dissipated, as if trying to leave his body. Zhou Danmu's face shows a determined expression. Then he looks down at Ziyi and the others, a simple smile showing on his giant face. "Tell our instructor, none from our Huo Fenghuan team is a coward, and I won't lose face." Cheng Hao and the others are already in tears, nodding in unison. Meanwhile, Ziyi collapses to the ground, crying out in despair. Note: don't go. Danmu, what should I do? Zhou Danmu gazes deeply at Ziyi, chuckles, and says, "Mouse, if there's a next life, we'll still be brothers." With those words, the flames of Zhou Danmu's soul suddenly surge, and the golden light on his body contracts. The descending god senses something amiss, screaming in shock, "You madman, why would you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the golden light covering Zhou Danmu bursts with thunderous explosion. The once gloomy night sky suddenly illuminates like a golden sun, shining brightly on the entire city of Hong Kong. The malevolent creatures, under this light, vanish without even a cry. Everyone from the Huo Fenghuan team stands in shock. When the light fades, the sky is empty, without the descending god or Zhou Danmu. Ziyi's face is pale, trembling all over. Images of the first time he met Zhou Danmu flashed through his mind. Back then, Zhou Danmu seemed almost silly, wearing plain clothes, and always smiling. Yet, this seemingly simple person has traveled the farthest on the path of cultivation. Even Zuan has praised him more than once. Given time, he would have transcended mortal bounds, achieved immortality, and even become a golden immortal. But now, all is lost. The consequence of self-exploding the soul is that everything is lost. Ziyi suddenly feels a sharp pain as if his heart has been ripped out. No one will ever call him Mouse with a joking smile again. It's all gone. At that moment, suddenly a ripple emerged in the sky, followed by spakes of black light floating from the entire city, gathering in midair to form a black sphere that began pulsating lightly like a heartbeat. Song Yi's face changed drastically. It's the descent of the god. He's not dead. And he's using the negative emotions of the entire city's people to reshape his body. The members of the Fire Phoenix squad all changed color. Ziyi stood up abruptly, his face filled with frenzied killing intent, and without a word, he tried to charge forward. Cheng Hao stopped him. "What are you going to do?" "Captain, I'm going to kill these damn spirits." Ziyi's eyes welled up with tears of blood. "It's useless. As long as this city exists, as long as the residents are here, this descent of the god is almost immortal." Song Yi muttered palely to himself. "I don't care. I just want to kill him. For Danny. For Antu's revenge." Ziyi had completely lost his mind, disregarding anyone's attempts to stop him, determined to charge forward. Smack! Cheng Hao hesitatingly slapped Ziyi, saying coldly, "Ziyi, calm down." Ziyi was stunned by the slap, then covered his face and burst into tears. "Captain, please let me go. I just want to die with these spirits now. I want to die even more than you." "But after we die, then what? What about Antu? What about the ordinary people in this city?" Cheng Hao asked sternly. Ziyi looked confused. At the same time, Sun Ling emerged from the darkness, carrying Anking on his back. "Captain, Anking, she..." Sun Ling's eyes were red, his voice choked with emotion. Cheng Hao and the others were surprised and quickly gathered around. They saw Anking lying on Sun Ling's back, with her eyes tightly closed, wrapped in a cocoon-like substance, revealing only her cheek. "What's going on?" The members of the Fire Phoenix were all in chaos. If Zuan was the spiritual pillar of the Fire Phoenix, then Anking was the goddess in everyone's hearts. Therefore, When they saw Anking like this, almost everyone cried uncontrollably, and all were eager to confront the descent of the god. Ching Hao tried to stay calm, and ordered everyone not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, after examining Anking for a moment, Sun Yi's expression changed, and then, as if determined, he turned to Cheng Hao and the others and bowed deeply. Captain Cheng, although Missen is unconscious now, her breathing is stable. She should be fine. Cheng Hao hurried to support her. Master San, what are you doing? Please don't do this. Sun Yi shook his head firmly. Captain Cheng, now that chaos reigns, for the lives of millions of people in Hong Kong, I have a request. Cheng Hao's expression turned serious. Please speak, Master San. Sun Yi took a deep breath, gazing at the gradually expanding black sphere in the sky as it pulsated. This descent of the god feeds on human fear and greed. It is an evil god. If we cannot cut off the source, we cannot kill it. But human nature is inherently like this. Trying to eliminate it at the source is just wishful thinking. The only way now is to evacuate all the people in Hong Kong. Leave an empty city to suppress the growth of this evil god. You mean, with millions of people in Hong Kong? Starting the evacuation now will be a massive task, requiring powerful individuals to handle it. But I ask Captain Cheng and the members of the Fire Phoenix to take on this heavy responsibility, said Sun Yi earnestly. Cheng Hao immediately agreed without hesitation. At this critical juncture, we cannot shirk our duty. However, as Master San said, starting the evacuation now will be a lengthy process, but judging by the speed at which this black energy is growing, the descent of the god may reappear before the evacuation is complete. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with determination. Captain Cheng, have you forgotten how I make a living? Cheng Hao was taken aback. Sun Yi looked at the growing black sphere and said calmly, I am here. I will not allow this descent of the god to return to this world. After a moment of silence, Cheng Hao bowed respectfully. Master San, take care. The situation was urgent, so after the discussion, Cheng Hao immediately led the operations for the massive evacuation of Hong Kong's harbor. After the members of the Fire Phoenix left, Sun Yi used all the feng shui artifacts he had accumulated over the years, arranging feng shui formations according to the surrounding terrain. With a muffled bang, the great formation was completed. Sun Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. A grunting sound came from the black sphere, and its growth slowed down. Seeing this, Sun Yi smiled with determination, then sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, carefully took out the formation manual still warm from the warmth of Zuan. It was obtained when Zuan broke open the Immortal's treasure trove at the harbor years ago and was then given to Sun Yi. He cherished it and carried it with him all the time. Now, as he slowly flipped through the pages of the book, his face showed a resolute determination. On that day, there was a shocking incident at the harbor. The Fire Phoenix Special Forces Zhou Danny self-destructed, destroying the evil god. Then the residents of Hong Kong harbor began a massive evacuation. The city was declared a restricted area, and no one was allowed to enter. This event shocked the world. But before people could fully recover from their astonishment, various major events emerged one after another, overshadowing this incident. It seemed as if the floodgates of the heavens and earth had been opened completely, with a sudden increase of gods and demons descending, forming several demon armies and sweeping recklessly through the world. All the weapons that humanity took pride in seemed fragile in the face of these powerful beings. Within just a few days, countless small countries were completely annihilated, and the remaining major powers were in retreat, causing the entire world to become unstable. Just as the world was gradually sinking into a never-ending war, at Qingmang Town, Cheng Hao, Sun Ling, and others stood silently in a row, and Yan quietly watched as Anking lay on the bed, wrapped in thick cocoons, with only her cheek exposed. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people anxious. The silence was finally broken by Xian and Nyan. Mama, is it true? When asked softly, looking up at her mother with tears in her eyes. And Yan nodded firmly. Of course it's true. Would Mama lie to you? When stopped crying upon hearing this, then she moved to the edge of the bed, gazing quietly at Ching, silently hoping that her aunt would wake up soon. And Yan quietly walked out to the outer room, followed closely by Cheng Hao and the others. What's going on? Once away from the view of her two daughters, and Yan felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Tang Zhuaner was there and quickly supported her. Cheng Hao explained the situation with a look of guilt, then led all the team members forward, kneeling down together. Madam, we are incompetent. We failed to protect Into and let her get seriously injured. We are willing to accept punishment." Cheng Hao and the others all bowed their heads. At this moment, Yan, with a pale face like paper, scanned the faces of every member of the Phoenix Squad. Through Cheng Hao's explanation, she finally understood what had happened and noticed that all the members of the Phoenix Squad seemed defeated, clearly all injured. "Captain Cheng, you haven't done anything wrong. Why should you punish yourselves? Please all rise," Yan said, her expression gradually calming down. Cheng Hao and the others looked at each other, hesitated, and then stood up hesitantly. Yan bowed deeply to everyone. "Thank you all for bringing my sister back." This made Cheng Hao and the others dodge her bow, not daring to accept Yan's gesture, and then hurriedly said, "Madam, what are you doing? If the instructor finds out, he will scold us for sure." "Yes, this is what we should do." Yan smiled. "There is nothing we should do in this world. Without all of you, Kinger would probably have died long ago. So you deserve this bow." Cheng Hao and the others felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Before coming here, they were prepared to apologize, but unexpectedly Yan was so understanding. Cheng Hao hesitated slightly and then said solemnly, "Madam, the situation is getting chaotic now. It is very unsafe here, so please take the two young ladies and the others to Zhongdu. There are layers of military guards there, and many powerful people from Hua country gather there. It is the safest place." Yan shook her head at the suggestion. "No, I'm not leaving. I will wait here for him to come back." In fact, a few days ago, Zuan's good friends and the Chen family had urged Yan to go back more than once, but Yan refused. But Cheng Hao looked worried. Yan smiled. "Have you all forgotten? I am the wife of your instructor, and also a formidable martial artist. If any demons dare to come here and cause trouble, I will make them regret it." Cheng Hao and the others still couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, Yan and Wenwan were the most important family members of the instructor. If anything went wrong, they would be to blame. Xiaosha had been listening on the side, and couldn't help but speak up. "Rest assured, as long as Xiaosha, am here, I will protect Madam and the others." Zhang Xiaoyu, who was standing behind Xiaosha and massaging her shoulders, clenched his fists and said firmly, "What Xiaosha said, that's what I mean." Xiaosha glared. "Hurry up." "Okay, Madam Xiaosha." Zhang Xiaoyu quickly resumed massaging her shoulders. After exchanging glances, Cheng Hao took a deep breath. "In that case, Madam, take care. We'll take our leave." Yan nodded. "Take care, all of you." The Phoenix Squad was extremely busy with missions, and they were needed everywhere for reinforcement. So after they brought in Ching back to Qingmang Town, they had to rush to solve the next mission. Watching the men's figures disappear into the distance, Tange Weiner sighed softly. "Once they leave, I don't know how many will be able to come back." Hearing this, Yan shuddered. Then a determined light shone in her eyes. Her words reflected her inner thoughts. As the wife of Zuan, she would never back down. "Husband, rest assured, I will make this arrogant group of demons learn to respect. I will be here, waiting for you to come back." Yan said softly, tightly gripping a special weapon in her hand. The situation became more chaotic. Wherever the demon army passed, there was destruction everywhere. However, humans at this moment showed unprecedented resilience and determination. Though some kneeled to beg for mercy, more silently picked up their swords and joined the battle. Perhaps this was why this race had survived until now. In the Dark Castle, the attacks from the fanatical followers of the light had lasted for 10 full days. These fanatics seemed to never tire and were not afraid of death. Each one climbed up with a vacant expression, using the holy light they carried to erode the protective force covering the Dark Castle. This was a plan set by Metatron. If he forced his way past this protective force, Fenmengsu's soul would be destroyed. So he used these fanatics, whose minds he had manipulated to break through this protective layer. This gradual erosion strategy was indeed effective. The defense of the Dark Castle began to weaken. All the members of the Dark Council naturally understood this. However, all the top members of the Dark Council were severely injured and had no strength to fight anymore. Were they just going to watch? No. There were some old folks who never bowed to anyone. The XMA-06 heavy machine gun roared as it poured bullets at the fanatics rushing towards them. The dense barrage made it difficult for these fanatics with the protection of holy light to break through. Soon, this wave of fanatical followers of the light was wiped out. The skeleton patted his suit, then took out a cigar, pressed it against the heated barrel, After a while, the cigar ignited, and the skeleton leisurely took a puff, then patted the heavy machine gun. See that? That's the power of technology. Clearly, the sixth skeleton was not pleased with the behavior of this cigar-smoking skeleton and sneered. Yes, you are having fun shooting, but the problem is that the bullets won't last long. It's fine. I can handle those fools who only know how to charge even without a gun. The cigar-smoking skeleton dismissed. The sixth skeleton was about to retort, when suddenly, a thick fog rolled in from outside. Upon seeing these people, all the skeletons immediately opened fire. But this time, the unstoppable bullets lost their effect. Even when hit head-on by a large-caliber sniper rifle, they could not penetrate these people's bodies. Then these people suddenly flew into the air, heading straight for the skeletons. What the hell is this? The cigar skeleton, realizing he couldn't hurt these guys, was so scared that he trembled and rolled away, narrowly avoiding an attack from one person. But as soon as he dodged, he heard a skeleton behind him scream in pain. He turned around to see a skeleton being torn apart by this person, its skull crushed. The flames in the skeleton's eyes went out, but not before staring at the cigar skeleton. Meanwhile, other skeletons were also torn apart one by these guys, becoming a pile of broken bones. The cigar skeleton roared, "God of light, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations." Without caring about anything, he tried to get up. But at that moment, he was firmly pressed down by someone and then heard the voice of skeleton number 6. "Don't be reckless, you can't beat these guys." Unable to suppress his anger, the cigar skeleton said, "But everyone has been torn to pieces by these bastards." Skeleton number 6 whispered, "I saw it, but you mustn't act impulsively." He continued softly, "Do you have another cigar? Give me one. You heartless guy, everyone has been torn apart. We're probably no match. And at this moment, you're still pressing down on me. I'm not interested in men. Get off me," mumbled the cigar skeleton, as he handed a cigar to him without looking back. But after waiting for a moment, no one took it. Impatient, the cigar skeleton turned his head 180 degrees and said, "You." Then he froze, because skeleton number 6, who was pressing him down, had already been completely pulverized on one side, with holy light clinging to the wound and eroding towards the other side. The flames in skeleton number 6's eyes had dimmed considerably. S6, the cigar skeleton trembled then said. Then he tried to get up. Skeleton number 6 shook his remaining hand. "Don't move, I'm shielding you from above. They can't see you." But the light in skeleton number 6's eyes dimmed even more. "Second brother, in the last game, I actually lost. I'm sorry. I was being a sore loser too." 6, please stop talking. "Second brother will save you," whimpered the cigar skeleton. Skeleton number 6 shook his head. "It's no use." Then he looked quietly at the cigar skeleton. "Second brother, until the next life." With that, the flames in his eyes went out completely, and his bones scattered on the ground. The cigar skeleton lay on the ground, not knowing how long had passed before he softly said, "Don't you dare say until the next life. I don't believe in that nonsense. Each one of you, come back to me." At this moment, the birdmen had been killed by the power of darkness, and the cigar skeleton stood up, sorting through all the dry bones on the ground. As he was sorting, he muttered, "This rib bone looks oily and smooth. It must be from the 8th kid. This pelvis is so big, it should belong to Big Butt, the 5th one." But when he touched skeleton number 6's bones, they instantly turned to dust, dissolving into the air as if they were hit by a heavy blow, shattering him completely. 6, second brother was wrong. I'll be your grandson from now on. I'll clean your bones. Don't leave me, please. The cigar skeleton cried out in agony, tears rolling down his eye sockets. It turns out, skeletons can cry too. Meanwhile, Metatron was in the church, observing the situation in the dark castle through a screen of light. When he saw the diminishing protective power, he smiled slightly and raised a glass of red wine. Such an intoxicating taste. "I love it here." The members of the congregation below stood motionless, resembling emotionless wood. In Lingnan, located adjacent to South Asia, various beliefs worshipping evil gods existed. Therefore, when the gods and demons descended, the impact here was heavier. However, due to the presence of the Yu family, the area had not suffered too much harm. But as time passed, more and more gods and demons descended, and the Yu family began to struggle. In Lingnan, It was raining lightly. Several sinister evil soldiers were rampaging in the city, but the city had become empty as the Yu family had evacuated the residents and dispersed them to various strongholds from the beginning. This way, they could minimize the number of defenders and reduce civilian casualties. These cunning mortals have already evacuated everyone. How boring. A fierce-looking evil soldier grumbled discontentedly. Heh. Those mortal swordsmen won't last much longer. When that happens, it'll be the day of the city's destruction. Another evil soldier cackled wickedly. Just then, the leading evil soldier suddenly stopped in his tracks. Six, why did you suddenly stop? The evil soldier called Six, with a cruel gleam in his eyes, sneered. Can't you feel it? Not far ahead from here, near the foot of the mountain, there seems to be a small temple. These evil soldiers were momentarily stunned. Then all showed excited glints in their eyes. Never thought there would be such weak deities in this world. It seems like a local deity formed by worshippers' offerings. Heh. The aura feels gentle and weak. Probably a goddess. The evil soldiers exchanged glances, then smirked and hurried towards the small temple. Rain God Temple. Almost all the temple attendants had evacuated, leaving only an old and frail figure behind. He understood that he didn't have much time left, so he decided to stay back to look after the temple. Currently, he was muttering while offering incense. "O rain goddess, the world has been troubled recently. I know you're a bit timid, so please hide as much as you can. The young master of the Yu family reportedly defeated a demon yesterday, but I heard he was injured too. Sigh, these damn demons and gods, why disturb the peace suddenly? Oh, I didn't mean to curse, rain goddess. Don't be offended." As the old attendant spoke, the small statue's lips seemed to move, as if smiling. But just then, powerful demonic energy surged in and, before the old attendant could react, the towering temple gate shattered. Several evil soldiers then swaggered in with wicked grins. The old attendant trembled. "Why you? Heh. It took thousands of years to achieve this appearance. You useless girls. Heh. These girls probably look good. After catching them later, us brothers can enjoy them." As they were speaking, a flash of white light suddenly passed through the image of the rain god and rushed outside. But before the white light had traveled halfway, a demon soldier snapped his fingers. Dang! The white light was sent flying to the corner of the hall, revealing a young woman in ancient clothing. This young woman had delicate features and was trembling slightly in fear. TSK. She looks really good. US brothers are in luck this time. These demon soldiers all smirked and prepared to make a move. Just then, there was a loud crash on the roof, followed by debris falling, and a dazzling sword light pierced through the smoke, directly aiming for the head of one demon soldier. Before the demon soldier could react, his head was chopped off by the sword. His foul-smelling blood spilled all over the floor. The remaining demon soldiers were startled and instinctively backed away. As the smoke cleared, a pale-faced man covered in blood stood proudly in the center of the room. Yu Ming. These demon soldiers evidently recognized this sword master who had slaughtered countless demons and monsters, and couldn't help but snarl in anger. Yu Ming glanced at the rain god in the corner and nodded lightly. The young woman in ancient clothing gradually stopped trembling. Then Yu Ming turned his gaze to the demon soldiers, his eyes full of killing intent. "Daring to trespass in the rain god's temple. None of you will leave here today. Yu Ming, I admit you're powerful, but in front of us, it's not your turn to be arrogant." With that, the demon soldiers lunged forward. Yu Ming wielded his sword, and in a flash, several sword lights slashed through the air. Yu Ming had already positioned himself behind the demon soldiers, and bloodlines gradually appeared on their throats, their eyes showing horror, before their bodies dropped lifeless to the ground. Seeing the demon soldiers dead, Yu Ming staggered, nearly falling into the pool of blood. The rain god's maiden hurried over to support him, then exclaimed in shock. Beneath Yu Ming's clothes, there were numerous scars and wounds. Yu Ming weakly gave a bitter smile. "Rain god, didn't I tell you to hide and not come back? Why did you sneak back?" The rain god remained silent. Knowing she wouldn't speak, Yu Ming sighed softly. "It's too dangerous here. By staying, you'll only attract more trouble. Be good. Wait for the chaos to pass, and then you can return. Okay?" The rain god didn't lift her head, but softly wrote a character A in the air. Yu Ming trembled, realizing that today was the birthday of the founder of the Yu family's swordsmanship, his ancestor Yuan. Every year on this day, rain would fall in Lingnan. After Yuan passed away, this tradition became even more pronounced. Yuming was surprised that the rain god had remembered. Feeling a mix of emotions, Yuming didn't know what more to say. The rain god wordlessly placed her hand on his forehead. Drops of blue rain fell on Yuming, seeping into his skin. He felt his vitality accelerate, and his injuries began to heal. After a moment, the rain god, now pale and translucent, took a few steps back. Rain god. Yuming wanted to say something, full of guilt. At that moment, a massive wave of evil energy surged forth, causing the entire hall to collapse. A 10-meter-tall demon god with 3 eyes sneered down at Yuming. Yuming, there's nowhere for you to run this time. Yuming's expression turned grave. This 3-eyed demon god was the most powerful among the demons besieging Lingnan. Yuming had been severely injured in a battle with him earlier. Rain god, please run. Yuming pulled the rain god behind him, then soared into the air, thrusting his sword. But even such a dazzling strike failed to breach the demon god's defenses. He sneered, Yuming, for all the gods and demons you've slain, it's time for you to pay the price. With that, he struck down with a palm. Yuming was sent flying, crashing down and coughing up blood, unable to rise. The 3-eyed demon god leaned down with a grin, ready to crush Yuming like a mere insect. However, at that moment, the rain god appeared, trembling as she stretched out her hands to shield Yuming. Seeing this, Yuming felt a surge of sorrow and spat out more blood, then weakly pleaded, Rain god, please go. You are no match for him. But the rain god remained still, gazing calmly at the 3-eyed demon god. Heh, such weak gods, it's embarrassing for our divine race. The demon god chuckled and reached out to crush the rain god as if she were a mere ant. A look of determination flashed across the rain god's delicate face, and she grabbed her hairpin from behind. Her green tresses cascaded like a waterfall, enhancing her beauty. The 3-eyed demon god laughed. What? No, you can't defeat me, trying to seduce me with your looks. But before he could finish speaking, the rain god bit down on her hair, and as the hairpin fluttered in the wind, it transformed into a sword in a blink of an eye. Without hesitation, she struck out with the sword. Both in terms of timing and technique, the rain god displayed the characteristics of a novice in swordsmanship. The demon god chuckled. Little god, are you trying to be funny? Before he could finish his sentence, a formidable sword intent shot forth, aimed directly at the demon god. Impossible, how can you? The 3-eyed demon god shrieked in horror, trying to dodge the attack. But the sword intent was like a decree from the heavens, unstoppable. With a crack, the sword intent shattered the demon god's form. One sword. This powerful 3-eyed demon god was obliterated. Yuming stared blankly, trembling uncontrollably. He recognized the sword intent. This is Mr. Zu's sword intent. The rain god nodded, then collapsed, utterly exhausted, abandoning the sword, which reverted back to a hairpin. On that day, aided by Mr. Zu's sword intent, the rain god intervened and destroyed the demon god. This single sword act reignited memories, Mr. Zu's invincibility in many minds. Quietly, many ponder if the once unrivaled Mr. Zu could return to drive these audacious deities and demons back to where they belonged. But where was he now? The secret realm of Cha operation, the original way of heaven. Brilliant lights were constantly surging towards the center. The immensely huge gem of Cha operation, at this moment, had already been exhausted. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight up into the sky, and then a figure soared into the sky. Soon after, the heavens and earth trembled, as layers of heavenly chains frantically surged, attempting to securely bind this person. But this person simply uttered a soft shout, "Get lost. Dare to come near, I'll destroy your way of heaven." With this rebuke, all the chains instantly disappeared, and the heavens and earth fell silent. The one who emerged was Zuan. He stood in the sky, looking down at the entire secret realm. On the ground, Liukaki and others who had been waiting anxiously were all shocked. Even though Zuan was standing so far away, under the immense pressure of Cha operation, it made people want to bow in worship involuntarily. It was in this moment that all the members of the Hua clan in the entire secret realm suddenly felt a clarity of mind, as if a layer of gloom had been dispelled, and they had become transparent. Many young members of the Hua clan who were originally geniuses, but unable to cultivate due to restrictions in the rules, after the dispelling of this gloom, shone with brilliance and directly entered the realm of cultivation. Fox Knight, who had been silently waiting, also appeared in the sky at this moment. He looked at Zuan, who had a solemn expression and cold glint in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel surprised. "What's wrong, Zuan?" and shook his head. "Nothing. I just saw a few images." Fox Knight wisely closed his mouth, knowing that if Zuan didn't want to say, asking would be useless. At this moment, Zuan was furious to the point of madness. Just before leaving Seclusion, he suddenly saw a few images in the Cha Operation Gem. These images were clearly handed down from ancient times, and judging from the backgrounds, they were events that took place on Earth. The scenes recorded in these images were extremely bloody and cruel. There were countless ancestors of the Hua clan being massacred by several races. The cruelty of this slaughter even spared no children. This alone was enough to make Zuan furious. And finally, in Zuan's mind, a passage in ancient seal script suddenly appeared. It was this passage that stirred up an overwhelming urge to kill Zuan. The meaning of the words was simple. In this calamity, the Cha operation of the myriad realms was originally seized by our Hua clan. But several major races in the heavens did not want to see the Hua clan grow stronger, so they conspired together and suddenly attacked the Hua clan. In this battle, the Hua clan suffered heavy losses without warning. The people were slaughtered to the brink of extinction, and the Cha operation was divided among these major races. Helpless, the great Hua clan leaders at that time, in order to preserve the bloodline of the Hua clan, forcefully broke apart and all transformed into the heavenly laws on Earth, cutting off the communication between heaven and Earth. This prevented those gods and demons from descending, buying time for the Hua clan to catch their breath. And in the end, this unknown great Hua clan leader wrote in blood and tears, "To the descendants of my Hua clan, remember this deep blood debt left behind by the Hua clan who die at the hands of these major races." All of this raised Zuan's hair on end, and the murderous intent in his heart even affected the celestial phenomena in this realm, causing the sky to be filled with heavy snowflakes. Fox Knight felt something, but out of respect for his friend, he just gently patted Zuan's shoulder. "All right, no matter what happens, my Chinku Fox clan will stand by your side. That's my promise to you." Zuan looked at Fox Knight, his eyes gradually warming, then smiled. "I thought you had already left. After all, this clone of yours is on the verge of collapse at any moment." Fox Knight shrugged. "The commotion caused by your absorption of Cha operation is too great. I'm afraid this side of heaven won't be able to shield it. In case strong beings from the heavens come, I'll wait here. Now that you've left Seclusion, I should be going." "So soon?" Fox Knight smiled bitterly, nodding. "Yes. The elders have sent out many guards to look for me everywhere, and Fox Shusha has already returned to deliver a message. I need to go back and see what's going on. At the same time, I plan to figure out a way to resurrect a girl. Is it the soul fragment you carry with you, Zuan?" and asked. Fox Knight nodded. "Her name is Abao, Zuan," and patted his shoulder. "All right, take care, brother." Fox Knight shivered. "Hey, that doesn't sound like you." Zuan chuckled and scolded. "Get lost. Do I have to insult you to be happy? You scoundrel." Fox Knight grinned. "Zuan, I'll be waiting for you in the myriad realms of the heavens." With that, his clone began to disintegrate and shatter, and a strand of divine thought passed through the layers of heaven, disappearing into this realm. Zuan watched his departing figure, smiled faintly, then turned and descended to the ground. Liu Keki, Lianting, and others all gathered around. Well, Huaiwan was there, but Xiao Shui and others were nowhere to be seen. "Senior, General Shui has already returned to ancient Hua Kingdom with the other officers." With that, the face of Huaiwan showed a triumphant expression. After Zuan closed himself off, Fox Knight waited here and also dispersed the monsters in the Demon Mountain range. Also leaving were Xiao Shui and his group of real armored soldiers. The news of the Great Clan meeting had spread throughout the entire secret realm, causing a sensation. The sects and tribes that had once oppressed the Hua clan were all sleepless with fear, wanting to run away, while this great Hua clan figure was in seclusion. For example, the Wanderer Nation that had previously threatened ancient Hua Kingdom not to participate in the Great Clan meeting. But these people had never expected that Xiao Shui had already returned to ancient Hua Kingdom and started to reclaim debts one by one. No matter how strong the opponents were, under the assault of the armored soldiers, they had no chance, and were all slaughtered entirely. The Wanderer Nation ended up with the fate of being destroyed. These events couldn't help but invigorate Huaiwan, who had once been oppressed. Zuan merely smiled upon hearing this. Now that the operation of the myriad realms was entirely in his possession, the rise of the Hua clan was unstoppable, and these petty individuals were not worth mentioning. The goal of the Hua clan was not just to survive in this small world, but to expand beyond the stars and seas. Of course, these matters would be considered in the future. Zuan now felt somewhat restless, afraid that something might happen on Earth again. So after roughly handling the affairs in this realm, he prepared to return to Earth. Liu Keki and Lianting looked at each other, then hesitantly stepped forward and asked, "Master, Senior, should we go back with you?" Zuan smiled at their words. "You to stay here and organize things. I'll go back to take a look. And from now on, this realm should open up to Earth, making travel in and out convenient." Just as he spoke, Zuan suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelid, a strong premonition washing over him. It was Anian. Zuan's expression was startled for a moment, then an incredibly fierce killing intent rose, directly shaking the heavens and earth. Liu Keki and the others were frightened and retreated several steps, looking in at the stern-faced Zuan. Zuan wasted no time, and with a palm strike, cut through space, then disappeared directly from this realm. "My love, my daughter, wait for me. If anyone dares to harm a hair on your head, I will tear through the myriad realms of the heavens." Qingmang Town. Since the chaos of the world began, the once peaceful town has become restless. Those with some connections have already left, leaving only a few lonely and impoverished people living with a mindset of simply getting by. However, what no one expected was that Qingmang Town remained peaceful for some time, as if the gods and demons deliberately overlooked this town. Even passing gods and demons would avoid this town from afar. This made all the residents of the town grateful, believing that the local land gods or other deities were protecting this town. Upon hearing this, Xiao scoffed, "If it weren't for my dragon's protection, would those gods and demons spare this town? Yet they thank the gods. What a bunch of fools." Upon hearing Xiao's complaint, Anian just smiled and said, "Well, these people don't even know of your existence. Besides, do you want to sit all day on the altar being worshipped by incense?" Hearing this, Xiao thought about sitting on the altar, daily engulfed in incense, unable to even eat a roasted chicken, and shuddered, shaking her head repeatedly. "I wouldn't want that, but you know, it's not bad this way either. You protect one side in peace, and they are grateful to their gods in their hearts, to not interfering with each other." Anian nodded in agreement. During this time, Anian had been staying in a hotel, watching over her sister Anking step by step. She found that although Anking was in a deep sleep, the cocoon on her body seemed to be growing and transforming every day. Though unsure if it was a blessing or a curse, it at least proved that Anking was still alive, which made Anian breathe a slight sigh of relief. Due to the road being cut off and chaos everywhere, there were no tourists coming, so the hotel had already closed down. Zuan followed Anian around every day, patrolling different places to prevent any evil spirits from causing trouble. Everything was calm, until one day, when several cars arrived, shattering the town's peace. It was a convoy consisting of 7 or 8 Humvees, which arrogantly crashed through the roadblocks at the town entrance and drove to the central square of the town. The loud roar of the engines drew the attention of many people, but no one dared to go out and see what was going on. At the same time, the door of the late Humvee opened, and a man in a suit with slicked back hair and a powdered face hurriedly got out of the car, then ran to the front of the vehicle in the middle and respectfully opened the door. A young man, looking arrogant and haughty, slowly stepped out of the car, surveying his surroundings with a cold, stern smile on his face. "Indeed, there is a dragon's aura here, but it's quite chaotic. It should be a mixed-blood dragon," he remarked before turning to the man with slick back hair and a powdered face and asked, "Is this the hometown of someone named Zuan, as you mentioned?" The man with slick back hair and powdered face nodded quickly. "Young Master Long. Yes, this is Zuan's hometown. His wife and child currently live here." The young Master Long nodded slightly. "Your information is correct. Although he's a mixed-blood dragon, there's still some gain. But it seems like you really hate this Zuan." The man with slick back hair hung his head, his eyes flickering with extremely bitter resentment, saying, "Young Master Long, this Zuan was extremely arrogant in the past and insisted on killing me in public. My father had to offer up a cherished wild ginseng to save my life. However, my family, the Lin family, was then targeted by that despicable Ching, leading to bankruptcy and eventual ruin. My father died in depression. All of this was due to Zuan. How can I not hate him? Yes. This man with slicked back hair and powdered face was the same Lin Finglin who had been taught a lesson by Zuan in the past. At that time, Zuan had just returned, only to encounter him on the road. After a mocking session by Lin Finglin, Zuan not only gave him a good beating but also led to the downfall of the Lin family, ending in tragedy. However, Lin Finglin did not leave Beijing but instead bided his time, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. As time passed, the influence of the Qin family grew, and Zuan's reputation soared. The legendary rumors surrounding Zuan made Lin Finglin more and more despondent. Just when he thought avenging himself was hopeless, the world suddenly changed, and gods and demons descended. This greatly delighted Lin Finglin, who threw caution to the wind, seeking to take advantage of the situation. This led him to meet the young master of the dragon clan. The formidable power of this young dragon made Lin Finglin ecstatic, hoping to take down Zuan for his revenge. However, after inquiries, Lin Finglin found out that Zuan had been missing since New Year's, with no news of his whereabouts. However, he learned that Zuan's wife and child were in Qingmang town, protected by a very powerful guardian. Thus, under various instigations, Lin Finglin, the young master of the dragon clan, came with him. At that moment, the young master looked around, a cold smile on his face, and his eyes suddenly brightened, a powerful aura spreading. Meanwhile, Xiao, who was eating roasted chicken in the hotel room, suddenly stood up. Lord Xiao, what's wrong? Ziyu hurriedly asked. Xiao's face turned extremely solemn. Do not let the lady and the two young ladies come out. With that, she broke through the glass of the room and instantly flew to the square. When the young master long caught sight of Xiao's appearance, he was slightly taken aback, then smiled rather smugly and arrogantly. As expected, it's actually formed by a local water dragon. He remarked casually. Who are you? Why are you here in my Qingmang town? Xiao asked coolly. The young master Lon shook his head, chuckling lightly, his eyes suddenly transforming into draconic eyes as he used an authoritative tone. I am the third young master of the Sky Dragon clan, a mixed-blood dragon. Do you not kneel before me? With this command, Xiao felt a sudden surge of pressure all over her body, and she couldn't help but feel her knees wanting to bend involuntarily. Bloodline suppression. A phenomenon present among the demons. If your bloodline is nobler and more powerful than the other parties, you can issue commands to lower-level demons. However, faced with this scene, Xiao roared, I don't care if you're the third or fourth young master. Trespassers in my territory will die. Saying this, Xiao managed to break free from the bloodline suppression and rush towards the young dragon. With a loud clap of her hands, Xiao approached the young master Long, surprising him, who then sneered, to break free from my suppression. Your bloodline is interesting, but that's all there is to it. With these words, he casually waved his hand. Xiao felt a tremendous force hitting her, sending her flying and about to crash into a building. A hand from behind caught her. Xiao, are you okay? A gentle female voice came. Xiao turned to see it was Anyan. Madam, why are you here? Xiao was deeply concerned. The strength of this young master Lon was extremely terrifying, and she was not his match. Anyan's appearance could be very dangerous. Interesting, I didn't expect to find such a stunning woman in this mortal world. Long Sen licked his lips, his eyes filled with desire. Long inherently had a lecherous nature. Moreover, he was a powerful member of the dragon clan with celestial dragon blood running through his veins, making him possessive when it came to beauty. And Yan furrowed her brow, feeling uncomfortable with the demeanor and words of Lon San. Who are you people? Why did you break into Qingmang town and injure Zisha? Before Lon San could speak, Lin Feng sneered. And Yan, this is the great Lord Lon San of the Celestial Dragon clan, and I have been old classmates with your husband, Zuan, for many years. Lin Feng emphasized the words old classmates with a tone full of concealed resentment. As for why we came, I heard your husband has been missing for a long time, so I didn't want you to feel lonely and specially came over. Before he could finish, Yan was already furious, exclaiming, shameless, and then moved towards Lin Feng, raising her hand for a slap. If that slap landed, it would have left Lin Feng disabled at best. However, at that moment, Long Sen casually made a move, and Yan felt a powerful force coming at her and had to quickly dodge the attack. Long Sen calmly said, If such delicate and beautiful features are damaged, it would be truly heartbreaking. But as long as you behave, I won't harm you. After all, I am very good at cherishing beautiful things. And Yan's eyes were filled with icy killing intent as she didn't say a word and directly made her move. Zi shot in the air, was also furious, finding the disrespectful behavior towards her mistress intolerable. Therefore, without hesitation, she also rushed forward. One person and one dragon joined forces to attack this third son of the Celestial Dragon clan. Faced with such a combined attack, Long Sen just laughed. It's useless. Even if I stand still, you can't defeat me. With that, Long Sen's skin surface appeared with a layer of shimmering dragon scales. Dang. And Yan's palm struck Long Sen's head, but it barely affected him, and instead, she was thrown back by the force. Zisha's kick to Long Sen's back made her retreat a few steps herself. Long Sen laughed triumphantly. I told you, you were no match for me. Just surrender. And Yan's face was as calm as water as she took out a frying pan from her mustard seed ring. Long Sen was first surprised and then laughed even louder. You brought a frying pan. What? Do you think you can't defeat me and just want to make me laugh? Before he could finish his sentence, Yan charged towards him and swung the pan. Long Sen was unimpressed and even sneered. If you can move me with this pan, I will write my name backward from now on. Bang! A loud noise accompanied by a dazzling electric light. Initially disdainful, Long Sen was directly knocked back and electrified in midair, smoking. It wasn't until he landed that the electric light gradually dissipated. However, Long Sen now had lost his composure and his dragon scales were no longer shimmering but had many charred marks. You can actually release heavenly thunder. What exactly is this frying pan you're holding? Long Sen stared at Yan, asking in a cold tone. Yan raised her hand and said calmly, as you've said before, it's just a frying pan. Long Sen's expression changed, gradually returning to normal before smiling sinisterly. Good. I was originally thinking of slowly subduing you. But since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Long Sen's figure appeared directly behind Yan, reaching out to grab her neck. Yan was shocked and did her best to dodge the attack but was slightly too slow. A strong wind grazed her earlobe, drawing a drop of blood. Mistress! Zisha's eyes widened with anger, transforming into her true form and charged at Long Sen. Initially surprised, Long Sen then smirked. Just a mixed-blood dragon, able to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It seems I've hit the jackpot this time. With that, Long Sen's hands moved, and a sigil exuding dragons might appear in the air. Dragon Seal. Advanced dragon clans could communicate with heaven and earth through the power of true words, and this dragon seal was one of their methods. By now, Zisha had come close, about to breathe out dragon flames. But at that moment, the dragon seal glowed brightly and imprinted directly on Zisha's forehead. Crack! A crisp sound. Countless thin chains of light extended from the symbol, wrapping around Zisha's body and tightening abruptly. Doom! Zisha fell to the ground, unable to move. However, she still struggled, trying with all her might. But every struggle only made the chains tighten further, eventually cutting through Zisha's dragon scales, digging into her flesh and oozing fresh blood. Zisha! Yan cried out in alarm. It's useless. Once caught in my dragon trapping spell, even if you are the heavenly dragon, you must surrender. Long Sen said with composure, then turned to Yan. Her life is in my hands now. One word from me, and she be strangled to death. But if you submit to me. Yan was surrounded by a murderous aura, about to speak. Bastard! How dare you treat Lady Zisha like this? Die! With a shout, Zhang Xiaoyu flew in from a distance, various octopus tentacles lunging toward Long Sen. Long Sen didn't even flinch, casually waving his hand, cutting off most of Zhang Xiaoyu's tentacles. Zhang Xiaoyu cried out in pain and nearly fell from midair. Furious, Zisha, trapped, shouted, You idiot, who asked you to come? Zhang Xiaoyu, eyes filled with tears, said, I saw Lady Zisha trapped and wanted to come save you. I didn't need your help, get Lady back and leave. Zisha roared. Long Sen casually clapped his hands. TSK, even aquatic monsters have shown up. Since you're here, let's make you both ingredients for our hot pot. With that, Long Sen prepared to attack. At the same time, two tiny figures flew in quickly. Mommy, Zisha, to two little girls, Xiang and Nianian, exclaimed. They were ready to lend their mother a hand against the evildoer. "What's going on?" Long Sen exclaimed in surprise and looked up. At that moment, the stars and moon in the sky were swirling, and a huge spatial gate gradually appeared. Long Sen's expression became serious, as he could vaguely sense the tremendous terrifying power hidden behind this spatial gate. And Yan suddenly realized something, trembling uncontrollably. Zisha strained to lift her head to look at the sky and murmured, "It's the master is back." Just then, the spatial gate slowly opened. A figure suddenly emerged and stood at the top of the sky. As this figure appeared, even the stars and moon bowed down. Under such powerful majesty, the entire sky and earth seemed to stagnate, enveloped in silence. The first to break the silence were two young voices. "It's Dad. Dad's back." Xiang and Nianian cheered and jumped with Zhou, and Yan couldn't stop her tears, cascading like a flood. Lin Feng trembled all over, his face turning pale in an instant. Could it be that he really came back? As if in response to his question, there was a flash of light, and Zuan's figure appeared in front of his two daughters, embracing them. Xiang and Nianian, excited, hugged Zu, and tightly, each giving him a kiss. "Dad, you're finally back. We missed you so much." "Yes. Dad, why did you leave for so long this time?" Looking at the tearful faces of his two daughters, Zuan felt his heart ache, not knowing what to do, and could only say softly, "Dad was wrong. I won't leave for so long again in the future." "Yet." The two girls obediently nestled in Zuan's arms, refusing to let go. Then Zuan looked at Yan and smiled slightly. "Yan, I'm back." And Yan nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's good that you're back." Zuan was originally smiling, but suddenly his expression turned cold as he noticed something. "Yan, what's the injury on your ear? What happened?" And Yan was taken aback, then touched her ear, saying, "There's an injury," because the scratch was so slight that she hadn't even noticed it. Meanwhile, Zisha, trapped by the dragon symbol, shouted loudly, "Boss, Lady Master was injured by this guy. I saw it with my own eyes." The two young girls also pointed at Long Sen and said, "Dad, this big villain is really bad. He grabbed Zisha and even cut off Zhang Xiaoyu's leg. Yet, he also bullied Mom, saying he wanted to take her away." Zuan listened quietly, glanced at Long Sen, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng on the side. "Lin Dasha, long time no see," Zuan said lightly. Lin Feng trembled all over, subconsciously took a few steps back, his face full of fear, trying to say something but unable to speak. At that moment, Long Sen suddenly began to clap lightly, then said mockingly, TSK, no matter how capable you are, the way you appeared is indeed quite majestic." Only then did Lin Feng remember that he had brought a great master with him this time, so he quickly said, "Young master." Long Sen waved his hand, then looked arrogantly at Zuan and said, "So, you are Zuan?" Zuan looked at him calmly, then after a moment, said, "From now on, I'll give you 10 breaths to live." Long Sen laughed loudly at this. 10 breaths. "Zuan, I'm surprised by your cultivation as a golden immortal, but don't think that as a golden immortal, you can do whatever you want. In the eyes of my dragon clan, you gold immortals." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan shielded his daughter's perception and vanished before Long Sen. Long Sen's body suddenly felt his dragon scales exploding, sensing extreme danger and trying to dodge. Zuan reached out and directly grabbed his neck. Long Sen roared in anger, trying to break free. Zuan's expression remained cold, his eyes sharp, as he suddenly exerted force with his hand. Click! The bone-breaking sound made Long Sen realize that his cervical vertebrae had been forcefully broken by Zuan's single hand. Despite the powerful vitality of the Dragon Clan, Long Sen did not care about this injury. He even grinned and said, "It's useless, the Dragon Clan's bodies are nearly indestructible." Ow! Long Sen's pain cries echoed as Zuan reached out with his other hand, grabbing Long Sen's head, then exerting force with both hands. Bang! A muffled sound, akin to opening a bottle cap, was heard as Zuan ripped Long Sen's head off. Amidst the splattering blood, Long Sen, still alive, shouted in panic, "What's going on? Why can't I use any of my cultivation powers?" Long Sen had been futilely trying to counterattack, but no matter what he did, he couldn't unleash his powers. Zuan remained indifferent to Long Sen's cries. Meanwhile, Long Sen's headless body wriggled as if trying to regrow a head. Just as Long Sen had said, The innate bloodline of the dragon clan allowed their bodies to be extremely resilient, unable to be killed by ordinary injuries. Even if you cut them into pieces bit by bit, they might still regenerate. Hehe, Zuan, you are indeed impressive, but you can't kill me. Lan San's gradually forming head was shouting incoherently. Zu, and calmly stated, the last blow was to settle a debt from my wife. Now, die. With a wave of his hand, Zuan declared, karma, doom. Lan San's body was instantly frozen. Only the fear flickering in his eyes indicated that he was not a statue. With a command to reverse, cracks appeared all over Lan San's body, spreading rapidly before it shattered into dust and disappeared. This was the complete destruction of both soul and body, even erasing his existence from the world. In that moment, it had been exactly 10 breaths. Witnessing this, Lin Feng's vision darkened, almost fainting. He had thought that a powerful expert like Lan San would surely be able to eliminate Zuan, but unexpectedly, Lan San couldn't even last 10 breaths in front of Zuan. When Zuan looked at him, Lin Feng's face turned extremely pale, and he trembled as he said, Zuan, please, don't kill me, I have important information to share. Zuan raised his lips in a smirk. Important information? Yes, as long as you spare me, I can tell you the information right now. Zuan shook his head. No need. Zuan, Before he could finish, flames rose beneath him, quickly engulfing his entire body. Lin Feng screamed in extreme agony. Zuan, you're so ruthless. Zuan watched silently as Lin Feng burned, saying calmly, when you targeted my family, you should have been prepared for a death without a burial site, and this is just the beginning. As the flames dispersed, Lin Feng had long turned into ashes, with only a dim light floating in the air. This was the remaining fragment of Lin Feng's soul. Zuan took it, glanced at it, slightly stunned, then a cold smile appeared on his lips as he casually crushed the soul fragment into powder. At the same time, with the demise of Lan San, the dragon binding charm on Xiao Xiao dissipated, and she sat up from the ground, reverting back to human form. Boss. Zu, and nodded, how bad are your injuries? Xiao Xiao chuckled. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. Despite her words, Xiao Xiao's face was still very pale. The dragon binding charm was a malicious spell specifically used to deal with dragons. Once affected, it was difficult to remove, like maggots on bone. Zuan didn't say anything, just pointed casually. Xiao Xiao felt as if a giant stone pressing on her chest had been lifted, her chi instantly flowing smoothly, and her injuries starting to heal. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shudder. Boss went out and seems to have gotten a lot stronger. It seems like I should follow Boss out more often in the future, or else staying at home all the time will make me fall behind in strength. Xiao Xiao pondered to herself as Zhang Xiaoyu approached. Lady Xiao Xiao, are you okay? Xiao Xiao looked at the equally grim-faced Zhang Xiaoyu and suddenly felt annoyed. Stupid, what did you run over for just now? Couldn't you tell how powerful that guy was? You dared to intervene. What if something happened? Zhang Xiaoyu was so scolded by Xiao Xiao that tears welled up in her eyes, kept her head down and dared not speak. After a moment, Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and then somewhat awkwardly asked, what about your tentacles? Will it be alright with so many broken? Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly chuckled. Lady Xiao Xiao, a squid's tentacles can regenerate. Usually when I'm bored, I pull them myself to play. Of course, there's no problem. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, then her eyes lit up. So you mean we can have hot pot with them? Zhang Xiaoyu. These two demons muttered to each other on the side. Zu, and smiled, then hugged the two daughters and returned to the hotel with Yan. When he saw Ching lying on the bed, covered in cocoons, Zuan's eyes flickered, lost in thought, and Yan was a little worried. Husband, what's wrong with Kinger? Is there any danger? Zuan smiled at her words and shook his head. Nothing. Not only nothing, but this will also be a great opportunity for her. Great opportunity, and Yan was somewhat surprised. Zu, and nodded, and Ching once fused with the bloodline of the queen of the bug race in the bug clan's secret realm, but after all, humans and bugs are different, and this bloodline's power only manifested superficially and did not truly merge. But this time, due to a fortunate coincidence, because King's soul was hit, the bug bloodline began to actively merge within King's soul for the first time to protect its host. That's why she is covered with cocoons. She is in the process of metamorphosis. If the metamorphosis is successful, she will be the first person to possess the bloodline of the bug queen in a human body. An explanation from Zuan left Yan somewhat bewildered, But hearing that Ching was okay, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, as long as her sister was fine, that was enough. Just as she was secretly relieved, Yen felt a strong hand pulling her into an embrace. Yen stiffened, her face turning red. The kids and Zuan are all outside. Yen's voice sounded like a mosquito cry. Zuan smiled mischievously, leaning down to her ear and said something. Yen blushed as if she was about to bleed, glaring at Zuan. Nuisance. Zuan chuckled and suddenly hugged Yen, whispering, "Yanner, don't be afraid, I'm back." Yen stiffened and then completely softened in Zuan's embrace. "I'm not afraid, because I know you will come back, but I'm very sad." Saying this, Yen's body trembled slightly. Tenu Dai, the soul self-destructed to exterminate the evil god. The others from the Fire Phoenix were also injured. King Er's life and death are uncertain. The whole world is in chaos, and countless innocent people die. Thinking about all this makes me sad. Hearing this, Zuan's eyes flashed with a hint of light, just quietly hugging Yen, not saying a word. When he returned to this world just now, he had already felt the disorder and unusual nature of the world's check. It was like someone had unlocked the shackles of this world, and the long-suppressed spiritual energy surged out, making everything restless. At the same time, Zuan also sensed many powerful auras. At that moment, Zuan understood that the world that had been sealed off by the powerful beings of Huazu was now restored, allowing gods and demons to descend freely. This inevitably attracted the covetous eyes of many gods and demons, and among them, there were probably many malicious characters who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. In short, the situation had become very complicated. That was why Zuan felt so guilty and heartbroken for Yen. The girl had been waiting in Qingmang town for his return amid such turmoil. It was so foolish that it was heartbreaking. Thinking of this, Zuan lightly kissed Yen's forehead and then said softly, "All right, Yanner. Don't be sad anymore. Now that I'm back, I won't let any of these descending gods and demons get away." As for Don Niu, Zuan sighed softly, and Yen looked up, her eyes wet. Looking at Zuan, "Is there any way to bring him back to life, Zu?" and rubbed her head. "If my guess is correct, there should be a glimmer of hope, but I don't know if it will work." And Yen hugged Zuan's waist, burying her head in his chest. "My husband will definitely find a way, because in my eyes, he can do anything." Zuan smiled at her words, then gently pinched Yen's cheek. "Although it's too early to say that now, it's not wrong." And Yen whimpered, burying her head in Zuan's arms like an ostrich, refusing to show her face. The two quietly enjoyed the warmth and joy of reuniting after a long absence. After a while, Yen gently asked, "Husband, what are you planning to do next?" Zuan said lightly, "First, we go to Beijing." "Go to Beijing? Why are you going there?" And Yen was surprised. A cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes. "Some jumping clowns have all emerged this time, and I will just clean them up." At this moment, Tang Zhuaner and two little maids were chatting outside. "Aunt Zhuaner, why haven't Mom and Dad come out yet?" Nan blinked her big eyes, asking with some confusion, Well, maybe they are discussing something important." Tang Zhuaner's cheeks turned slightly red as she said softly, Aunt Zhuaner, why is your face red?" Nan asked. "Is it?" Tang Zhuaner quickly touched her cheek and then cleared her throat, saying, "Maybe it's because of the heat." "Is it really hot?" Nan looked puzzled and then nodded seriously. "Very hot. So I guess Mom and Dad are doing something inside the house." Tang Zhuaner looked at the mischievous Nan and suddenly felt a little flustered. She was about to change the topic when she heard Nan solemnly whisper in her ear, "Mom and Dad must be sneaking ice cream. They're afraid we'll see them, so they haven't come out yet." Hearing this, Tang Zhuaner couldn't help but chuckle, then felt her face flush. What was she just overthinking about? Nan was just a child. At this moment, Nan was determined. "No, I'm going to knock on the door. I want to eat ice cream too." And she was about to go knock on the door. Tang Zhuaner was about to stop her when the door opened, and Yen walked out from inside. "Mom, are you and Dad sneaking ice cream just now?" Nan pouted and asked. What ice cream?" And Yen brushed her hair and asked, puzzled. "Big sister said you must be sneaking ice cream. I want some too." Nan held out her chubby little hand, looking expectantly, and Yen felt a mix of amusement and tenderness at the same time. The two little maids had been so well behaved during this period, never mentioning their father in front of her and playing quietly on their own every day. And since Zuan left, the two of them hadn't eaten any ice cream. Nan had once told her secretly that eating ice cream made her think of her father, so they didn't eat it. This made Yan deeply sad. Now that Zuan had finally returned, the two little maids became lively again, which made Yan happy. Zuan also walked out of the room at this time. After hearing what had happened, tears of love and joy welled up in Zuan's eyes, and he immediately brought out several large boxes of ice cream. Here, let's have some ice cream together. Okay. The father and daughters each took a box and enjoyed the ice cream, and Yan watched with a smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace. After finishing the ice cream and playing with the two daughters for a while, Zuan got up. Are you leaving? And Yan asked. Zu, and nodded. Be careful on the way. And Yan thought Zuan was asking her to wait there as usual. Zuan smiled and shook his head. Come with me. Huh, but ... And Yan was about to ask about Kinger and the others. How would they all go together? Zu, and reached out, and a delicate and translucent small building appeared in his palm. The small building was only the size of a palm, exquisitely shaped and floating above Zuan's palm, emitting a shimmering light. What is this? And Yan asked. This is a talisman treasure obtained from a true immortal's legacy. Although it's an incomplete version, it's still a rare treasure. Zuan raised his hand, and the small building suddenly grew larger, reaching a height taller than a person. This talisman can condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it's very safe. Let Kinger, Xian, Nan, and Zuan enter it, and they can follow along. The two little maids were already wide-eyed, looking as if they had discovered some new toe, and walked up to touch it. With a flash of golden light, their figures shrank, and they appeared inside the small building. Wow, Mom and Dad, it's so beautiful inside. Aunt Zuan, come and play with us. Xiang inside happily called out. Tang Zuan hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward, and like the two little maids, entered the small building. It's truly magical, and Yan exclaimed in amazement. Do you like it, Zu? And asked calmly. Yes, this is a gift I specially brought back for you. And Yan slowly opened her eyes wide. But ... what should I use this for, Zu? And smiled. It can be used as a vanity building for grooming. If someone who knew the inside story were present, they would probably be shocked. A talisman treasure, a precious artifact in the major sects of the myriad worlds, was casually given by Zuan to his wife as a grooming building. This was a public display of affection, right? However, this talisman treasure was not just for dwelling inside. It actually had a very inconspicuous additional function. Its real purpose should be on the battlefield. That was when it could transform into a terrifying killing machine. And Yan then placed Kinger inside the talisman treasure, Zuan learned how to use it for storage. Zuan did not leave. She needed to guard this place, so Zuan left a sword in tent behind. With this sword in tent, this place could be protected without worries. After that, Zuan and Yan turned into streams of light and flew towards the North River. The slaughter of gods and demons began. North River. Qin's mansion. Qin Yu walked out of the room with a stern expression. Her grandfather Qin Yuan, Ten Xiaoyu, also coldly said, My father was right. These guys are despicable, selling their souls to demons and harming innocent people. Ten Xiaoyu cannot coexist with them. Qin Yu looked at everyone, took a deep breath, and trembled as she said, In that case, the Qin family thanks you all. As everyone headed downstairs to drive to the negotiation site, an inconspicuous car parked on the side of the road. Dufin got out of the car and quickly walked over to Qin Yu with a serious expression. I just received news that the Shijia family in the provincial capital has suddenly betrayed and, catching everyone off guard, has swept through the city. All of the Qin family's forces have been eliminated, and Feng Jiaxi from the Feng family is missing. It is also said that Shai Hao from the Shijia family has been detained, and the rebel is supposed to be the head of the Shijia family, Shai Dong. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu's face changed drastically. Shai Dong, that old fox, has actually betrayed us at this time. The crowd was also filled with indignation. Only Qin Yuan remained calm, saying calmly, This is not surprising. For people like Shai Dong, loyalty is not as important as self-interest. With demons and monsters gaining power, he naturally harbored thoughts of rebellion. At this point, Qin Yu was already at a loss and asked with a hint of panic, Grandfather, what should we do now? Losing the provincial capital was a fatal blow for the already struggling Qin family, meaning they had even fewer bargaining chips at the negotiating table. That's why Qin Yu was so frantic. Qin Yuan, however, remained calm. For someone who started from scratch and had weathered numerous storms, maintaining composure in the face of any situation was always his top priority. When the enemy comes, block them like a wall of soil. Regardless of how strong the opponent is, never let them easily see through your cards. Understand? Qin Yuan said lightly. Qin Yu was in a daze for a moment, then nodded deeply. I understand. Let's go. Let's go. With that, Qin Yuan took the first step forward, his back, which had experienced decades of vicissitudes, still upright as a sword. The negotiation was held in a high-end hotel in Beijing. Of course, due to the chaotic state of the world, the hotel had long been closed. However, when the people arrived, they found someone waiting at the entrance, silently leading the way. After seeing them, Tan Dong whispered to his daughter, "Do you see it?" Tan Xiaoyu, with a heavy expression, nodded silently. It should be a master of the heavenly realm. A master of the heavenly realm has been sent to be a doorman. Is Qin Qian's power really that strong now? Tan Dong furrowed his brow slightly, his face showing concern. In the hotel's conference room, when the people entered, Qin Tia, seated at the head, only glanced up briefly and continued to play with the lighter in his hand leisurely. The crowd stood in silence. Qin Yuan stood at the forefront and said calmly, "Qin Tia, no need for pleasantries. What exactly do you want? Let's get straight to the point." Qin Tia chuckled. "Qin Yuan, you truly haven't changed. When I was the general manager in the company back then, you were like this, and you're still the same now. Always in that giver's posture." Qin Yu's face changed slightly, about to speak, but Qin Yuan gently shook his head, signaling her not to speak. "All right then. Since you want to lay everything on the table, I'll tell you. What I want is everything belonging to the Qin family." With that, Qin Qian's face showed a fierce expression. Qin Yuan remained silent for a moment before saying, "Qin Tia, do you think this demand is feasible?" Qin Tia snorted, leaned back in his chair, and stared at Qin Yuan. "Qin Yuan, my dear uncle, I don't think you've realized this yet, but this is not a negotiation of equals. You are begging me right now. Hand over everything obediently, and I can spare your lives. If not..." As Qin Qian's voice trailed off, strong demonic energy surged in the corner of the conference room, with a powerful force peering at everyone. Tan Dong, Tan Xiaoyu, and others stepped forward, blocking Qin Yuan and the rest. Qin Yuan waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to retreat, then spoke in a deep voice. "Qin Tia, have you really sold yourself to the devil? Hehe. What do you mean by selling oneself to the devil? Qin Yuan, haven't you realized it yet? The world has changed. Deities have descended, and the future world will be dominated by them. We humans can only survive by becoming slaves to these deities. It's a fair exchange, as you once taught me." Qin Tia became impatient. "Now, give me an answer. Surrender or not. Otherwise, if it were someone else negotiating with you, they wouldn't be as accommodating." Qin Yuan's face remained calm. He was about to speak, when a figure gradually emerged in the chair next to Qin Tia. A cold and arrogant voice rang out. "Qin Tia, Miss Longa is quite dissatisfied with your progress in Beijing." Everyone was stunned because the voice sounded familiar. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Tia immediately stood up beside Qin Tia. Then, the person turned to everyone with a sinister smile. "Long time no see, everyone." Qin Yu was the first to recognize the newcomer, gritting her teeth as she said, "Han Ming, it's you." Yes, the one who had secretly admired Fin Manchu, conflicting repeatedly with Zuan, resulting in the expulsion of the entire family, and whose whereabouts were unknown. Han Ming, the young master. However, at this moment, he appeared to be completely different from before. Intricate runes were imprinted on his forehead, his eyes had turned into vertical slit pupils like a reptile's, and he exuded a non-human aura all over his body. "Miss Qin still remembers me. I'm truly honored," Han Ming said faintly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Yu felt that Han Ming's gaze was so sinister and evil, causing her hair to stand on end, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. "Hehe, even the once dignified Miss Qin knows how to fear now," Han Ming sneered. At this moment, Tan Xiaoyu stepped forward, standing in front of Qin Yu, and said coldly, "What do you want, Han Ming?" Han Ming smiled sardonically. "What do I want? Of course, I want you and Miss Qin." Tan Xiaoyu snorted in anger, rushed over in a swift step, and lifted her leg to kick. Presently, Tan Xiaoyu had already reached the celestial realm, and her kick carried a deadly force. However, Han Ming didn't move at all. He simply reached out, grabbed Tan Xiaoyu's ankle, and then smirked, "Are you throwing yourself at me so eagerly?" With a sudden force, there was a crisp sound as Tan Xiaoyu's ankle was crushed. Tan Dong roared and charged forward. Han Ming casually threw him away, as if tossing aside some trash, sending Tan Xiaoyu flying. Tan Dong hurriedly caught his daughter, only to see that both of her legs were already crippled. In just a few moments, the highly skilled Tan Xiaoyu was defeated by Han Ming. The expressions of everyone turned extremely unpleasant. Qin Chia was about to say something when Han Ming calmly stated, "Miss Longa has said that from now on, I will be fully responsible for the Beijing." Qin Chia was taken aback, then respectfully said, "Yes." Han Ming then sneered at Qin Yu, "Miss Qin, when you helped that scoundrel Zhu and deal with my Han family in the past, did you ever think that this day would come?" Qin Yu snorted in anger, "Han Ming, everything that happened in the past is all your own fault. Not killing you is already letting you off easy. Do you not fear Mr. Zhu coming back to deal with you? Ha ha ha. How amusing. Still talking about Mr. Zhu at this point. That scoundrel Zuan is nowhere to be found. Probably long dead. In the future, this world will belong to our dragon clan, and you will now become the prey in my bed." Han Ming said with a ferocious look, instantly rushing towards Qin Yu, reaching out to grab her shoulder. While Qin Yu also practiced martial arts, compared to the half-human, half-dragon Han Ming, the gap was like heaven and earth. If this grab landed, a terribly tragic fate awaited Qin Yu. As for the others beside them, although they wanted to intervene, they were too late. Just then, suddenly a hand appeared in midair, followed by a snap of the fingers. The threatening Han Ming seemed to have collided head-on with a giant dragon, spewing blood and flying backwards until crashing into a wall, barely stopping. At the same time, a cold voice rang out, "Young Master Han, long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yu and the others were shocked, turning to see a handsome man standing proudly in the midst. Qin Yu cried tears of joy. It was Zuan. After arriving in Beijing with An Yan, he directly located this place through divine sense and rushed over. Qin Yu and Huaxing Yu and others all bowed. "Mr. Zhu." Zuan nodded slightly, then scanned the whole scene. When he saw the conflicted expression on Qin Qian's face, he sighed suddenly. "I suddenly realize, although killing cannot solve all problems, it can at least prevent many troubles. For example, these people, if they had been killed directly back then, we wouldn't be dealing with their troubles now." While reflecting, Han Ming emerged slowly from the broken wall, looking fierce, with the mark on his forehead glowing even redder. "Zuan, I can't believe you're still alive." Zuan looked at him and slightly furrowed his brow, "Betraying your soul, becoming an eternal dragon servant. Han Ming, you truly have a nerve." Han Ming chuckled weirdly, dragon scales appearing on his body. "Zuan, the dragon of heaven descends, the world to come belongs to the dragon race, and you are my first sacrifice." Saying this, Han Ming fully transformed into a strange half-human, half-dragon appearance, his aura reaching its peak as he roared and charged forward like a dragon. This imposing momentum made Qin Yu and the others pale in shock, especially Tan Dong, who exclaimed in disbelief, "A celestial being, it's a celestial being realm." Everyone's heart sank. Zuan was previously highly skilled, but only a half-step to celestial being, encountering Han Ming at celestial being realm. What would happen? All thoughts came to a halt there, because in the amazed gazes of everyone, Zuan rubbed his nose, suddenly sneezing. Achoo! With this one sneeze, the previously confident and intimidating Han Ming's body froze in midair. "Sorry, I've been a bit allergic lately," Zuan said, rubbing his nose. No one spoke. As Zuan finished speaking, Han Ming's body gradually turned to dust and disappeared completely. A sneeze had wiped out a dragon servant in the celestial being realm. This scene stunned everyone. Qin Qian's face was filled with horror. You. Zuan smiled slightly. "What's the matter?" Qin Qia was drenched in cold sweat, trembling, at a loss for words. "It seems there are no more doubts. Then you can go and die with them." Qin Qia was about to scream. Zuan casually waved his hand. Several sword beams shot through, and Qin Qian's head was severed. In his final moments, his face held a confused look, as if he couldn't believe Zuan would kill him so quickly. Qin Yu trembled with excitement, seeing Zuan's stature grow even taller in her eyes, because the people who had cornered the Qin family couldn't even withstand Zuan's sneeze. Such is the world where dark forces are easily defeated with a smile. Qin Yuan stepped forward, respectfully saying, Mr. Zhu, the situation in the provincial capital. Zuan waved his hand. I already know. No need to say more. Then he looked at the black lights escaping from the meeting room and flying towards the provincial capital, and said with a faint smile, Dragons 2 and 3. Doesn't it mean you still have a dragon 1? Lack of culture is really terrifying, even in naming. After that, Zuan calmly stated, You clean up the situation here in Beijing. Yes. Zuan soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light disappearing into the horizon. Qin Yuan and the others looked at each other. After a while, Waxing Yu smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhu should be a deity by now, right? Tan Xiaoyu, who had drunk the Heaven's Fate potion and was waiting to recover, had a complicated expression. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zhu is now golden immortal, an immensely powerful one. The crowd fell silent, a thought suddenly arising in their minds. Amidst the turbulent times of gods and demons, could the master turn the tide? In the provincial capital, Shaidan spoke obsequiously. Miss, the provincial capital has been completely pacified. After a while, the figure sitting in the chair turned around. This woman, not very old, with phoenix-like eyes that exuded charm. Shaidan shuddered all over, quickly lowering his head, not daring to look too much. Well done. When this country is completely pacified, I may consider making you a dragon servant like Han Ming. Enjoy eternal life. Shaidan was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Lana. You may leave now. Yes. Shaidan respectfully replied, then left the room. What's going on? Has the situation been stabilized on the north side of the river? Asked Lana calmly. Several dark figures uttered some extremely cryptic and difficult to understand syllables. Dragon language, a specialized language used among the dragon race to convey important information, capable of carrying a large amount of information, even able to conjure dynamic images in the mind of the listener. Lana was slightly taken aback, and after viewing the images in his mind, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. They actually killed my dragon slave. It seems to be a powerful golden immortal. Hey, quite interesting. With that, Lama waved his hand casually, and these dragon shadows disappeared once again into the darkness. Standing up, he walked to the window, overlooking the city with sparse lights, and said faintly, I wonder what that guy Long Sen is up to. He even has no presence anymore. What a waste. At the same time, Shai Dong returned home. Just as he entered his study, his daughter, Shai Julie, bursting with tears in her eyes and knelt down on the ground. Father, please release my brother. If you continue like this, he will come to harm sooner or later. Shai Dong's face turned stern. He slammed the table fiercely and shouted, What? Using this to threaten me? That rebellious son can die for all I care. Always talking back to me, saying that I will definitely regret it. Hey, if I hadn't surrendered in time, the Shai family would have been completely destroyed like the other prestigious families. But there's no but. Don't mention this matter again in the future, or else don't blame me for not being polite to you. Shai Julie looked at her father, whose face was full of ferocity, and felt a chill across her body. She didn't understand how things had come to this. Why would her usually kind father suddenly become so heartless, even imprisoning his own son? In the end, she reluctantly lowered her head and said, Yes. With that, she left the room. Looking back at her departing daughter, Shaidan slowly leaned back in his chair, his expression appearing cold, then unfathomable in the darkness. Family love. Hey, as long as one becomes a dragon slave, they possess endless life and formidable power. At that time, everything will be mine. Why care about this petty family love? At that moment, Shai Julie stumbled into the room where her brother was confined. The guards also had some complaints about the actions of the family's patriarch, Shai Dong, so they did not resist her entry. As she walked into the room, Shai Hao was chained, but he remained calm while reading the book. Brother, Shai Julie trembled. Shai Hao looked up at his sister, a faint smile appearing on his emaciated face. You went to see him again? Shai Julie nodded, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Shai Hao sighed softly. I've said it before. It's useless no matter who sees him. He is now deeply immersed in the pursuit of power and eternal life and cannot extricate himself. But his foolishness lies in actually believing in those descendants of gods and demons. In fact, as long as the Shai family closely follows Mr. Zhu, the rewards obtained will certainly be greater. But he can't see through it at all. even thinking that Mr. Zhu will not return. With a mocking smile, Shihao continued, I've said it before, he will definitely regret it. I look forward to that day. Brother, when do you think Mr. Zhu will return? Shihao shook his head. It may be a long time from now, or it may be now, but no matter when, he will return for sure. I have a premonition. This is also why Feng Chaos thinks the kid would rather escape than betray. After all, it's more dangerous to go against Mr. Zhu than against those gods and demons. Meanwhile, on a street in the provincial city, Feng Chaos, wrapped in tattered cloak, was slowly walking along the dark edge of the street. The once bustling city had now become desolate. In the distance, there were faint smirks of demons and cries of humans. Feng Chaos tightened his cloak and turned into an alleyway. Just walking a short distance, he heard the cries and pleas of a woman in the distance. Feng Chaos paused for a moment, then quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. After turning a few corners, he saw several demons wearing ancient armor surrounding a shivering girl. TSK. Not bad to find this kind of commodity here. These demons spoke shamelessly. The girl was already pale with fear. Then she turned her head and saw Feng Chaos, pleading in her eyes. The demons also noticed Feng Chaos at this moment. Get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Hurry up and leave. Yan. Get out of here. Don't ruin our fun. Feng Chaos meekly walked past with his head down. The girl's eyes gradually darkened, and she finally closed them in despair. At this moment, the demons had encircled her, reaching out to touch her. Suddenly, Feng Chaos turned back, holding two beer bottles he picked up from the ground and threw them towards the demons. Hey, you scoundrels, let go of that girl. The demons were angered. Oh, there's actually someone who's not afraid of death. Kill him. The girl, opening her eyes, screamed in despair. Big brother, run. You are no match for them. Feng Chaos threw off his cloak. Damn it, I want to run too, but how can I stand by and watch a little girl being bullied? I can't do it. With that, he picked up his machete that he carried with him and engaged in a fight with the demons. As the girl had warned, he was no match for them. After just a few exchanges, he was knocked to the ground. He also received a cut to his forehead, blood flowing down, tinting everything before him with a red hue. Damn, I thought they were tough, turns out they're just like that. One demon sneered, turning to continue harassing the girl. Feng Chaos, somehow finding strength, roared, "Fuck your grandma," and grabbed the leg of one demon. The demon, furious, raised his knife to swing at Feng Chaos's neck. The girl screamed in terror. Feng Chaos sighed inwardly. Damn it, not even getting a backup before dying. What a loss. At that moment, countless sword lights appeared in the sky above the city. Before anyone could react, these sword lights rained down, engulfing the entire city like a snowstorm from the sky. These demons, upon seeing these sword lights, trembled in fear, shouted in panic, and tried to flee. But as soon as they took a few steps, they were engulfed by the sword lights, then directly dissolved into nothingness. However, these sword lights did not harm Feng Chaos and the girl in the slightest. At the same time, a loud roar of anger echoed throughout the entire city, followed by a figure soaring straight into the sky. Which swordsman dares to destroy my Dragon Clan members? With these words, the figure directed to fierce palm strikes towards Zuan. The power was so strong, it seemed capable of moving mountains. However, Zuan didn't even glance at them, instead turning to Yan with a smile. Yanner, how long do you think it'll take for me to defeat this guy? Yan hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. I don't know. As the palm winds approached, Yan couldn't help but shout in whirring, "Husband!" Zuan didn't even turn his head, casually waving his hand. The intimidating palm winds completely dissipated, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Dragon II's heart sank, a flash of shock passing through her eyes. She had just been meditating in her room when she suddenly felt a terrifying sword intent envelop the entire city, instantly decimating countless monsters and demons. These monsters were all part of her Dragon Clan members who had descended with her, and now being wiped out naturally filled Dragon to with anger. So she immediately flew into the sky, not bothering to take a closer look, and directly struck out with two palms. In Dragonese view, although swordsmen were terrifying in swordsmanship, their physical bodies were usually fragile. Caught off guard, her two palms should have definitely seriously injured him. However, Dragon never expected that her angry strikes would easily be shattered by this young man. At this moment, Dragon stood in midair, closely observing Zuan. her expression constantly changing. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man looked familiar. Suddenly, she recalled the images reported by her dragon shadow spies. The person who killed Dragon Slayer Hongming seemed to be a young man. Though the image was blurry, it seemed to match the man before her, Zuan, and turned to her and smiled slightly. "Are you Dragon too?" Dragon 2 nodded slightly, her expression becoming solemn. "Yes, but I'm curious to know, who are you, swordsman? And why did you dare to decimate my dragon clan members?" In the myriad realms, strength was the ultimate decider. Zuan had now gained Dragonese respect through his power. "Your members, Zuan," and gestured at the city beneath their feet, saying lightly, "So, does this mean the slaughter of mortals was also at your behest?" Dragon 2 was briefly taken aback, then somewhat incredulously said, "Since you're a golden immortal, why should you care about a group of ants like mortals?" With a sincere smile on her face, she added, "I acted in the heat of the moment just now and hope for your understanding. If you are willing, the Dragon Clan is willing to form an alliance with you, to advance and retreat together in this chaos of the mortal world and strive for greater benefits. What do you say?" Seeing Zuan's strength, Dragon 2 had the intention of rallying and forming an alliance. After all, swordsmen were recognized as the most lethal force in the myriad realms. If they could bring Zuan into the Dragon Clan camp, it would be beneficial for their future development. "Oh, form an alliance with me? But I just slaughtered so many of your members," Zuan remarked casually. Dragon 2 smiled slightly, eyes flickering with a playful light. "If you are willing, what does the sacrifice of a group of members matter? They can be summoned down anytime." This was indeed Dragonese's plan. These monsters were cannon fodder on the battlefield, expendable resources. If they all die, Dragon 2 wouldn't feel a thing. As for the dragon slave named Hongming, he was even less worthy of mention. As long as they could recruit a strong force like Zuan, it would be worth it. Zuan chuckled, listening. "Your name is Dragon 2. Do you have a brother named Dragon I?" Dragon 2 was puzzled. Although she didn't understand the meaning behind Zuan's question, she nodded. "Yes, but not a brother. It's my elder sister. There are 9 of us siblings." Zuan nodded. "Truly, the dragon produces 9 sons. Your Excellency." Dragon 2 was about to say something more. Zuan's smile turned cold. Not understanding family planning and having so many descendants, but still attempting to meddle in the world. "Do you think that no one in the world can control you?" "You?" Dragon Eye's face darkened. "Who are you to speak? Today, I'll teach you how to behave like a good dragon." Stepping forward, Zuan crossed the vote and appeared directly in front of Dragon 2. At this moment, Dragon 2 was completely furious, giving respect by offering a toast but met with punishment with a cup, seeking death. As she raised her hand to strike, Zuan coldly smiled. Without waiting for the palm wind to hit him, he struck out with a palm of his own. With a resounding crack, Dragon 2 was sent flying by Zuan's strike, crashing directly into a tall building. Just then, this scene was witnessed by Stone Dong standing on the rooftop of Stone Family. He had sensed the unprecedented intent descending upon the provincial capital earlier, causing panic in his heart. It couldn't be. It must not be that person. He had long been dead. How could he possibly return? He kept reassuring himself with various reasons before quietly climbing to his rooftop. However, upon seeing the figure in the sky, Stone Dong couldn't help but feel dizzy. His whole body trembled with fear. It was really him. He didn't expect him to truly come back. Confused and terrified, Stone Dong's mind was in chaos. Just then, Dragon 2 made her entrance. Stone Dong clung to the hope that Dragon 2 could defeat Zuan. However, it seemed not even the gods answered his prayers, as Dragon 2 was swiftly sent flying by Zuan with a single strike. This filled Stone Dong with dread. But just then, the building, that had been partially shattered, suddenly trembled violently. A furious roar of a dragon echoed out. The rooftop fragmented, revealing a massive dragon head poking out, coiled around the skyscraper. Tears welled up in Stone Dong's eyes. "May Buddha bless us. Let Dragon 2 swallow Zuan alive." He murmured this prayer fervently. In her true form, Dragon 2 roared, compressing her body like a spring before rushing towards Zuan with immense force. This strike, full of power, caused the entire city to shudder. And Yan's face turned pale. "Husband." Zuan smiled slightly and calmly said, "Yanner, do you want to try dragon liver?" I've had my fill before, but now I suddenly feel like it's worth trying again." With that, Zuan's eyes gleamed, raising his fist and struck at the charging dragon the second's forehead. A thunderous crack echoed as the blow landed. You're not a swordsman. How is it possible to have such powerful body skills? Lana howled in pain. Zuan replied calmly, who told you I'm a swordsman? But your sword energy. Is using sword energy the sole qualification of a swordsman? You heavenly dragons are simply too foolish, Zuan said, grabbing the dragon's head with his other hand and forcefully swinging the massive dragon under the moonlight. Watching this scene, Shaidan felt chills down his spine, making a choking sound in his throat. At that moment, Zuan smiled menacingly at him from a distance. His voice sounded faintly in Shaidan's ears. Master Shai, I have a gift for you. With that, Zuan suddenly let go. Lana, whose body had already been shaken apart by Zuan, was thrown away. Shaidan trembled all over, wanting to run away. But how could he outrun Lana, who was thrown at full force by Zuan? There was a deafening crash. Lana's massive and sturdy body exploded like a bomb, completely destroying half of the Shai family. Despite achieving some progress in his cultivation in the past 2 years, Shaidan spat out blood from the impact, but didn't die. However, he couldn't escape since his lower body was completely crushed under the weight of Lana. Intense pain accompanied by regret made Shaidan vomit blood profusely, unconsciously watching the sky. At that moment, Zuan's figure entered his eyes. Shaidan's eyes lit up slightly, his lips moving lightly. Zuan didn't even acknowledge him. He walked straight past Shaidan, then stamped on Lana's head as it tried to struggle. Lana groaned in pain a few times, then begged, "My lord, spare me." Zuan replied indifferently, "Save those words for the mortals you've killed." Holding down Lana's head, Zuan's other hand, like a knife, penetrated the dragon's neck, then pulled out abruptly. Lana howled in misery, his massive body trembling. A rainbow-colored dragon tendon, feared by the dragon race as their cultivation was concentrated in it, was forcefully extracted by Zuan. Lana roared in fury, "Swordsman, after you destroy my body, endless revenge from the Heavenly Dragon clan awaits you." Zuan replied calmly, "Rest assured, the future Heavenly Dragon clan will cease to exist." Lana was stunned. Zuan's eyes glowed brightly, and a few flames touched Lana's body. Wherever the flames passed, flesh and blood turned into nothingness. "No. This is..." Lana cried out in extreme terror, but then stopped abruptly as the flames completely enveloped her, turning her into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blood-colored radiance floating in the air. Shaidan shivered slightly as he watched this scene. Although the flames had passed over him without burning him, his fear and regret intensified. If he had listened to his son and not bowed down to the demons and gods, he might still have been under Master's command. But it was too late now. Shaidan spat out more blood, his eyes gradually dimming but still staring at Zuan with all his might. Zuan gave him a cold glance, took the blood-colored radiance, then turned and left. Blood flowed from the corners of Shaidan's mouth, and a glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes. Just as the thought arose, a sword chest swept through, completely extinguishing him. "Even till now, you still try to scheme. If not for your son's clarity, not just you but your whole Shai family would not exist." Zuan didn't look back and calmly spoke. At that moment, Feng Kaosi had already run frantically onto the main street, shouting towards Zuan in the sky. Master Zu." Zuan looked at the tattered Feng Kaosi and the hesitant girl following behind him, smiled slightly, nodded, and replied, "Well done." Feng Kaosi burst into tears of joy, feeling that his enduring hardship had finally paid off. He then bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for eliminating the demons in the city." Zuan smiled. "Rise." "Yes." Feng Kaosi stood up excitedly. "Master, the rebellion of the Shai family was orchestrated by the old man Shaidan, which does not represent the true intentions of the Shai family, especially of Shai Hao." Zuan raised his hand. "I know. That's why I didn't harm the others of the Shai family. Now that the city is rid of demons, it is up to you and Shai Hao to take control." "Understood." Feng Kaosi replied solemnly. "Understood." He then asked softly, "Where will you go next, Master?" Zuan replied calmly, "One of my subordinates died in Hong Kong harbor. I want to visit and see who dared to kill my people." With that, Zuan ascended into the sky, carrying An Yan with him, flying towards the horizon. Feng Kaosi stood in place, gazing at Zuan's departing figure with infinite admiration. The girl rescued by Feng Kaosi murmured, "Big brother, is he a celestial being?" Feng Kaosi shook his head firmly. "No, Master is even stronger than a celestial being. He then turned to the pretty girl, smiled slightly, and said, "Hello, I'm Funkoc. Nice to meet you." Meanwhile, on the way to Hong Kong Harbor, Zuan handed Yan a hairpin emitting radiant light. "What's this?" Yan asked, surprised. "Guess what it is?" Zuan playfully flicked Yan's nose and then grinned. "This is made from the dragon tendon of that longa. Try wearing it." Yan, feeling a bit shy, tied up her hair and adorned the hairpin. In the shimmering light, she looked even more beautiful. Zuan nodded in satisfaction. "My wife is truly beautiful." If anyone knew that Zuan had refined a hairpin from the dragon tendon of a heavenly dragon, they would surely exclaim at the waste. Nevertheless, being an immortal, spoiling his wife was his capricious privilege. He then took out the blood-colored radiance. "What's this?" Yan curiously asked. In her eyes, her husband always seemed to conjure various strange things. "This is a dragon liver." Yan was surprised. "This is a dragon liver?" "That's right. Did you think a dragon liver would be like pig's liver? Just a piece of meat, Zuan chuckled. The harbor of Fragrant River. A once bustling city has now turned into an empty shell. Layers of barricades have been erected at the city's edges to prevent anyone from entering. In the central part of the city, a massive black energy mass pulses slowly, each pulse more powerful than the last. Eventually, the entire city resonates with the sound of this heartbeat. Song-yi sits defeated on the ground, with his magical implements dwindling in his hands. Suddenly, there are cracking sounds as the feng shui array, recently set up, is destroyed once again. Blood seeps from Song-yi's mouth, but he resolutely rearranges his remaining feng shui implements. As the formation takes shape, the black energy mass shrinks and a furious roar emanates from within. "Song-yi, once I am free, I will make sure you have no resting place." Song-yi remains calm and says, "No matter what, as long as I, Song-yi, have breath in me, you will not be reborn." The evil spirit taunts, "Now that your implements are depleted, what do you have to bind me?" Song-yi responds somberly after a moment of silence, "Who said I have no more implements?" The evil spirit scoffs, "Stop trying to deceive me. I, the descending god, am the most powerful demon in this world. How can you, a mere feng shui practitioner, control me?" Attack. With a bellow, the recently set feng shui array starts to flicker violently, on the verge of collapsing. Song-yi's eyes show determination, as he raises a knife engraved with feng shui runes and stabs it directly into his chest. The knife pierces his heart without drawing blood, and Song-yi's complexion begins to decay visibly. "Song-yi, what are you trying to do?" The evil spirit questions. Song-yi shakily removes the knife from his chest, now dripping with crimson, and stabs it into the eye of the feng shui array. As he does so, the crumbling array suddenly strengthens, binding the black energy mass in place. The evil spirit howls in agony. "Song-yi, you dare to suppress feng shui with your own life essence. Aren't you afraid of losing your soul?" Song-yi replies calmly, "I have no other skills to offer this life essence." As the confrontation intensifies, the evil spirit gains power from his followers in a far-off temple. The priests there sacrifice the blood and souls of their victims, channeling the energy to the evil spirit in the harbor of Fragrant River. Overwhelmed, Song-yi prepares to sacrifice himself to contain the evil. At the brink of defeat, Song-yi intends to use his last drops of blood to seal the evil spirit. However, a powerful feng shui energy suddenly appears and stabilizes the array. Half of the black energy mass disperses as a result. The evil spirit is enraged and threatens retaliation. Just as Song-yi is about to sacrifice himself, Zuan and Yan appear, with Zuan swiftly subduing the evil spirit. In a swift and decisive manner, Zuan defeats the evil spirit that had caused chaos and destruction. Zuan once said that there was still a slim chance to revive Zhou Danu. The reason for this statement was that Zhou Danu had used his own soul to self-destruct, thus perishing with the descending god. This kind of evil god, who gains power by devouring fear, is capable of preserving fragments of Zhou Danu's soul before his death. But in order to find it, the soul of this evil god must be completely destroyed. While this seemed completely impossible to others, in Zuan's hands, it became possible. At this moment, Zuan reached out and tightly grasped the soul of the descending god. The descending god wanted to say something, but Zuan was already too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these gods and demons before their death, so he simply clenched his hand forcefully. With a sound like shattering crystal, the soul shattered into dust, with countless flickering points of light, each representing the soul fragments of innocent beings who died, at the hands of the descending god. It was almost impossible to find Zhou Dainiu's among so many points of light. Zuan had no intention of searching for it either. He reached out, and all the points of light began to gather in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, they formed a ball of light. As Songyi had said, this descending god was extremely difficult to destroy. Even though the soul shattered, in the blink of an eye, threads of black energy began to emerge in the air and flow towards the ball of light in Zuan's hand. Sir, Songyi shouted, Zu, and calmly said, Danu, it's up to you next. With that, white flames appeared in Zuan's hand, starting to roast the ball of light. The black energy disappeared rapidly under the flames. The ball of light began to struggle and writhe in agony. Finally, unable to withstand the heat of the flames, the ball of light suddenly expanded and exploded. In the air, black energy began to condense again, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Zuan, no matter how strong you are, you cannot kill me. Unless you slaughter all mortals in this world, I am immortal, ha ha ha. This was the spirit thought of the descending god gathering again. However, at that moment, the exploded points of light began to reassemble at a faster rate, forming a large human figure. As the black energy dispersed, the descending god's voice grew increasingly panicked. He did not fear death, as he knew he could be reborn. But now, his original power was being rapidly consumed, and his perception of the world was rapidly weakening. At this rate, he would soon be completely destroyed. Zuan, what are you doing? The descending god roared. Zuan calmly said, What am I doing? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Reforging the soul has another name, and that is creating a god. Creating a god. The descending god's voice had become increasingly weak, but still asked in fear. Zu, and nodded, then looked at the clear outline of Zhou Danu. You survive on the fear and greed in people's hearts, but you evil gods do not understand that the strongest power in the human heart is actually unwavering determination. I have Danu gather all the points of light, and then use this determination to replace you. That is creating a god. Hearing Zuan's words, the descending god fell into complete despair. He thought that by descending into the world this time, he could gain more power while seeking revenge. However, he had not expected to bet his own life on it. He wanted to beg for mercy, but now he was so weak that he couldn't even speak the words. In the end, as Zhou Dainiu's figure became completely clear and he slowly opened his eyes, there was a muffled sound. The last trace of black energy vanished without a trace. The haze that had hung over the seaport and Shangjiang for many days disappeared. Zhou Danu emitted a brilliant golden light, uplifting all those who came into contact with it. Songyi stared in astonishment at the scene. He never thought that the formidable descending god would be decisively defeated by Zuan, and Zhou Danu would be resurrected, creating a new god in the process. Creating a god. Songyi mumbled to himself. This kind of unparalleled method had already exceeded Songyi's imagination, and it made him have an unprecedented offer Zuan. At that moment, countless white lights poured in, rushing into Zhou Dainiu's body, making his form more solid, ultimately becoming substantial. Then Zhou Dainiu's eyes, once vacant and confused, gradually regained a radiant gleam. Suddenly, he shuddered all over, then looked down at his hands and feet. Am I not dead? He then saw Zuan, and his whole body trembled. He immediately stood up straight. Instructor. Zuan nodded in satisfaction. He had not expected Zhou Danu to fully recover, unchanged even in character. Zhou Danu then looked at Songyi and asked, Master Song, I was already dead, right? Songyi, full of envy, said, Yes, you were already dead, but Sir used incredible divine power to resurrect you. Zhou Danu, upon hearing this, immediately knelt down before Zuan. Instructor, I won't say much. I was supposed to be dead, but you brought me back to life again. You are like my reborn parents. The series of ayahs made Zuan laugh and cry, waving his hand to cut off Zhou Dainiu's words. All right, I saved you because of your loyalty, and your awakening is also fate. At that moment, Zhou Danu felt the surging power within him and exclaimed in amazement, Instructor, it seems I'm even more powerful than before. Songyi softly said, Of course, Sir not only resurrected you, but also transformed you into a new god. Zhou Danu chuckled, scratching his head. So you mean I have become a god? Hehe. Suddenly, Zhou Dainiu's face turned serious, and he whispered to Zuan, Instructor, now that I have become a god, can I still get married and have children in the future? Zuan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. I really don't know about that, but I think you should be able to. That's good. That's good. My mom and dad passed away early. Their biggest wish before they died was for me to continue the family line of Joe. Hehe. Zuan chuckled as he listened, then looked up at the sky, now moon in the middle of the sky. It's so boring. Yane, wait for me a moment. With that, Zuan took a step forward, stepping into the sky, and when he steadied himself, he looked down at the land to the southeast of Wadwo, saying coldly, I don't have the patience to eliminate each and every one of you individually. Search for the Sword of Vengeance, now. Endless sword aura gradually floated around Zuan and extended into the distance. In a moment, it covered 1,000 kilometers of land. All those beneath the cover looked up in shock at the sight. Go. Exterminate all gods and demons, Zuan said calmly. With his command, the swords fell like rain, slaughtering everything. Ever since the three-eyed evil god was slain, the situation in Lingnan has slightly improved. This improvement means that they can barely maintain a standstill, no longer retreating as they did before. However, as time passed, another major issue began to emerge. The Yu family, as the main fighting force, began to suffer from a shortage of manpower. In particular, key fighters like Yu Ming had long been extremely exhausted, but without their defense, Lingnan would not have been able to hold its ground. So no matter how tired they were, Yu Ming and the others persevere. At this moment, after Yu Ming had just finished off a dozen small demons with his sword, this wave of attacks came to an end, and these demons retreated one after another. Then Yu Ming stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Luckily, Yuan Yongsan was by his side, and hurriedly went up to support him. Yu Ming, how are you? Yuan Yongsan asked with concern. Yu Ming's face was pale as he shook his head gently. I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted for a moment. Yuan Yongsan immediately took out a bottle of Qianyuan from his pocket and fed it to Yu Ming. After a while, Yu Ming's condition improved significantly. Phew. Fortunately, these Qianyuan potions that were airdropped by Zhongdu came just in time, otherwise Lingnan would have collapsed long ago, Yu Ming said with a bitter smile. Yuan Yongsan agreed with this sentiment. Some time ago, several military planes suddenly appeared in the sky above Lingnan. After circling a few times, they airdropped several large boxes of Qianyuan elixir. This magical potion could heal injuries and help practitioners regain their strength, making it a vital strategic resource. Without these boxes of potions, Yu Ming wouldn't have made it this far. Unfortunately, those planes were almost entirely shot down by demons in the end, with only one surviving. At this moment, people defending the other directions also came back. Compared to Yu Ming, who was on the front line, their pressure was much lesser. But they were all exhausted, with some even wounded. Brother, my sword broke again, Yu Ren said frustratedly. She was no longer the pampered girl she used to be, but a female warrior who had fought and killed demons on the battlefield. Go ask father for another one later. The Yu family's roles were now clearly defined. Yu Ming, Yu Ren, and Xiuai Zuking, who had originally come as a guest but became trapped there, were considered the main fighting force, while Patriarch Yu Yuan was in charge of overseeing the rear and managing everything. This position was even more important than fighting on the front lines because Lingnan's stronghold housed tens of thousands of people, and without a strong figure to maintain order, chaos could erupt. The battlefield suddenly became lively, with a specialized team from the Yu family clearing the area, while many elders conducted detailed research on the dead demons. Even the girls were busy bandaging the wounded soldiers. Although these girls' bandaging skills were probably lousy, their youthful and beautiful figures helped alleviate the soldiers' anxiety and tension to a large extent. Xiuai Zuking looked admiringly at this scene of order and finally understood why the Yu family had been able to guard Lingnan for 200 or 300 years and maintain their reputation. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly moved in the distance, causing the ground to tremble. Enemy attack! Someone shouted desperately from the watchtower in the distance, blowing the whistle. Upon hearing the sharp sound of the whistle, unrelated people quickly began evacuating. At this moment, Yuan Yongsan was massaging Yu Ming's swollen ankle, and Yu Ming had already fallen into a deep sleep. But upon hearing the whistle, he immediately woke up, grabbed the sword beside him, and stood up. When he saw the countless demons in the distance, his expression turned extremely grim. What's going on? Why are there so many demons in this wave? Yu Ren exclaimed next to him. With a cold voice, Yu Ming said, another powerful demon has arrived. What? Hearing this, everyone around him was shocked. To confirm his words, a massive three-handed demon appeared in the back of the demon army. This demon was so tall that even from afar, everyone had to look up to see it. At this moment, the demon looked down on the crowd, a cold smile appearing on its lips. This imposing presence was enough to make people lose all will to resist. Everyone's faces turned despairing, including the people in the stronghold who, upon seeing this nightmare-like horror, began to cry out. Yuming suddenly took a deep breath and then said to Yuan, "Yuan Zuking, take your sister-in-law and leave immediately." Yuan was stunned. "Brother, don't speak. If you all stay here, you'll undoubtedly die." "Hurry," Yuming said coldly, pulling out his sword slowly. "No, brother, I'm not leaving. I want to fight alongside you." Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. "With your meager sword skills, you'll only be a hindrance here. Go," Yuming roared. Yuan was shocked by the scolding. Yuan Yongsan remained calm and led Yuan out. "I won't go, brother. You'll die if you stay. I can't watch you die. Yuan Yongsan, you cowardly woman who fears death. You're not even trying to stop my brother from facing death," Yuan said angrily. Yuan Yongsan calmly replied, "I respect your brother's decision because he's a swordsman." These words seemed to drain all the strength out of Yuan. Sui Zuking also sighed. "Yongsan is right. Your brother has no way out." With that, she also pulled Yuan back. Watching his sister and lover leave, Yuming faced all the oncoming demons alone, raised his sword slowly, and focused his gaze. "To gentlemen once said that I had wronged my swordsmanship, but later I understood that swordsmanship is profoundly simple, only requiring fearlessness. Today, I will show you what a mortal sword cultivator is capable of." With that, Yuming suddenly raised his head, and a dazzling sword light exploded, directly confronting the demons in front of him. Under the sword light, everything turned to dust. However, the demons were so numerous that despite Yuming killing many of them, they still seemed to overwhelm him in an instant. From afar, all that could be seen were flashes of sword light amidst the black wave. Yuan was already in tears. Eventually, after Yuming managed to release one final strike, the accumulated injuries from the past days finally burst forth. With a thud, he knelt halfway to the ground. But because the momentum of his sword was so overpowering, the surrounding demons were momentarily deterred from approaching. However, the massive three-handed demon had now come close and with a sly smile, reached out to strike Yuming. Yuming tried to get up, but he had no strength left in his body and could only smile wryly. "Is this the limit?" Still a bit unwilling. Just then, Yuming suddenly felt his sword heart tremble violently and an overwhelming sense of reverence. His face filled with astonishment as he looked up. In the distance, a vast white wave appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, these white waves rushed closer. "It's the sword chat," Yuming exclaimed in disbelief. Not only him, but everyone in Lingnan stood dumbfounded, watching as the endless sword chat approached. The demons, too, showed fear, especially the towering three-handed demon, who turned and ran. But they had only run a few steps before the sea-like sword chat overtook them, swallowing all the demons. The towering three-handed demon struggled and howled for a few moments before being devoured by the endless sword chat. As for the others, they met a similar fate. In an instant, all the demons that had besieged Lingnan for days were swept away, leaving behind a desolate and empty world. Yuming stared in astonishment at this scene and suddenly burst into laughter. It started as a small chuckle, but gradually turned into hearty laughter. As he laughed, tears flowed from his eyes because he knew who had returned. That day, the long-lost Zuan suddenly appeared and in one day, slaughtered the Qianlong faction members in Beijing and the provincial city, completely wiping out the evil gods of Shanjiang. With stunning cultivation, he single-handedly destroyed all the demons in the southeastern half of the realm. The news spread, shaking the world. Chengdu, headquarters of Qianyuan Company. At this moment, Qianyuan has already moved out of the previous high-rise building. This is because the temporary management committee of Chengdu has regulations. All high-rise buildings are considered dangerous structures due to their large targets and susceptibility to attacks from demons and spirits. Therefore, the Qianyuan headquarters has also moved to a low, flat house. Right now, in the meeting room, sitting in the main seat, is a middle-aged man with a sinister expression and a fat body. He looked around the room with his heavily baggy eyes and then said coldly, "The notice that just came down from the committee. Starting next month, all the sales of Qianyuan elixirs will be solely managed by the committee." Upon hearing this, Chia Len, Zhao Zuhui, and others all showed expressions of disapproval. Chen Qiu, sitting directly across from this man, also darkened his expression. Jin Zhang, is this the intention of your Jin family, or the committee's intention? Jin Zhang sneered. Old Chen, please understand the current situation before speaking. Zhongdu is no longer dominated solely by your Chen family. Everyone must obey the orders of the committee. I fear that this is a scheme by your Jin family behind the scenes. Chen Rushi, standing behind her grandfather, said coldly. Chen Shu, I hope you can control your descendants. It's a critical period now. Spreading rumors could lead to military court. Jin Zhang said coldly. Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, someone pushed open the door and entered abruptly. It was Yuan Menjing, the chief secretary of the Qianyuan headquarters. What are you doing? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Get out! Jin Zhang roared. But Yuan Menjing seemed to ignore his words, going straight to Chen Shu and, taking a deep breath, placed a document on the table in front of him. Grandpa Chen, there's important news from the front, please take a look. Yuan Menjing said tremblingly. This made Jin Zhang completely angry. Yuan Menjing, very well, from now on you are no longer part of Qianyuan. Get out immediately. Since he parachuted into Qianyuan as the director, no one had dared to ignore his words like this, which naturally made Jin Zhang furious. Yet Yuan Menjing seemed as if she hadn't heard him, not even glancing at Jin Zhang. After Chen Shu looked at the document and was momentarily surprised, he burst into laughter. This laughter stunned Jin Zhang, who was about to burst into anger. At that moment, Qiao Lei and the others saw the document, their faces showing relieved excitement. Jin Zhang said coldly, "What are you all planning? Are you rebelling?" Normally, when he said such things, everyone would lower their heads, but this time was different. Chen Shu glanced coldly at Jin Zhang, then slowly stood up and said mildly, "Jin Zhang, I advise you and your Jin family to quickly prepare yourselves, buy a coffin, otherwise, hehe." With that, Chen Shu turned and left. The others coldly smirked at Jin Zhang before leaving the meeting room as well. When Jin Zhang was left alone in the room, he was stunned for a moment, then went crazy and ran to the table where a document that Chen Shu had either forgotten or intentionally left behind was lying. Trembling, Jin Zhang picked it up and saw a simple message written on it. Zuan has returned, wielding a sword to eliminate all demons in the southeastern half of the region. Seeing this message, Jin Zhang, who had been extremely arrogant, felt as if he was falling into an ice house, his cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. Zuan. This name was like a thorn in his side, because Zuan was the one who killed his sister, Jin Jiran, who had married into the Yin family and was once honored as a princess of the former Ching dynasty. When Jin Jiran died, the Jin family did not react to the matter. It wasn't until chaos erupted in the world and the situation in Zhongdu changed drastically that the Jin family seized the opportunity, entering the temporary management committee and gaining immense power. Then the Jin family revealed its fangs and began to watch everything around Zuan closely, with Qianyuan company being a focal point. Jin Zhang's arrival was meant to completely control it, considering Qianyuan a cash cow that many coveted. However, all this was built on the premise of Zuan's disappearance. But who could have predicted that Zuan would return so powerfully? As Jin Zhang rushed home in a panic to discuss a countermeasure, the news had already spread widely. Since the appearance of demons and spirits in the world, bad news had been everywhere. Today, one city falls. Tomorrow, one country is destroyed. Living in such a despairing environment, many people had already become numb. Very few still held hope for the future. Even the most optimistic could only hope that humanity could defend the last few footholds and barely survive. In such circumstances, Zuan's return and his actions against demons and spirits spread like a hurricane across the world. Countless people were uplifted. In desperate times, hope was more precious than gold. Moreover, in such a matter concerning the survival of humanity, Zuan's appearance gave many people hope. Before his return, the demon army had been nearly invincible, sweeping across the world. Even when humanity eventually managed to stand their ground, it came at a great cost. Many believed the demons were unbeatable. It wasn't until Zuan appeared that this myth was shattered. At the same time, the once quiet martial arts community regained its vibrancy. Zuan's past deeds were brought to light once more. From initially defeating the Elder pointing to the sky, to later eradicating the Blood Tribe and destroying the Bright Teach Nation. Each of these events on their own was earth-shattering, but they were all attributed to Zuan. This invisible glory added to Zuan's aura. Martial artists were always proud and lofty individuals, yet in front of Zuan, They all bowed their heads and respectfully addressed him as the supreme of the world. This message quickly spread beyond the martial arts world and swept through all aspects of society. Many who had never heard of Zuan before now remembered his name, remembered him as the supreme of the world. Nations around the world trembled at the news. Zuan was a true-born citizen of Wagwo. Now that he had reappeared with unparalleled strength, the impact it would have was uncertain. In Country M, the president hid in an underground shelter, staring blankly at the document in his hands, then asked bitterly, "Gentlemen, with Zuan's return and the rise of Wagwo's power, is there any good way for us to handle this?" These self-proclaimed chosen ones now bowed their heads, humbled from their once extreme arrogance. After a while, sitting at the very end, the head of the intelligence agency, Edward, finally spoke with a trembling voice, "Mr. President, I believe no matter what, we should not oppose Zuan. Otherwise, he will truly let us meet God." If Edward had said this before, many might have scoffed, but now they could only hang their heads in silence. The president fell into silence for a moment before smiling bitterly. "Let's wait and see. Let's see how other countries react. Here is a sea area in your country or since the chaos of heaven and earth, the once busy ocean with continuous boat traffic has become silent. Furthermore, this area originally belonged to a desolate sea far away from any shipping routes. Therefore, apart from the occasional passing seabirds, there is almost no sign of life here." Suddenly, what was once a dead silent sea area began to violently boil. Countless bubbles trembled and rose up, then burst on the sea surface, emitting a scalp-tingling explosion sound. Then the entire sea area began to rotate. The rotation started slowly, gradually speeding up. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea area turned into an immensely huge vortex. If viewed from above, one would see the center of the whirlpool as dark and deep, as if the ocean had opened its eyes, sending chills down one's spine. A sense of terror began to emanate from the whirlpool, and within 1,000 miles, all spiritually sentient aquatic creatures trembled and worshipped towards a whirlpool as if welcoming their king's arrival. Suddenly, beneath the whirlpool emerged an incredibly massive figure, so large that it seemed to occupy the entire sea area. This figure then began to rapidly rise. Doom! The water parted. A tremendous whale surfaced, opening its huge mouth and letting out a deafening cry. Whale song. This sound, originally only spread in the water, now pierced the sky, as if heralding the return of a king. Then, a halo appeared above the head of the giant whale, and a middle-aged man wearing a crown, a long robe, and holding a trident, exuded an incomparable majesty as he gradually materialized. Hehe, after being away for so long, I, the sea god, have finally returned. The middle-aged man laughed triumphantly. After laughing for a moment, he looked in the distance with excitement in his eyes. Hehe, I never expected humans to prosper so much now. Let's go. With a command, the sea level gradually rose, forming a towering wave that carried the giant whale and the sea god towards Country R in the distance. Present-day Country R can be said to be in a state of drunkenness and delusion. Since the chaos of heaven and earth, this isolated island nation has surprisingly suffered the least damage. Apart from some weak gods and demons appearing locally, there have been no other anomalies. This has made the people of Country R ecstatic, increasingly convinced that their land is the land of the rising sun, protected by the sun goddess, and even if chaos reigns outside, this land will remain safe. As time passed, witnessing the calamities in other countries, the unextinguished ambition in the hearts of the people of Country R began to burn fiercely again. If other countries outside suffered significant losses due to the chaos of gods and demons, wouldn't Country R then dominate the world effortlessly? With this thought in mind, the people of Country R looked at everything outside with a gloating attitude, even enjoying the spectacle without caring about the consequences. This mentality permeated from the top down, and except for a few clear-headed individuals who were worried, even ordinary people believed that Country R would one day rule the world. As a result, the entire Country R fell into a frenzy atmosphere of delusion, even voluntarily severing various connections with the outside world. In Tokyo, Takeuchi Kyoko slowly wiped her flow-glow sore, her expression solemn, causing the high-ranking members of the Hei clan kneeling in the room to dare not even breathe heavily. After a long while, Takeuchi Kyoko slowly sheathed her sword and said faintly, "Have you all completed the tasks I assigned?" "Yes. Lady Kyoko, after you gave the order, we immediately began preparations. Now many elites have been assigned, undergoing rigorous training every day. Takeuchi Kyoko nodded. Good. At this moment, several highest-ranking clan members sitting in front respectfully asked, Lady Kyoko, do you mind telling us the purpose of training these personnel? Takeuchi Kyoko did not speak, but rose solely to survey everyone in the room. Today, she wore traditional sword attire of country R, her belt outlining a breathtaking curve, and her slender legs visible beneath. This outfit made her appear dignified and charming, yet no one dared to lift their heads to look at her because these clan leaders understood that the underground Empress of Tokyo detested being stared at. Once this rule was violated, the consequences were often extremely dire. With her hand resting on the flow-glow sword at her waist, Takeuchi Kyoko said faintly, with the chaos in country S, I intend to lead people to assist. As soon as this statement was made, the clan members in the room were taken aback. The eldest among them crawled forward. Lady Kyoko, the chaos in country S is already severe. If you go, it will be very dangerous, so The old man dared not continue because Takeuchi Kyoko had been staring at him coldly all this time. After a moment, Takeuchi Kyoko said calmly, My decision is made and can hardly be changed. I will leave in a few days. With that, she turned and left the room, leaving the remaining clan leaders exchanging glances. Lady Kyoko is going for that godlike man, isn't she? Someone remarked bitterly. Mentioning that godlike man made the atmosphere in the room even more oppressive. If the underground Empress Takeuchi Kyoko represented conventional weapons of deterrence, then Zuan was considered a nuclear-level deterrent in the hearts of these clan members. But I heard that this person has been missing for half a year, and there are even rumors that he has already died. Shh, never say such things where Lady Kyoko can hear, or no one can save you. Someone sighed. Perhaps Lady Kyoko's insistence on going to country S is due to that reason. As they were pondering, Takeuchi Kyoko returned to her room. Kyoko, have you made up your mind? Are you really going? Kyoko's mother asked. Kyoko nodded and said firmly, with the master not here, I am concerned about the safety of mother, so even if I can go to protect mother's safety, it would be good. Very well. Kyoko's mother nodded. I have prepared everything, so you can leave at any time. Thank you, mother. Mother and daughter were in conversation when suddenly, Kyoko heard a commotion and cries outside. These voices were filled with endless despair, as if witnessing the coming of doomsday. Kyoko was startled, and with a single step, she rushed to the window and opened the curtain. She, too, was stunned to see a towering wave coming from Tokyo Bay towards Kyoto. At the top of the wave was an immense whale. Though far away, the earth-shaking momentum was still chilling. It seemed to confirm her words that the sea god stood on top of a giant whale, overlooking the bustling city of Tokyo. With a mischievous smile, he spread his playful voice throughout the entire city. After thousands of years, the human city has become more exquisite, but the more refined it is, the more I desire to destroy it. Come, face the wrath of the sea god. With these words, the sea god pointed his trident forward. Countless amounts of seawater rose into the air, forming layers of giant waves that crashed towards Tokyo. In the face of such a display of power, the human-made concrete and steel structures of the city were no match and were quickly destroyed. In an instant, the once prosperous Tokyo suffered countless casualties and heavy losses. Meanwhile, in the harbor of Shenzhen, as people gradually returned, the city began to revive. However, whether rich or poor, everyone voluntarily evacuated a hotel located in the city center. They all knew that the person staying in that hotel was Mr. Zhu, the esteemed figure who had saved the city and was hailed as a hero. Such a figure naturally was not to be disturbed. But today, the tranquility was shattered by a military helicopter landing at the hotel's helipad. Several photographers carrying guns and cannons jumped out first, followed by a woman dressed professionally. Song Yi took a few steps forward and said politely, "Are you Miss Chen Xiaoyi Chen?" Chen Xiaoyi adjusted her hair blown by the helicopter and nodded. "Yes. Nice to meet you, Master Song." Song Yi smiled slightly. "Please follow me. Mr. Zhu is waiting for you inside." With that, he led the way inside, and Chen Xiaoyi followed behind. Upon arriving at the living room when seeing Mr. Zhu and Miss An sitting on the sofa, Chen Xiaoyi finally relaxed. She had been worried on the way about not being able to meet Mr. Zhu in person. Before coming, she was told clearly that the reason she was sent on this important interview mission was because of her previous acquaintance with Mr. Zhu. No matter what, she had to complete this task. The pressure on Chen Xiaoyi was immense. She had met Mr. Zhu before, but that was when she was in the provincial capital for a film interview. Since then, Mr. Zhu had become increasingly powerful and his actions more prominent. Chen Xiaoyi had never dared to hope that such a person would remember her. Yet, everything was going so smoothly. When Mr. Zhu stood up and greeted Chen Xiaoyi as the great journalist Chen, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Mr. Zhu, I didn't expect you to remember me. Of course I remember, the former journalist of the entertainment magazine, and you also wrote a few reviews for my previous movies," Mr. Zhu said with a smile, bringing up the past light and the atmosphere, and Chen Xiaoyi no longer felt nervous. She jokingly said, if people knew Mr. Zhu had directed a movie before, they would be shocked. Witnessing this, the photographers who had come along couldn't help but be amazed. They didn't expect Chen Xiaoyi, who had recently joined the TV station, to be so familiar with the esteemed figure. It seemed that Miss Chen's future prospects were limitless. The photographers pondered this, but didn't let it distract them from their task. They continued recording everything, as they were instructed from above that this interview was extremely important and had to be flawless. Chen Xiaoyi began her interview methodically. "Mr. Zhu, the whole world is currently in turmoil due to gods and demons. What is your opinion on this?" Mr. Zhu looked at the initially restrained but gradually relaxed Chen Xiaoyi and smiled faintly. "Yesterday's sword represents my opinion." Chen Xiaoyi was surprised at his response, then became excited. "What are your plans for the next steps, Mr. Zhu?" It was clear from the instructions that this interview had two purposes. The first was to boost the morale of the Chinese people with the presence of Mr. Zhu as a typical figure, conduct a thorough interview, and then use all available resources for promotion. After all, there was no better person than Mr. Zhu to inspire the people. However, the second point was more critical. Through this interview approach that was not overtly official, they aimed to discover Mr. Zhu's next steps and his desires. Regardless of his demands, the country would unconditionally agree. This was a consensus reached without hesitation among the high-ranking officials. With these two important tasks, Chen Xiaoyi naturally wanted a clear answer from Mr. Zhu. He was well aware of this, but he was not inclined to align closely with various governments. It was unnecessary. With his current power, he could easily overthrow any country in the world, possess unimaginable authority and wealth, and even dominate the world. But he was not interested in pursuing such ambitions. "As for my plans, if I say I am worried that these gods and demons may not be easy to deal with, would you believe me?" Mr. Zhu said, indifferently. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. She had never expected Mr. Zhu to have such thoughts, but upon reflection, it seemed to make some sense. Could this be the pursuit of a strong individual? Just as Chen Xiaoyi was puzzled, Mr. Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to look out the window. Chen Xiaoyi followed his gaze in surprise. The hotel room had an excellent view, with the sea just outside. After looking for a while, she saw nothing of note. "Mr. Zhu, is there something wrong?" Chen Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask in confusion. Mr. Zhu turned to her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Miss Chen, are you interested in seeing how I exterminate gods and demons?" Chen Xiaoyi was taken aback at first, then instinctively nodded. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she felt goosebumps all over her body. "Mr. Zhu, is there a god or demon descending again?" Mr. Zhu smiled faintly. "Indeed. If you wish to see, follow me. But remember to be quick. If you're too slow, I can't guarantee I will wait for you." With that, Mr. Zhu stood up and headed outside with Miss Anne. Chen Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and turned to the photographers. "Let's go. If we successfully broadcast Mr. Zhu exterminating the gods and demons, we will all be credited with a great achievement," Chen Xiaoyi said decisively. "Understood." The photographers understood the significance and nodded in agreement. Chikako Takeuchi took a few big gulps of seawater and finally saved the last person onto the rooftop. At this moment, the gang leaders were all drenched and shivering as they watched the now flooded city of Tokyo. Some people started to cry uncontrollably, while the rest wore a look of despair. Chikako Takeuchi furrowed her brow. "Shut up." The crying immediately stopped. Chikako Takeuchi coldly stated, "You are all noble warriors of our nation. What are you blubbering about?" "But Lady Chikako, there are no buts." Chikako Takeuchi slowly drew her sword, gazing solemnly at the water's surface, and said, "If you don't want to end up as fish food, you'd better pick up your swords and fight now." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange and monstrous large fish suddenly leapt out of the murky water and pounced towards the crowd. The people closest to the water screamed in terror, but at that moment, Chikako Takeuchi struck with her sword. With a pu sound, the strange fish was cut into two. The remaining pieces writhed on the rooftop before finally dying after a struggle. This scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. "Lady Chikako, what are these?" Chikako Takeuchi's face was as calm as water. "If I'm not mistaken, these are sea monsters, fish spirits that have been living in the deep sea for who knows how long." With that, Chikako Takeuchi looked towards the sea god standing atop a distant giant whale. "And all of this is the doing of that sea god." Hearing Chikako Takeuchi's accusation, the people dared not be careless and gathered together, each holding their own defensive swords. However, Chikako Takeuchi's inner unease grew stronger. In her perception, the powerful aura in the surrounding waters was increasing and becoming more dense. It was clear that they were not coming to greet them. Just then, cries of agony were heard not far away. Chikako Takeuchi looked up and saw a dozen survivors standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Originally shivering and discussing their situation, a massive tentacle suddenly reached out and dragged several people into the water. After a moment, the churning waters calmed, but blood began to surface. Seeing this, the faces of the onlookers paled. Chikako Takeuchi's unease intensified. Suddenly, dorsal fins appeared on the water's surface. "It's sharks!" someone shouted in despair. Chikako Takeuchi finally understood where her unease was coming from. The intense and powerful aura from earlier clearly belonged to these sharks. They had been lured by the scent of blood. Just then, the building not far away began to shake violently. Several people lost their balance and fell into the water. Then, the water began to churn intensely, and countless sharks swarmed in, frantically attacking the falling individuals. The screams of the victims lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping. It was evident they had met their end in the jaws of the sharks. The remaining survivors huddled together, screaming and crying. It was then that Chikako Takeuchi saw that the cause of the building's disturbance was actually these large sharks underwater. However, these sharks had gleaming skin all over their bodies, and their sizes had increased significantly. Some of the sharks even surfaced after noticing Chikako Takeuchi's gaze, their cold eyes staring directly at her. Chikako Takeuchi felt a chill in her heart, as the gazes of the sharks seemed to carry a mocking tone, as if saying, "Don't worry, your turn is coming soon." Just then, the building collapsed under the biting and shaking of the sharks, and the survivors on top desperately cried out. Clenching her teeth, Chikako Takeuchi suddenly shouted, and her sword emitted a brilliant light cutting through the air. With a series of muffled sounds, several shark bodies floated to the surface of the water. This action completely angered the shark group, and they turned to charge towards Chikako Takeuchi. The gang leaders gasped in shock. "Lady Chikako." However, after delivering that strike, Chikako Takeuchi's complexion was pale, showing signs of fatigue. She knew that if she didn't act, death awaited everyone in the face of the swarming sharks. With a firm resolve, she bit her tongue, coughed up blood onto her sword, and despite her increasing weakness, the brilliance of her sword intensified. Then, she swung her sword with all her might. The impact of this strike was much stronger than before, decimating most of the shark group. The remaining sharks hesitated to advance, but before Chikako Takeuchi could catch her breath, a majestic yet mocking voice rang out from above. "You have massacred so many of my subjects. Human, how should I punish you?" Everyone froze in shock and slowly looked up. Floating gracefully in the air was the giant whale, with the sea god standing atop its head, overlooking the crowd. Chikako Takeuchi's expression became increasingly grim, but she held on to her sword tightly. The sea god chuckled, beckoning with a gesture, causing the flowing sword to break free from Chikako Takeuchi's grip and fly into the sea god's hand. "This sword is not bad at all. At the very least, it should be forged by a half-step golden immortal." The sea god inspected it for a moment and then let out a sinister laugh directed at Chikako Takeuchi. "Unfortunately, your swordsmanship is lacking." At this point, Chikako Takeuchi's eyes were red with rage. "Give me back my sword. It was given to me by my master." "Your master? Hehe. No, from now on, I will be your master," the sea god said with a sneer. With a flick of his hand, Chikako Takeuchi involuntarily floated into the air and was sent flying higher into the sky. "Lady Chikako, The gang leaders cried out in unison. Chikako Takeuchi was consumed by shame and anger, struggling desperately to break free from the binding force. It's useless. In front of me, all your resistance is futile. The sea god burst into laughter. With a wave of his hand, Chikako Takeuchi felt her body completely stiffen, unable to move even a blink. At that moment, Chikako Takeuchi's despair reached its peak. It seemed she was about to ascend into the sky, but just then, a calm voice from afar suddenly spoke. I have the heaven-reliant sword. With that voice, a streak of light cut across the sky, and before it arrived, a sword light descended like a celestial punishment, directly aiming toward the giant whale and the sea god. Clang! A resounding clash of gold and iron. In a hair's breadth moment, the sea god raised the trident in his hand and barely blocked the sword. Although he blocked the sword energy, he was still blasted tens of jaws away. Not only that, the trident in the sea god's hand made a mournful sound before splitting into two pieces with a snap. But at least he saved his life. However, the giant whale he was riding on was not so lucky. A bloodline appeared on the whale's forehead, extending to its tail, and with a dull sound, the whale was cut into two pieces from the middle. Blood and carcasses fell straight into the sea, splashing waves. All this happened in a few breaths. The sea god, who had just been proud and domineering, was pushed back, and the whale was cut down by him. Everyone looked up dumbfoundedly at the man standing in midair. Takeuchi Kyoko had already fallen back to the ground, staring blankly at Zuan, almost unable to believe her eyes. After a few seconds, she knelt down softly. Master, you're back. Seeing her kneel down, the Tokyo underworld bosses trembled, all prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to look up at Zuan. This godlike man had returned, and immediately killed a whale that almost destroyed the whole of Tokyo upon his appearance. This naturally terrified the bosses. Zuan nodded indifferently. Get up. All of you. The group of people stood up timidly. In the helicopter following closely behind, Chen Xiaoyi looked shocked and then said, in a deep voice after a moment, Did you capture that scene just now? The cameraman nodded. Chen, we captured it, and we've already connected to the communication satellite. They replied saying they want full coverage tracking, and the live broadcast is about to start. Chen Xiaoyi nodded, her gaze shifting towards the distance. She never expected Zuan to be so overbearing, crossing the EC and easily slaying a giant whale with a single strike of his sword. At this moment, a journalist responsible for communication said, in a deep voice, Chen, headquarters responded, the live broadcast can begin. Chen Xiaoyi nodded, took a deep breath, and said, First transfer the recent footage, then start the live broadcast. Yes. Meanwhile, in various parts of China, whether it was in the capital or in some small cities that had fallen into the hands of demons, where only a few survivors were left, the same scene appeared everywhere, indoors or outdoors, where there were TVs or internet access. People were all stunned, not knowing what was happening, and all focused on the screen. At this moment, there was a global live broadcast covering the entire world. In the sky, the sea god stood in the distance, staring fiercely at Zuan, who stood with hands behind his back, his expression extremely serious. The impact of that sword just now was greater on him than anyone else. Even facing that sword directly, a sense of despair rose in the sea god's heart. While he barely blocked it, his divine weapon, the trident, was forcibly cut in half. How powerful must his swordsmanship be? Sword cultivator, why do you oppose my sea clan, and killing my mount, destroying my weapon? The sea god asked solemnly. Zhu, and ignored his words and turned to Yan, who had just flown over, and smiled. Yanner, have you seen a manure fork before? And Yan was puzzled for a moment, then shook her head. I haven't seen one. What is it? Zuan smiled faintly. It existed in the countryside before, and as the name suggests, it's a fork used to dig manure. He then pointed to the trident broken into in the sea god's hand. If you haven't seen one, look at this thing. It's exactly like a manure fork. I even suspect. Zuan looked at the sea god and smiled coldly. I suspect that this thing was stolen from the countryside of our country. At the mention of this, Yan covered her mouth, laughing until her eyes curved. Her husband could be so infuriating with his words sometimes. The people watching in front of the TV laughed heartily as well, not because Zuan's words were particularly funny, but to relieve the accumulated grievances and pressures of being oppressed by demons for so long. The sea god's face suddenly became very ugly. Although he did not know what a manure fork was, Even a fool could see that Zuan was making fun of him. Sword cultivator, although you are powerful, is it too arrogant to insult a high-level deity like this? Zuan just shook his head and smiled lightly. You gods. When facing mortals, you always say that everything in the world is based on strength, with mortals being naturally humble, while you are born noble. But when you face a strong opponent, your attitude changes, questioning if I am too arrogant. With that, Zuan's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. I'll tell you now, this lord here is naturally this arrogant. With that, he turned to Chen Xiaoyi on the helicopter. Is the broadcast ready? Chen Xiaoyi nodded vigorously. Zuan smiled. All right, today, in front of all the people of China, I will slay gods. To see God's face suddenly turned livid, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. Sword cultivator, don't think I'm afraid of you. At this moment, everyone around the world who is watching the live broadcast is dumbfounded. Many people thought that Zuan would have to go through a tough battle even if he could defeat this sea god. But who could have imagined that Zuan would actually send this sea god flying with just one punch? At that moment, the sea god, with half of his body shattered by a punch, angrily shouted from high above, Sword cultivator, I will make you pay. With that, the sea god suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, the calm sea began to violently shake, and then the sea surface quickly rose, forming an incredibly huge wave. A vast amount of seawater crazily surged, continuously joining this huge wave. Due to extracting too much seawater, the entire ocean even dried up, revealing large areas of the seabed. Soon, this giant wave grew to be several hundred meters high, and the sea god stood on the top of the wave, grinning at Zuan. Sword cultivator, although you are powerful, as long as I give the order, when this giant wave crashes down, this entire island nation will cease to exist, and all the mortals above will perish from me. Ha ha ha, then I'll see how you face it. The sea god laughed wildly. Zuan, however, calmly looked at him, and then turned sideways. Please proceed. The sea god's laughter abruptly stopped. What did you say? I mean, please proceed. Aren't you afraid that I will really destroy this island nation? The sea god looked at Zuan with uncertainty. He thought Zuan was the righteous sword cultivator who came to save the residents of these island nations, hence he deliberately used this as a threat. But he didn't expect Zuan to be indifferent to this. Whether you destroy this island nation or not, what does it have to do with me? In any case, you are destined to die, Zuan said, indifferently. Are you trying to threaten me with this? Not to mention that I never liked this island nation to begin with. Even if you really kill everyone, it's your doing. What does it have to do with me? The sea god finally felt a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Zuan extended 3 fingers and said somewhat impatiently, I will give you 3 breaths. If you haven't made a decision by then, I will send you on your way. 1. The sea god's face changed wildly, his eyes flickering uncertainly, not knowing what he was thinking. 2. The sea god grit his teeth, and the giant wave at his feet began to rush toward the shore. When they saw this scene, whether it was the viewers watching the live broadcast or the locals of the island nation, they all had horrified expressions on their faces. Especially the people of the island nation. Many were already crying in despair. Takeuchi Kyoko also had a bitter smile on her face. She knew very well that her master had never liked the island nation, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. Just as the giant wave was about to reach the shore, Yan couldn't bear it and shouted, Husband! Hearing this voice, Zuan's lips curved up, showing a faint smile, then nodded at Yan. 3. With this word, Zuan suddenly appeared next to the sea god and punched him. Dang! Caught off guard, the sea god was sent flying far away, his remaining half-body bursting apart. The sea god roared, Sword cultivator, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere in this matter, Zuan? And slowly retracted his fist, then said lightly, My wife wants me to intervene, so I will. Besides, I don't like this island nation, but it's not up to you gods and demons to slaughter them. Heh, it's useless. The giant wave has taken shape now, even I can't control it. You can watch as this island nation is destroyed right before your eyes. The sea god chuckled sinisterly, and his form began to rapidly recover. Indeed, the giant wave began to show signs of collapsing. If this endless seawater fell, the entire island nation of our would be crushed. All the viewers who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but hold their breath. Some couldn't bear to watch and turned away. Zuan stood in front of the oncoming giant wave, looking up silently, without saying a word. Through the lens, many people saw this scene, In front of the enormous giant wave, Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, his figure appearing very small, but his proud figure moved many people. Husband. And Yan ran over worriedly and stood next to Zuan. Zuan turned his head and smiled at her, then said lightly, Yanner, have you played with water before? Today. Husband will play water ball with you. With that, Zuan pointed his hand. Break. With Zuan's command, the previously overwhelming giant wave shattered, and the endless seawater was about to pour down. However, with a wave of Zuan's hand, a perfect circle appeared in the air. Condense. The pouring seawater rushed into it. The circular shape seemed like a bottomless pit. Countless seawater poured in, but it didn't fill up, gradually condensing a glittering spot of water light at the center of the circle. In the blink of an eye, all the seawater entered the circle, forming a water ball the size of a basketball. This water ball reflected the starlight, dazzling like a diamond. The sea god's eyes nearly popped out because he could sense the immense power contained in this water ball. Compressing tens of thousands of tons of seawater into a basketball-sized object implied its weight and density. Even the sea god couldn't achieve such control over water. With one hand, Zuan held this water ball, raised his head, and smiled coldly at the sea god far away. This is yours. I'll give it back to you now. With that, Zuan casually waved his hand, and this ball of water turned into a stream of light, flying directly towards the sea god. No. Before the sea god could finish his sentence, he was hit by the lightning-fast water ball. With a loud bang, the sea god didn't even hum. He was directly knocked far away by the water ball. When he flew to the center of the sea god let out a terrified scream, and then his form turned into debris. After that, the water ball burst into countless seawater, instantly filling up most of the dried-up ocean. As for the sea god, there wasn't a trace of him left. Even though he was a divine being controlling the ocean, he was shattered by Zuan's straightforward attack. In the end, a sea god actually died beneath the ocean, which was quite ironic. When everything calmed down, whether it was the viewers watching the live broadcast or the people present, they all looked at the figure in the air with dumbfounded eyes. Zuan and clapped his hands, turned to Yan, and smiled. Yanner, was my pose just now cool? His smile was captured by the camera and presented to all the viewers watching the live broadcast. This affectionate and bright smile instantly captured the hearts of many women. At the same time, Zuan publicly killing a god had finally established his title as the supreme figure of this era. Zhangdu. In an extremely high-standard conference room, when Zuan in the live broadcast condensed the immeasurable seawater into a water ball, then directly smashed a deity into nothingness, the conference room was as silent as a dead place. Then came an uncontrollable commotion. Quiet. A general sitting in the main seat knocked on the table. Judging by the military rank on his shoulder, he was unexpectedly a major general of the country. The conference room quieted down. The general then spoke in a deep voice. What's everyone's take on what just happened? The people in the conference room looked at each other, but no one spoke. The major general then turned his gaze to a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and asked, as the head in charge of studying the abilities of these cultivators in the council, do you have anything to say? The man stood up, pushed his glasses up his nose, and then smiled bitterly. Your Excellency General, from the very beginning, I tried to analyze how powerful this Zuan's ability really is, but later on, I gave up. Oh. Why is that? The Major General looked puzzled. The man sighed, stood up and went to the large screen, rewinding the footage to the moment before the giant wave collapsed. Generals, do any of you notice this layer of giant wave? Judging by the reference objects around in the footage, this giant wave is at least 100 meters high. What does that mean? The man paused for a moment, then said, if this giant wave appeared anywhere, it would be enough to destroy thousands of kilometers of land completely. Even mountains would not be able to stop the assault of these giant waves. Silence filled the conference room as everyone listened quietly. The man continued, such a giant wave should not exist on Earth. But now with the descent of gods and demons, anything unusual can happen. But that's not what I want to say. The man fast-forwarded the footage a bit, then froze the scene where Zuan held up the water ball transformed from the giant wave. He took a deep breath, and with a hint of fear in his voice, said, I made a simple calculation just now. A wall of water, over 100 meters tall, would weigh at least tens of thousands of tons. But such an astonishing weight was condensed by Zuan into a water ball and held up with one hand. I don't know how you all feel when you see this scene, but I felt chills down my spine. because this means that Zuan, without any divine power, solely with physical strength, is already unbeatable among all. With a serious expression on his face, the man turned to the Major General and said, "Your Excellency General, Zuan has surpassed the system we use to measure abilities. With his strength alone, he is already invincible in the world, not to mention he has many unpredictable means." After hearing this coherent analysis, the Major General also nodded solemnly. "Well said. Fortunately, this person is of the Hua clan and acts very friendly towards our country, so we must definitely win him over and not provoke him." Upon hearing this, there was a series of whispers in the conference room, and then General Wang Dao, sitting in the last seat, stood up. "Your Excellency General, since you said that, there is something I need to report to you." "General Wang, please speak." Wang Dao spoke in a low voice. "I believe everyone here is aware that the Destiny Corporation was also established by this Zuan." People nodded in agreement. Then Wang Dao's face showed a hint of mockery as he continued, "I don't need to emphasize the importance of destiny. Without it, our nation would not have survived against the gods and demons up to now. But because of its importance, destiny has attracted the attention of many." Upon hearing this, the Major General made a sound of surprise. "What happened?" "Your Excellency General, there's something you may not know. Some time ago, because Zuan had been missing for a while, Destiny Corporation was controlled by Zuan's friends and the Chen family. However, since the establishment of the council, the Jin family suddenly rose to power and extended their influence, attempting to bring Destiny under their control. Not only did they send someone to take over Destiny Corporation as the director, but they also marginalized Zuan's old associates in an attempt to make Destiny part of the Jin family." As Wang Dao spoke, the Major General's face grew increasingly grim. Finally, the Major General slammed the table. "This is outrageous. At such a critical time, instead of working together, they are scheming against each other." With that, some people in the conference room turned pale and lowered their heads. Wang Dao's smile widened at the reactions. "Your Excellency General, I have dealt with this Su and before, and I know that he will not confront you unless provoked. But this time, the Jin family has completely crossed Zuan's bottom line. I tried to advise them, but the Jin family claimed Zuan was dead and not to be feared. Now, Zuan has returned and possesses formidable strength that cannot be ignored by anyone. By the way, you may not know yet, but a woman from the Jin family once ruled the Yin family for a long time, but she bullied Zuan's wife, and was eventually killed by Zuan. This is the reason the Jin family has been seeking revenge. If this matter is not resolved properly, I'm afraid." Wang Dao didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. If this matter is not handled properly, once this God Slayer finds out, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Without hesitation, the Major General said, "This matter is of great importance and cannot be overlooked." He then stood up and said solemnly, "Immediately order the Jin family to withdraw from Destiny Corporation and strip them of all their rights in the council." He leaned on the table, gazing at everyone in the room with a serious expression. "From now on, I do not want to hear any news of anyone daring to harm Zuan and those around him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Also, starting today, establish an institution dedicated to contacting and negotiating with Zuan, led by me and managed by General Wang." "Understood." Everyone, this era of gods and demons was originally a time of great calamity, but the emergence of Zuan is a rare opportunity for our nation. Therefore, I will not allow anyone to disrupt it, or else there will be merciless consequences. The Major General spoke with an air of authority. Everyone in the room shivered and nodded in agreement. As the highest decision-making body of the council, the orders were immediately passed down. After the meeting concluded, the head of the Jin family, Ching, who is over 70 years old, sat in the middle chair, looking down at the dismissal notice in his hand with an extremely unpleasant expression. It was clearly written that all his positions in the management committee were revoked, and he was to wait for further arrangements at home. What's more, following the dismissal notice was a strongly worded notification letter. Written in the tone of a commanding general, the letter demanded that Jin's family immediately withdraw from Chuanyuan Company and cease all behavior that could offend Zuan. Any violation would be at their own risk. These two letters weighed heavily in Jin Hao's hands, making them tremble slightly. Losing his position in the management committee meant that the Jin family had lost all their power, and everything they had painstakingly built would now be in vain. Naturally, this was difficult for Jin Hao to accept. The other people in the room all hung their heads, afraid to speak. Each person's face was filled with despair and disappointment. After a moment, Jin Hao took a deep breath and then said coldly, "Jin Zhang." "Father." Jin Zhang trembled and quickly stepped forward. "I had you airdropped into Qianyuan Company before. It has been a long time. Have you figured out the formula for Qianyuan elixir?" Jin Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Father, although I was airdropped into Qianyuan Company, Chen Zhu and his friends, who are close to Zuan, are a tight-knit group. I couldn't even get close to the production process of Qianyuan elixir." Jin Hao's expression turned even uglier, slamming the table forcefully. "Good for nothing. All useless." Jin Zhang and the others turned pale, all bowing their heads and not daring to speak. After venting his anger, the cunning Jin Hao, who had been in charge of the Jin family for decades, slumped back in his chair, a hint of fear in his eyes. Zuan had returned, and he had come back in an unbeatable and forceful manner. Thinking back on everything the Jin family had done before, and considering the past grievances between the Jin and An families, one could easily guess that Zuan would never let them off. Jin Hao was acutely aware that being kicked out of the management committee by Zuan was only temporary. Once Zuan returned to power, disaster would be impending for the Jin family. They might not even need Zuan to personally take action. The members of the management committee would actively target the Jin family in effort to please Zuan. The thought of such a scenario made Jin Hao tremble. Just then, a cold female voice came in from outside. "Are you the members of the Jin family who are against Zuan? Who goes there?" Several guards shouted. The people in the room were shocked and turned to look. The incredibly sturdy iron gate suddenly began to melt, turning into a pool of molten iron in an instant. A woman with long flowing hair, tall and slender, dressed in a black leather outfit and wearing towering high heels, walked in gracefully. As she approached, her every step exuded charm and charisma. Everyone in the room was taken aback because no one recognized this woman. The Jin family's guards rushed towards her, surrounding her. Jin Hao raised his hand to signal the guards to step back, then said in a somber tone, "Who are you? And why are you intruding into my Jin family?" Jin Hao had noticed the woman's peculiar entrance, especially the melting iron gate made him uneasy, so he spoke politely. The woman smiled slightly. "Jin Master, who I am is not important. I only ask one question. Do you hate this Zuan?" Hearing this, Jin Hao's expression wavered. "Whether we hate him or not, what does it matter?" The woman giggled. "If you hate him, then there's an opportunity now for you to seek revenge. If you don't hate him," a cold gleam flashed in the woman's eyes, "then you have no reason to exist." "How dare you?" Jin Zhang was angry and wanted to order the woman, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, to be tied up. But the woman just glanced at him, and Jin Zhang froze in place. The woman's eyes were terrifyingly cold, devoid of any emotion, like the eyes of a cold-blooded creature. The woman said calmly, "I hope you don't test my patience, or I could turn this place into your burial ground now." With that, a strong pressure emanated from the woman. Everyone in the room was shocked. Some nearby people groaned and retreated, looking disheveled. "Please calm down, ma'am," Jin Hao shouted. He then bowed and got up from his seat, speaking respectfully. "Of course, we, the Jin family, do hate Zuan. But the problem is that currently, Zuan is powerful. Even the management committee stands with him. How can we seek revenge?" The woman smiled and suddenly appeared next to Jin Hao, sitting naturally in the main seat. "As long as there is hatred, I can help you seek revenge. Even grant you endless life and power. But you must unconditionally obey me and make me your master." The woman's words made all the members of the Jin family hesitant. "May I ask, ma'am?" The woman calmly said, "I am of the Celestial Dragon clan, and my name is Dragon." As she spoke, her eyes gradually transformed into draconic eyes, and a powerful dragon aura enveloped the room. Jin Hao and the others snapped out of their initial shock and confusion. Then, without hesitation, Jin Hao knelt down. "We, the Jin family, are willing to obey you as our master." As he knelt, the rest of the Jin family also knelt down one by one. Dragon looked at them and smiled faintly. "Very well, master. May I ask what you want us, the Jin family, to do?" Jin Hao asked respectfully. Dragon calmly said, "With only me here now, my strength is not enough to confront Zuan. What you all need to do is unite all the forces that have grievances against Zuan." "Yes." The members of the Jin family agreed and bowed their heads. "Now, I will grant you all a portion of power. With a wave of her hand, the members of the Jin family in the room felt a surge of immense power coursing through them. Even Jin Hao felt a shock, his aging body quickly rejuvenating. This sight completely won over the Jin family. They prostrated themselves, thanking Dragon profusely. After the others left, Jin Hao hesitated and said, "Master, Zuan is no ordinary opponent. Even if the Jin family unites all those against him, we still cannot match up to him." Europe. Dark ancient castle. The continuous bombardment of light has already turned the nearby hills into flat ground, leaving only a lonely ancient castle standing amidst it. And the dark protection shrouding the castle has become very weak. However, even this precarious protection force is incredibly tenacious, persisting until now under the bombardment of so many zealous followers of light. But now, many people are clear that this is the limit. With this continued assault, the protective force will break at most within a day. Members of the Dark Council are of course more aware of this. Therefore, at this moment, everyone gathers in the hall, watching Fen Manchu, wrapped in layers of black vines, with a look of sadness on their faces. "Everyone," the Dark Witch Anastasia said softly. Everyone looked at her. "Manchu sacrificed her life to protect us. But now, this dark ancient castle can no longer hold up. If we just stand by and watch, there is a high possibility that Manchu will fall into the hands of that light angel." Anastasia surveyed the crowd. "Therefore, I propose, from now on, we all leave the castle, go outside to draw firepower, to ease the pressure on Manchu." With these words, the Death Mage Kalsas, the Titan Giant, and the Dream Succubus all nod without hesitation. "I agree. I also agree. And, if one dies outside, remember to sacrifice yourselves in the end to protect this castle," Anastasia said solemnly. The few people looked at each other upon hearing this, then all revealed a faint smile of understanding. Understood. They all actually understood that the chances of survival were extremely slim on this mission, because their wounds had not fully healed, and even if they did, it would be difficult to escape the powerful force of light. Despite this, not a single person showed any sign of hesitation or retreat. It was as if they were facing not death, but something as mundane as ever. After the discussion, everyone packed up and arrived at the front of the castle. The skeletal cigar was still stationed here at this moment, but now, his suit had become tattered and dirty, the only unchanged item being the cigar in his hand. When he saw everyone approaching, the cigar-smoking skeleton extinguished his cigar, then stood up straight. "Are you ready to go, my lords?" Kalsas nodded, then apologized somewhat. "I'm sorry I couldn't resurrect those skeletons for you earlier." The cigar-smoking skeleton grinned at the comment. "I never expected you to revive them, because your skills are really not great. They're nowhere near those of the previous death mages." Kalsas felt a bit awkward at this. At that moment, Anastasia said, "You stay here to guard the castle. We'll be back soon." The cigar-smoking skeleton chuckled, then followed behind. The Dream Succubus frowned slightly, turned to him. "Didn't the witch say for you to stay and guard?" The cigar-smoking skeleton shook his head. "My lords, I actually know what you're going to do. Manchu has fallen into a deep sleep for the sake of the castle, and that light bastard is closing in step by step. My lords want to sacrifice yourselves to draw fire, am I right?" Anastasia sighed softly. "Indeed. In that case, I'll go with you." With that, the cigar-smoking skeleton raised his hand to stop Anastasia and the others from speaking, then calmly said, "Since all my brothers are gone, it's too boring to guard this castle alone. I might as well enjoy a good fight. Even if I can give that light scum a lesson, my death will be worth it." Anastasia wanted to persuade him further, but Kalsas stopped her and gently shook his head, indicating that there was no need to say more, because he knew very well the temper of these skeleton lords. Once they set their minds on something, they would go all out to achieve it. They would not waver because of persuasion. At that moment, the Titan Giant slowly opened the castle's sealed gate. "Think carefully. Once you step out of this door, there's no turning back," the Dream Succubus couldn't help but say. The cigar-smoking skeleton laughed strangely. "I've lived for thousands of years, seen and tried everything, except for the taste of death. And my brothers have tasted it. I can't fall behind." Hearing this, the others fell silent for a moment, then Anastasia stepped forward. "Let's go. It's late. Let's kill and move on." As soon as the zealots of light outside the tightly closed black castle saw people coming out of the castle, they were first stunned, then rushed towards them frantically. Faced with so many zealous followers of light, the members of the Dark Council had no fear at all, shouting loudly as they charged forward. Where they passed, it was like a dark spear piercing through the sea of light. But the sheer number of these zealous followers of light was overwhelming. They killed one, and 10 others immediately took their place. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Dark Council were trapped in the midst of them. They formed a circle, panting and looking at the zealots of light across from them. Damn it! Don't these lunatics know fear? Even the gentle dream succubus couldn't help but curse. Did you not see the look in their eyes? Dull and sluggish. They have clearly been brainwashed by the light angel. In the end, they are just a group of cannon fodder used to draw fire, the Titan giant said. It seems we can't escape today. Calces smiled bitterly and then said to the cigar-smoking skeleton, "Do you have any more cigars? Give me one." Reluctantly, the cigar-smoking skeleton took out one and tossed it over. "This is the last one. I was planning to save it to smoke before I die." Calces smiled, lit the cigar, and took a contented puff. The zealots of light opposite them surged forward as if they had received the order to charge. Calces swore helplessly, "Can't I have a few more puffs?" Before he could finish speaking, they were already engaged in combat. These zealous followers of light were not particularly powerful, but their terror lay in their vast numbers and their fearlessness of death. Within moments, the already injured members of the Dark Council began to fall one after another. "My lords, I'll go first," the Titan giant said, then roared and charged forward. The dream succubus screamed, "Titan!" Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, and then they all looked up together. Sure enough, not far away, a towering tree appeared out of nowhere. The vines on the ground extended from the base of this tree. At the top of the canopy was a floating halo with a blurry-faced woman inside it. The elven mother goddess Chloris. Anastasia exclaimed in surprise. Chloris slightly bowed to everyone. "I'm sorry for arriving a bit late." With her words, many dark hells leapt down from the ancient tree. Leading them was Elder Luna. The appearance of these dark hells immediately turned the tide of the battle. Despite the large number of the followers of the light, they were quickly eliminated under the arrow rain of the dark elves and the vine lash of the elven mother goddess. The people united. Anastasia had met the elven mother goddess before, so she stepped forward and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you to the dark elves for coming to assist our Dark Council." Chloris smiled faintly. "Madam Witch, you are too polite. The forces of light are currently strong, and we must help each other." In fact, Chloris had arrived late because she had been entangled by the relentless followers of the light. Although it was not as brutal as the siege of the Dark Castle, the Dark Elves still paid a heavy price unexpectedly. Only under Chloris's wrath were the besieging light worshippers barely eliminated. The formidable strength displayed by these people still shocked Chloris. Later, she heard rumors from outside that the Dark Castle was under siege and might not hold out much longer. This news greatly alarmed Chloris. She understood the principle of mutually dependent relationships, so she immediately rallied her people and rushed to their aid, barely arriving in time. However, during the conversation between the two sides, a divine light suddenly appeared in the distance. Accompanied by the chanting of hymns, a massive angelic figure gradually appeared in the sky. Metatron looked down at everything below and then said with interest, "Oh, another wild elven mother goddess has appeared, and it seems to be a manifestation of an ancient deity. Quite rare." Upon hearing his words, both Chloris and the members of the Dark Council's expressions turned grave. "This divine angel is extremely powerful, and we are no match for him. The best plan now is to leave quickly. Run as far as you can," Chloris said calmly. Anastasia, Titan, and the others smiled. "Mother Goddess, we are grateful for your long journey to help. We will not leave now," the Dream Witch said. "Why? Fighting desperately won't solve anything. It's better to wait for Mr. Zhu to return." Chloris thought they were ready to fight to the end and quickly tried to dissuade them. "You don't understand," Karthus said, pointing to the Dark Castle in the distance. "The future Dark Lord lies dormant inside there. For her, we cannot leave but must fight to the end." Just then, Metatron seemed to lose patience. "Go. Exterminate them all." Countless angels appeared behind him. Though these angels only had rudimentary wings, the divine power they possessed far surpassed that of the fanatical worshippers. With Metatron's command, these simplified angels swooped down as if they were a regiment of warplanes heading towards the group. "Mother Goddess, please leave quickly," Anastasia shouted before casting a dark forbidden spell. Doom. The forbidden spell blew away dozens of angels, but in an instant, the gaps created were filled again. Countless angels swarmed in from all directions. Despite everyone using all their strongest spells to attack, there were just too many enemies to defeat. Mother Goddess, what do we do? Elder Luna's face turned pale at the sight, and she couldn't help asking. Chloris's eyes flashed. We can't leave. If we leave, these people are undoubtedly dead. And once this angel of light turns his spear against us, we will also have no place to bury our dead. So, get ready to fight. Let's kill the enemies together, Chloris said, waving the vines of the giant tree like a whip to strike the approaching angelic army. Elder Luna also directed the elves to shoot arrows together. Metatron watched this scene and burst into laughter. Is this your full strength? Let me add some more challenge for you today. With that, waves of divine light flashed, and the angels that were just killed or chopped up reformed in this light and soared back into the sky. Keep killing. Let's see how long you can last. Metatron laughed triumphantly. Everyone felt deep despair. There was nothing more frustrating than the enemies they had worked hard to kill resurrecting in an instant. Additionally, the members of the Dark Council were already heavily injured, and now, after battling for a while, their injuries worsened. Under the attack of the angelic army, they began to retreat step by step. Doom. After being bombarded once again by the light, Anastasia said, in a solemn tone, I can't hold on any longer. It's now. With that, a surge of dark energy filled her eyes. Carthus exclaimed in shock. Tassia. Anastasia turned her head and smiled at him. Carthus, see you in a while. Tears welled up in Carthus's eyes as he vigorously nodded. Wait for me. We will leave together. With that, a surge of powerful necromantic energy emanated from him. The Dream Witch and Titan also exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Just as the members of the Dark Council were about to sacrifice themselves to reinforce the protection of the Dark Castle, suddenly Metatron was slightly taken aback, then a smirk appeared on his face. Oh, so, you're saying that the reason the old light god didn't dare to come down to the mortal world is because of you. Unfortunately, unlike that old guy who only sends his avatars or projections down, this time, I have descended in my full form. With that, Metatron seemed to unlock a seal, emitting a powerful holy light from his body, and his glowing wings became even more dazzling. Metatron, known as the Archangel of Light, was definitely not a fool. Not willing to come down to the mortal realm, the light god had his defenses, so he used the light secret technique that required immense energy. This technique could seal Metatron's full form, deceiving the laws of the heavens in order to descend smoothly. And if necessary, he could release his true power by breaking the seal. At this moment, the whole of Europe, even the entire Eastern Hemisphere, was enveloped in endless holy light. The night sky was illuminated as bright as day. This scene naturally brought countless worshippers to bow and worship. Metatron looked down at Zuan with a mocking tone, saying, I can see that you have some strength, but in front of me, all of that is meaningless. So, I'm curious, how do you plan to settle this score with me? Although it was just a casual remark, the overpowering presence in his words made even the members of the Dark Council, who were far away, tremble in retreat. Is this the power of a true god? The elven mother goddess Chloris said, with a solemn expression, speaking softly to herself. As a deity herself, she could sense the divine suppression emanating from Metatron. It made her feel extremely constrained, and at the same time, astonished. After all, she had inherited the divinity of the forest goddess from ancient mythology, yet she couldn't even directly face Metatron. It showed how powerful he must be. In this situation, Zuan remained silent, keeping his head low. Zuan had come directly from country R this time. He had sensed the resurgence of the power of light in Europe since his return. However, Zuan didn't pay much attention to it at the time because he could feel the presence of Fen Manchu, so he decided to check on it later. But just now, Zuan felt that the dark power belonging to Fen Manchu was rapidly declining. The speed was so fast that it startled Zuan. At that moment, Zuan realized that something had happened to Fen Manchu. Therefore, in a hurry, Zuan directly flew over within Yan. Right now, Zuan paid no attention to Metatron's words, but quietly gazed at the dark castle. The light of the holy light disappeared silently as it approached, not even stirring his hair. This eerie silence gradually spread, quieting the entire scene. Then, Zuan said calmly, What a foolish girl, standing alone in the darkness, waiting for my return. But have you ever thought, If something goes wrong, you will forever fall into darkness and never wake up again. The members of the Dark Council trembled at his words, their eyes welling up with tears. Metatron furrowed his brow slightly, about to speak, but Zuan had already raised his head, quietly staring at him. You asked me how we will settle this score, right? I'll tell you now. The only thing that can defeat you like gods is darkness, and it can only be darkness. Metatron was startled at his words, then smirked. Are you joking with me? Darkness? He pointed at the members of the Dark Council on the ground. With these ants. The disdain in his tone was overflowing. Zuan, however, ignored his taunts, just lowering his head and murmuring softly, Menchu, won't you wake up? With this sentence, the previously silent Dark Castle suddenly began to tremble. Countless vines began to surge out frantically, completely enveloping the castle, then swaying a few times before blooming into black roses. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Anastasia suddenly started trembling, then covering her mouth, she quivered. With the blooming of the dark flowers, the throne is restored. Upon hearing her words, all the members of the Dark Council were startled, recalling a long-standing ancient legend. According to the legend, this dark castle was an incredibly powerful dark relic that, if opened, would transform into the throne of darkness, and whoever ascended it would be the true Lord of Darkness. Because the time of this legend was so ancient, everyone thought it was just a myth. But today, everyone saw this miraculous scene unfold before their eyes. Metatron's expression hardened. Then he sneered, although it is a dark relic, it's nothing to me. Trying to defeat me with this is simply wishful thinking. Just then, the Dark Castle suddenly shattered and broke apart, and towering black pillars began appearing between heaven and earth. In an instant, a majestic and immense dark temple appeared before everyone. Inside this dark temple, a sinister and huge vine snaked out, then swayed, slowly blooming into a massive black rose. At the center of the flower, Menchu was asleep with closed eyes. A powerful dark pressure dimmed the sky filled with holy light, even causing Metatron to involuntarily step back a few paces, looking shocked. How is this possible? He never expected that a mere mortal Dark Council would possess such potent darkness. This pure and terrifying darkness was even more profound than the darkness in the depths of the abyss. Zu, and stood quietly in midair, then said softly, how powerful have you become since awakening your true Dark Emperor bloodline? He smiled faintly, holding in Yan's hand, and instantly appeared next to the black rose. The dark thorns on the vines aimed at Zuan, but after sensing something, they gradually quieted down. Zu, and extended his hand and wrote a complex dark rune in the air, then pressed down fiercely, saying, why won't you wake up? The dark rune appeared on Menchu's forehead, completely stirring up the surrounding darkness. Menchu's long hair danced on its own, resembling a demon who had crossed through ancient times, but in her eyes, there was only an extremely pure darkness. No joy, no anger, no ripples, just floating quietly in midair. Perfect, like a work of art. The members of the Dark Council were all dumbfounded. However, at that moment, a spear made of condensed holy light flew through the air, aimed directly at Menchu's chest. Metatron's face was full of a mad killing intent. Stop playing games with me and die. From the moment Menchu opened her eyes, Metatron felt a strong sense of danger. As she floated in midair, feeling the increasingly thick power of darkness, a hint of panic finally rose in Metatron's heart. It was this hint of panic that made Metatron completely furious. A sense of shame and anger overcame him, as a divine being, to fear a worldly master of darkness. It was this feeling that drove Metatron to strike. The holy light spear came at high speed, almost instantly arriving near Menchu, but just as it was about to pierce her chest, it suddenly stopped and then shattered with a loud bang. Metatron exclaimed in shock, impossible. Before he could say more, Menchu looked at him, her eyes still devoid of any emotion, then raised her index finger pointing at Metatron. Doom. A black light more intense than night flashed by, catching Metatron off guard and piercing through his chest. Metatron grunted, and his holy light shimmered, indicating he was injured. Yet, as a high-ranking deity, this injury wasn't enough to defeat him. With a snort of anger, his sacred light wings flapped behind him, and his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Menchu. His huge wings closed in on her, enveloping her completely. Metatron sneered, I underestimated you, but it ends here. Die. Holy light judgment. With his command, the gathered holy light wings suddenly trembled as if there were explosives within. and strands of holy light sparkled through the cracks. Menchu, Karsus, and the others exclaimed in shock. Anastasia, however, remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. That just as Metatron believed Menchu was doomed, the dazzling holy light wings began to dim, followed by tendrils of darkness spreading over them. Metatron exclaimed, "What is this?" As the holy light wings shatter, Menchu stood unscathed in midair, still gazing at Metatron with her pure black eyes. "Ah, you've damaged my wings, I'll tear you apart." Metatron howled in pain, intending to strike back. At that moment, Menchu's long hair suddenly rose, transforming into 3,000 strands of silk that swiftly ensnared and bound Metatron tightly. Despite his struggles, the hair transformed into countless steel needles, piercing directly into Metatron's body, absorbing the light and sacred ore within him. The silk turned into numerous channels, with gleaming light rushing toward Menchu. "How is this possible? Menchu is absorbing so much holy light. Isn't she afraid of conflicting with her own darkness and exploding?" Karsus exclaimed in disbelief. Anastasia shook her head, her expression grave. "You don't understand. Menchu has now mastered the most fundamental power of darkness, and darkness and light are essentially one at their core. Absorbing light is akin to tempering the darkness." As she spoke, Karsus nodded in partial understanding. Meanwhile, in the sky, Metatron began to feel the fear of death as the light within him was rapidly sucked away. In the blink of an eye, he had lost more than half of his holy light. If this continued, he would wither away in moments. "No. Please. Spare me," Metatron pleaded, offering to return to the divine realm and promising not to return. The members of the Dark Council and the Dark Elves fell into silence. The once mighty Archangel of Light was now begging for mercy. Menchu seemed undisturbed, and the strands of hair burrowed deeper, increasing the absorption speed. Metatron visibly aged at a rapid pace. Eventually, a ruthless glint appeared in Metatron's eyes. He was aware that he would soon be torn apart himself. He roared furiously, "Die!" His body began to emit dangerous holy light, a precursor to his soul's explosion. However, Zuan squinted slightly, and his massive divine spirit rushed forth, dispersing Metatron's unguarded spirit instantly. Metatron was dumbfounded by the formidable divine spirit. Zuan calmly stated, "You can ponder that question after you die." The remnants of Metatron's spirit were utterly extinguished, and his body became nourishment for Menchu, all the holy light absorbed. Moments later, Metatron's body turned to dust, Menchu's hair returned to normal, yet her aura of darkness grew even stronger. The imposing darkness was so intense that tiny vortices appeared around Menchu, her features now akin to that of a deity, too awe-inspiring to gaze upon directly. Zuan watched quietly, showing no signs of avoidance. Menchu remained motionless. After a moment, a glimmer of light appeared in Menchu's eyes. Her expression shifted from confusion to clarity. Finally, her eyes regained their focus, and she stared blankly at Zuan. "Zuan?" Zuan smiled slightly, nodded, and asked, "Awake?" At this moment, the members of the Dark Council and the Night Elf clan all stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Master." Zuan nodded slightly but had not spoken yet. Isabella squeezed through the crowd from behind, her face eager as she asked, "Master, have Xiang and Nan arrived?" Enian smiled slightly beside her. "Zibella, do you miss the two of them?" Isabella nodded heavily. "Yes, madam. Haven't Xiang and Nan come with you?" At this moment, Isabella had already noticed that apart from Zuan and Enian, there was no trace of Xiang and Nan. Her expression turned somewhat dim. As the princess of the Night Elf clan, her childhood was extremely lonely. It could be said that before the appearance of Xiang and Nan, she did not have any real friends. Enian couldn't help feeling sorry when she saw this. "They are here." "Ah, where?" Isabella's spirits lifted, and she hurriedly asked. Enian smiled slightly and released the talismanic small building given to her by Zuan. When everyone saw an exquisitely delicate small building appearing out of thin air, they couldn't help but be amazed. And beings like the elven mother goddess Chloris were even more shaken because they could sense that although the small building appeared delicate and adorable, it actually contained extremely terrifying energy. Then, several people flew out from this small building. As soon as they left the range of the building, they instantly returned to their normal human forms. It was Tangjur and the two little maids. Children always greet each other with great joy. When the three of them happily went to play on the side, Zuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Meng Zhu, handle the remnants of light in Europe. Meng Zhu nodded, yes. With that, she rose into the sky in an instant, and endless darkness spread out, enveloping the entire continent of Europe. Under this dense dark power, the injuries on Karsus and others began to heal rapidly. At the same time, there was a wriggling movement behind the backpack of the skull-smoking skeleton, and then a skull hand extended from it. Damn it, the moment I smelled the cigar scent in this bag, I knew it was that guide, the second one. Saying that, a skeleton crawled out slowly from inside the bag. The skull-smoking skeleton was stunned. Elder ... brother. Following that, 7 or 8 skeletons crawled out one after another from this huge travel bag. Haha. Never expected to come back to life, these skeletons said cheerfully. The skull-smoking skeleton looked at them dumbfounded. The skeleton's remains were stored in this large travel bag, and he never expected that they had all come back to life. Shortly after, the skull-smoking skeleton felt a bit sad again. They all came back to life, but what about the already vanished old 6? At that moment, black flashes gathered in the air and a skull suddenly appeared in front of the skull-smoking skeleton. Hey, second brother, do you miss me? The skull-smoking skeleton looked at the skull and suddenly cursed, get lost, you brat, seeing you always puts me in a bad mood. But as he said that, he couldn't help but laugh. On that day, the leader of the Holy Light Angels that had been ruling Europe was annihilated by Meng Zhu of the Dark Council, and the news spread, shaking the world. Chengdu, Chen family. Chen Chuhui smiled slightly. This time, thanks to General Wan, otherwise the Jin family would not have collapsed so quickly. General Wan Dao sat opposite, shook his head at the remark, you are joking, old master. I merely sounded the alarm this time. The real reason lies in the supreme power displayed by Mr. Zhu. Chen Chu couldn't help but sigh at his words. Indeed, in the end, this world still speaks by strength. Before Mr. Zhu returned, the Jin family was so arrogant, even intending to meddle with Tianyuan company. However, after Mr. Zhu's return, they didn't even need to lift a finger. The Jin family was completely finished. He then picked up his wine glass. Come, I toast the general. After they clinked glasses, Chen Chuhui continued, is there any movement from the Jin family? Wan Dao put down his glass and nodded, saying, this is exactly what I want to discuss with you. The Jin family is currently very active, contacting people everywhere. And from what I've observed, the people the Jin family is contacting have had some grievances with Mr. Zhu. It seems the Jin family is not giving up. Chen Chuhui smiled slightly. This is normal. A centipede dies, but does not fall. Let alone that old man Jin Hao has always been patient. Even when his own daughter was killed, he didn't show up until the chaos of the world, thinking they had absolute advantage, but ending up with such a result, he certainly won't be reconciled. Wan Dao furrowed his brows, but I feel we need to be more cautious. Chen Chuhui nodded. Caution is necessary, but there's no need to be overly concerned. Moreover, it's a good thing that these people are contacting each other. It's a chance to eliminate all the forces that are unfavorable to Mr. Zhu and Tianyuan. At this point, a hint of a sharp killing intent appeared on Chen Chu's face. During the time when Zuan did not return, it was a tough time for Tianyuan company and the Chen family. However, even in such a situation, Chen Chuhui relied on his superb skills to mediate. It could be said that without Chen Chuhui's suppression, Tianyuan company would probably have been devoured by the Jin family a long time ago. But at that time, despite all the maneuvering, the strength was insufficient and they could only fend for themselves. Now that the situation has reversed, Chen Chuhui was naturally full of killing intent, wanting to eliminate all the hostile forces quickly. Wang Dao, seeing this, smiled bitterly. He knew well what a ruthless figure this seemingly kind old man used to be, and it seemed that the upper-class families in Zhongdu would inevitably undergo another round of reshuffling. However, these matters were not his responsibility, so he just briefly pondered and buried it deep within his heart. Then he spoke solemnly. Old master, General Zhenguo also asked me to inquire when Mr. Zhu will return. Chen Chuhui shook his head. I don't know either. Chen Chuhui continued. To be honest, I can't contact Mr. Zhu now either. I only know that after he killed the whale in our country, he disappeared. But I believe that before long, Mr. Zhu will definitely return. Why does the old master say that? It's simple. Mr. Zhu hates these gods and demons the most, So when he took action and wiped out all the gods and demons in the southeastern region, he will naturally return after eliminating the same kind all over the world. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Rushi walked in with excitement on her face. "Grandfather, General Wang, news has just come in. There has been a sudden change in Europe. The leader of the Holy Light Angels ruling over Europe was killed by the awakened Meng Zhu, and it was Mr. Zhu who awakened her." Upon hearing this news, Chen Chu Huayan and Wang Dao exchanged a glance, then shook their heads and chuckled softly. "It seems we underestimated Mr. Zhu's speed. Yes, when that European light angel was killed, there are basically no overly powerful gods and demons left in the world. The chaos is finally settling down." Wang Dao couldn't help but sigh. "Come, let's raise a toast to Mr. Zhu." Chen Chuhuai's enthusiasm was evident. In the next few days, the entire world was astonished by the successive heavy information that poured in. After the annihilation of the Archangel of Light in Europe, Zuan led a group of people southward, eliminating all demons and deities along the way. On the third day, all the major indigenous gods in Africa were slain by Zuan with a single sword, restoring peace to Africa. On the fifth day, all major demons in Australia became the spoils of Fen Nengsu's Dark Throne. On the eighth day, the gods and demons of the Americas were eliminated, returning control to humanity. In just 10 days, Zuan single-handedly vanquished countless gods and demons, completely restoring order to a world that had already plunged into the abyss. These remarkable achievements elevated Zuan's prestige to unparalleled heights, with no nation or individual daring to question him. Revered in the world, the first person in the world, the deity slayer. Such accolades all belong to Zuan. Throughout history, no one has achieved the level of accomplishment that Zuan has reached today. Because he now stands at the pinnacle of this world, whoever you are, you can only look up to him. The entire world's landscape has begun a massive transformation due to the chaos caused by gods and demons, with many small countries being destroyed, and even the surviving nations suffering heavy losses. In this situation, the presence of Zuan, a human nuclear bomb-like figure, completely shattered the already precarious old order. Countless people understood that with Zuan reigning over the world, the rise of Hua country was unstoppable. The former hegemon, Country M, had no choice but to either submit or use nuclear weapons, and there was no third option. Many speculated that even with nuclear weapons, it might not be possible to defeat Zuan, and if unsuccessful, the aggressor would face the wrath of Zuan, a consequence no one could afford. It is for these reasons that Country M never dared to make a move and even showed a great degree of restraint and compromise, eventually leading to submission. Sun even remarked that Zuan would be the first person in history to single-handedly oppose a country, rendering superpowers helpless and eventually causing them to surrender. The saying "one person changing the landscape of an era" epitomizes this situation. In Hua country, the importance of Zuan had been elevated to an unprecedented level. A department was even established specifically to interact with Zuan. However, due to concerns that Zuan might be displeased, Hua country has not actively sent anyone to contact him. The National General understood this clearly. Zuan had always shown great kindness towards Hua country, so no one should risk provoking him for short-term gain or any other reason. As long as he remained a member of the Hua ethnic group, Hua country held a significant advantage and could afford to be patient. Finally, 3 days after the settlement of gods and demons in the world, Chen Zhu and the team from Chuanyuan Corporation received a message from Zuan, returning home soon. These 4 words were immediately relayed to the upper echelons of Hua country. Subsequently, the news spread like a hurricane throughout Zhongdu and even across the entire Hua country. Zuan had become an absolute idol in the hearts of the people, especially with the scene of him slaying the giant whale and sea god live on television. It had become iconic. Numerous versions of the video circulated online, with many people adding various background music for editing. But regardless of the edits, the focus of these videos was only one thing: invincibility. Therefore, when news of Zuan's imminent return to Zhongdu surfaced, the entire Hua country erupted in excitement. Various countries sent congratulatory messages, with even Country M reluctantly sending a jealous and envious congratulatory message. While there was a buzz outside, the atmosphere inside the Jin family was as cold as an ice cellar. Jin Zhang, looking feeble, whispered a few words to his father Jin Hao as they entered the room. Jin Hao's expression changed, and after a moment, He nodded gravely before retiring to another room. In that room, the dragon princess was lounging on a sofa, exhaling sweet smoke that intoxicated the air. Ching Hao dared not breathe, fearing the toxic fumes. Only beings with innate dragon capabilities, like the dragon princess, could withstand it. Yet, even at this moment, the dragon princess wore a distant expression. It wasn't until she heard footsteps that she abruptly opened her eyes. A cold light seemed to flash through the room, causing Jin Hao to shiver, quickly bowing. "Mistress, what's the matter?" Jin Hao struggled to swallow. "There's news just in. Zuan is returning to Jiangdu." "Oh." He finally decided to come back. The dragon princess' eyes lit up slightly, speaking calmly. Jin Hao continued, "But due to his recent extraordinary influence, the families we had arranged to assist have all backed out. No one is willing to join forces against Zuan." At the dragon princess's cold smile, she replied, "That's not surprising. I never expected you to find anyone who could handle Zuan." "What about you, mistress?" The dragon princess reclined on the sofa, leisurely saying, "Don't rush. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. When he arrives in Jiangdu, the deities and demons from the heavenly realm I've invited will descend, and at that time, Jiangdu will be his burial ground." "Understood." Jing Hao couldn't contain his joy. All previous worries swept away. The next day, at the Jiangdu airport, the place had been newly decorated, and many people had arrived early to await Zuan's arrival. By noon, the area outside the airport was already crowded with people greeting the legendary figure Zuan. Finally, a large passenger plane appeared in the sky, accompanied by several fighter jets. The crowds erupted into cheers, which continued as the plane slowly taxied onto the runway. When Zuan appeared with his wife and two daughters at the top of the gangway, the cheers reached a crescendo. And Yen seemed a bit nervous under so many eyes. Sensing this, Zuan gently held her hand, giving her a reassuring smile. "Don't be nervous." Feeling the warmth of Zuan's hand, Yen gradually calmed down, nodding slightly, expressing her happiness with a soft hum. Zuan's return this time was not intended to be so grand. Simply crossing the voice straight back would have sufficed. However, Chen Zhu had advised that with the world in turmoil, it would be good for people to vent their emotions through his return. Therefore, Zuan opted to fly back to Jiangdu. Chen Zhu and the reception team approached. "Sir." "Mr. Zhu." Everyone paid their respects. Zuan nodded in acknowledgement. The national general then stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Welcome back, Mr. Zhu." Looking at the general, Zuan chuckled. "This has always been my country. Is it strange for me to come back?" This statement elicited smiles from the general and the others behind him. "Mr. Zhu, please come this way. Jiangdu will host a grand banquet tonight to welcome you and your family back in triumph," said the national general with a smile. When Zuan was surrounded by a grand convoy and arrived at the hotel for the banquet, the place had already been completely renovated. As Zuan got out of the car, two elite teams marched up to him. The team in front of him came to a stop with a sound of slap and then shouted in unison, "Greetings, instructor." They were members of the Phoenix Special Forces. Following closely behind was another slightly inferior, but very brave team. "Greetings, Mr. Zhu." The members of this team shouted in unison. They were the blood-killing Special Forces under Commander Hu, led by the successor of the Tiashai sect, Zhang Chu. Zuan smiled slightly upon seeing this, then nodded. At that moment, from a car behind them, Zhou Danuo opened the door and rushed over eagerly. After being resurrected by Zuan, he was left to guard in Xuanjiang town, and this time, he came along as well. Although everyone knew that Zhou Danuo had been revived by the instructor, the members of the Phoenix Special Forces were still moved when they saw him, especially Zhu Yi, who almost ran over in excitement, climbed onto Zhou Danuo's back, eyes reddened, and said, "Damn it, you big dumb ox, how many tears did you make us shed? You have to treat us well this time you come back." "Yes, treat us. Absolutely. And it has to be the kind that we drink until we drop." These voices rose one after another. Zhou Danuo scratched his head, chuckled foolishly. "All right. Danuo, we'll definitely treat everyone a good drink later." Upon hearing this, the members of the Phoenix Special Forces burst into laughter, rushing forward to embrace Zhou Danuo. The strong bond of comradeship touched many onlookers. At that moment, Zhang Chu stepped forward respectfully and said, "Sir, Zhu," and nodded, then glanced at the blood-killing members behind him, his eyes lighting up. "You've actually mastered the Taoist martial arts I taught you so thoroughly in such a short time." Zhang Chu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Since the chaos of the world, I have led my team to battle everywhere, so progress has been faster. Zuan gave him an appreciative pat on the shoulder. It's not just because of that, you've been a good team leader as well. Zhang Chu's face lit up in response, nodding vigorously. Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to you. Zhang Chu will never forget. Zuan smiled, about to speak, when many familiar faces crowded closer. The ghoul griffin from the City of Sin was the most exaggerated. He knelt down before even getting close, then prostrated himself to kiss Zuan's toe. My esteemed master, your prestige has spread throughout the world. As your servant, I feel deeply honored, Zu, and kicked Griffin to the ground with a smile, scolding, don't give me that act. Get up and speak properly. Griffin chuckled, patted his bottom, then stood up. Oh, my dearest master, all I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Griffin's exaggerated tone drew laughter from the surrounding people. Zu, and shook his head helplessly and was about to say something when Xiao Xia, who had crept forward unnoticed, smirked at Griffin. Griffin. Long time no see. Griffin didn't recognize Xiao Xia at first, but after careful scrutiny, he trembled all over. Master Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia gestured to little fish behind him, who obediently stepped forward and grabbed Griffin's collar. Let's go. Let's catch up on old times over there. With that, he dragged Griffin away. Soon after, there came Griffin's exaggerated screams. This once ruthless individual was now becoming more and more playful. Following behind Griffin were people from the provincial capital and North Zhang. Zuan's gaze then settled on a person, and he exclaimed with delight, Jing, when did you arrive? What about Uncle Zi and Andy Pang? The person hiding in the crowd was indeed Zi Jing. Upon hearing Zuan's words, she shivered slightly, then slowly walked over, toying with her clothes in embarrassment as she lowered her head. Sir, my dad and mom are busy in the kitchen helping out ... Before finishing the sentence, Zuan had already ruffled her head and said with a smile, all right, why so formal with your little NJ, Z? Jing stiffened for a moment, then a relieved smile gradually appeared on her face. Yes. Little NJ. This girl's heart was originally in great conflict. Since the chaos of the world, Old Z's restaurant naturally couldn't continue, but because Qin knew about the close relationship between Old Z's family and Zuan, she had been looking for someone to take care of it, so Old Z's family hadn't been greatly affected. But those days were extremely hopeless, because people couldn't see any hope, and all they could do was eke out a living under the threats of demons and gods. It wasn't until Zuan returned and began to slaughter demons and gods that everyone saw hope. The same was true for Old Z's family. Whenever news of Zuan slaying demons and gods came, Old Z would excitedly have a few drinks. Only at this time would Andy Pang not scold him, but rather cook a few extra dishes to accompany him. When news spread that Zuan would be returning to the capital, Old Z's family was also among the invitees and was invited to the capital. However, prior to seeing Zuan, Zi Jing's feelings were complex. Of course, she wanted to see little NJ, but she was also afraid, because this young girl now understood very clearly that little NJ, the #1 figure in the world, was beyond her reach. It wasn't until Zuan behaved so naturally and affectionately that Zi Jing's heart suddenly calmed down. Why think so much? At the very least, he is still my little NJ. With this thought in mind, Zi Jing naturally followed behind Zuan, chatting and laughing with Tang Zhuaner and others as they walked into the banquet hall together. The banquet hall was already crowded with onlookers, and when they saw Zuan enter, a burst of warm applause erupted from the crowd. Zu and nodded and smiled, then was led to the central position. Once he sat down, everyone else took their seats, and the banquet formally commenced. After so much time of anxiety and fear, many people's nerves had been stretched tight, and now that they suddenly relaxed, the atmosphere quickly became exceptionally warm. Just then, the general of the state rose, holding up a cup and clearing his throat. Everyone, quiet down. The grand banquet hall quickly fell silent. The general continued, before today, I don't think any of us imagined that we could gather here so peacefully to drink together. Upon hearing this, many fell silent. Yes, when the world was occupied by demons, who had the mood to drink. To be honest, I, too, felt hopeless at that time because those demons were too strong. We humans were simply no match for them. But we, the Hua clan, did not yield because we knew that there was no point negotiating with those demons. We had only one course of action, And that was to fight. Fight if we could win, and fight even if we couldn't. That is the nature of the Ahua clan. But because of this, we lost many people. It was inevitable that there would be casualties in war, but fortunately, we eventually emerged victorious, all thanks to Mr. Zu's assistance. Therefore, I propose that this toast be dedicated to Mr. Zu. The entire banquet hall resounded with agreement. Everyone raised their cups, ready to toast Zuan. However, at that moment, an untimely, cold female voice came from outside. "It sure is lively here. It seems that ants are still ants, not realizing their insignificance even on the brink of death." As the sound of voices fell, a group of people burst in directly. When the people saw this, there was a moment of silence in the banquet hall, followed by an uproar. "It's the Jin family. The Jin family dares to show up. What are they up to?" Amidst these whispers, the major general of the country turned to Wang Dao, and as Wang Dao stood up with a serious expression as calm as water, about to speak. Just then, Jin Hao and the other children of the Jin family, with Jin Hao at the lead, stood on either side, hands hanging down. Following the clear footsteps, the young lady Long swaggered in. "Who are you? Why did you barge into this banquet hall?" Wang Dao asked sternly. The young lady Long ignored Wang Dao's question, skillfully pulled out a slender cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then exhaled slowly. Wang Dao furrowed his brows, turned to Jin Hao, and said coldly, "Master Jin, barging in here without an invitation, don't you consider the consequences?" Jin Hao smirked at the words. "General Wan, wherever our master goes, we follow. Is there a question about that?" "Master?" This title caused a stir among the crowd. Jin Hao is already 80 years old and still acknowledges such a young woman as master. Shameless. TSK. The Jin family used to be arrogant and overbearing with their power. And now Mr. Zu is back but has yet to settle scores with them. Yet they dared to show up on their own. Wang Dao frowned and signaled to a few guards. The guards swarmed forward, preparing to kick out the Jin family members who had intruded. At that moment, the young lady Long lifted her head, coldly sweeping her gaze across the room. As her eyes met those of the audience, everyone involuntarily froze in place. In an instant, the banquet hall fell silent. The young lady's gaze landed on Zuan, who was seated at the main table. After staring for a moment, she slowly lifted the corners of her mouth with a mocking smile. "You are Zuan?" Zuan had not looked directly at the people the entire time, but had been bowing her head, slowly sipping her wine. Upon hearing the question, Zuan did not look up but flatly reply, "I had sensed the presence of demons in the city, but it was sporadic, so I didn't bother to investigate." She then set down her glass, raised her eyes to look at the young lady Long, and said, "I didn't expect it was you, a member of the Qianlong clan." The young lady Long proudly smiled. "Indeed, I am Long, a princess of the Qianlong clan." Zuan waved her hand. "Long, right? Your sister, Long once mentioned you. Oh, and you seem to have a younger brother named Long San." The young lady Long's expression turned cold, and she said, in a chilling tone, "You are the one who killed them both." Zuan remained silent, turning her gaze to Jin Hao before calmly asking, "I heard that you, Jin family, are very interested in my Qianyuan company." Despite the casual question, Jin Hao trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After all, Zuan was currently hailed as the most powerful figure of the age. But the sight of the young lady Long behind him made Jin Hao straighten up, chuckling smugly. "Zuan, you've killed my daughters you wrong for no reason. I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, and you dare to come here and question me." This statement caused a wave of commotion, and Yan, who was sitting next to Zuan, turned tail with anger, about to stand up to argue with this person who disregarded right and wrong. Zuan gently touched her hand. "No need to get excited, I've got this." With that, Zuan gave Jin Hao a slight smile, then pointed at the young lady Long. "Is she the one you rely on?" Jin Hao was slightly stunned, about to speak when Zuan was already by the side of the young lady Long, delivering a slap. With a crisp sound, the young lady Long was slapped and sent flying, shattering several tables in the process. This slap was startling. Many people felt as if their vision blurred, watching the once domineering young lady Long being slapped away by Zuan in an instant. Jing Hao and all the Jin family members began to tremble slightly. They hadn't expected that the confident young lady Long couldn't withstand a single slap from Zuan. At this moment, the young lady Long slowly got up from the mess of broken tables and chairs, wiped the trace of blood from her mouth, staring at Zuan with a sinister smile. "Didn't expect that, did you? Before your return, I had already contacted the gods of the heavens, preparing to kill you, the one who dared to slaughter demons and gods." As she spoke, the golden shits trembled, and then, the faces of ancient deities appeared on them. Heh. Long was right with the information. This is indeed the birthplace of the origin. I can smell the energy in this place. If we take it as our own, my giant spirit clan will rise in power. At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened, because the power of these deities was too strong, so strong that it instilled a sense of despair in the many skilled cultivators present. Although Mr. Zhu was already a respected figure of his generation, facing so many powerful deities, could he still emerge victorious as before? Many people wondered in their hearts, all looking towards Zuan standing in the distance. At this moment, Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the myriad of deities in the sky with a calm expression, devoid of any trace of joy, sadness, or fear. At the same time, Fen Menchu walked behind Zuan with a grave expression, standing silently. Her action was like a clarion call. The Phoenix Squad, the Blood Killing Squad, the remaining families of Lingnan, the City of Sin, the Dark Council, the Dark Elves, Beijing, the provincial capital, Zhongdu. All the powerful humans silently gathered behind Zuan, standing quietly there. This silent understanding and support touched many viewers watching in front of the screen. This scene also left many of the deities in the sky stunned. The giant deity king snorted, and a devastating oppressive force swept towards everyone. Wherever it passed, even the stars and moon paled in comparison. Many onlookers felt a tightness in their chests and involuntarily stepped back. Solely based on this divine power, it was enough to overpower countless human strongmen. However, when this formidable force reached near Zuan, Zuan slightly opened his mouth and lightly shouted, "Begone." This gentle command, though soft, sounded like thunder from the heavens, directly crushing the force. With a puff, the oppressive force dissipated. This action made the deities themselves tremble. At this moment, the dragon mist suddenly proclaimed loudly, "Lord God King, although this person is only a mundane cultivator, his cultivation is extremely peculiar. Do not underestimate him. We need to respond with our full strength. Hehe, he's nothing more than a slightly stronger golden immortal. Today, we shall flatten this world and seize the fortune of this place." The giant deity king sneered and said, "Well, his body started to grow rapidly. Originally towering at hundreds of feet, after this sudden growth, he became tens of thousands of feet tall, like a giant standing between heaven and earth, looking down on Zuan below, and said carelessly, "Golden Immortal, your strength is qualified to become our vassal. Surrender now, and I may spare your life." Through his resounding voice, even most of the Hua country could hear it. Faced with this scene, countless people turned pale, feeling an infinite sense of despair. But at that moment, Zuan calmly said, commanding the starship to traverse the void, "You deities really go through a lot of trouble coming to this world. Hehe. You actually know about the starship. It seems you're not just an ordinary cultivator stuck in this remote village. However, gods are gods. You mortals are fundamentally incapable of defeating us." The giant deity king sneered, then lifted his foot to stomp on the ground. "Answer me now, submit or be crushed into mincemeat." Even though the foot had not reached them, the powerful pressure had already shattered buildings within a 10-mile radius, and the ground trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Countless viewers watching the livestream held their breath, and some with less courage closed their eyes, afraid to watch further. Faced with such an overwhelmingly strong blow, Zuan remained proudly standing, his clothes billowing in the strong wind, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. "With such a strong foot odor, I can only say, you need to wash your feet." This statement left everyone, who had been previously serious and worried, dumbfounded. Little Sand, standing behind, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "See that? That's my boss. Even now, he's still got time to crack a joke." Although the giant deity king didn't know the meaning of foot odor, he could tell it was not a friendly comment. This angered him immensely. "You are asking for death." With that said, the giant deity king stomped heavily. Doom. The ground within a 10-mile radius collapsed, leaving a giant footprint shape. People gasped in shock. Fen Menchu and the others, with cold snorts, were about to rush forward, but Zuan gestured for them to hold back. He then smiled at Anyan beside him. "Wife, watch how I slay gods next." With that, Zuan soared into the sky, Countless people looked up to see Zuan transformed into a black streak of light, flying straight into the sky. His figure was so small compared to the giant deity king, not even the size of the deity king's finger. This sight was full of a resolute beauty, stirring up many viewers with excitement. On the helicopter above, Chen Shi shouted, "Is it recording?" Several photographers were working desperately. "Get closer, get it recorded." Chen Shi clenched his fists, staring intently ahead, holding the same thought as countless others. "Mr. Zhu, you must win." By now, Zuan had reached the giant deity king. The deity king sneered, "A mere mortal, dare to offend our divine power. Die." As he said this, he raised his enormous palm to strike Zhu, and floated in front of the giant deity king, his eyes looking past him at the myriad of deities in the sky, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Don't worry, soon it will be your turn." When they saw this smile, the closest dragoness was surprised, sensing a great danger. But then she shook her head self-deprecatingly, thinking she was just being paranoid. With so many heavenly true gods descending, even if Zuan was a real immortal, today he would also fall. Simultaneously, the giant deity king's palm had already struck. However, Zuan did not dodge but instead raised his gaze sharply, with a brilliant light in his eyes, and coldly exclaimed, "Witness my punch. Annihilate heaven, earth." He then raised his fist and struck. Doom. After a loud bang, a visible shockwave spread from the sky, dispersing the clouds. Everyone looked up to see Zuan standing quietly there, his fist directly confronting the incredibly huge god's hand. With a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the giant deity king's hand, rapidly spreading and eventually breaking the deity king's arm. Unable to retain his composure any longer, the giant deity king shouted in alarm, "What kind of punch is this?" He then directly severed his own arm. The giant hand fell and disintegrated into powder in midair. Witnessing this, the onlookers first froze, then erupted into uncontrollable cheers. "Mr. Zhu is mighty. Mr. Zhu will surely win. Humans will prevail." These shouts echoed one after another. The giant deity king looked extremely grim. Having lived for thousands of years as a true god, he had been defeated by a mortal cultivator today, a humiliation that led him to roar furiously, "You all will die." With that, a giant hammer materialized in the giant deity king's hand, then came crashing down. The sound of the hammer reverberated throughout heaven and earth. With a command from Zuan, countless sword ores appeared in the void, crazily flowing into Zuan's hands and rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, these sword ores solidified into a long sword over a foot long. However, at that moment, the giant spirit's giant hammer suddenly accelerated and appeared above Zuan's head, seemingly about to strike down Zhu, and flicked his wrist, pointed towards the sky, and struck down with a resounding force. It was an indescribable sword light, like a waterfall of swords descending from the 9 heavens, cutting through everything. The sword light pierced through, flew diagonally backward, cutting down several unfortunate armored gods before flying towards the distant horizon and disappearing. With a bang, the giant hammer shattered into pieces. The giant spirit king's figure froze, his face frozen in a look of shock and disbelief. There was a series of cracking sounds, and his massive body began to slowly split from the middle and then collapsed with a bang. With just one sword strike, the giant spirit king was cut in half and fell on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone, both present and watching from the screens, cheered with excitement. On the other hand, the myriad gods in the sky were full of uncertainty. How is this possible? The giant spirit king is considered a powerful deity even in the heavens, but he was cut down by this guy with just one sword strike. Long Da said dumbfoundedly, hardly daring to believe his eyes. The gods were also discussing at this moment. This kid's swordsmanship cannot be underestimated. The giant spirit king was too careless. Amid these discussions, Zuan raised his head, looked at the numerous gods in the sky, and smirked coldly. "Now, it's your turn." With that said, Zuan charged forward. Arrogant. How dare he challenge us true gods and try to kill us? These gods were all infuriated by Zuan's arrogance and instantly revealed their true forms, launching attacks recklessly. Thunderous booms resounded in the sky like thunderstorms. People could no longer see clearly how the battle was unfolding, but they witnessed a streak of light traversing the sky, sweeping through everything in its path. Crack! Another 3 true gods were cut down by Zuan with a single sword strike. As for the armored gods, there were numerous casualties. "Back off, everyone. Lan Da shouted at this moment. The gods retreated several miles upon hearing this. Seeing the fiercely incoming heavenly true gods, they appeared to be in a pitiable state. Countless sword wounds appeared on many of them, their originally invincible demeanor faltering. The true gods gathered together, staring gravely at Zuan. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded in the sky. Countless dazzling golden gods gathered on one side, occupying half of the sky, while Zuan stood alone on the other side, exuding a vast sword aura without losing ground. At this moment, Zuan raised his foot and took a step. Doom! The true gods, like scared birds, hastily retreated hundreds of meters at the sight of Zuan's step, not anticipating that Zuan had no intention of advancing but stood firm, pointing towards them. Is this all you've got? You want to take over this realm with just this level of ability? The gods all wore grave expressions, but none dared to speak. This scene struck in the hearts of all the onlookers on the ground, marveling at the sight of one person repelling the gods with a single step. The faces of the gods turned increasingly grim this moment. They had expected this visit to be a pleasant journey, but they had encountered such a formidable godslayer as Zuan. Lan Da spoke solemnly. Esteemed gods, this individual is extremely powerful. If we continue to battle, our casualties will only increase. What do you suggest then? Lan Da said, in a deep voice. As esteemed gods, you have paid a great price to descend here, and there is no turning back now. Therefore, I believe, we must form a formation. Upon hearing Lan Da's words, the gods hesitated initially, but after considering it, they found his suggestion reasonable. They had journeyed through great difficulties to seize the fortune of this realm. If they were defeated by a mortal cultivator, their power and prospects would be severely damaged, with no hope left for redemption even upon returning to the heavens. With a nod exchanged between them, the gods transformed into streaks of light, returning to their respective vessels, trying to escape. Zuan said, indifferently, just as he was about to draw his sword. The vessel suddenly began to rotate, wildly and move, golden light beams connecting between them. In a blink of an eye, a vast starry formation unfolded in the sky. As the formation completed, the heavens and earth trembled, with stars and moons fading away. Then, an immensely giant deity slowly emerged. The deity's colossal figure exceeded the capacity of the sky and extended into the outer space. The armored gods transformed into numerous golden armors covering this deity. Lan Da positioned himself on the deity's chest, arrogantly laughing. Zuan, you are indeed formidable, but before this vast stellar formation, you shall perish. Seeing such an overwhelmingly powerful deity appear, the hearts of people around the world clenched. At this moment, half the globe's population no longer needed the television to witness the towering deity in the sky. They could observe it by simply standing outside their houses. The more people saw it, the more they realized the immense strength of the deity. At the scene, everyone's expression turned grim. Husband, and Yan whispered, her face pale. All cameras and gazes focused on Zuan suspended in midair. At this moment, a grave expression appeared on his face as well. Nevertheless, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it towards the deity. Kill. With this light command, Zuan transformed into a dazzling stream of light, directly rushing towards the deity. The world held its breath at that moment. Doom. The invincible sword light finally encountered resistance against the deity, unable to cut through even the slightest of its defenses. The deity slowly raised its hand, seemingly pressing down like Mount Tai. Plop. A hole suddenly burst open in the palm of the giant hand, and Zuan flew out, reappearing in the distance. Seeing him emerge, countless people breathed a sigh of relief. However, they watched in stunned silence as a drop of blood slowly dripped from Zuan's brow, and his expression dimmed. Mr. Zhu, injured? Countless people stared dumbfounded, their hearts sinking. Zuan, who had never been injured before, was now wounded. With his current condition, who else could possibly defeat this deity? Do not. And Yan cried out in shock as she was about to fly into the air. Someone tapped her shoulder and said, "Take Shan and Juaner and hurry." And Yan was startled for a moment and saw Fenmenchu had turned into a black light shooting into the sky. Before the person arrived, the vines formed by the power of darkness were already rushing towards them. Doom. These black vines wrapped around the palm of the statue and started to resist its descent. Bang bang bang. A continuous series of crisp sounds, as the black vines could not withstand the immense force of the palm, and kept shattering. Fenmenchu's face gradually turned pale, but even so, Fenmenchu did not retreat. and for each vine that shattered, to more quickly replace it. The descent of the palm began to slow down, but Fen Mengxiu had clearly reached her limit, shaking violently from overexerting the power of the darkness. At that moment, dozens of black bone dragons suddenly appeared and firmly resisted the falling palm. Feeling a release of pressure on her shoulder, Fen Mengxiu turned her head to see Karlthas standing beside her with dim eyes, smiling faintly. "I can't let you do it alone." As he spoke, the bone dragons whimpered and were crushed by the immense force. Karlthas groaned and almost fell. However, at that moment, countless streaks of light were seen coming from all directions. Zhou Danuo rushed forward and was the first to reach under the palm, then pushed upwards, causing his body to grow rapidly. "If you want to kill the instructor, you have to step over my body first." "Ow!" Zhou Danuo roared, his eyes turning blood red. He alone resisted the descent of the palm with his strength. Under this immense power, Zhou Danuo's muscles began to disintegrate from overexertion. Meanwhile, the others had also arrived. Xiao Sha appeared in his true form and used his head to resist the palm. Griffin even pounced on the palm, attempting to bite off chunks of flesh, but his teeth could not move the palm at all. As for others like the Yujia of Lingnan or the members of the Fire Phoenix and Blood Killing Special Forces, they all launched attacks against the statue. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyu tried to drag Zuan away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move Zuan an inch. "Master, wake up quickly." "Master." Zhang Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, but Zuan remained unresponsive. Desperate, Zhang Xiaoyu revealed her true form and firmly bound Zuan with her tentacles. She thought that if the palm came down, at least she could provide some cushion for the master. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including the viewers watching the live broadcast, fell silent. Despite the flaws of the human race, in the most critical moments, they showed remarkable unity. This was enough to move anyone. And it wasn't just those present who rushed to help, but strong members of the human race were constantly arriving from all directions, all with the same goal: to deal with this evil deity and save Mr. Zhu. And Yen stared blankly at this scene, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. She wanted to go up and be with Zuan, but the Black King and several cultivators had firmly held her back. "Madam Zhu, please do not act recklessly," the Black King advised solemnly. At this moment, Qin Yu also rushed over without hesitation, saying solemnly, "Yan, you must come with me." And Yan shook her head. "No, I am not leaving." Qin Yu was extremely worried. "Mr. Zhu will definitely be fine. You have to believe in him. But you have 2 children here. If anything happens to them, how will you explain to Mr. Zhu?" And Yan was stunned by these words. Just then, Zhou Danuo in midair suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and the giant palm began to slowly descend again. And Yan took a deep breath, confidently released her treasure building. "Qin Miss, please take Shan and Zhuaner and leave quickly. But I can't watch my husband being bullied by these people helplessly." "My husband? I'm the only one who can bully him. No one else can." And Yan's face was stern as she took out the weapon from the mustard seed ring and flew into the sky, heading straight towards the statue. Dang! As Yan's frying pan hit the statue, the spirit of the weapon inside let out a desperate wail. "No! This is the power of a true god." But the recoil force instantly wiped it out. Then a crack appeared on the frying pan, and Yan gritted her teeth, threw away the frying pan, and charged up barehanded. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao and Zhang Chu and others were fiercely attacking the statue, but their attack seemed unable to break through the statue's defense, not even drawing its attention. Upon seeing Yan rushing over, Cheng Hao was surprised and shouted, "Yan, go quickly. This is not a place where you can be." But Yan seems to not have heard at all, her eyes gradually turning blood red, a strong aura emerging. "What's going on? When did the Lady Mother gain such powerful strength?" Xiao Sha, who was desperately holding off the falling giant palm, was also astonished. The usually gentle Yan had completely erupted at this moment. With a thunderous palm strike, a faint crack appeared on the arm of the statue. This finally made the statue turn its attention towards Yan. But at the same time, chains suddenly appeared on Yan's body, her powerful aura quickly diminishing. And then she blacked out and fell. The Dark Witch Anastasia rushed over to grab Yan and send her back to the ground. At this moment, a look of surprise and suspicion appeared on the statue's face. "This seal of chains. Heh. Interesting. But you all should just die." With that, his eyes glinted, and a cold light shot towards Yan. Anastasia hurriedly reached Yan and barely evaded the strikes. But the statue clearly did not intend to let Yan go, launching another attack. At this point, Ching and others frantically rushed to rescue Yan. Xiao Shao, Zhou Danuo, and others still bravely withstood the descent of the giant palm. Zhang Xiaoyu watched in shock, then called out with a hint of tears, "Master, wake up. Someone is bullying the Lady Mother." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu felt Zuan's body move. Before she could react, Zuan's eyes flickered with a hint of light. Just as Zhang Xiaoyu was about to scream in excitement, a powerful force directly sent her flying. Then, Zuan slowly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with infinite killing intent. Wherever his gaze went, it seemed like even the space would be scorched into fragments. It's the big guy. The big guy's awake," Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Everyone turned to look at Zuan. The audience watching the live broadcast stood up in excitement, clenching their fists and holding their breath as they watched. Zuan took a step forward and instantly appeared next to Anastasia. At that moment, Yan was lying unconscious in her arms. Zuan reached out his hand. Anastasia hesitated for a moment, then quickly placed Yan in his arms. Zuan held Yan in a princess carry position, looking down at her. At that moment, Yan's eyes were tightly closed, and her cheeks were flushed abnormally. Zuan said nothing, just silently watched. Suddenly, the godlike figure spoke. "Zuan, you've actually regained consciousness. Fine. I'll kill all these people one by one in front of you." With that, golden light erupted from the figure, forcing Cheng Ha and others who were nearby to be pushed back. However, when this golden light reached Zuan, it all dissipated into nothingness. Then Zuan raised his head slightly and said calmly to the towering godlike figure, "Thousands of years ago, it was you heavenly demons who slaughtered the ancestors of the Hua tribe. Isn't that right?" Upon hearing this, the figure, including the dragon lady entwined around his chest, trembled. "Zuan," the figure wanted to say something more, and shook his head. "Tell me, who is the one manipulating you?" It turned out that Zuan had not been unconscious just now, but his consciousness had entered a profound space and witnessed a brutal scene from thousands of years ago. Among the slaughtered ancestors of the Hua tribe, there were shadows of the heavenly true gods. However, from the scene, it could be seen that these heavenly true gods were merely puppets being manipulated, while the true master hid above the firmament, shrouded in layers of mist. That was why Zuan asked that question. "Zuan, indeed, thousands of years ago, heavenly demons did come to this world, but if you want to know who is manipulating us, it's just wishful thinking." And nodded. "Very well. Since you won't tell me, I will ascend to the heavens and find out myself." "Zuan, are you kidding? Who do you think you are to go up to the heavens? You think you can pass through my barrier?" The figure chuckled sinisterly, and remained silent, just gently kissing Yan's forehead. "My love, don't be afraid. Whoever harms you, I will make them pay 100-fold. The figure sneered. "What a pair of tragic lovers. Let me fulfill your wishes." And with that, he raised his palm and slammed it down with a resounding boom. The force of this blow was even stronger than before, pushing back countless people. Zuan, however, just watched quietly. Then a smile crept up on his lips as he said, "Karma." Zuan's divine power was based on the power of karma. This time, it appeared once again before everyone. People felt as if the whole world had fallen silent at this moment. Even the wind had stopped blowing. A layer of gray light wrapped around the figure, freezing its movements. But moments later, this light shattered, and the figure's victorious laughter echoed. "Zuan, it's useless. Your divine tower of karma is indeed formidable, but I am a true god of the heavens, not bound by the laws of this world. Your power cannot touch me." Upon seeing this, countless people felt their hearts tighten. However, Zuan paid no attention to the figure's taunts and simply said, "Blade of Karma, now." Doom. With his command, endless sword energy appeared, this time shimmering with a hint of cold divine loss. The figure was taken aback and was about to say something when Zuan's eyes shone with determination as he softly commanded, "Annihilate all divine beings." The sword energy surged forth, completely enveloping the figure. "No. How is this possible? How can you possess such power?" The figure, covered in sword energy imbued with karma, let out a painful howl as the tower began to erode his invincible godly form. With a crisp explosion, the figure began to crumble, its cries of terror growing louder. "No! No!" Finally, a terrified deity broke free from the terrestrial matrix, boarded his ship, and attempted to flee. However, Zuan took another step forward and calmly said, "Reversal." A new wave of sword energy, denser than before, descended, sealing off the entire world. The sword light was chilling, full of killing intent. Zuan stood in the void, holding in Yan, his gaze fierce, and his presence overwhelming, making everyone hesitant to look directly at him. Everyone watched dumbfounded as this scene unfolded. Some of the more timid ones even felt like kneeling down because the spectacle was too overwhelming. And then, from the covered sky, the enraged cry of the god echoed, "Zuan, must you be so ruthless?" Zuan's lips curled into a cold smile upon hearing this. "From the moment you entered this realm, you should have prepared yourself for slaughter." "No, I was wrong. All of this was because of the dragon leader of the Qianlong clan's influence. Please spare me." Some deities began to beg for mercy. The world was in an uproar. It turned out, these demons also fear powerful beings. Zuan shook his head and indifferently said, "Now tell me, thousands of years ago, who ordered you to come to this world and slaughter?" "No, even if we died, we will not tell you." Zuan nodded. "Very well, then you shall die." "Ow." "Zuan, don't be arrogant. The one who sent us here is a being you dare not even think of. When the time comes, you will have nowhere to hide." Zuan smiled faintly. "In all the realms, I alone am supreme. Whoever it may be, since they dared to commit heinous crimes against the Hua tribe, I will kill them all." Doom. The sword energy intensified several times over. The divine beings struggled, begged for mercy, and howled in pain within the flames of the sword light. Everyone was stunned. They watched in shock as Zuan, standing alone in the air, attacked with unparalleled power. And someone murmured softly, "One person defies all the gods, making them bow their heads and never dare to set foot in this world again. This is the true invincibility in the world." Meanwhile, the divine beings were decimated, their souls adrift in the endless golden light, desperately trying to escape. Zuan raised his head and calmly said, "Yanner, you once told me you loved lotus flowers the most. Let me show you what these divine beings look like when turned into lotus flowers." With that, streaks of white flames flew into them, causing the souls of the divine beings to scream in terror. "No, this is the flame of world destruction. How could you have?" Their voices faded away. Amidst the golden light, the souls of the divine beings quieted down. Then after a moment of trembling, each bloomed into a lotus flower. Pure thoughts, flames transforming, gods and demons exterminated. Swiftly and fiercely, the golden light scattered. The once majestic and occupying the entire sky gods have disappeared. All that remained were the golden boats. Zuan reached out his hand, and these golden boats suddenly shone brightly, then rapidly shrank and were absorbed into Zuan's palm. People stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to express their feelings. Just moments ago, many despaired, believing the end of days was approaching and humanity would become slaves under these demonic gods. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zuan alone slaughtered all these unrivaled demonic gods. This unexpected turn of events left many people's minds blank. At that moment, Zuan gently set Yan down on the ground. Then Menchu and many other strong individuals followed suit and landed. By this time, the two little girls and Tang Zhuaner had already emerged from the talisman treasure tower. When they saw Zuan land, the two little girls ran over. "Daddy, what happened to Mommy?" Zuan smiled slightly. "Mommy is fine. Mommy is just tired, so she's going to rest for a while." Zian obediently nodded, then grabbed onto Zuan's clothes and silently followed behind him. And continued forward, and as he passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him, standing respectfully on either side. "Invincible, sir," someone shouted out, and then everyone present began to shout in unison, "Invincible, sir." Amidst these shouts, Zuan remained calm, slowly walking through the crowd until he reached a certain location and stopped. In front of him stood the trembling members of the Jin family. Zuan quietly watched them, and gradually the crowd grew quiet. With a thump, the head of the leading Jin Hao couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. As he knelt, every member of the Jin family also knelt. Jin Hao's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he dared not lift his head, only tremblingly asking, "Zuan, I do not ask for mercy, but I only hope that you will leave the Jin family with a shred of dignity. Let us take our own lives. How about it?" Upon hearing this plea, many people's expressions became somewhat complicated. Although the Jin family deserved death, the fact that this elderly Jin Hao was only asking for suicide touched many people's hearts. So many people looked at Zuan with pleading eyes. But in that moment, Zuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "What's the matter? As the princess of the dragon clan, are you now too afraid to look up at me?" Upon hearing this, many people were left dazed. Jin Hao, still kneeling, shuddered and said, in a trembling voice, "Zuan, I am Jin Hao, the head of the Jin family," you said. Zu, and cut him off directly. "Enough. There's no need to put on an act in front of me. During the chaos, when I slaughtered the gods earlier, you took advantage of the situation to hide a trace of divine consciousness in this man's soul, wanting to take the opportunity of self-destruction to escape. Am I right, Dragon Princess?" At Zuan's words, many people suddenly realized. Jin Hao then raised his head abruptly, his face twisted with extreme bitterness. "Zuan, you are truly powerful. I underestimated you. But you have caused a great catastrophe by slaughtering so many celestial gods. The gods of the heavens and my dragon clan will not let you go." Saying this, Jin Hao suddenly spat out blood, and then a faint mark flew straight towards Zuan. "You have fallen victim to my mark. The dragon clan will pursue you to the end." Jin Hao almost hysterically laughed, Zu, and shook his head, pitiful. With that, a divine consciousness surrounded the mark and floated in the air. Jin Hao's laughter abruptly stopped. How could you? Jin Hao could hardly believe his eyes. What he had used was the dragon blood curse, a sinister technique handed down by the dragon clan, directly targeting divine consciousness and souls. This mark would not interfere with one's cultivation, but would follow the person closely, never giving up. Without knowing the way to break it, even reincarnation would not rid oneself of it. Yet, Zuan effortlessly dispelled it. Zuan lightly said, "I grew tired of this kind of technique 1,000 years ago." With a twist of his divine consciousness, the mark disintegrated. "Oh, I forgot to tell you your dragon clan won't last much longer. Because I said so," Zuan said calmly, and a lotus flower made of white flames appeared above Jin Hao's head. Jin Hao let out a wail. Zu. Boom. The white flames completely engulfed Jin Hao. A faint sound of dragon roar was heard, and then everything was burnt to ashes. The dragon princess, her soul utterly destroyed. It was only at this moment that many onlookers understood what had happened and could not help but be impressed by Zuan's decisive actions and keen insight. After all was done, Zuan said calmly, "Chen master, you handle the rest. I'll take Yin back home first." "Yes." Chen Zuan respectfully replied. Zuan then rose into the air with his two daughters and Tang Zhuaner, flying towards the Yin family. As Chen Zhu and the others remained, they exchanged glances and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, due to live broadcasting, the whole world witnessed the entire process. The capital city settled down. As a top-tier noble family, it has not been affected by the chaos of the world, and all the buildings are intact. At this moment, in the top floor of the residence, in a not very spacious room, Yan is lying on the bed, fast asleep. Zuan is sitting by the bed, quietly watching her. The decoration in this room is not luxurious, it could even be described as somewhat simple, but this is the room where Yan once lived. When Yan first brought Zuan home, due to the gossip and criticism they faced, Yan, feeling embarrassed and angry, decisively led Zuan to her boudoir and prepared for him to stay in her room. This led to a major upheaval, as the powerful Jin Zhurong, who was in charge at the time, was furious, seeing Yan's actions as tarnishing the reputation of the family. How could an unmarried girl lead a man into her room in a noble family? Jin Zhurong personally came over with people to question this, and Yan, who had always been gentle, stood her ground, even willing to break ties with the family. Zuan quietly watched from the side, with only one thought in his mind: to never let this girl down in this lifetime. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Zu, and fulfilled his promise and made Yan into an unparalleled woman. But Zuan understood that this girl actually wanted nothing, as long as he was by her side. Thinking of this, Zuan suddenly remembered how she had spent these 4 years without him by her side. The thought made Zuan feel as if his heart was constricted with pain. He reached out and gently caressed Yan's cheek, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Silly girl, no matter who put this seal on you, I will make them pay with blood." Zuan could see that Yan had used her cultivation beyond normal limits out of excitement at the time, activating a seal on her body, causing her soul to be shaken and resulting in her fainting. Although Yan hadn't suffered any harm, just a day or two of unconsciousness, Zuan was filled with an infinite sense of threat. The seal of the immortal king. Ha ha. Being an immortal king means being a powerful force in all realms, yet he sealed a mortal woman. Just for this, no matter who it is, even if I have to turn the entire world upside down, I will completely destroy you. Along with Zuan's murderous intent, a thick black cloud appeared over the Yin family. All the strong individuals sitting outside the Yin family appeared concerned. This is an anomaly caused by Mr. Zu disturbing the heavens and the earth with his state of mind. Truly deserving of being the best in the world, to be able to disturb the heavens and the earth with just a thought. I wonder what the situation of Mr. Zu's wife is. If anything happens, Mr. Zu's overwhelming wrath. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their eyes filled with fear. Yes, if Mr. Zu were to lose his temper, who in this world could withstand it? These strong individuals followed Zuan here, but they didn't dare enter the Yin family, so they all sat outside silently guarding. Many media reporters were also outside waiting, because the whole world had witnessed Yan's act of saving Zuan and her subsequent fainting. This earned Yan the respect of countless people, especially many girls who instantly became faithful fans of Yan. And finally, when Zuan left holding her, countless people had doubts in their hearts. Would this Mrs. Zu be okay? For this reason, all major media outlets around the world dispatched reporters, all wanting to be the first to get valuable news clues. While the whole world was worrying, inside the Yin family, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone inside were acquaintances of Zuan, including people from Beijing and the provincial capital, who had not left but were silently guarding outside. When they saw the black clouds covering the sky and felt the terrifying murderous intent, everyone's expression changed. Fen Menchu and Tang Zhuan exchanged a glance, both seeing the worrying in each other's eyes. Will Yan be okay? Tang Zhuan said, uneasily. Fen Menchu shook her head. She should be fine. Although she said so, Fen Menchu still raised her head to look at the dark clouds covering the sky, filled with deep worries. Over the next 2 days, Zuan stayed by Yan's side, never leaving for a moment. The black clouds in the sky remained unscattered. Many people's hearts gradually sank. On this evening, Xian and Nan gently pushed open the door and walked into the room. Dad. At this moment, only the two of them dared to enter this room. Zuan, awakened from his contemplation, looked up at the two little girls, smiled slightly, then reached out his hand. The two little girls walked over and were lifted by Zuan, placed on his lap. Dad, hasn't Mom woken up yet? The two little girls snuggled obediently in Zuan's arms, then asked softly after a while. Zuan shook his head. Not yet, but she should wake up soon. Dad, will Mom be like Aunt Kinger, unable to wake up? Nan raised her head, her big eyes unknowingly filled with tears. Zuan gently rubbed her head and chuckled. Silly Nan, would Dad lie to you? Mom will wake up soon, but I'm really scared. Nan said softly. Xiang remained silent, but tears had already filled her face turned sideways. Zu, and felt a pang in his heart, suddenly regretful. He had been wholeheartedly devoted to comforting Yana for these days, but had overlooked these two little girls. It was because they were too obedient, never crying or making a fuss, always quietly waiting on the side. But no matter how mature they were just two children. How would they feel seeing their mother unconscious? Thinking of this, Zuan felt a surge of tenderness, and quickly smiled and said, "All right, don't be afraid. Dad promises you that Mom will wake up soon." You don't believe Dad's words. The two little girls nodded gently at his words, but their faces remained sad. Seeing this, Zuan's heart moved, and he smiled and said, Xian, Nan, do you want to eat ice cream? The eyes of the two little girls lit up slightly, but they were about to say something when Zuan smirked. Since your mom hasn't woken up yet, how about we secretly eat a large tub of ice cream? The two little girls finally gave in, nodding. Okay. There were many ice creams stored in the mustard seed ring worn by Yan, and Zuan took out a large tub. Come, Dad will eat with you. Okay. The father and two daughters were initially stunned, then turned to look. They saw Yan sitting up at some point, smiling as he looked at the three of them. The two little girls' faces gradually lit up with big smiles, dropping their spoons and rushing over. Mom, you finally woke up. The two girls leapt into Yan's arms. Yan affectionately rubbed their heads, pretending to be angry, and said, "You two little gluttons, stealing ice cream again. Dad asked us to eat it." Thinking and Nan expertly shifted the blame, directly throwing responsibility onto Zuan. Aang lifted her gaze to see Zuan quietly watching her. Their eyes met. After a moment, Aang brushed her temple with her fingers, her eyes slightly red, but she smiled. Husband. Zuan's mouth gradually curled up, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. He then got up and walked to the bed, picking Aang up from the bed. Aang whimpered and hid in Zuan's arms, trembling as she said, "Thinking and Nan are here." Zuan turned his head to see the two little girls covering each other's eyes, smiling mischievously, saying, "Mom, we didn't see anything." The two mischievous little girls then pushed each other playfully, smiling, and left the room. After a moment, the laughter of the two little girls could be heard outside. Aang's face turned red, lightly scolding Zuan's chest in annoyance. "It's all your fault, being teased by our two daughters." Before she could finish her sentence, Zuan had already bent down and kissed Aang on the lips. Aang stiffened, then tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Zuan tightly. This kiss lasted for a full 3 minutes, until Aang felt slightly out of breath, and Zuan released her. He whispered softly in Aang's ear, "Silly girl, do you know how worried I was about you these days? Never risk yourself again. As long as you and our two daughters are safe, that's all I care about. Understand?" Aang buried herself in Zuan's embrace, nodding vigorously. "Yes, I understand." The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. After a while, Aang used her fingers to gently circle Zuan's chest and asked softly, "Husband, how long did I sleep?" Zuan smiled slightly. 2 days and 3 nights, to be exact, 63 hours. "I slept that long." Aang was surprised. "Yes, you were like a big lazy pig, Zu," and laughed. Aang chuckled but didn't argue. At that moment, Zuan held Aang by the window. The moonlight outside was picturesque, and the stars twinkled. The two of them watched everything outside, feeling their hearts closer than ever before. "Yanner, in a while, come with me outside." Zuan looked at the starry sky outside, and said softly. Aang immediately agreed, "Sure." Zuan lowered his head to look at Aang, curled up in his arms like a kitten, and smiled slightly. "Did you anticipate it early on?" Aang nodded gently. "I knew it. This world is too small for you, and I also want to see what the outside world is like." Zuan smiled, lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the sky, gazing toward the unknown, then said faintly, "The outside world will be incredibly magnificent beyond anyone's imagination." Aang stared at Zuan's profile in a daze. Despite having seen it countless times, she was still captivated by the gleam in Zuan's eyes. After a long while, Aang whispered softly, "Husband, what about Kinger and Mengzu?" Zu, and smiled. "We're not leaving forever, and the energy here is getting stronger. It's the best time for everyone to enhance their strength. They will stay here to guard, which is safer than going outside." Aang nodded as if she understood. "When will we leave then?" "No hurry. There are many things to take care of first before we can leave." Just then, a gentle knock came from outside, followed by Tang Juaner's voice. "Yanner, are you awake?" Hearing this voice, Aang quickly broke free from Zuan's embrace, a bit flustered as she straightened her clothes and hair, then said, "Yes, Juaner, come in." The door was pushed open, and Tang Juaner and Fan Mengshu walked in. Seeing Aang standing there all fine, they both let out a sigh of relief. "It's good that everything's fine." Tang Juaner smiled. They had only known that Aang had woken up after seeing Thinking and Nan come out happily, but the mysterious look on the two little girls' faces made Tang Juaner and Fan Mengshu understand what had happened. So it took a while before they came to knock on the door. Later, Chen Shuhong, Yang Bin, Chia Led, and Chen Yu rushed in. The room was crowded, and people had gathered outside as well. The heaviness in everyone's hearts that had been lingering for days finally dissipated. Zuan smiled faintly. "Since everyone's here, let's have a banquet." The crowd responded enthusiastically. Soon, the Yin family began preparing for a grand banquet. The news of Aang waking up quickly spread. The strong individuals who had been waiting outside also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. As for the media reporters, they were ecstatic and immediately reported the news. Zuan naturally knew about the situation outside, so he sent people to invite those individuals to join the banquet. This excited the people outside. The days of waiting had not been in vain. The media reporters were overjoyed. That night, the Yin family's hall was filled to capacity. with powerful figures and big shots from all over gathered. When Aengian appeared with Zuan, arm in front of everyone, the atmosphere reached a climax. Everyone stood up to raise their glasses in a toast. Zuan smiled faintly, then raised his glass. "This cup, to all of you," he said before drinking it all in one go. "Sir, you are too kind, and we should be the ones thanking you. Yes, from now on, with the peace of the world, all credit goes to you, sir." The crowd responded, and then they finished the wine in their glasses. Through the lens, this scene was live broadcasted globally. The banquet continued until many were already slightly tipsy. Zuan stood up, looked around the room until everyone fell silent, then said calmly, "Everyone, although the world is stabilizing now, everything is far from over. The covetous hearts of these demons and gods will never cease." Upon hearing Zuan's words, the previously lively atmosphere briefly froze. Many people's expressions turned serious. The audience fell silent. After a brief moment, someone hesitantly asked, "The best timing, Zu," and glanced over and saw that it was the Grand General of the state who spoke, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. "Exactly. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy and the restart of fate in this realm, this is the perfect timing. I will bestow many cultivation techniques to help everyone advance their cultivation quickly, and I will also open up many secret realms of the world. By then, there will be connectivity, and the rise of the Hua clan and even the entire human race will be imminent." Zuan's words seemed to have stirred up a storm in the banquet hall, making everyone unable to sit still. The people of the Hua clan were all excited because they knew that the rise of the Hua clan was unstoppable. People from other countries and nations showed envy and gratitude, as they also understood the implications of Zuan's words. The human race would also rise, and they would naturally benefit from this dramatic change. Watching the excited crowd below, Zuan raised his hand to signal for quiet, then said calmly, "And I can tell you now, the outside world is much larger than you imagine, with myriad realms and strong individuals. It is a cruel yet wonderful world." Upon hearing Zuan's words, the expressions of the people gradually turned shocked. The world we are in was once considered the origin of myriad realms, but later, due to the slaughter by several major celestial clans, the great power of the Hua clan self-destructed the realm to maintain it. Since then, the spiritual energy of this realm has declined gradually, cutting off from the celestial realms. Zuan's tone turned as cold as ice. "Now, this realm is about to return to the celestial realms, and those former enemies will definitely not let it go. Challenges from all directions will also increase. But there is an old saying in Hua, justice always prevails, and gentlemen strive tirelessly for self-improvement. This saying makes sense because only through constant self-improvement can this realm truly stand firm in the myriad realms and once again shine brightly." Zuan's words brought silence to the banquet hall. Many people were simply stunned. The myriad realms, the cut-off from the celestial realms, the self-destruction of the realm, the celestial clans. Each of these shocking revelations was enough to shake the world. And today, Zuan laid them all out, shocking everyone. At this moment, Zuan looked around the room, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "As for those celestial clans that once slaughtered the Hua clan and plundered the fate, I can only say, blood will be repaid for the massacre. Doom." This sentence ignited the suppressed atmosphere in the banquet hall. The Grand General of the state, and many generals behind him, including the people of the Hua clan, took a step forward, shouting with solemnity, "Blood will be repaid for the massacre." In an instant, the shouts reverberated throughout the banquet hall. "Blood will be repaid for the massacre." Zuan's words were broadcast through television and the internet simultaneously, spreading quickly across the world. Everyone was shocked. Zuan's words had a profound impact, causing many entrenched beliefs to undergo changes. The world's landscape began to undergo dramatic changes, and many countries and forces that were previously hostile to Hua were now groveling, seemingly without principles, in front of the Hua clan. The reason was simple. Zuan had mentioned bestowing many cultivation techniques. For many countries lacking in such practices, this offer was an unparalleled temptation. Of course, such matters were to be handled by the Grand General of the state and others. After the evening banquet, Zuan returned to the family residence and summoned Tang Zhuaner. "Is there something you need?" Tang Zhuaner, appearing slightly flushed, asked hurriedly. At tonight's banquet, She had also consumed 2 glasses of wine and was ready to go to bed when she heard Zuan calling her, so she hurried over. Looking at this exceptional girl, Zuan felt a sense of admiration. In his absence, Yan had no news of her whereabouts. It was this girl who single-handedly took on the responsibility of looking after her longingly missed relatives. For this reason alone, Zuan had great respect for her. Zhuaner, do you want to cultivate, Zuan asked with a smile. Tang Zhuaner widened her eyes, looking somewhat bewildered at Zuan. Like Yan and Mengzu, do you want to cultivate and achieve immortality? But can I do it? Facing Zuan's question, Tang Zhuaner hesitated unexpectedly. If someone else saw this scene, they would probably be exasperated. 2 others, being asked by the world's #1 Zuan if they wanted to cultivate should be an immediate yes. After all, it was a rare opportunity. However, Tang Zhuaner had some reservations. Zuan smiled. Of course, you can. Even if you can't, I can make it possible for you. Moreover, after cultivation, you can maintain eternal youth and beauty. Zuan winked with a smile. As a girl, Tang Zhuaner had no resistance to eternal youth and beauty, so she nodded. All right, I'm willing to cultivate, but how should I go about it? I'm afraid I won't be able to learn if it's too complicated. Zuan laughed. You were like this in school. Haven't you changed after all these years? Tang Zhuaner blushed and lowered her head shyly. I'm just afraid of trouble. Well, I'll make sure it's not troublesome for you to cultivate. With that, Zuan's eyes shone brightly, and he began transforming Tang Zhuaner's body with his supreme cultivation. Initially, Zuan had her take a Peyuan Den as a good foundation. However, at that time, Zuan's cultivation had not reached the level it was now, and the Peyuan Den was not a particularly potent medicine. It was a very basic foundation. Now, Zuan directly used his supreme cultivation to help Tang Zhuaner refine her body. In no time, a bright light emerged from Tang Zhuaner's body, purify her aura. At the same time, Zuan said calmly, focus and don't be distracted. Tang Zhuaner's mind shook at these words, and she quickly entered a state of meditation. Zuan couldn't help but admire how easily this gentle girl entered a state of meditation that was so challenging for others. With that in mind, Zuan probed Tang Zhuaner's mind with a powerful divine sense and began helping her cultivate with his own cultivation. After a while, a radiant light enveloped Tang Zhuaner, and her aura continued to rise. Soon, she had reached the state of freedom. When Tang Zhuaner slowly opened her eyes, she couldn't help but marvel at her own body. She felt a powerful force circulating within her body, and her mind seemed to gain new insights. Zuan, what is this? Zuan smiled faintly. Zhuaner, with your pure mind and dislike for trouble, I gift you a copy of the Jade Clear and Free True Scripture. I obtained this scripture from an ancient immortal sect. It is serene and harmonious, very suitable for you. Tang Zhuaner blinked her eyes with a curious feeling. She said, You Ching's Eisen volume? It sounds a bit strange. But is this what cultivation is like? It doesn't feel particularly difficult. Zuan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Of course Tang Zhuaner didn't find it difficult because how many people in the world had a master like Zuan to assist them in their cultivation? But he just nodded and smiled. Yes, I agree. It's not particularly difficult. Heh, I was just teasing you. I know you were helping me. Thank you. Tang Zhuaner said solemnly. Zuan smiled. I also know you are teasing me, so I was just casually responding. And then both of them burst into laughter. Zuan, you seem to have changed a lot, but at the same time, not changed at all. At least when you act timid, it's no different from when we were in school. Can I take that as a compliment? Zuan chuckled. Tang Zhuaner nodded seriously. No need to doubt. I'm definitely complimenting you. Thank you. I hope this isn't just your casual response. They both laughed again before falling into silence. After a moment, Tang Zhuaner lowered her head and said, Yan is not easy. You have to treat her well. Zuan nodded. I will. Now that I have cultivated some skills, if I find out you are mistreating her, be careful, I might just beat you. Tang Zhuaner raised her fist, but couldn't help but burst into laughter herself. Zuan didn't laugh, but simply watched her quietly. After a while, under Zuan's gaze, Tang Zhuaner lost her composure. I think I may have had a bit too much to drink. I should go back to sleep. With that, she turned around and almost fled the scene. Zuan didn't make a move, just stood there quietly watching her leave. At that moment, and Yan emerged from the darkness behind and stood next to Zuan. The two stood silently for a moment before Yan softly said, "What if we take Xuaner with us on this journey?" Zu and shook his head. "The outside world is too chaotic. With her personality, it's better for her to stay in this realm and cultivate slowly. But what if powerful demons and gods descend after we leave?" And Yan asked with concern. Zu and glanced at Yan and smiled faintly. "Yanner, your concern is valid, so before we leave, we must make thorough preparations." And Yan nodded and fell silent. "Well, it's late, let's go back to sleep." With that, Zuan took Yan's hand and turned back to the house. By then, Tang Xuaner had also returned to her own room. As she entered, Fen Menchu, wrapped in a bathrobe, lounged with her slender legs on the coffee table, watching TV boredly. Upon hearing movement, she didn't turn her head. "Xuaner, didn't you say you drank too much? Why did you still go out?" She turned around and was startled to see Tang Xuaner, who emitted a strong aura, indicating she had already reached a high level in cultivation. Tang Xuaner walked over, sat beside Fen Menchu, picked up the teacup on the table, took a few sips, and then sighed. Fen Menchu, now gradually recovering from shock, asked, "Did he help you advance in cultivation?" Tang Xuaner nodded and smiled wryly. "It seems like he's about to leave." Fen Menchu fell silent upon hearing this. She had a feeling Yan knew Zuan was about to leave this realm, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Tang Xuaner glanced at Fen Menchu, who looked saddened, and sighed lightly, saying, "All right, let's go to sleep. He will come back anyway." Tang Xuaner and Fen Menchu lived together. As they lay down on the bed, Tang Xuaner gazed at the ceiling shrouded in darkness and whispered, "Will you wait for him?" After a long silence, long enough for Tang Xuaner to think she had fallen asleep, a low voice came from the darkness. "Yes, and it's forever." Tang Xuaner's lips curled into a smile, wanting to laugh, but she felt something warm and moist in the corner of her eyes. She turned over. "Let's sleep. It'll be bright soon." Fen Menchu watched Tang Xuaner curled up beside her, her eyes flickering, and whispered softly, "You aren't you the same?" The next day, Zuan gathered people from Beijing, the provincial city, and Jiangdu. These people had a vague idea of what was happening, so they were all very excited. When everyone was assembled, Zuan looked around at these familiar faces and smiled slightly. "You all are considered my friends, and now I will help you embark on the path of cultivation. Everyone's mindset and opportunities are different, so I will allow each of you to enter your own mental trials. It all depends on how you navigate through them." These people were all stunned. Lao Zi was among them, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Zian, my wife and I should be excused from this. Cultivation is not something people like us should get involved in." Zuan smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Z, you all have your own opportunities. I'm just helping you discover them." Aunt Hang nudged Lao Zi and said displeased, "That's right, as Zian said, it all depends on your own opportunities. Why are you so afraid to even give it a try? You're really timid." Lao Zi blushed at being scolded by Aunt Pang, who said, "I'm afraid to try." "All right, I'm not scared." Zuan smiled, then calmly said, "Focus and be prepared. Begin." Everyone steadied their minds and closed their eyes upon hearing this. Zu and waved his hand, and his huge divine consciousness enveloped the whole area. The so-called mental trials were a crucial step in selecting disciples by the major sects to determine if a person had the aptitude and foundation for cultivation. It was rare for someone to casually open mental trials for so many people like Zuan did. After a moment, everyone shook as they entered their individual mental trials. Soon, various expressions appeared on each person's face: joy, anger, and tears. Zuan silently watched, curious to see who would be the first to emerge successfully. At that moment, standing next to Lao Zi, Ching suddenly trembled, then slowly opened her eyes. Simultaneously, a surge of energy emanated from her, directly advancing her to the true person realm. Zuan was slightly surprised. He knew Jingjing had a pure silver body, but he didn't expect her cultivation talent to be this high. A simple mental trial allowed her to glimpse the path and advance to the true person realm. During this period, Jingjing had been holding on to a strong determination in her heart. Especially with what had happened in the Jiangdu city, it deeply stimulated this sensitive girl's inner self. When she saw the heavenly deities descending to earth, and when she saw Zu and facing the enemy alone, she suddenly had an unprecedented craving for strength. She no longer wanted to stand behind anyone for protection. She wanted to become a strong individual to protect the people she loved. So, during the trial of her mind, she would only use a strong and determined heart to eliminate her inner demons and quickly break through. At that moment, Zuan solemnly said, "Jing, look at me." Jing looked up at Zuan. She saw a great radiance in his eyes, a strong spiritual thought directly passing through. Jing felt a shock in her mind, and a practice method emerged. This pure yin zhuaming recur is most suitable for your constitution to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, you will definitely become an immortal. Becoming an immortal within 10 years. This was already remarkable progress in cultivation. However, Jing lowered her head, her eyes flashing with a determination not to get up. Immortal? Although it seemed powerful, she was still too weak compared to those godlike beings. She would not be satisfied with this. When the time came, she would definitely give Zuan a surprise. Jing silently made up her mind. At that moment, other people also began to break through one after another, some performing quite well. But the most surprising was Chen Rushi. This Chen family princess, unexpectedly like Jing, directly reached the real person realm after the mental trial. This indicated that her talent in cultivation was also extremely formidable. Next were Laozi and Fat Yi, two individuals who seemed to have no relation to cultivation, but also passed the mental trial. Zuan then bestowed practice methods based on each person's characteristics. For those who truly did not have the chance and talent, Zuan provided them with martial arts techniques suitable for worldly affairs. These were for those who had a good relationship with Zuan, and after dealing with their matters, Zuan then took out a few practice methods that were not particularly outstanding but were suitable for the majority of people to cultivate. These were the methods chosen by Zuan for the cultivation of the Hua clan. Although in Zuan's view, these methods were quite average, one must understand that in the various realms, cultivation methods were extremely rare. In many small realms or sects, to have one decent method was enough to stand out among the crowd. There were few individuals like Zuan who seemed to wholesale martial arts techniques. Moreover, these methods were quite good, and with conventional cultivation, one could at least reach the immortal realm. This sufficiently highlighted their value. At least the Grand Marshal could feel like he had found a treasure after receiving these methods. Additionally, Zuan also presented two modified practice methods. Compared to the earlier ones, these two were much inferior, and the crucial point was that Zuan had made modifications with some hidden pitfalls. However, these two methods had their differences, with one being much better than the other. One was for those outside the Hua clan, and the better one was given to those with good relations with the Hua nation. As for the lesser one, well, it was for those countries that were arrogant and rude. Of course, this was not done with the intention of causing discord within humankind. Even though there were numerous flaws in these two methods, they could still guide cultivators to reach the heavenly human realm. It's just that there would be many hidden pitfalls later on. Furthermore, Zuan suggested that if individuals from other countries truly had exceptional talents and were willing to wholeheartedly follow the Hua clan, they could be taught genuine martial arts techniques. As for how to control this, Zuan believed that the people of the Hua nation, who had been adept at political intrigue and balance for thousands of years, would not be overwhelmed by this task. The emergence and dissemination of these few methods finally completely reshaped the global landscape. A grand and dramatic change began. All countries considered finding individuals with cultivation talent the most important matter, with the Hua nation at the forefront. With the cultivation methods passed down by Zuan, numerous exceptional and young talents started to emerge on the continent. This bolstered the strength of the Hua nation, and the power and authority were firmly in their hands. Meanwhile, Zuan began to prepare to connect various hidden realms, establishing complete connections with the main world. The Kunlun secret realm, the current Jurion, united with various forces, had become an authoritative figure in this secret realm. Countless people sought to meet her every day, and only in the quiet of the night did Jurion have a moment to relax. On this day, she was drinking tea in her room as usual. She didn't remember when she had developed this habit, and she only drank one kind of tea. Many people catered to her preference, sending many types of this tea, yet no one knew why this influential woman liked this somewhat mediocre tea. Only a few understood the reason, because Mr. Zhu, who initially drank this kind of tea, did. There was a light knock outside. Jurion put down her teacup and pulled herself back from her thoughts, preparing to rest. However, just then, A calm voice came from outside the tea room. Drinking so much tea late at night? Can you even sleep? Upon hearing this voice, Zuan trembled, then abruptly stood up. Due to her excitement, she accidentally knocked over the tea table in front of her, spilling the tea all over the floor. Nevertheless, Zuan was oblivious, as Zuan slowly walked in from the door. Master, Master, Zuan said hoarsely. Zuan smiled faintly. Well done. I didn't expect you to manage this world in such an orderly manner. Zuan took a deep breath, about to kneel down, but Zuan gestured, and an invisible force held her up. Don't kneel so easily. Yes, but may I ask, why has Master come? Zuan composed herself, asking softly. And nodded. I have come to open up this Kunlun secret realm to the outside world. Zuan was momentarily stunned, then expressed great joy. Is it finally possible? Zuan smiled lightly. We should have done this earlier, but the conditions were not right then. Now that conditions allow, we must connect this secret realm with my world. Zuan wanted to ask more, but Zuan calmly said, let's do it now, follow me. With that, he had already leapt out of the window and onto the high ground. Zuan followed suit and also arrived in the air. Master, what do you need me to do? Zuan smiled faintly. You don't need to do anything, just step back a bit. Zuan stepped back as instructed. Zuan raised his hand and struck down with a palm. This is ... Zuan's face was full of shock, because she could feel the terrifying power contained in this black light. Strong individuals in the city also sensed something unusual at the moment and walked out of their houses, looking up. My God! What is that? Just as everyone was stunned by this black light that traversed the heavens and the earth, Zuan stepped forward, grabbed the two sides of the black light with both hands, and exerted force suddenly. Open. Doom. After a loud noise, Zuan forcefully tore open a huge gap in the prohibition of this secret realm. The black light flowed, and a tall gate gradually appeared. Outside the gate, a strange scene could be seen. It was filled with various bizarre-shaped tall buildings, steel giant birds flying in the sky, and iron boxes running on the ground. This strange sight dumbfounded everyone in Kunlun City. Zuan shook all over, murmuring softly, is this the world where Master came from? In the past, although people could be sent from Kunlun's secret realm to the mortal world, the number of people was scarce, and it was only controlled by a few hidden immortal sects, so many people didn't even know about the existence of the mortal world. They all thought that where they lived was the entire world. It wasn't until today that they saw a broader world. At this moment, a small team walked out from the black giant gate and silently stood behind Zuan. Seeing this small team, all the onlookers were in an uproar. It's the Iron Blood Phoenix. So the Iron Blood Phoenix comes from the outside world. In that case, this man. Amid the discussions, the expressions of all the people gradually turned serious. Everything was because the impression left by the Fire Phoenix squad was simply too profound for these people. The Fire King Palace and the Xuanfeng Tower, which once dominated Kunlun, were wiped out overnight, all done by this Iron Blood Phoenix. It was said that there was also a man with astonishing cultivation who played a leading role in this, and this man was also Zuan's master. Then, the identity of the man standing aloof in the sky should be revealed. He must be Zuan, who dominated Kunlun and stood at its peak. Just as everyone was amazed, Zuan stood in the sky, overlooking the crowd, and then said faintly, just as you guessed, I and the members of Iron Blood Phoenix all come from the outside world. And the world where you are is just a secret realm created by an ancient power. These words from Zuan made everyone's faces change wildly. Especially many strong individuals who held themselves in high regard were now pale. The various unusual circumstances they encountered during their cultivation confirmed what Zuan said. Judging from your reactions, you should have noticed something. Yes, the heavenly Tao in this secret realm is flawed, fundamentally incomplete. Even if you cultivate here for thousands of years, it's difficult to make progress. Now that the outside world has undergone tremendous changes, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, you cannot remain stagnant here. After all, you were once part of the Hua tribe. I have opened this secret realm to allow you to enter and leave the main world. But you must understand, if you want to cultivate in the main world, you must abide by my rules. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. These words from Zuan shook the whole Kunlun city. Many strong individuals showed a hint of unwillingness. Indeed, Zuan's past deeds were powerful enough, but in the past year or so, Many strong individuals in the Kunlun secret realm had also started to break through, and their cultivation had become much stronger. Especially many newly emerging strong individuals were somewhat skeptical of Zuan's words. However, at this moment, Zuan took a step forward, his eyes shining brightly, and an immensely strong aura instantly enveloped the entire Kunlun city. Under the supreme pressure, all these strong individuals showed a look of horror. They felt as if they had turned into insignificant ants, while the man standing in the sky seemed like an emperor of the heavens. The huge gap in strength made them want to kneel down. At this moment, Zuan retracted his gaze, and the pressure dissipated. Many of the slightly weaker strong individuals fell to the ground with a thud, pale-faced and unable to get up. Even those who were still standing didn't look good. Each person's heart was filled with boundless fear. "Now, do you understand what I said?" "Why, yes. Understood." The strong individuals weakly responded, not daring to even look Zuan in the eye. Zuan nodded slightly. At this time, the Black Gate had completely solidified, and many ordinary soldiers from the HUA country filed in, including many scholarly-looking researchers. These scholars, upon entering, were excited to see the ancient structures throughout the city. The world untouched by modern culture was an invaluable treasure to them. The ordinary soldiers could use this secret realm for training. That was the value of these secret realms. Zuan then turned to Zhu Ryan with a slight smile. "Would you like to come with me over there?" Without hesitation, Zhu Ryan nodded, yes. As they crossed the Black Gate, Zhu Ryan felt as if she had passed through a layer of foam, her breath pausing for a moment, and then she smelled a strange scent. Unlike the untouched Kunlun secret realm, the air in the mortal world was much more mixed. But the abundant spiritual energy here still surprised Zhu Ryan. The exit was located on a heavily guarded square in the capital, and Zhu Ryan was curiously surveying the surrounding buildings. "Antar Yuyan?" Xian and Nyanian came bouncing over, full of excitement. Seeing these two little girls, Zhu Ryan couldn't help but smile and nod. The two little beauties have grown taller again. At this moment, several familiar figures walked out from the Black Gate. They were Bian Qingmu, Bian Huibian, and Bian Tie. What happened just now in the Kunlun secret realm had quickly spread throughout the entire realm. Bian Qingmu and others also sensed the anomaly in the world and hurried over, coincidentally meeting the Fire Phoenix squad. Because they were familiar with each other, the three of them also entered the mortal world. Elders, Bian Qingmu and the others respectfully greeted. Zuan smiled slightly. "Wait here. I will open up the other secret realms." With that, Zuan once again soared into the sky. This time, Zuan headed to Siberia. When Zuan entered the Volf Battle secret realm, although it was small, he had encountered a group of HUA tribe members living inside, so he naturally wouldn't give up. However, just as he was about to enter the Volf Battle secret realm, he suddenly felt something and turned to look at the nearby jungle, making an exclamation. Because in his divine sense, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Zuan's heart trembled, and in an instant, he completely disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Susanna. Of course, Susanna was completely unaware of what had just occurred. At this moment, she was struggling to run through the snowy terrain. This once bright and glamorous military officer now appeared extremely disheveled. Her once neat uniform was now in tatters. She was not wearing a hat, her blonde hair disheveled, failing to hide the anger and shock in her blue eyes. Zhu, and remained silent, quietly following behind her. They turned a small hill ahead and found a place sheltered from the cold wind. Susanna, exhausted, leaned against a large tree, not even able to shake off the snow covering her. She was clearly on the brink of collapse. However, in Zuan's mind, at least 3 groups of soldiers were rapidly closing in, and Susanna was their target. Zuan concealed himself in the sky, watching silently. After a while, rhythmic footsteps could be heard coming from the distance in the forest, rapidly increasing the distance and forming an encirclement, quickly closing in. Susanna's face showed a look of despair as she reached for a silver handgun at her waist. "You damn bastards, when will you let me go?" Heh. Susanna, I have to admit, you have indeed been fierce enough in this Siberian forest, evading capture for half a month. But now I advise you to give up resistance. As long as you come back with us obediently, I guarantee the general will not kill you. With those words, a young country officer in a military coat, with a smug smile on his face, appeared from behind a tree. But as soon as he peeked out, Susanna raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, knocking the hat off the head of the young officer. Startled, he recoiled and quickly hid behind the tree, then roared in shock and anger, "Get her!" With the command given, the soldiers began to narrow the encirclement. Susanna stayed behind the tree, waiting until the few soldiers who charged closest were just 200 or 300 meters away before swiftly leaning out to shoot. Dang bang! Several shots rang out. Those soldiers fell to the ground, bullet holes on their foreheads, lifeless. This action deterred the other soldiers, who sought cover behind trees. The young officer shouted, "This damn bitch has only a few bullets left. Whoever captures her, the general will surely reward handsomely." Upon hearing this, the soldiers showed greed in their eyes and began to slowly approach Susanna through the cover of trees. Taking a deep breath behind the tree, Susanna gave a bitter smile. As the young officer said, at that moment, besides the one bullet left in her gun, Susanna was completely out of ammunition. Until then, Susanna had been on the run for half a month, both mentally and physically. She couldn't continue. So, with a look of determination on her face, she slowly raised the gun, aimed at her own temple, closed her eyes, and was about to pull the trigger. Just then, a calm voice sounded in her ear. "As a soldier, are you so ready to seek death?" Hearing this familiar voice, Susanna trembled, thinking she was hallucinating. How could he appear here? But when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Zu, and standing not far away on a tree, smiling at her. "Zu. Instructor Zu." Susanna could hardly believe her eyes. "Zu," and glanced at the soldiers surrounding them from all sides and asked calmly, "Are these people here to capture you?" With a wry smile, Susanna nodded. The young officer also noticed Zu, and standing on the treetop, and was shocked. "Who are you?" He couldn't finish his sentence as he recognized Zuan. In fact, in the world today, there were few who didn't recognize Zuan. This realization almost startled the young officer into fainting. Zu, and glanced at the soldiers, then locked eyes with the officer. "Do you remember me?" The man nodded nervously. "Why yes." "Good then. Go back and tell your general that Susanna is now under the protection of the HUA country. If you dare to provoke her again, you will face the consequences." Zuan said lightly. "Yes, sir." The officer nodded vigorously and ran off. As he ran, the chasing soldiers also scattered. In an instant, the desperate situation that almost led Susanna to take her own life vanished with Zuan's words. Susanna stared blankly at the scene, her mind a blank canvas. Zuan leapt down from the tree and approached Susanna with a smile. "Susanna, long time no see." Susanna, utterly confused, nodded her head. Zu. Instructor Zu, how did you end up here?" "Oh, I came here to open a secret realm." "But you, why were you being pursued by your own country's soldiers?" Zu, and inquired. Upon hearing this, Susanna smiled bitterly. As the former chief instructor of the 4 East Special Forces, Susanna held a high position in E country. But since the upheaval, the situation in E country had changed drastically. Susanna's supporters either fell from grace or perished in the chaos. This severely weakened her position within the military. If that was all, she could have left E country to work as an instructor in other countries. She had done so before. For instance, she had served as an instructor under Commander Hu, competing alongside Zuan's Phoenix Special Forces in a joint exercise. But she had underestimated the situation. Once she was caught in the power struggle, how could she easily extricate herself? After the changes in E country, the rising star in the military was a general named Dmitri. He and Susanna had served in the same unit before, and he had passionately pursued her, only to be emphatically rejected by Susanna in front of many soldiers. This Dmitri harbored a grudge. When he rose to power, he immediately set his sights on Susanna. First, he stripped her of all her positions, then used various means to force her to submit and become his mistress. But Susanna staunchly refused. As the conflict escalated, Susanna resolutely fled the capital of E country and headed south, attempting to cross the desolate Siberian wilderness to seek refuge in HUA country. Although Susan was not sure why Zuan said that, she was still infected by the powerful self-confidence in Zuan's words, and her tense nerves relaxed. Zuan then said, "Since there is no place for you in country, why not come to Country H? Country H is currently training its troops and really needs talents like you." One of the main reasons Zu and saved Susan was because he admired her. This woman had been in the military camp for many years, relying solely on her own abilities to reach where she was now. She had gained a certain reputation in the international military community, proving that she indeed had remarkable skills. Such talent was exactly what Country H urgently needed. Susan hesitated a bit. Can I really do that? Remember, I am a person from Country. Others may not, but you definitely can, Zuan said with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Susan nodded firmly. In that case, I will join Country H. Susan had originally planned to cross Siberia to seek refuge in Country H, but with Zuan's invitation, she had even more reason not to refuse. A very wise choice, Zuan said with a smile. Where do we go next? Should we go back now? Susan asked. Zuan calmly replied. Don't hurry. There are a few other things to take care of. With that, Zuan thrust his palm forward, tearing open a gap in space in front of him. He then smiled at Susan. Let's go. And took a step forward, disappearing into the crevice. Susan looked bewildered at the long and narrow spatial crack, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed him in. As Zuan and Susan entered the Wolf warrior secret realm, back in Country, at the military headquarters. The original military headquarters had already been destroyed by Zuan's sword, and a new building had been rebuilt on the same site. At this moment, Dmitri, who held great power, sat in the top floor office enjoying the afternoon sun with contentment on his face. The spacious office played symphony music on vinyl records. When in a good mood, Dmitri would even take a big sip of his sweet vodka. This kind of tranquility and leisure had been Dmitri's routine since becoming the military chief. It would be even better if we could capture that girl, Susan, Dmitri thought silently, licking his lips involuntarily. Just then, a knock on the door was heard from outside. Dmitri furrowed his brows slightly. He detested being disturbed during his afternoon rest. Without opening his eyes, he gruffly commanded, "Go away. No matter how important it is, wait until I finish this bottle of vodka." The knocking ceased. Dmitri's lips curved into a smug smile. This was the taste of wielding power. But before his smile could fully form, a loud noise startled him. Dmitri sat upright in his chair, looking incensed towards the door as the sound of the door collapsing filled the room with smoke and dust. A secretary hurried in the midst of the chaos. "Are you all out of your minds? Didn't I say all matters should wait until after my rest?" Dmitri scolded before he could finish. Another loud bang echoed through the room, and the door that could withstand direct hits from a grenade launcher crashed down. In the midst of the debris, a secretary approached Dmitri. Relieved to see it was just a secretary, Dmitri's tension eased a bit. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but erupt in furious anger, pulling out a pistol from the drawer. "Your Excellency General, please calm down. There's urgent military intelligence just in from Siberia that you need to see." The secretary, despite the gun pointed at him, remained composed. "Siberia?" Dmitri's confusion was evident as he glanced over the documents. What kind of military intelligence could come from there? Was it about the squad sent to capture Susan? Just as he pondered, Dmitri quickly scanned the document, only to freeze at its simplicity. The document contained just one sentence: a message that Susan had been saved by Zuan from Country H, and a warning that she was now under the protection of Country H, with dire consequences for anyone who dared to offend her. Dmitri stared at that simple sentence for a full minute. Zuan from Country H. Those four words seemed to possess magical power, causing cold sweat to trickle down Dmitri's forehead, and his hands holding the document to tremble. Suddenly, as though struck by a realization, Dmitri looked up at the secretary. "Does anyone else know about this document?" The secretary shook his head. "Your Excellency General, I'm only responsible for delivering the documents to you. I have no knowledge of anything else." "Useless. You're all a bunch of useless people." Dmitri cursed in outrage, as if to release his inner anxiety and unease. He hastily gathered his belongings, declaring, "Quickly arrange several military vehicles for me. I have urgent official business to attend to." As he packed some essentials into a suitcase, Dmitri noticed the secretary standing motionless by the table, staring at him with an odd expression. Dmitri's heart sank, but he managed a friendly smile. "You seem to have been with me for quite some time. When I return, I'll promote you to head of the secretariat. Now, please arrange for a car," Dmitri said with an unusual politeness. The secretary, however, stepped forward to block Dmitri's path and respectfully said, "Your Excellency General, there are no vehicles available at the headquarters today." Dmitri's smile froze, and after a moment, he forced the smile and said, "Since there are none, I'll go downstairs and find a civilian vehicle." Military matters cannot be delayed due to emergencies. With that, he turned to leave. The secretary stepped forward, blocking Dmitri's path and said, "Your Excellency General, why rush?" Dmitri's expression flickered, about to say something when a voice interrupted, and a general in a neat military uniform with white gloves entered, followed by a group of formidable guards. "Nikita, what are you up to with such haste? Where are you off to for urgent matters?" Dmitri exclaimed in surprise, then shouted, "Guards!" Nikita shook his head. "No need to call. No one will come today, no matter how loud you shout." Out of self-interest, a respected instructor was persecuted and forced to flee to another country, and yet, for the sake of showing off power, you dispatched an elite team to intercept and kill him. Every day you live a comfortable life in the office, either scolding or hitting your subordinates. Indulgent and capricious, do you still consider yourself a qualified military person? This series of questions made this Dmitri turn as pale as a sheet. "Are you trying to rebel?" Nikita shook his head. "You're wrong, Dmitri. I am only trying to save the country. You're not a fool, so you understand what I'm implying, otherwise you wouldn't have tried to escape in haste." Despair filled Dmitri's eyes as he dryly uttered, Zuan. Nikita nodded. "You're very smart, so I won't make things difficult for you. Settle it yourself." Dmitri's expression suddenly became extremely unpleasant. He was indeed not a fool, otherwise, he wouldn't have sensed danger immediately after receiving the news and tried to escape in a rush. Because only people at their level could truly understand how terrifying Zuan's influence really was. It could be said that if Zuan were to deal with any country now, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Just a casual command, and countless people would act on his behalf. All of this was due to Zuan's unparalleled reputation and the allure of his techniques. In today's world, who wouldn't want to flatter the HUA country, grovel to Zuan, in exchange for a technique to practice with? Therefore, when Dmitri learned that Susanna was saved by Zuan, and Zuan even conveyed his dissatisfaction through someone else, Dmitri understood. It was over. Once this news spread, countless people who had long been watching eagerly would come to bite him. Even if Zuan didn't show any intention of killing him, those people, in order to please Zuan and HUA country, would not hesitate to kill him. Understanding this, Dmitri immediately wanted to escape, but Nikita was faster than him, and blocked him in the office. Dmitri, with a face full of despair, said, "Nikita, at least I am also a soldier of the country. I promise I won't appear again from henceforth. Just let me go." Nikita shook his head. "Dmitri, if it were someone else, I would let you go, but you offended no one but the most powerful figure of our time." Hearing this, Dmitri's expression changed wildly, and he suddenly pulled out a gun and ran forward, intending to take Nikita hostage. But as soon as he took a step, a bullet pierced through the glass window, directly into his forehead, then exited from the back of his head, splattering the wall with blood. Dmitri's face still had a hint of terror, then slowly fell to the ground, dead. Nikita looked at the corpse on the ground and said faintly, "Take a picture," then released the news, stating that General has committed suicide out of fear, and then privately contact HUA country, expressing our sincere apologies to Mr. Zhu. Yes. His subordinates busied themselves tidying up the aftermath. Nikita then looked at the lavish office and the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. What a fool! Did you not bother to find out that she knew Mr. Zhu before dealing with Susanna? Sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window all day, were you impatient for your death? Eventually, the news of Dmitri's suicide caused a sensation in the country. But since he already had a bad reputation, many people were somewhat pleased about it. Of course, this was just the surface propaganda. Privately, the country had expressed apologies to HUA country more than once, stating not to let the actions of a few harm the long-standing precious friendship between the two countries. However, HUA country didn't pay much attention to it because the busiest people at the moment were the foreign diplomacy personnel of HUA country. Every day, they were busy dealing with friendly gestures from all sides, almost becoming numb to it. But when Susanna, who returned to Central City with Zuan, learned about this news, she was shocked and didn't know what to say. She finally understood the meaning behind Zuan's words that very soon things wouldn't be the same anymore. It seemed like he had already anticipated such a scene. Throughout the whole process, he didn't say much. Solely based on his unparalleled reputation, he made the country eagerly offer up Dmitri's head. How domineering must one be to achieve such an effect? Susanna couldn't help but recall the reception Zuan received in that unique world. It was as if welcoming the most noble deity. And upon returning to Central City, everything she saw and heard left her stunned. The soldiers who diligently practiced martial arts daily, rapidly improving their strength, filled her with a sense of genuine fear. Under such soaring strength, HUA country's military power would soon become the world's #1, undoubtedly. Additionally, the flourishing and progressive society further amazed Susanna. However, she gradually became enchanted by this atmosphere. She also wanted to see how Zuan and HUA country would lead the world to new heights in the future. Because she was brought back by Zuan, no one dared to treat her with disrespect. Soon, she was chosen to enter the military, utilizing her abilities to become an instructor again. And this scene was playing out more and more in various places of HUA country. Countless talents from overseas were crying out to enter HUA country, with wealthy individuals flocking in, waving money, only hoping to obtain HUA country's nationality. These wealthy individuals understood that in the future, HUA country would be the safest place on Earth. And if they were able to acquire a technique for cultivation, it would be a step towards enlightenment. As for the foreign maidens, they were fighting over the opportunity to marry into HUA country. Now, any HUA country man would have suitors lining up for them. And for those from Central City or North River, it was even more intense. Simply not. And these maidens would come in bridal gowns. Many lifelong singles who had no hope of marriage found themselves with beautiful foreign wives. Witnessing all this, many people felt a sense of déjà vu. It felt like in just a few short years, everything had been turned upside down. At the same time, Zuan opened the Demon Clan Secret Realm and the Lux Secret Realm, connecting them to the mortal world. When Zhang Meyer let numerous Demon Clan members into the world, it caused quite a stir. But what truly caused an uproar were the erstwhile figures emerging from the Lux Secret Realm, like Zishui. When many researchers saw these refined armors and real weapons, they were driven nearly crazy. And the puppet techniques used by the puppet sects Liu Kik and others also garnered awe. Consequently, countless scholars began to study alchemy, attempting to combine Earth's technology with these ancient secrets. This is an old residential area located in a corner of Beijing City. Due to its remote location, poor environment, dilapidated houses, and lack of supporting facilities, it has deteriorated into a slum-like existence. The only advantage may be that the rent here is very cheap. As a result, only the lowest strata of society live here. At this moment, Zuan and Yan carried their two daughters up the steps and arrived in front of a familiar door. "Mom and Dad, are we going back to our hometown to live?" Shan Xiang and Nyan exclaimed excitedly. Hometown. Zuan's mouth lifted into a faint smile. Yes. The childhood old house no longer exists. Since he left Qingmang town as a young man, Zuan has been leading a life of ups and downs. It was not until later, while attending university, that he met Yan and returned to Beijing, renting this rundown 2-bedroom apartment. That was when Zuan finally felt at home. And now, Zuan has always felt that this is home. And Yan's eyes were slightly red as she said to the two little girls, "Yes, we are going to stay here for a couple of days. Are you happy?" "Yes, yes." The two little girls joyfully responded. For children, the width, price, or luxury of the house doesn't matter as long as they have their parents around. Moreover, the two little girls grew up here since birth, so they naturally have a strong attachment to this place. At this moment, Zuan opened the door, and the family walked in. The house was very clean, as if someone cleaned it every day. However, the furnishings remained unchanged since they left. It felt as if they had just gone out for a meal and returned. And Yan's eyes reddened as she took a deep breath, her fingers gently touching the furniture and decorations in the house. Each item here contained memories of her and Zuan. Suddenly recalling this made Yan quite emotional. The two little girls cheered and threw themselves onto the dilapidated sofa in the living room, eagerly turning on the TV. Surprisingly, the electricity was still working, and the TV functioned normally, so the two little girls snuggled comfortably on the sofa watching TV. Zuan casually picked up the apron hanging in the kitchen, skillfully put it on, and then smilingly said, "Yan, I'll cook." "Honey, let me do it, you ... And Yan felt it strange to let the current Zuan cook. After all, Zuan was now a man standing at the pinnacle of this world, and seeing him in an apron cooking seemed out of place. Zuan just smiled. "All right, I'll cook for you and the kids." What's so strange about that? Besides, can you cook dragon liver? And Yan was taken aback, only then recalling the dragon liver cut from the heavenly dragon in the provincial capital was still there. If you're bored, you can help me with preparation. Watch how I stir-fry this dragon liver, Zuan said cheerfully. And Yan nodded. Yes, I will. Zuan took out the dragon liver from Yan's mustard seed ring, radiating with blood aura. As this item appeared, even the withered flowers on the balcony started to rejuvenate wherever the blood aura reached. Then Zuan took out oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, ginger, and scallions from Yan's ring. Don't ask why. Zuan had emptied a large supermarket in the capital city a few days ago, dumping everything into Yan's mustard seed ring. The rest that couldn't fit was placed in the talismanic tower for easy access during their travels across dimensions. Storing items in the mustard seed ring and talismanic tower had the added benefit of never spoiling, essentially serving as a supercharged mobile freezer. The best match for this dragon liver would be phoenix marrow, but I doubt we'll find a phoenix in this world, so we'll just have to stir-fry it. Dragon liver itself isn't tasty, even a bit fishy and bitter, so it requires exceptional seasoning to adjust the flavor. On that point, I consider myself an expert. I used to stir-fry it often, and prepared the ingredients and starting cooking without using a stove because earthly flames couldn't cook dragon liver properly. With a snap of his fingers, a pure white flame appeared in midair, and grabbed Yan's cracked frying pan. Honey, this pot is leaky. No worries, I'll fix it for you. With that, Zuan tossed the pan onto the flame, and under the searing fire, the pan began to break down. However, when Zuan placed the dragon liver on it, streams of blood-colored radiance seeped into the pot, gradually healing the cracks. The dragon liver holds the life force of a dragon. When activated, it exhibits various miraculous effects. This is just one of them, Zuan calmly mentioned as he added the prepared seasonings into the pot, starting to cook the dragon liver. A unique aroma filled the air, and Yan's mouth watered, and the two little girls couldn't even watch TV anymore, eagerly waiting for the dragon liver to finish cooking. Actually, without waiting for Zuan to give instructions, the two maids couldn't wait any longer to pick up a piece and put it in their mouths. Is it delicious? And Yan asked. The two maids were too busy eating to speak, so they could only nod repeatedly. And Yan also picked up a piece to taste. As soon as it entered her mouth, it was both soft and chewy, coated with thick and fragrant soup, very delicious and refreshing. After chewing twice, the dragon liver suddenly melted and was quickly absorbed by the body. And Yan felt a significant increase in her strength and her cultivation started to stir. However, since Yan's cultivation had reached the critical point of being sealed, there was no progress possible. Zuan naturally noticed this and his expression gradually turned cold. Husband, have a bite. And Yan naturally noticed that Zuan was not in the right state and guessed the reason. Quickly changing the subject, Zuan shook his head, smiling and saying, I am already tired of this thing. You and the children can have it. At that moment, a nosy footstep suddenly came from outside the door. Then someone shouted, Are you sure there are intruders inside? Boss, we are very sure. Absolutely no mistake. And haven't you smelled the fragrance? Obviously, the thief is cooking inside. Damn, how dare someone come and cause trouble at Mr. Zhu's old home. Today, if I don't teach him a lesson, I will not live up to my reputation. Before the words were finished, Zuan had already opened the door. Indeed, standing outside the door, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to break in and catch the thief were the leader of the Bay River gang, Dufan, and his men. And when they saw Zuan standing behind the door, wearing a cooking apron and even holding a spatula, they all became dumbfounded. Zhu? Mr. Zhu? Dufan was the first to come to his senses, his face full of astonishment. Zuan nodded slightly, glanced at Dufan, and then said, indifferently, Sorry for what? This set of exercises you practice. Dufan was shocked by his words, then embarrassedly scratched his head. Head. Thanks to Mr. I have also started practicing now. Oh, how is your progress? This time, Dufan didn't even dare to look up. Whispered, I still don't feel the presence of spiritual energy until now. Zuan smiled. Of course you can't feel it, because you don't have the root to cultivate. Hearing this, Dufan felt like crying because he wasn't the first person to tell him this, but these words coming from Zuan made him feel truly hopeless. Without the root for cultivation, it meant he couldn't cultivate in the future. Dufan was not a fool. He could see clearly what was most valued in this era, Undoubtedly, it was the cultivators with abilities. If he wanted to stay in his current position for a longer time, he needed stronger strength. Otherwise, he might become the abandoned child of this era. So no matter how difficult it was, he wanted to cultivate. But Zuan's words today mercilessly shattered his last trace of hope. As Du Fan's face turned gray in defeat, Zuan looked at his men behind him and asked calmly, "How did you know that there was a disturbance in my house?" Du Fan whispered, "Sir, I arranged it all because I was afraid of Small Fry coming to your old house causing trouble, so I ordered someone to watch over it 24 hours a day. When they reported that someone broke into your old house, I rushed over. Maybe you came back too hastily, and these people didn't recognize you. So this misunderstanding happened. I'm really sorry," Du Fan explained. Zuan chuckled, then suddenly asked, "When the chaos of heaven and earth happened before, were you the one who secretly protected the Z family?" Du Fan nodded. "Although Chairman Chin also sent people over at the time, I was worried that their bodyguards were not smart enough, so I had a few local gangsters keep an eye on them. While these gangsters may not have good combat power, they are familiar with the local terrain and situation, so they can help Uncle Z and the others get through the difficulties." Zuan nodded. "Well done." Du Fan was slightly dazed, about to express his gratitude, but the next sentence from Zuan left him staring in place. "Although you had many shortcomings before, with your dedication in these 2 points, I will give you an opportunity." Opportunity. Mr. Zu wants to give me an opportunity. Du Fan felt completely stupid. His brain was blank, and he could only nod dumbly. Zuan smiled slightly, then turned to look at the mother and daughter who had already eaten most of the dragon liver. Clearly couldn't finish the rest. "Still want some more?" The mother and daughter shook their heads in unison. "No more. It was delicious at first, but now it feels too heavy in the stomach." And Yan said, "Yad. I also feel uncomfortable being full." Ming Ming said. Only Nan took another piece, slowly chewing on it like a hamster. "I think it's okay, but I'm full too." Zuan smiled, and handed the remaining half plate of dragon liver to them. "Here. This is for you." Du Fan somewhat puzzledly took the plate. "Sir, this is the opportunity I give you," Zuan said, indifferently. "Huh?" Du Fan was a bit dumbfounded. This plate of leftover food is the opportunity. If it were someone else who said that, Du Fan would have thrown the plate at him a long time ago, thinking that he was making fun of him. But since it was Zuan who said it, he dared not ignore it. "And what kind of dish was this? It smells so good. Try a piece," Zuan said. Okay. Du Fan thought to himself and then grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth. After a bite, Du Fan shuddered. A nauseous sweat broke out on his body, and his previously cloudy eyes became clear. This was the effect of the cleansing ability of the dragon liver. And then Du Fan suddenly felt the presence of spiritual energy in the world. This discovery made him ecstatic. "Sir ... Zuan waved his hand. "You deserve it." But Du Fan didn't think so. He carefully held the plate of food in his hand, then made a respectful bow to Zuan. "Sir, Du Fan will never forget your kindness. If there is anything in the future, I will certainly work hard." Zuan gave a faint smile. "All right, go now." With that, he closed the door. Du Fan remained bowed until after a minute or so, then slowly straightened up. His face was full of excitement and thrill. As for his men, they all stared at the plate of food in Du Fan's hands with eager eyes. Du Fan said calmly, "This was given by Mr. I have already eaten a piece. If you want to eat the rest, you must make a special contribution to the gang to be eligible to enjoy it. Understand?" "Honey, who was that just now?" Enian asked. Zuan smiled. "He's a gang leader from Beijing. I had taught him a lesson before, but he has been quite decent lately. Not only did he send people to guard this place, but he also secretly helped Uncle Z and the others, so I rewarded him with some dragon liver." "Oh. What? Do you know him?" "Heh. I don't know," Enian said foolishly. Zuan, seeing her innocent expression, ruffled her hair helplessly. "You say oh even though you don't know him. You're really a fool. Annoying. You messed up my hair again." Enian pouted in frustration, looking like an angry little cat. Zuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her nose as he watched her adorable appearance. "Who are you calling annoying?" Enian turned even more furious. "You're annoying. It's you." "Oh, then I won't let go." Enian whined. "You big meanie, always picking on me. My nose hurts." Enian pretended to be on the verge of tears. Zuan thought he had really hurt Enian's nose, so he quickly let go. Enian then squatted down, burying her head in her knees. Watching her shoulders shake as if crying, Zuan felt guilty and at a loss. Yanner, I'm sorry, I was just teasing you, I didn't mean it. However, every time Zuan spoke to this side, Enian turned to the other side. And when he turned to the other side, Enian moved back. So Zuan began to apologize in circles. Finally, with no other choice, Zuan also squatted down and said, how about you pinch my nose? As soon as he suggested it, Enian raised her head abruptly, smiling mischievously, showing no signs of crying. All right, you said so, Zu, and looked bewildered, wondering if he had been tricked. Before he could regain his senses, Enian flashed her white teeth, but I don't want to pinch your nose. You are a golden immortal. How could a little woman like me pinch you? I want to bite you. With that, Enian bared her teeth and lunged, biting Zuan's shoulder. Caught off guard, Zuan was bitten hard, causing him to inhale sharply from the pain. However, a golden light appeared on Zuan's shoulder, a natural response to a perceived threat. If the golden light condensed, Enian's teeth would probably shatter. Therefore, Zuan's gaze turned cold, causing the golden light on his shoulder to dissipate instantly. But dispersing his cultivation meant he had to withstand Enian's teeth with his physical body. Enian was no ordinary fairy, and her bite was indeed powerful. At least Zuan's forehead was sweating from the pain, but he gritted his teeth without making a sound. Enian noticed something was amiss and reluctantly let go, then saw Zu, and sweating and looking pained. Honey, why didn't you? Enian wanted to ask why Zuan didn't use his cultivation to resist. Zuan smiled. Silly girl, if I used my cultivation, your teeth would have shattered. So you resisted with your body. Heh. No problem. Seeing Zuan smile, Enian suddenly felt extremely guilty, like she was just being unreasonable. She reached out to touch Zuan's shoulder, discovering that his clothes were torn, with a deep bite mark oozing blood where her two fangs had bitten him. Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Enian's heart ached at the sight, tears welling up. She didn't think she had used much force. How did she end up biting her husband like this? Zu, and laughed. It's okay. It's like being nipped by a puppy. Enian nodded habitually. At that moment, a flash of golden light passed over Zuan's shoulder. Then it returned to normal, with no trace of blood or bite marks. Seeing Zuan's sly smile, Enian knew she had been tricked again. Annoyed, she grit her teeth and pounced forward. You naughty husband. This time I'm going to bite a piece of your flesh. Whoever bites me is the puppy. I'll bite whoever I want, and they're the puppy. The two of them tangled into a mess. The two little girls who were watching TV grew impatient and shouted, Dad, Mom, stop it. We want to watch TV. In fact, from the beginning, the two little girls had been watching the TV the whole time, as if they hadn't seen Zuan and Enian play fighting. It wasn't until the two blocked their view that they got a bit annoyed and yelled. Perhaps they were immune to such scenes of cruelty towards dogs. The battle ended with Zuan surrendering, gaining 3 bite marks on each of his shoulders. Enian made it clear that he wasn't allowed to use his cultivation to heal. Zuan could only accept it with a wry smile. In the late night, with the autumn wind rustling outside, the night was cool as water. Zu, and sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the moon outside. At that moment, the door of the bedroom was gently pushed open. Enian walked out quietly. Are they asleep, Zu? And asked with a smile. Enian nodded and sat down beside Zuan. Want a drink, Zu? And asked with a smile. Yes. Zuan took out a bottle of red wine and some snacks from Enian's ring. The two clinked their cups, shared a smile, and drank the wine in their cups. It's been a long time since we had a drink together like this. Enian sighed. When they had just returned to Beijing, before Enian was pregnant, and Zuan found a job he liked, they used to buy some cooked food and cold dishes on the way home from work and have a few drinks together. They would drink and reminisce about the past or imagine the future. Often, amid laughter and talks, the small house would be filled with their laughter. The things took a nosedive later, eventually leading to their separation. Yes, it's been a long time, Zuan said softly. Enian fell silent suddenly. For her, that long time was only a few years. But for Zuan, it was more than 3,000 years of long, hopeless time. Honey, Zuan smiled faintly. It's all right. Everything has passed, hasn't it? Enian nodded, then gently caressed the bite marks on Zuan's shoulder that she had made herself. Honey, you're so silly. You didn't heal them, Did you? This is because I'm silly that I found you. Nonsense. Enyan lightly hit Zuan. Another moment of silence followed, as Enyan rested her head on Zuan's shoulder and softly said, "Honey, when are we leaving?" "Very soon. Now that things in the world have been settled, we'll leave once Juaner and the others return to Beijing." "Oh, honey, In the following days, Zuan and his family didn't leave the house, enjoying the warm and sweet moments in this small house. Until one day, Tang Juaner returned to Beijing with Zisha. "Tianzi no, one villa," Zisha said. "Boss, take me with you. If someone causes trouble, I can help you beat them up." Zuan shook his head. "No need. You have a more important task to stay here." "A more important task?" Zisha was puzzled, and nodded and then looked around the entire villa, saying lightly, "It's here." Zisha and Tang Juaner looked at each other, both confused about what Zuan meant. Then, Zuan walked to the front of the villa, looked up at the distant cloud dream lake, stretched out his hand slowly, palm up, and said softly, "One day, change the land." Doom. With his command, the small mountain beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook and began to rise. The cloud dream lake in the distance surged wildly, and a spring suddenly rose in the center of the lake, rapidly expanding the lake's area. In short, drastic changes began to occur around the Tianzi no. One villa. Tang Juaner and Zisha were both amazed. Initially, when Zuan first moved into the villa, he had forcibly raised the small mountain due to bad feng shui and made some modifications. But at that time, Zuan's cultivation was nowhere near as powerful as it was now, nor did he have the ability to change the land and sky like this. If feng shui master Song Yi were present, he would probably be astounded, because what Zuan was displaying now was the top-notch feng shui technique of controlling the mountains, rivers, and land within the palm of his hand. After a moment, the drastic changes gradually stopped. Looking at the Tianzi no. One villa, its appearance had changed significantly. The once not-so-tall mountain now soared into the sky, and the small cloud dream lake had become vast, with a spring bubbling in the center. The water vapor condensed into numerous white mists floating above the lake, and lifted his foot into the void, pointed with ease, and the white mists turned into a white line, drawn onto the mountain. The mountain trembled slightly, moistened by the white mist, gradually revealing a jade-like luster. Tang Juaner and Zisha felt the surrounding spiritual energy had become incredibly rich. Just as they were astonished, Zuan stood in midair and softly commanded, "Mountains and rivers form a formation." Doom. The white mists transformed into countless white lines, forming a complex array, which then fell and completely covered the mountain. The mountain activated the spiritual energy accumulated in the earth's veins for thousands of years, instantly turning into a brilliant gem-like substance. The formation was established. Including Cloud Dream Lake, the surroundings of the Tianzi no. One villa were enveloped in dense, unbreakable mist, creating a separate world. Anyone attempting to intrude would have to face the mountain and river formations or be unable to enter. However, Zuan was still not at ease, adding many runes to the formation until he transformed this space into an impregnable existence before feeling somewhat satisfied. Zuan then descended to the ground, released Ching, who was still sleeping in the treasure house, and Ching was completely covered by a cocoon, emitting a faint glow with each breath. "Moved," Enyan said. "She's fine. She just needs to sleep for a while. With the formation I've set up here, it's very safe. Let her stay here." After a brief hesitation, Enyan nodded gently. Zuan smiled. "Don't worry. We won't be gone forever. It won't be long before we can come back to visit." "Yes," Enyan replied. Then picked up the sleeping Ching and headed into the villa. Zuan turned to Zisha and Tang Juaner. "Zisha, here. After I leave, you must take good care of this place, protect Juaner, Menchu, and the others. If someone comes to cause trouble." Before Zuan could finish, a hint of killing intent appeared on Zisha's face. "Boss, rest assured, if anyone dares to cause trouble, there will be no mercy." And nodded, then looked at Tang Juaner. "Juaner, with the increasingly rich spiritual energy here and the connection I've established with the earth's veins, you must cultivate diligently, because to avoid trouble, you first need to have enough strength." Tang Juaner's eyes were slightly red. "Yes." At that moment, Enyan had settled her sister Ching and led the two little girls out. Zuan surveyed the villa and suddenly raised his sword. Doom. An unparalleled sword, intent shot towards the mountains and seas, then dissipated into nothingness. "I will leave behind a sword, intent to guard, ensuring this place is safe," Zuan said. then released the boat he had obtained from the true god in the heavens. The hundreds of boats had merged into one entity. Once released, they floated high in the sky, shimmering with golden light, too dazzling to look at directly. "Yanner, let's go," Zuan said, leading Yan and the two daughters onto the transoceanic starship. Tang Juaner and Zisha looked up. The starship ascended into the sky at a rapid pace, disappearing from their sight in an instant. After a while, Zisha shook his head with a sigh. "Boss is truly remarkable." Tang Juaner's eyes were slightly red as she turned and entered the villa, unable to look anymore. Meanwhile, Zuan piloted the starship to the highest point of the sky, entering space. Yan and the two little girls stood by the magical windows, gazing in awe at the blue shining planet below. Zuan gave a faint smile. "Isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, it's so beautiful." "Well, hold on tight, we're leaving," Zuan said, then activated the starship with his cultivation. The starship slowly changed direction, causing ripples in space ahead. Then a brilliant light flashed by, and the starship disappeared from its original position. At the same time, powerful individuals all over the world sensed something and looked up at the sky. In Europe, in the dark castle, sitting on the dark throne, Fenmenshu trembled and looked up at the flash in the sky, tears glistening in her eyes. "Zuan, be careful on your journey." In Zhongdu, the members of the Phoenix of Fire, who were diligently training, all looked up. "The instructor's leaving." Zhou Danu looked solemn. Ziyi nodded. "Yes. I wish to follow the instructor to see what the outside world is like." The group fell silent for a moment. Then Cheng Hao said solemnly, "If you want to explore the world outside, you must be strong enough yourself. Therefore, our training must be even more rigorous. Understand?" "Understood." All the members thundered in response. Whoosh! Within the vast expanse of space, a starship suddenly streaked by, then traversed past stars at the speed of time and space jumping. The starship that appeared gigantic on Earth seemed minuscule, like floating dust in this boundless universe. Zuan was piloting this starship alone, with a hint of weariness on his face. He had been using his cultivation to push forward, continuously traveling for 3 months. If it were any other golden immortal, they would probably have perished due to overdrawing their cultivation long ago. Only Zuan could hold on until now. Yan and their two daughters were not on the starship. Zuan was well aware of the dangers of traveling in space, for even with the transocean starship, there was no guarantee of safety. Thus, Zuan had them take shelter inside the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. This Talisman Treasure Pavilion was a treasure left behind by a true immortal, capable of warding off external disturbances even if something happened to the starship. Over the past 3 months, Zuan had inspected every star they passed, but had not found a planet with life. This made Zuan feel a bit strange. In the bustling star regions, almost every star could nurture life, yet the stars near Earth were eerily silent. If this silent starry sky was like a desert, then Earth would be the oasis within it. This peculiar phenomenon raised doubts in Zuan's mind. Was this intentionally done by someone, or was it always this way? If it was intentional, then the person's methods were truly earth-shattering. Since Zuan did not have star charts nor star arrays for transmission, he could only rely on this cumbersome method of traversing the void. Of course, once Zuan restored his Daluo cultivation in the future, he could travel through space with ease. By now, the starship had entered a calm starry sea. Outside, the stars shone brightly, presenting a breathtaking sight. Witnessing this scene, Zuan released the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Yan and their two daughters were awestruck by the beauty outside. After a moment, Yan sighed. "It's truly magnificent." Zuan smiled in response. "Wait until I take you to the Milky Way in the future. There, tens of billions of stars gather together, the light resembling a sea of stars. That is the true grandeur." Husband, where are we now? Are we far from Earth?" Yan asked. "Yes, but also no. From a human perspective, we are very far from Earth now, but from a cosmic scale, we may not have left the doorstep yet." Yan's mouth slightly opened in surprise. "This big? You?" Zuan was about to say something with a smile, and the starship suddenly began to shake violently. Zuan then saw an extremely massive black star appear in front of the starship. "Quick, back to the pavilion," Zuan said in a deep voice, immediately focusing on controlling the starship. Yan looked worriedly at Zuan, then turned and led their two daughters into the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Though she was concerned for Zuan, she knew that staying outside wouldn't help and might distract him. Seeing his wife and daughters enter the pavilion, Zuan breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on piloting the starship with all his might. This star exerted a powerful pull, drawing the starship closer. Without control, the starship might crash. Zuan activated all his cultivation, and the starship's surface emitted layers of golden light, resisting the star's pull. Finally, the starship gradually stabilized, quietly floating above the star. Zuan sighed in relief, surveying this entirely black star and furrowing his brow. He had never seen such a peculiar star before. Emitting a sinister death aura, it seemed like a dying person. The most puzzling part was that even Zuan couldn't see through the black mist enveloping the star. Just then, on the edge of the star, a faint light appeared on the surface created by the black mist. The light started dim, but rapidly brightened, eventually bursting open, creating a shockwave of flames that swept over a large area, forming a large spot of light on the black mist. Once the flames dissipated and the light subsided, a massive mushroom cloud appeared on the black mist's surface, and the churning mist formed a huge vortex. Watching quietly, Zuan suddenly exclaimed softly. The explosion's light seemed like a nuclear bomb. As the black mist churned, Zuan sensed life existing on this star, which excited him. After 3 months of traveling, he had finally encountered a planet with life. However, the recent explosion reminded Zuan that this star was clearly not simple. Therefore, after a brief thought, Zuan retracted the Talisman Treasure Pavilion and established a simplified version of a small star array within the starship. This star array could be used for short-distance teleportation. After completing all this, Zuan flew out of the starship, drawing several concealed runes with his fingers to hide the starship. The reason for not storing the starship away as well was because it served as Zuan's retreat. If there were any dangers on the star, he could directly return through the star array. Even though Zuan now had the cultivation of a golden immortal, the universe was still vast, with countless dangerous and mysterious places. Moreover, this star was already peculiar, so being cautious was always the right choice. After handling everything, Zuan let out a light shout, and his whole body was covered in layers of sword aura. He then plunged straight down, flying toward the massive black star. In an instant, Zuan descended into the layer of black mist. The black mist surged like a tide, eager to devour him. Yet before it could get close, Zuan shredded it with layers of sword aura. However, the deeper he fell, the denser the black mist became. Eventually, it was so solid that his descent slowed down. Seeing the tide-like mist, Zuan furrowed his brow slightly, and his eyes flashed with sword aura. A sword light pierced downward, splitting open a path with a thunderous sound. Yet, the surrounding mist tried to enclose him. Seizing the opportunity, Zuan continued his plunge, swiftly disappearing into the black mist. After falling for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zuan suddenly felt lighter, and faint light appeared before him. Before he could react, the light rapidly intensified. Suddenly, Zuan felt a lightness throughout his body, and the black mist completely vanished, revealing a strange scene before him. The space between heaven and earth was filled with a peculiar red light, reminiscent of a desert sunset. Looking into the distance, the ground was barren, resembling a realm of death. The power of radiation contained in this world is so strong that even Zuan, a golden immortal, could sense it. However, in such an environment absolutely unsuitable for human survival, Zuan noticed signs of life in the distant wilderness and that a battle seemed to be taking place. Zuan flew through the air and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the scene of the battle. It was a low valley. In the valley, a boy of only 11 or 12 years old was locked in a desperate battle with several animals that looked like wolves. The battle had clearly been going on for some time, as the boy already had several wounds on his body. At that moment, the boy suddenly struck out with a knife, driving back the wolves in front of him. Then gasping for breath as he stepped back a few paces, his gaze fierce as he stared across, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, he was already at his limit. These wolves were different from the wolves on Earth. First, they were much smaller in stature, but their fur had a metallic sheen, and their wolf-like eyes gleamed with cunning and cruelty. Seeing the boy in such a state, the wolves began to form a formation and slowly advanced towards him. Their movements surprisingly organized. It was clear that this pack of wolves was not ordinary animals, but rather intelligent creatures. By then, the boy had retreated to the edge of the valley, and the wolves surrounded him, sticking out their tongues with drooling expressions. Suddenly, the closest wolf leapt up and lunged towards the boy. In midair, the wolf swiped its paw, sending a sharp gust of wind flying towards the bow. The bow, already exhausted, still managed to lean his head aside against the attack. The powerful wind cut deep into a solid rock with a loud thud, leaving a trail of blood on the bow's cheek. He was a bit slow in avoiding it, getting grazed by the tail end of the sharp wind. However, the boy had no time to rejoice, as the demon wolf had already rushed closer, opening its bloody maw to bite at the boy's neck. At this desperate moment, the boy let out a fierce roar, and a faint red halo appeared on the short knife in his hand before he struck out. The demon wolf howled in pain as one of its legs was cleanly severed, the pungent smell of blood sizzling upon the ground, emitting a corrosive sound. The attack did not deter the wolf but instead seemed to enrage it further. With a roar, it spewed out another wine blade from its mouth. The boy was already at his wit's end, and with no energy left even to dodge, a look of despair appeared in his eyes. Just then, the demon wolf was suddenly sent flying backward and exploded into a mist of blood midair. The boy was left stunned, only to see Zuan's figure now standing in the field. Zuan had been observing from a distance all along. The boy's courage impressed him, but it was the final blow that surprised Zuan. He could be certain that this boy had absolutely no cultivation. The significance of that strike intrigued Zuan. The boy looked at Zuan in bewilderment, his eyes flashing with astonishment and confusion, seemingly not understanding why this man, dressed in elegant clothing and looking clean, almost like a prominent figure from the city, had saved him. Zu, and glanced at the demon wolves and, with the death of the alpha wolf, the remaining wolves were cowed but still seemed reluctant. They lingered nearby, seemingly searching for a new opportunity. Zuan smiled faintly and a flash of sword light passed. The intimidating presence of the alpha wolf's death made the remaining wolves howl in agony before attempting to flee. But the sword light swept through the entire area in an instant. The wolves shuddered and collapsed, their heads cut off, leaving dead bodies littering the ground. In a single strike, the wolf pack was decimated. Witnessing this scene, the boy's mouth fell slightly agape, hardly believing his eyes. It would take at least a dozen strong men or 3 first-tier warriors to eliminate such a pack of wolves. Yet, this man had effortlessly wiped them out. Could it be that he was a second-tier or even higher-ranked warrior? The boy was astonished. Zuan turned to look at him and, using telepathic communication, asked, "What's your name?" With the multitude of races and languages in the heavens, Zu, and used telepathy in communication to ensure understanding and avoid complications. The boy was momentarily startled, then hurriedly said, "Sir, my name is Adu." He spoke with utmost respect, Zu, and nodded. "Adu, where is this place?" "Sir, this is the southern mine wilderness of the Hessian town." Adu, puzzled by Zuan's odd inquiry, answered earnestly, "Hessian town, Zu," and chuckled. A town existed, indicating that not only did life exist in this harsh environment, but civilization had also been established. Zuan then observed the boy more closely. Tattered clothes, a slight frame, a dirty face, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. What intrigued Zu, and the most, was the short knife in his hand. It was with this same blade that the boy had earlier severed a demon wolf's forelimb. Although Zuan could see that it was a simple and coarsely crafted tool, far from a divine weapon, the bow's careful handling and the care with which he looked at it suggested that it held significant value. As Adu noticed Zuan's silent scrutiny, he hesitated, but after a moment, he clenched his teeth and pointed towards the wolf corpses on the ground. "Sir, I can help you skin these demon wolves, and as payment, you can give me 1 piece of wolf skin." Fearing rejection, Adu hurriedly continued, "Sir, my skinning skills are among the best in Hessian town. Since these demon wolves perished by a single strike from you without any other damage, by properly skinning them, we could fetch a good price for each pelt." While Zuan was indifferent to the demon wolf skins, he was intrigued and nodded. "All right." Adu was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." He then began to skin the demon wolves. As he claimed, his skinning technique was indeed superb. Clearing the blood from the corpses first, he expertly separated the skin from the flesh with his knife, displaying seamless and rapid skill. In the time it took to have a meal, he had stripped the skins off all the demon wolves. Adu's face gleamed with excitement. With such high-quality demon wolf skins, he could exchange them for many useful items, such as third-grade pure water. Thinking about water, Adu couldn't help but lick his already cracked and bleeding lips. At that moment, Zuan casually took out a bottle of mineral water from his mustard seed ring and handed it to him. "Sir, this is..." Adu looked at the clear and transparent bottle of water in his hand, his face full of astonishment. Zuan smiled slightly. "Water. You must be very thirsty. Drink it." Otto stood there in a daze. Water. And it was without any impurities. Extremely clear and bright water. Otto didn't know how to classify this bottle of water. 4th grade pure water. No, he had seen 4th grade pure water, which was a kind of muddy water mixed with red. Could it be that only the village chief and the others could enjoy 5th grade or even 6th grade water? Thinking of this, Otto's hands couldn't help but tremble. Then, he couldn't help but unscrew the bottle cap, cautiously taking a sip. When the sweet and fresh water entered his mouth, Otto's eyes widened immediately. It was not like the typical water he drank, which would make his mouth and tongue numb upon contact. This water was so gentle and was instantly absorbed by his body without any discomfort throughout the process. A top-grade pure water without radiation. This thought that popped into Otto's mind frightened him. For someone who had struggled for survival in the lower strata since childhood, a bottle of top-grade pure water was something he couldn't even imagine. And then his heart swelled with infinite regret, regretting that he shouldn't have taken that sip of water just now. A sip of top-grade pure water could bring him how many good things. Seeing the boy standing there, holding the mineral water, his expression changing constantly, Zuan was slightly taken aback, then understood and smiled. Otto, sir. Otto snapped out of his frustration and astonishment, and spoke hurriedly. Zu, and pointed to the wolf skins on the ground. Do you have a place in your town to deal with these? Otto immediately nodded. Of course. The tavern's Fat Fengzi collects these wolf skins. Zu, and nodded. Well, take me to your town, and there will be other rewards. Otto shook his head when he heard this, saying solemnly, Sir, this bottle of water you gave me could buy all these wolf skins. You don't need to give me any more rewards. With that, Otto carefully packed the precious bottle of water and then packed all the wolf skins on the ground, carrying them on his back. Sir, please follow me. Passing through a desolate and heart-wrenching wilderness, then bypassing a cone-shaped mountain that seemed to melt like a candle and shimmered with a glassy luster, a dilapidated town appeared before them. It was called a town, but in reality, it was just a street about 500 to 600 meters long. Stone and mud houses lined the street, and these were already the best houses in the town, as behind the street were vast shanties so rudimentary, they couldn't be called houses. Sir, this is the River Mountain Town. If you want to sell these wolf skins, you can only go to the tavern to find Fat Fengzi, Otto said. Leading Zuan into the town, the street was extremely dirty and cluttered, emitting a very pungent and unpleasant odor. When Otto appeared carrying a thick stack of wolf skins, many surprised glances were cast from the shops on both sides of the street. Hey, Chensbo, did you actually bring so many devil wolf skins this time? A burly one-eyed man walked out of a house, even carrying a butcher knife in his hand. Otto whispered a voice only Zuan could hear. Sir, this man is the town's butcher, specializing in selling various edible meats, and has a good relationship with the village chief, so try not to provoke him, if you can. Zu, and remained non-committal, quietly observing. Many people had already walked out of the shops on either side, and were silent as they watched Otto and Zuan. Zuan glanced at these people and noticed some of them looked very strange. Some had meat skewers similar to grapes growing on their bodies, making one's scalp tingle at the sight. Some were covered in festering scars. Radiation-induced after effects. A thought flashed through Zuan's mind, though a faint smile played on his lips. At this moment, Otto spoke loudly. These devil wolf skins were ordered by Fat Fengzi from the tavern. Butcher, do you want them? Hearing the 3 words Fat Fengzi, the butcher's face changed, then laughed devilly and went back inside. As he left, the rest of the crowd dispersed. Otto breathed a sigh of relief and led Zuan forward. Sir, although these guys are not very powerful, if a fight breaks out and Anjay the village chief, it will be troublesome. Luckily, they all fear Fat Fengzi. Saying this, they arrived in front of the sturdiest and most well-built house in town. A dirty half-colored cloth curtain hung on the door, from where bursts of nosy laughter and chatter emanated. Sir, this is the tavern in town, Otto said, lifting the curtain and walking in. Zuan followed. As they entered, a mixed scent of cheap perfume and alcohol hit them. The house was dimly lit, with only a dim oil lamp on the wall. Many men were gathered around the bar counter, making a ruckus. There was a woman with a curvaceous figure and revealing attire writhing on the bar. This stirred the men, causing intermittent howls. Otto and Zuan's presence didn't attract much attention. Even the gazes of the few guards were drawn to the woman. It was not until Otto said a few words and the guards pointed behind them that they looked. Otto approached and said, Sir, Fat Fengzi is at the back. Follow me. Passing through the main hall of the bar, they entered a long corridor. Otto had just reached the end of the corridor when a bald brawny man emerged from the darkness. What do you want? I'm here to deliver wolf skins to Fat Fengzi. The brawny man looked at the devil wolf skins behind Otto, but his gaze was drawn to Zuan. Who is he? He's the man who killed the devil wolf. A second-order warrior. Otto introduced. A second-order warrior. Upon hearing this title, the bald brawny man's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something, a lazy voice came from the room. It's been a long time since a high-ranking warrior has passed through River Mountain Town. Please come in. Otto sighed in relief and whispered, Sir, please remember you are a second-order warrior. Zuan smiled slightly and followed into the room. It was a tastefully decorated room, and upon entering, all eyes were drawn to the fat man sitting in the center of the room. It was at that moment that Zuan understood why he was called Fat Fengzi, because he was indeed very fat. At this moment, Atu said very respectfully, Lord Feng, this is the magical wolf skin that we want to sell. As he spoke, Atu took off the magical wolf skin he was carrying and placed it on the table in front of Lord Feng. In this world, being called fatty implies power and wealth, so being referred to it as a fatty is a kind of honor. Lord Feng reached out and touched the magical wolf skin, his eyes lighting up slightly. One strike to kill. Excellent swordsmanship. Then he looked at Zuan and asked, Respected warrior, what do you intend to exchange these wolf skins for? Zu. And pointed to Atu and said lightly, Ask him. Atu was taken aback. Zuan gave him a faint smile and said, I don't know what's available here, so it's better for you to handle the exchange. After a moment of hesitation, Atu nodded. At that moment, a servant brought a list of exchange items. Atu's eyes lit up as he looked at the items on the list. Dried fire scorpion meat, low radiation, and incredibly delicious taste. I'll take that. Travel cloak. This cloak can shield against some radiation, a must-have for outdoor adventures. I need one of those. Nightlight pearl. It can glow at night without consuming fuel. Essential. Atu murmured about the uses of the items while looking at Zuan. Zuan remained indifferent, showing no expression. After making his selections, Atu cautiously asked, My lord, is this acceptable? Zu, and nodded. Very good. Relieved, Atu submitted the list of items. Lord Feng glanced at it and nodded approvingly. Chenspo, I have to say, the items you selected are flawless even for hunters who travel the wilderness all year round. But why didn't you choose the most important item, water? Oh. My lord carries a water flask with him, so it's not needed for now. Atu quickly explained and slyly winked at Zuan, who smiled but said nothing. Well then, prepare according to the items on this list. Lord Feng handed the list to a servant, then smiled at Zuan. To show my respect for a passing high-ranking warrior, I can provide you with a clean room free of charge. You can stay until you leave. Zuan simply nodded, okay. Atu couldn't help but envy Zu, and as he watched, thinking to himself, that is the power of a second-tier warrior. Wherever he goes, he commands respect. He wondered when he himself could become a second-tier warrior. While he was lost in thought, a servant brought a large package of items. These are the things you need. Zuan nodded slightly and then said to Atu, Please continue helping me carry these. Atu nodded without hesitation and lifted the large package. After nodding at Lord Feng, Zuan left the room. Once everyone had left, Lord Feng turned to Atu and asked, What do you think? With those words, a small door in the corner of the room was pushed open, and a voluptuous woman dressed in revealing attire entered. She was the dancer Zuan had encountered at the bar when he arrived at this tavern. However, her face was now devoid of its earlier seductive expression, replaced with solemnity as she shook her head. I can't read him. Lord Feng trembled at the woman's words. Even you can't figure him out. The woman nodded. I've been trying to probe this person's background since earlier, but I found nothing. However, the neat cuts on this wolf skin indicate that this person has advanced sword skills. He should be a swordsman. Lord Feng said, in a deep voice. The woman looked at the stack of wolf skins on the table, silent. Now there are important figures from the city in this town, and now this unknown high-rank warrior has appeared. It's really puzzling. Is that why you let him stay? The woman asked softly. Lord Feng smirked, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. No matter who he is or what his purpose is for coming here, once he's in my domain, I call the shots. If I can win him over, I will. But if not, then he'll be eliminated. Even if he's a high-ranking warrior, It's all the same. The woman nodded slightly and then asked, "What is the identity of this guest that the village head is hosting? Why such a grand reception?" "Oh, I heard he is a noble from the city, but I don't know why he came to our town. Besides, who can guess what these big shots are thinking? But I heard that punk village head is now serving him like a lapdog. It makes me want to laugh just thinking about it." Lord Feng's face showed a mocking smile. The woman remained silent, slowly retreating into the darkness and disappearing. Meanwhile, Zuan and Atu had already left the tavern. "My lord, I didn't let you speak earlier because if news of your possession of top-grade pure water spreads, it will bring great trouble, even if you are a high-ranking warrior," Atu said. Zuan smiled slightly. "It seems you understand these things well." Atu chuckled. "You, my lord, are a high-ranking warrior on a pedestal. Naturally, you wouldn't understand how we commoners survive. Sometimes, for a cup of slightly contaminated water, people will fight to the death, and even risk their lives, let alone the perfectly pure water you possess." With that, Atu discreetly touched the water bottle hidden in his chest, a happy glow on his face. "My lord, where would you like to store these items? Let me carry them for you." Zuan shook his head. "These items are for you." "Out, what?" Atu thought he misheard. Zuan smiled slightly. "These items are of no use to me at all, but you need them, so they are yours." Atu stared blankly at Zuan, and after a while, he began to tremble all over. My lord." Tears started to well up in his eyes. These were luxurious items that he had never dared to dream of before. For instance, the travel cloak that could shield against radiation. If he had that, he could venture deeper into the wilderness and endure for longer periods. This meant he could acquire more resources. Once it mutates, it's all over, so I took the risk to fight the demon Wolf in order to get a cup of clean water. Zuan listened in silence. With a little thought, one could imagine what clean water in Atu's mouth looked like. It was probably the wastewater considered hazardous material on Earth, but here, it was a precious resource that people relied on for survival. Atu's words confirmed Zuan's thoughts. His swordsmanship was a kind of innate ability awakened last year, and he didn't know how it happened. However, Zuan always felt that this innate ability seemed more like a mutation. "Do you have a younger sister?" Atu nodded, with a happy smile on his face. "If you don't mind, you can follow me home to see her. My sister is very pretty." Zuan smiled faintly. "Okay." Behind the street was a vast area of shanty towns. These shacks were built with various waste materials and could barely be considered houses, mostly providing some shade from the sunlight. Zuan and follow Atu through the intricate pathways. Atu would occasionally greet the people around, if they could still be called people. Due to the proximity to the wilderness, radiation was more severe here. Coupled with the lack of any cover, many residents living here had started to mutate significantly, especially the elderly and children who couldn't access clean water sources. Their mutations were even more severe. As Zuan walked with Atu, many people looked at him with eye and fear. After all, in this place, rarely did someone as clean and tidy as Zuan appear. Just around a corner, a youth with emaciated body and one hand mutated into something resembling a tree branch suddenly blocked their way. "Atu, you had a great harvest today." This youth looked at the large package Atu was carrying with greedy eyes. Upon seeing the youth, disdain flashed in Atu's eyes, and he coldly snorted. "This is the reward for the tasks I did for this second-level warrior gentleman. Yao Xiaofei, what do you want?" A second-level warrior. This title made Yao Xiaofei's face change, and he looked at Zuan with great reverence before turning and running away. "This guy wanders around here all day, often stealing from me and my sister to eat, just like a wild dog on the wilderness. Disgusting," Atu said, looking displeased. By now, they had arrived in front of a dilapidated shack on the edge of the shanty town. This shanty was one of the most rundown in the area, crooked and twisted as if it would collapse at any moment. It also faced the strong radiation outside directly. However, after arriving here, Atu's face softened. "Gentlemen, here is my and my little sister's home," Atu said as he pushed open the barely recognizable door. "Little sister, I'm back." With Atu's words, a young girl groped her way out of the shack. "Brother, is that you?" At the sight of the girl, even Zuan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy because the girl had clearly started to mutate. Flesh-like growths resembling grapes had sprouted on her once beautiful cheeks, giving her a terrifying appearance and distorting her nose and mouth into a grotesque angle. But her eyes were extremely beautiful, with gentle features. Yet at this moment, Those dainty eyes were clouded by a grayish haze, devoid of any light. And from the way she came out and groped the wall, it was apparent that the girl had gone blind. However, Adu's face blossomed into a bright smile. "Yes, it's me. Little sister, I'm back. Oh, do we have a guest?" The girl smiled gently. Despite her strangely disfigured face, she exuded warmth when she smiled. "Yes, this gentleman is a high-ranking warrior who escorted me back. And he also brought us many things," Adu said with a smile. Hearing this, the girl trembled, then extended a slender hand towards Zuan, offering a gentle bow. "Thank you, sir, for saving my brother." Zuan smiled. "You're welcome." At this moment, Adu set down the large bundle and picked out a piece of excellent scorpion meat jerky. "Sister, try this." The girl waved her hand. "I'm not hungry. Brother, you go ahead and eat." "Oh, come on. You should eat if you're hungry. This time the gentleman gave us many things. You don't have to save anything from me," Adu said somewhat angrily. The girl then took it and took a bite, slowly chewing. "Is it delicious?" Adu asked with a smile. The girl nodded. "Yes, it's delicious." Adu beamed with joy. "Gentleman, sister, wait here. I'll go and store these things first, or they'll spoil," Adu said as he eagerly carried the bundle inside. The girl delicately tucked the scorpion jerky into her pocket, then whispered, "Sir, was my brother in great danger just now?" Zuan was taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, if I had arrived a bit later, he would have died." The girl fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "Silly brother, I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. I could smell the blood on him just now, but I was too afraid to say anything. Actually, I know he did it for me, but I don't need to drink first-grade water and eat jerky at every meal. Although the water from those pits is hard to drink, I've grown accustomed to it. Really, I just want my brother to stay alive." The girl's voice was calm, almost cruel in its composure. Zuan didn't speak, just listened quietly. As the girl was about to continue speaking, Adu excitedly came out with a bowl of water in his hand. "Sister, come, drink some water." "Brother, I'm not thirsty. I just drank." "Drink," Adu said firmly. The girl obediently took the bowl and sipped a little, then froze. "Heh. Is it good?" Adu said with a grin. "No. This is for you because I heard people say that even if you are a mutant, as long as you drink this top-notch purified water that hasn't been exposed to radiation regularly, you will gradually recover." Then anxiously said, "Drink quickly, or if people outside smell the taste, it will be too late." The girl heard this and obediently drank all the water in the bowl. At this, Adu nodded in satisfaction. Zuan, who witnessed all of this, sighed slightly. He had initially just admired this bow with strong opinions, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. Life is suffering, these 4 words are indeed true. Zuan took out another large bundle of mineral water from the mustard seed ring, placed it on the ground, and then turned and left. Otto looked at the mineral water on the ground in disbelief. After a while, he finally came to his senses, and then hurriedly rushed out. "Yes, sir." "You," Otto gasped, trying to say something. Zuan did not turn his head. "Take care of your sister, and don't take risks so easily in the future. Also, if nothing unexpected happens in the next 2 days, I should be staying at the tavern. You can come find me if you need anything." With that, Zuan left. Otto stood in place, quietly watching Zuan's departing figure, then suddenly took a deep breath, respectfully knelt down, silently bowed, and then got up and left. But he did not notice that while he was bowing, behind a hut not far away, Yao Xiaofei was peeking and watching. Zuan returned to the tavern. Fatty Feng had already informed his subordinates, so when he returned, someone led him to a room upstairs in the tavern. The room, although not luxurious, was very clean and tidy, with even the walls reinforced, making the radiation inside much weaker. "Respected sir, if you had any orders, feel free to find me anytime." With that, the steward-like servant exited the room. Feeling the people eavesdropping outside, Zuan smiled slightly, then waved his hand to set up a shielding barrier. Only then did Zhu and summon Anyan and his 2 daughters out of the talismanic small building. "Wow, Dad, where is this place?" The 2 little girls were a bit tired of staying in the talismanic small building. Although it was spacious with various toys and snacks, it felt stuffy. Therefore, when let out, they were very excited. Anyan frowned slightly, sensing the unusualness of this place. Zuan smiled slightly. "This is our first stop after leaving Earth." "Wow, So this is an alien world. The two little girls began to curiously rummage through the decorations in the room, and Yen walked to Zuan's side. Husband, is this the black star mentioned before? Zuan nodded. That the spiritual energy here is so poor, there should not be any cultivators here. Why do you want to stay here? And Yen was surprised. Zuan shook his head. Initially, I didn't plan to come here, but later I changed my mind. Why? Because this world is not ordinary. There are nuclear bombs here, yet the civilization level is very low. It is absolutely impossible for them to develop nuclear bombs on their own. And, Zuan paused, his gaze flickering. I can feel the origin of this star, so I am sure that it was not like this before. However, the power of the star's origin has been continuously consumed by something, causing it to gradually decay. In essence, it is dying. So I think there is something strange about this place. I want to see who is capable of stealing the origin of a star. After hearing Zuan's words, Yen nodded with some understanding. Well, but you must be extra careful. Zuan smiled at this. As you said, there are no cultivators here at all. The warriors have encountered in this world are all relying on a kind of mutated talent, divided into first and second stages of abilities. From my observation, they should not pose a threat to my existence. Just then, the two little girls came over feeling bored. Daddy, this place is so boring too. Yes, Dad. No ice cream, no toes, and even the window outside is a dull world. So dull. Ningning said. Zuan squatted down, smiling. What should we do? Should both of you go back to the small building? Xian and Ningning both shook their heads. Not going back. It's even more boring in there. At this moment, Ningning suddenly brightened. Dad, how about we have hot pot? I suddenly really want to eat hot pot. Zuan smiled. Sure. With that, Zuan directly moved a set of table and chairs out of the mustard seed ring, then took out a copper pot, along with various ingredients. Everything in the mustard seed ring was readily available. Soon, Zuan prepared a hot pot. The family sat around the table enjoying the steaming hot pot. Meanwhile, in the slum area, Yao Xiaofei sneaked quietly to the house where Otto and his sister lived. As he walked, Yao Xiaofei muttered to himself, this Otto is really lucky. He actually managed to attach himself to a second-stage warrior. And he got so many good things. Otherwise, why would he kneel down and pay respects to someone? Thinking this, Yao Xiaofei's eyes turned green with jealousy. No. Why should you two siblings get so many good things? These things should be shared with me too. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Xiaofei arrived outside the shack. There was no sound inside. He cautiously approached. He didn't dare to make too much noise because Ada had awakened a bit of talent in swordsmanship, so if he wasn't careful, he would surely be killed by him. With this in mind, Yao Xiaofei had reached the dilapidated window of the shack. Suddenly, he caught a faint smell of water. In this world, water is precious and scarce. Many people have evolved the ability to sniff out water, using this skill to find water sources. Yao Xiaofei was startled when he smelled the water, as it was gentle and sweet, completely devoid of the foul smell of contaminated water. Otto shook his head. I heard people say that using this kind of radiation-free clean water to cleanse wounds can accelerate recovery. But you are reluctant to drink this water yourself, yet you use it to clean thy wound, the girl said, sounding a bit sad. Heh, it's okay. The water used to clean can be drunk after a little settling, and even so, it's much better than the grade 5 water sold outside, Otto said. Hearing the conversation between the siblings and looking at the exceptionally pure water in the earthen pot, Yao Xiaofei gradually regained consciousness from his astonishment and greedily licked his lips. Top-notch pure water without any radiation. The temptation was simply irresistible. However, Yao Xiaofei knew very well that he was definitely no match for Otto on his own, and if he were to be caught peeking, he would be doomed for sure. After all, in this land, it was not uncommon to see people killing for a bottle of grade 1 water. Not to mention, such top-notch pure water. It could even trigger a small-scale battle. Yao Xiaofei's eyes flickered, recalling the scene of being reprimanded by Otto earlier, his expression gradually becoming fierce. He quietly backed away to a distance, turned around, and disappeared into the night. That the Otto siblings, who were immersed in visions of a bright future, were oblivious to it all. As night fell on the town of Shan, it became increasingly desolate and terrifying. The wilderness radiation wind mixed with the howls of nocturnal monsters, sending shivers down one's spine. Yao Xiaofei stumbled onto the main street and made his way straight to the butcher's shop located in the center of the street. There resided the town butcher. Yao Xiaofei understood that to benefit from this matter, he needed the approval of these prominent figures in the town, so he should have gone to see the village head. But given Yao Xiaofei's status, how could he possibly meet the village head? Therefore, while on the road, Yao Xiaofei had already decided that the first person he needed to inform about this matter was the butcher. He had a good relationship with the village head, and only through him could he see the village head. By the time he arrived, the door of the butcher's shop was already closed, but as he approached the door, he could hear the creaking of bed springs inside. Yao Xiaofei took a deep breath and then began to knock on the door. "Master Butcher, please open the door. I have important news to report." After a moment, a thunderous voice came from inside. "Who the hell is making a racket outside, ruining my mood?" Then the door was pulled open, and the butcher stood bare-chested at the doorstep. Yao Xiaofei quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Master Butcher, it's me, Yao Xiaofei." The butcher, with his triangular eyes narrowed, his expression becoming darker, said, "Give me a reason, or I guarantee that your flesh will be on my chopping board tomorrow." Yao Xiaofei trembled, stammering, "Master Butcher, I do have important news to report." He then leaned close and whispered a few words in the butcher's ear. The butcher's face brightened up, the greedy and excited gleam in his eyes evident. "Really?" Yao Xiaofei nodded. "Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes." "Very well. You've done well." The butcher patted his shoulder with great appreciation. "Come, follow me to see the village head." This butcher managed to thrive in the cruel environment of Shant Town solely because he had a good sense of self-awareness. If it were something ordinary, not reporting it after obtaining it covertly would, at most, earn him a few lashes when the village head found out. But this was top-notch pure water. Such a thing was not something the butcher dared to touch alone. Therefore, he made a decisive move to immediately report it to the village head. After receiving some praise from the butcher, Yao Xiaofei felt weak in the bones, and promptly followed him to the town and where the village head's office was located. The village head's office was the most robust and luxurious building in the entire town of Heshenzhen, a 3-story stone-built structure, resilient to all arrow attacks. As the highest official of the town, the village head resided here. However, in recent days, every day saw luxurious carriages parked outside the main doors. It was rumored that a bigwig from the city had arrived in town. Hence, even the butcher had refrained from coming here in recent days. But the situation was different today, and with urgency, the butcher brought Yao Xiaofei here, greeting familiar faces along the way. "Is the village head inside?" he asked the guard, who nodded in response, saying, "Just attended to the noble from the city. She should be in the living room." The butcher led Yao Xiaofei quietly into the living room. The village head was a burly, stern-faced middle-aged man, dressed in a well-tailored outfit, with a sword at his waist, giving off an aura of authority. Upon seeing the butcher, the village head furrowed his brows. "Who allowed you to come? The dignitary from the city is here. What if you disturb her rest?" The butcher's face wore a flattering smile, and in a soft voice, he said a few words to the village head. The village head's expression changed drastically. "Really?" The butcher nodded. The village head looked at Yao Xiaofei, who stood trembling behind, and sternly asked, "Are you sure you saw it correctly?" "Yes." "Village head, I am certain. I saw it with my own eyes, and my nose is very sensitive. I can confirm it is top-notch pure water without any radiation." Yao Xiaofei hurriedly answered. The village head took a deep breath, and excitement shone in his eyes. "Top-notch pure water, heh. But just as he was about to send someone to the shanty town, a lazy female voice came from the stairs leading to the second floor. "Top-notch pure water. In this filthy rundown town of yours, you have top-notch pure water." With that statement, a young lady descended the stairs dressed in a long gown, graceful but with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing this young woman, the village head quickly took a step back, speaking fearfully, "Honorable Miss Hila, apologies for disturbing your rest." Ignoring his words, Hila turned her gaze to Yao Xiaofei. How could top-notch pure water appear in the slums? Yao Xiaofei was somewhat dumbfounded. Having lived in this town his whole life, he had never seen such a radiant and charming woman before. It was only after her question that he snapped out of his daze and hastily replied, "Revered lady, I personally saw a second-tier warrior bring this order back, and those waters should also have been brought by this second-tier warrior." "A second-tier warrior?" Both the village head and the butcher paled. The village head then looked at a man who seemed to be a steward standing behind him. Stepping forward, the man whispered softly, "It is true. Today, a stranger did appear in the town and sold a lot of magic wolf skins to the fat man Feng at the tavern. And now, that stranger is staying at the tavern." Upon hearing Miss Xia's words, the village head and the butcher fell silent. Indeed, to this small town, the powerful second-tier warrior might be nothing if placed in a city. Xia licked her lips and her eyes sparkled with an excited bloodthirsty gleam. Ever since coming to this wretched place, this young lady has been bored to death every day. Since someone has come to our door today, let's start a feast of slaughter. The village head and the butcher looked at this noble figure, exchanged glances, and then grinned menacingly. "As you wish, noble lady." In the shanty town, the siblings Otto were still awake. Otto seemed a bit too excited, playing with the supplies obtained today, and kept talking. "Little sister, this is a traveling cape. Feel it. Isn't it smooth? With this, I can venture deeper into the wilderness and gather more resources. This is a night lighting pearl. It can glow without burning precious oil or candles. With it, I can even collect resources in the wilderness at night." Chen Xiaomei listened quietly, occasionally smiling, but after Otto finished introducing, she spoke softly. "Brother, did you almost not make it back today?" When this matter was brought up, Otto shuddered, then chuckled indifferently. "I was planning to capture a lone demon wolf, but those demon wolves turned out to be very cunning, setting up traps. Luckily, the noble figure appeared in time. Otherwise, it would have been a bit troublesome." Otto tried to make light of the situation, treating it as if it were a very ordinary matter. Chen Xiaomei's lifeless eyes began to well up with tears as she quivered. "Brother, you were lucky this time, saved by the noble figure. But what about next time? The time after that? Do we always have to rely on luck?" Otto remained silent at her question. Sensing his sister's apprehension, Chen Xiaomei gently stroked Adu's cheek. "Brother, promise me you won't take risks for my sake anymore. Okay, even if you pick up trash on the edge of the wilderness, don't venture in any deeper. It's too dangerous there." Otto replied softly. "Actually, the noble figure today might need a follower. Brother, you can ask him, then maybe." "Don't say any more." Otto interrupted his sister, resolutely stating, "I won't leave you behind and go." Chen Xiaomei seemed to have anticipated Adu's response and sighed softly. "Brother, let's not mention this again. It's late. Let's go to sleep," Otto said softly, getting up to prepare to sleep in the small shack behind them. Chen Xiaomei sat there somewhat dumbfounded. After a while, she sighed softly. Suddenly, just as Otto had laid out the bedding and was about to rest, he sat up abruptly, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked towards the door. "Who's there?" Before he could finish speaking, the decrepit wooden door broke down, and the butcher, wielding two bone-piercing knives, slowly walked in. He grinned at the siblings. "Chen siblings, good evening." Otto was startled, trying to say something as he saw the village head and many guards behind the butcher and a figure standing behind the village head. "Yao Xiaofei." Adu's heart trembled, sensing that things were not going well. At that moment, a disgusted female voice came from outside. "What a disgusting place. I hope it's not in vain coming here this time." With that, Xia slowly walked in. Despite her elegant appearance, Otto felt a chill as he sensed several terrifying auras behind the young lady. Instinctively, he shielded his sister behind him, trying to remain composed. "Esteemed individuals, what brings you to us?" Xia giggled. "Little one, still trying to act tough. Hand over the pure water now, or else." Feeling despair in his heart, Otto, knowing that speaking up meant death at this moment, hesitated and still shook his head. "I truly don't know." Otto was well aware that at this moment, compliance meant death, while defiance might hold a glimmer of hope. As Xia laughed and licked her lips, she said, "Very well, since you won't speak, I'll prepare a feast for you and your sister next. I hope you'll enjoy it." Saying this, Xia slowly approached Chen Xiaomei. What are you going to do? Let my sister go." Otto shouted in anger, trying to get up. However, the village head appeared in front of him, kicking him to the ground and then stepping on his face. "Chen boy, blame yourself for not having that good fortune." Meanwhile, Xia had moved closer to Chen Xiaomei, her expression showing some disgust but more excitement. "Little girl, don't be afraid. It won't hurt much." Before the girl could react, a scream pierced through the shanty town. Following that was Adu's enraged roar. Let my sister go. Ah. The subsequent screams were too much for Jia, so she signaled the butcher, who approached with a malicious grin and plunged a knife through Radu's hand, nailing it firmly to the ground. Because from his perspective, he could clearly see he was full of excitement doing something to Xiaomei. Every time his arm moved, there would be blood splattering out, some even splashing onto Hia's face. Even so, Hia's excitement could not be stopped. But then Xiaomei, despite being in pain and trembling all over, tightly clenched her mouth to hold back any sound. You despicable mutant! Why aren't you screaming in agony? Why? Xiaomei's attitude enraged Tio, making her flare up, then cruelly sneer. Rest assured, the night is still young. I will slowly torture both of you siblings. As she spoke, her actions became faster, and the sound of flesh being separated by the blade was somewhat chilling. The village headman and the butcher admired all of this, while Yao Xiaofei's face became somewhat pale, then quietly walked into the back room. With a thud, Chen Nadu's teeth were bitten into pieces, himself, and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, because he could see his sister tightly grasping the table with both hands, leaving a deep dent. It showed how much pain she was in. But even so, she still did not make a sound. Chen Nada roared in anger like an angry lion, trying to break free from the village headman's foot stepping on him, only to receive another stab from the butcher. Splurt. Blood splattered. Chen Nada groaned. When Chen Xiaomei heard this, she lifted her gray eyes and looked in Chen Adu's direction, then shook her head gently. Tears of blood flowed from Chen Adu's eyes, and he understood. This was his sister telling him not to move. Just then, Yao Xiaofei, extremely excited, walked out from the back room holding the large bundle of mineral water that Zuan had given to Chen Adu. Esteemed guests, this is the top-grade pure water that I mentioned, without any radiation. Everyone turned to look. Even Hia stopped her creation. These water bottles sparkled with a dazzling light under the dim lamp, causing everyone's breath to pause. When they took a closer look at the mineral water bottles, Hia was also astonished. At first, she didn't believe there could be any top-grade pure water. In her opinion, people from these small places had likely never seen the world and were likely to mistake some high-grade water for top-grade pure water. But she didn't expect that there really was, and it was such a crystal-clear top-grade water. Truth be told, even she, a noble daughter, had never seen such a clean, radiation-free top-grade water. As for the village headman and the butcher, they were completely dumbfounded. After a moment, Miss Hia gradually came to her senses from her astonishment, and a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. If she could present this top-grade water, she estimated she would receive even more favor from her family. Thinking of this, she smirked at Chen Adu and Xiaomei, then raised the water bottle in her hand. Are you going to use this precious water to clean your sister's wounds? Without waiting for Chen Adu's response, he swiftly delivered a slash. Chen Xiaomei groaned in pain. Heh, what a waste. Even I wouldn't dare to drink too much of this kind of water, and you're using it to clean the wounds of a lowly mutant like her. Tia sneered. Chen Nada felt his heart racing, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, almost pleadingly, said, "Kill me, spare her." What touching sibling affection, but neither of you can escape, including the person who brought you this water. Kia sneered and blocked Chen Nadu's gaze, continuing her creation. Next, a low growl like a desperate beast alarmed many people in the shanty town. This low growl was like weeping blood, making people unable to bear hearing it. Some people peeked out to look quietly at where the Chen siblings lived, but when they saw the carriage parked at the door, they all shrank back in fear, no longer daring to show themselves. Here, those who could ride in the carriage were all truly important figures. The entire shantytown fell into a dead silence, as if even the night itself couldn't bear to witness such cruelty, and quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, the village headman sent a steward to silently leave the shantytown and go to the tavern, where he ended a very simple letter to Fat Feng. Soon, the tavern also began to get restless. At the same time, in a room on the third floor of the tavern, Zuan was teaching two young maids some very simple spells. Zuan folded a paper crane, then blew gently, and the paper crane spread its wings and flew in the air. Wow, so fun. Dad, I want to learn this. The two maids' eyes lit up. Zuan smiled. All right, I'll teach you, but you have to learn how to fold paper first. MMHM. After that, Zuan began to teach the two girls how to fold paper, And once they were done folding, he taught them breathing exercises, drawing simple runes, and so on. And Yan watched with a smile by the side. Soon, one of the maids folded a paper crane, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes reciting incantations, then opened her eyes and blew air at the paper crane. Tough. The paper crane trembled slightly, then flapped its wings, flying somewhat laboriously. Although taking off was a bit difficult, once it was airborne, it became more adept. Seeing this scene, the maid who was still folding the paper with a puzzled expression on her face got a little anxious, hurriedly folded the paper crane, recited the incantations with closed eyes, then blew air at her own paper crane. But even after a full minute, the paper crane remained motionless. The maid now looked bewildered, fiddling with the paper crane's wings. Come on, fly already. But no matter how she fiddled, the paper crane remained motionless on the ground. Finally, feeling disheartened, she pouted and said, in frustration, HMTH, if you don't fly, you'll be burned in the furnace in a while. Right as she said that, the paper crane immediately began to flap its wings and awkwardly took off. However, the paper crane she had folded in a haphazard manner flew crookedly, which caused Zu to burst into laughter. Silly Nyan, what you folded isn't a crane, it's a fly. Zuan and Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Now that the two daughters were growing up gradually, their personalities became increasingly different. Elder sister Zu Xian was sharp-tongued and never backed down, but also very clever. Younger sister Zu Nyan, on the other hand, was simple-minded and honest, very greedy. Yet, when it came to tasks, she was a bit clumsy. For example, when she heard her sister taunting her again, Zu Nyan got so angry that her face turned red. However, she couldn't come up with a retort. At this point, the paper crane finally fell to the ground. Zu Xian picked it up, then said with a smile, "Here, let me teach you how to fold." As the voice trailed off, a faint exclamation sounded from outside the door, and then the door was pushed open, revealing a woman in revealing attire with a graceful figure walking in. It was the dancer. Zuan sat quietly in his chair, showing no emotion. On the other hand, the dancer was surprised when she entered. She was taken aback by the sight of Yan, as well as the two young maids sitting beside him. The extraordinary beauty of this mother and her two daughters shook her. After a moment, she regained her composure and looked at Zuan beside her. "Second-level warrior, you are indeed able to see through my concealment. Your strength is quite remarkable." The dancer had sneaked in from the shadows, only to be exposed by Zuan's words, which naturally surprised her. Zuan, however, just smiled lightly at her words. Despite being disturbed by the surrounding environment, Zuan's mental power was enough to envelop the small building. So when the dancer appeared near the building, he already knew. However, upon seeing Zuan's smile, the dancer felt a bit uncomfortable and then sneered. "But do you know, even though your strength is good, disaster is about to strike you." In the eyes of the dancer, her words were expected to unsettle the second-level warrior. However, to her surprise, Zuan just raised an eyebrow slightly and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, really? So, you can also tell fortunes?" Although not understanding what fortune-telling was, seeing Zuan's slightly mocking smile, she knew it wasn't a compliment. Suppressing the anger in her heart, the dancer spoke coldly. "I don't know why you are so fearless, but if you think you can dominate the town with just your second-level warrior strength, then you are mistaken. To be direct, the matter of you giving the siblings in the slums top-quality pure water has been discovered by the village head and others. They are probably on their way here right now." Zuan's gaze turned cold upon hearing this. He had considered this when giving things to Chen Atu, but he thought Chen Atu, who had climbed up from the lower levels since childhood, would know how to hide. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Moreover, you even brought such beautiful family members with you. If the village head and the butcher see them, the consequences will be dire. Zu and listened, leaning back in his chair calmly looking at the dancer. "I'm curious, why did you come to inform me?" Greed flashed in the dancer's eyes. "I carefully observed that you weren't carrying much with you, yet you gave those siblings a lot of pure water. So, how did you carry those items? So, I guess you have a treasure on you that can store a lot of things." Zuan played with his fingers, not even bothering to look up, just saying, "So what? It's simple. Hand over that item, and I can immediately send you away now." Zu and glanced at the dancer and retorted, "Send us away." The dancer nodded. "I know a secret path that can safely lead us out of town." Zuan looked at the dancer with a half smile, not saying a word. I know you probably won't agree, but this is your only chance, because coming this time is not only the village head and the butcher, but also a nobleman from the city. Your second-level warrior strength is simply not enough in front of them, and this is a fair trade. You give up the item, I guarantee the safety of you and your family. Resources may be precious, but without life, everything is meaningless. Zuan nodded. It sounds reasonable, but it seems you're too late. The dancer's face changed as she heard footsteps approaching from a distance, then bit her lip. Come with me now, there's still a chance. Zuan shook his head, a faint smile on his face. Sorry, I'm quite stingy. I'm not only keeping my things, but also not planning to give up my life. Before the dancer could say anything else, the footsteps outside grew closer, making her stomp her foot, her face darkening, ignorant. Then she leapt into the darkness at the corner of the wall. As soon as her figure disappeared, the wooden wall shattered with a bang. Soon after, Fatty Fun strode in like a moving mountain, followed by the arrogant village head and the sinister butcher. As these people crowded into the room, they were all stunned. They found not only Zuan, but also a woman in the room. A very beautiful woman. These people, who had lived for so many years, had never seen such an elegant and extraordinarily beautiful woman. And beside the woman were two delicate and lovely young girls, who seemed to be mother and daughters with the woman. The trio of beautiful ladies stood together as if a magnificent painting. This sight left the group of men dumbfounded. After a while, they glanced at each other, revealing excitement and greed in their eyes. I never expected this second-level warrior to have family with him. The butcher quipped sarcastically. The village head stepped forward arrogantly, saying, Second-level warrior, hand over all your resources, and then, he gestured towards Zuan and others, keep this woman, and I can let you leave town alive. Zuan, however, paid no attention to him. He sighed lightly before turning to Zuan beside him. Yanner, have I been to Loki recently? Otherwise, how come everything dares to show off in front of me? Upon hearing this, the village head, Fatty Fun, and the others' expressions darkened. The village head smirked, about to speak. A somewhat excited female voice piped up. Twins? Oh, my favorite thing is actually twins. They will become my best collection. Dressed in a blood-stained long dress with traces of blood on her face, Gia walked in. Behind her, two servants carried packages. The village head, Fatty Fun, and the others all stepped aside. Miss? Gia stared at Zuan, licked her lips, and smiled. These two servants placed the package on the ground and then opened it. Zuan took a look and couldn't help but frown, then embraced her two daughters, not letting them look. Zuan, on the other hand, quietly watched the two figures on the ground. The girl, who, although had a terrifying face, was gentle and kind, now seemed like a rag doll that had been shattered and slowly sewn back together. Her once beautiful, but now lifeless eyes could no longer open. The expression on her face was one of calmness after enduring countless pains. Lying beside her was Chenadu, but the Chenadu at this moment, covered in blood and flesh, lay quietly there, his eyes hollow and terrifying. Heh. My favorite thing is to create art pieces from these lowly women. Even though she didn't let out a single scream the whole time, the uncontrollable trembling as I tore her apart and sewed her back together again was such an exhilarating experience. Moreover, her brother was right there, witnessing the whole process. It really makes one a little excited to think about it. This Hia rambled on, then looked at Zuan. Now, hand over all your resources and tell me where you got this pure water from. In that case, I may be able to. Her voice abruptly stopped, because at that moment, Zuan slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing brightly, exuding an incredibly powerful presence that enveloped the entire scene. At the same time, the entire river mountain town, even the entire southern mining wilderness, all shook under this power. Even the once formidable beasts all prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. Outside was trembling like this. What more inside this room? Whether it was the noble Miss Hia, the village chief, or even the butcher Fat Fun and others, at this moment, they were all in horror as they looked at Zuan. It wasn't until this moment that these people understood the meaning behind Zuan's earlier statement of perhaps being too low-key. How is this possible? Among them, the most horrified was this noble Miss Hia. She had seen many strong individuals in the city, including powerful warriors of the 4th and 5th ranks. However, no matter who it was, no one could possess such a formidable presence. This even surpassed her imagination. At this moment, Zuan slowly stood up, waved his hand to shield Yen and the two daughters' consciousness. Then he walked slowly to the front of Chen Adu and his sister, quietly bending down to look at the girl. Chen Xiaomei, who had a blank expression originally, suddenly trembled slightly, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Then her lips parted slightly, and with a very weak voice, she said, "Is it an adult?" Zuan softly acknowledged. Chen Xiaomei wanted to smile, but her lips were sewn shut, displaying a peculiar smile. And even then, blood began to seep from the sewn wounds. "Don't speak, just listen quietly. Listen to how those who hurt you will soon scream," Zuan said lightly. Then he stood upright, scanning the entire room. Tia, who had just been making noise, involuntarily took a few steps back after Zuan's icy gaze swept over her, her face filled with horror. The several guards behind her angrily shouted and wanted to rush forward. However, as soon as they took a step, these guards directly turned into nothingness. Yes, without any warning, their entire beings instantly turned into air. Seeing this eerie and terrifying scene, all the people in the room turned pale. "This, sir, let's discuss things. We didn't know you had such power. Please." Before the village chief could finish his sentence, his entire being had already floated into the air. Then, as if being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, his bones made a crisp cracking sound. "Ah!" The once high and mighty village chief let out an extremely painful scream, because with just that movement, all the bones in his body had shattered. In the midst of such screams, the nearest butcher and Fat Fun turned and wanted to run. At this moment, they were already completely consumed by fear, because Zuan's strength was simply too terrifying. The village chief was at least a quasi-second-tier expert, yet he couldn't even resist being crushed by his bones. Faced with such a powerful individual, their previous arrogance had turned into a desire to find a mouse hole to hide in, the farther the better. But as they turned around, before they could take a step, they too floated into the air under Zuan's spiritual control. "Please, spare us, sir." The butcher, who had always considered himself fearless, was now terrified, tears streaming down his face as he cried out for mercy. But Zuan didn't even blink. The next moment, the butcher's upper and lower bodies began twisting in opposite directions. Crack, 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 the sounds of vertebrae shattering. The butcher spat out blood in large amounts and screamed in a hair-raising voice. But all this couldn't stop the twisting of his body. And in the end, with a loud pop, the butcher's body was twisted into two parts, blood and organs splattering on the ground. Yet, even so, he hadn't died, still struggling in midair, trying to reach out and grasp his lower body. This sight terrified Fat Fun so much that he urinated and defecated in his pants. When Zuan looked at him, he frantically shouted, "Sir, spare me, I wasn't involved in this at all. Please don't kill." Before he could finish speaking, the space around him began to compress. Like a mountain of flesh, Fat Fun was instantly crushed into a lump. "Ah, please sir, I know I was wrong." Bang. With a loud nose, under the unstoppable force, Fat Fang's entire body was squeezed to bursting. Fat and blood mixed, splattering on the ground, while Fat Fung floated in the air, still pleading softly. In an instant, the once high and mighty village chief and the others were all in a very tragic situation, and the brutality of the methods made even Hia, who was extremely fond of blood and slaughter, shudder. As for the village chief and Fat Fang's followers, they were already so scared that their legs were quaking, not even daring to look up. At this moment, Zuan turned to Hia and, in a calm tone, said, "You seem to be afraid. I can't believe you would treat me like this. I am the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. You cannot harm me," Cheng Jia said, in extreme fear as she backed away. But just as she took a few steps back, she was suddenly bound by an invisible force and floated into midair. "Ah, if you dare to kill me, the Cheng family will never let you go." Cheng Jia screamed in terror, "Zu," and calmly said, "Who said I was going to kill you? How?" Cheng Jia was taken aback, then a look of joy appeared on her face. But soon, this joy froze at Zuan's words. "I just want you to experience the pain you have caused others." Cheng Jia felt her muscles stiffening. "You." Zuan's eyes shone brightly, as his powerful mental energy broke through Cheng Xia's mental defenses. Cheng Xia's eyes instantly became vacant and bewildered. Zuan saw the cruel and bloody images in her memory and snorted coldly. "You deserve this." With that, Zuan directly placed Cheng Xia's spirit into her own memories, but made her the victim. In an instant, Cheng Jia began to scream in agony. Bloodstains appeared on her body, as if someone was actually cutting her with a knife. Next, she experienced every torture method she had used on Chen Xiaomei, each one manifested on her own body. Just kill me. I can't take this anymore. Ow. Cheng Jia was on the verge of collapse. The excruciating pain made her wish she could die at that moment. However, Zuan paid no attention to her, instead looking down at Chen Xiaomei and saying, "Do you hear that? The person who hurt you is now enduring the same pain as you." Chen Xiaomei remained silent, tears streaming down her face. "Please spare me. I beg you," Cheng Jia pleaded, trembling all over. She was now covered in injuries, her eyes closed in a strange manner, and her mouth twisted as if sewn shut. Zuan shook his head, coldly stating, "When you are freely abusing a defenseless young girl, you should be prepared to face consequences. I'm not condemning you. You brought this upon yourself." Chen Jia felt utterly hopeless, and at the same time, her bones began to break one by one. It was as if an invisible giant was knocking on her bones with a small hammer. Each strike caused her body to tremble, and she screamed in pain. Finally, all of Cheng Xia's bones shattered, leaving her floating in midair in a contorted position. Her expression became vacant and lifeless, as if she had turned into a lifeless corpse, unable to endure the overwhelming pain. In the room, Cheng Jia and the village head butcher Mr. Feng were both silently floating, one already deceased, and the other barely clinging to life. The henchmen who had accompanied them huddled together, trembling as they watched. When Zuan looked at them, they were on the verge of tears. "Please, spare us, my lord." Zuan let out a sigh. "Normally, killing a few ringleaders should have been enough to spare you." A sense of relief washed over them. "But I am in a very bad mood today, so you will all accompany them in death." With those words, a streak of sword energy swept across, instantly decapitating them. Heads rolled on the floor, bodies fell down lifeless. Zuan looked at the bodies without showing any emotion. While the ringleaders were despicable, these accomplices were equally guilty and deserved the same fate. Zuan was certain these people's hands were also stained with the blood of the innocent. Turning his gaze to the shadowy corner of the room, Zuan asked, "Having watched this show, any thoughts?" The shadow trembled, revealing a pale-faced woman. It was the same dancer from earlier. She was overwhelmed with fear and regret. It was only at this moment that she realized how foolish her attempt to strike a deal with Zuan had been. This man, like a god or a demon, was truly terrifying. He had made Mr. Feng and others pay with their lives without lifting a finger. She regretted trying to exploit him for resources. Zuan looked at the dancer, her expression constantly changing, and shook his head slightly. "There's no need to be afraid. I don't intend to kill you." The dancer struggled to swallow. "Thank you, my lord." She had attempted to flee earlier, but under Zuan's overwhelming presence, all her attempts had failed, leaving her trembling in the shadows. "Do you know why I won't kill you?" The dancer dared not speak, simply shaking her head. "Because although you are greedy, at least you understand the principle of fair exchange, unlike these people who greedily bully the weak while never having their fill of it." At that moment, the village head who had been crushed finally took his last breath, and the butcher whose body had been broken alive perished with him. Only Mr. Feng, being unusually obese, managed to survive the longest among the three, all gasping for air. However, he too was nearing his end. But when he caught sight of the dancer, a glint of hope flickered in his eyes, and he tried to ask for help. At that moment, Zuan waved his hand, and a flame appeared on every body and corpse except Cheng Jia. In an instant, these flames engulfed them all, consuming them. Mr. Feng let out a few final cries before he too was reduced to ashes. The room fell silent. The dancer could no longer speak, drenched in cold sweat. "This filthy world is truly boring," Zuan sighed, then glanced at Cheng Xia's body floating in midair. "Since you enjoy turning others into art pieces, I will make you into something truly unique." With a wave of his hand, Cheng Xia began to shake violently, blood draining from her body. In the blink of an eye, all the blood in her body coalesced into a basketball-sized blood sphere in midair. As for Cheng Jia, she was no more, her body now like a specimen, frozen in a lifelike expression. The dancer shuddered, after a moment gradually coming to her senses, and then hurriedly nodded. "I know her. She's the young lady from the Cheng family in Black Iron City." Zhu, and nodded. "Very well. Then you shall send her back to the Cheng family." The dancer's eyes widened gradually. "Sir, didn't you understand what I said?" I understand. But, But what? The Ching family in Black Iron City is a powerful force, very strong. Although Cheng Jia is not highly regarded, she is still the legitimate eldest daughter in the main line. If she is sent back like this, Zuan shook his head. This is a warning. If they don't understand, then we can only teach them with blood. Yes, yes. The dancer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, she had managed to save her own life. As for the rest, she could only offer a warning, and if that person didn't listen, it was his own business. Soon, the dancer carried the Cheng Jia, who was like a specimen, on her back, dared not say anything more, and turned to disappear into the darkness. Zuan quietly watched her departing figure, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then he walked over to the Chen siblings, looking at the pitiful condition of the two. He then took out 2 bottles of highly potent Changsheng medicine from the mustard seed ring. This was personally refined by Zuan before leaving Earth, with very powerful effects. When a drop of this concentrated medicine was dripped into Chen Xiaomei's mouth, the wounds all over her body began to heal rapidly. Even the mutated tissues on her face started to recede. Her sewn-up eyes and corners of her mouth instantly returned to normal. In a moment, Chen Xiaomei opened her eyes, and the haze in her originally cloudy eyes gradually dissipated. Zuan couldn't help but be slightly surprised, because after reverting to a normal person, Chen Xiaomei turned out to be unexpectedly attractive, especially those clear eyes, almost capable of seeing right through people. Chen Xiaomei was also stunned. After a moment, she began to tremble. I can see. Zuan smiled slightly, nodding. Yes, your eyes can see now. Chen Xiaomei looked at Zuan. Tears gradually filled her eyes, then she struggled to sit up. Sir. Zuan waved his hand and said softly, I saved you because your resilience impressed me. The person who hurt you couldn't even withstand half of the punishment and had a mental breakdown, but you were able to endure to the end. I appreciate that. Chen Xiaomei nodded tearfully, but her gaze stayed on her brother. Chen Adu. Sir, my brother. Zuan handed her another bottle of Changsheng medicine. Go. Feed it to him. Chen Xiaomei didn't know what it was, but understood that it must be the medicine that saved her. She took it with great care and then gently poured it into her brother's mouth. Chen Nadu's bones were already shattered all over, and if there were no accidents, the rest of his life would be spent in bed. However, under the influence of the Changsheng medicine, he miraculously began to heal rapidly. Soon, all the wounds on Chen Adu's body had healed completely. Even the previous hidden injuries had also been restored. But even so, Chen Nadu's eyes remained hollow, as if he had lost his soul, showing no response to external stimuli. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Sir saved us. Chen Xiaomei was terrified by this scene, tears streaming down her face, choking as she called out. But no matter how she called, Chen Adu still had no reaction. Sir, what's wrong with my brother? Chen Xiaomei asked tearfully. Zuan's eyes flashed with light, and his divine sense entered Chen Adu's spiritual sea. However, the spiritual sea was empty, and Chen Adu's soul had shattered into pieces. At the same time, Zuan saw some fragments of memories in his spiritual sea, making him sigh. When Chen Jia was torturing Chen Xiaomei, Chen Adu witnessed the whole process. It was imaginable how angry he must have been at that time. However, under the suppression of the village head and others, he could only watch helplessly, unable to react. This blow directly destroyed him, even causing his soul to collapse. Zuan attempted to help Chen Adu gather his soul with his divine sense. However, after several attempts, all failed. Helpless, he withdrew from the spiritual sea and shook his head slightly at Chen Xiaomei. He can't bear the shock, his soul is already shattered. Then, what can be done? Chen Xiaomei asked tremulously. Once the soul is shattered, it is difficult to recover. I just tried to help him gather his soul, but he seems to have lost the will to live, so all attempts failed. Sir, please, save my brother. I'll do anything if you can save my brother. Chen Xiaomei knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down her face, pleading. Zuan waved his hand. Get up. In his current situation, there is only one way to save him. Chen Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Sir, what is the way? It's simple. Arouse his will to live. Let him wake up on his own. After a while, Yan, who had just removed the blockade, walked over and saw Chen Xiaomei, who was sitting on the ground, whispering gently to her brother, who was cradled in her arms, and couldn't help but sigh. and Yan had actually sensed everything that had just happened due to the main blockades. The pitiful Chen siblings made Yan feel a bit distressed. "Husband, can this boy still wake up?" Zuan shook his head. "It depends on him. If he can arouse his will to live, overcome that shadow, then there is still a chance for him to wake up." Thinking about how Nian and Ning Ning, though they didn't know what had happened, were standing obediently on the side watching Chen Xiaomei crying while speaking softly in her brother's ear. "Brother, do you remember what you said to me after our parents died? You said you would make sure I lived a good life without being bullied by others, but you were only 8 or 9 at the time. In these few years, I know how much you have suffered from me, how your talent in swordsmanship awakened, and I know it all. Later, when my vision began to blur, I couldn't see things anymore. You felt extremely guilty about that, and began to hunt in the wilderness, regardless of the danger. Sometimes, when you came back, even though you smiled and said you were fine, I could smell the blood on you. I know. You were injured again. Brother, I know all this. More than once, I have thought of death, but I was afraid that if I die, you wouldn't be able to bear this blow. But why? Why? Now that Sir has saved us, you refuse to wake up. You idiot. Wake up, please. Brother, wake up. Can you please wake up? Now I can see again. The wounds on my face have healed. Wake up and look at me. Please." As she spoke, tears fell from Chen Xiaomei's eyes. Chen Nadu's hollow eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer as Chen Xiaomei's tears dropped on his face. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xiaomei covered her mouth, tears of excitement streaming down her face. The radiance in Chen Nadu's eyes gradually intensified. Suddenly, Chen Nadu leapt up from the ground, his face twisted with ferocity as he roared, "How dare you harm my sister? I'll fight you all." With these words, a powerful blade aura appeared out of thin air, directly slicing off half of the wall. Then Chen Nadu staggered a few times and once again collapsed to the ground. "Sir, what happened to my brother? How did he faint again?" Chen Xiaomei rushed forward to embrace the unconscious Chen Nadu, her face filled with urgent concern. Zuan chuckled and said, "Your brother is fine. In fact, he has gained a more powerful blade talent due to this mishap. However, he is still unable to control this power temporarily, causing him to faint from exertion." Upon hearing Zuan's explanation, Chen Xiaomei finally eased her worries a bit but still anxiously watched over Chen Nadu. After a while, Chen Nadu woke up again, but this time, he did not show the same excitement as before, instead looking bewilderedly at Chen Xiaomei. "Brother, you're awake?" Chen Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly. "Sister, how did you?" Chen Nadu was clueless about what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was watching helplessly as his sister was cruelly tormented. Then in a fit of anger and distress, he spat out blood and fainted. Never did he imagine that upon waking up again, he would see his sister standing lively in front of him. Not only that, her eyes and the wounds on her face had all healed. How could Chen Nadu not be astonished? After Chen Xiaomei explained the entire incident to Chen Nadu, without hesitation, Chen Nadu knelt before Zuan, knocking his head on the floor repeatedly. "Sir, your great kindness, I, Chen Nadu, will remember forever and never forget." Zuan calmly said, "I didn't save you. It was your sister and yourself." Chen Nadu shook his head. "Without the Sir's help, both my sister and I would have been dead long ago." Chen Xiaomei also knelt beside them, saying, "Brother is right. Without the Sir, we siblings would have already perished." Zuan smiled and then looked out the window, softly saying, "You may rise." The Chen siblings glanced at each other before standing up respectfully on the side. "Do you feel any changes within yourself, Zuan?" asked Chen Nadu. Chen Nadu was startled, then carefully felt it and gradually showed a surprised expression on his face. "Sir? This is..." Chen Xiaomei smiled and said, "Brother, the Sir said you have gained a more powerful talent due to this mishap." Chen Nadu's face lit up with joy. He had always dreamed of becoming a first-tier warrior, but who could have imagined that upon waking up, he had become a second-tier warrior? Seeing this, Zuan smiled and said, "Your talent is good. Next, I can help you further." "Thank you, Sir." Soon, the town of Hessian stirred up a great commotion because the village head and the innkeeper, Mr. Fun, had both died. These were prominent figures in the town of Hessian. Their sudden deaths naturally caused fear and confusion among the townspeople, wondering who was behind these events. Subsequently, another piece of news spread. The perpetrator was a passing warrior. Moreover, It was believed to be a high-ranking warrior of the 4th or 5th rank. This news immediately shook the entire town of Hessian. Many of the town's residents had never seen a second-tier warrior in their lives, let alone the sudden appearance of a high-ranking 4th or 5th-tier warrior. This naturally piqued the curiosity of many, but despite their curiosity, no one dared to approach. Many townspeople in Hessian were well aware that killing the village head and Mr. Feng was one thing, but the fact that this high-ranking warrior had also killed a noble lady from Black Iron City meant that this matter would not be easily resolved. Therefore, the townspeople kept their distance and showed reverence towards Zuan and his companions. However, Zuan simply smiled and did not take it to heart. While the town of Hessian was bustling with the news, about 200 kilometers away from Hessian stood a city. It was a city completely black, with walls built of huge blocks of black iron ore. This city was the only giant city within 1,000 miles. Black Iron City. In the center of Black Iron City, situated to the west, was a massive mansion. People passing by would quicken their pace and hurry along. This was the home of a powerful figure in Black Iron City. At dawn, the house servants of this home yawned as they prepared to open the door. This was their daily, unchanging routine. However, today, they were greeted with a surprise. As they opened the door, a humanoid figure was hanging on the door frame. With the door opening, the figure began to sway, then slowly turned its face towards them. These servants were almost scared out of their wits, as the figure hanging there was none other than Miss Chen Jia, who had left Black Iron City some time ago to conduct an inspection outside. But at this moment, Miss Chen Jia had lost her usual arrogance and haughtiness. Her face was frozen, her eyes still filled with fear. Her flesh seemed to have lost moisture, tightly adhering to her bones, much like a dehydrated specimen. Someone come. Something's happened. Finally, one of the servants who opened the door reacted quickly, realizing that something major had occurred. They immediately began shouting. In a world as chaotic and dangerous as this one, survival was paramount, especially for a prestigious family like the Chengs. Therefore, upon hearing the servants shout, the entire Cheng family sprang into action. Soon, the chief steward of the front yard rushed over. Upon seeing the scene, he couldn't help but gasp in shock before immediately ordering the scene to be sealed off. After carefully examining the situation, he took down Cheng Jia, wrapped her up, and rushed to the rear courtyard. Soon, several key members of the Cheng family arrived. Upon witnessing Cheng Xia's condition, their expressions changed. "What happened?" asked the Cheng family's second master, Cheng Jinyi. "I don't know. Just now, I heard the servants outside calling out, and when I went over, I saw Miss hanging there. I asked the servants, and they only noticed it when they opened the door this morning. Have the investigations outside yielded any results? They're still investigating, but they probably won't find anything." Just then, a report came from outside. "Second Master, the outside investigation has been completed, but there are no clues." Behind him, there was also a man with a smile on his lip corners and slightly curly hair. "Master." The steward and many servants quickly stepped aside. The head of the household, Cheng Jinshi, had a face as calm as water and walked directly to Cheng Xia's corpse. Upon seeing the pitiful state of his daughter's death, Cheng Jinshi couldn't help but turn pale with anger. "Who did this?" "Not sure. Still investigating." At this moment, the man standing behind Cheng Jinshi walked over. "Father, let me take a look." Cheng Jinshi nodded slightly and took a few steps back. Everyone's eyes focused on this man with slightly curly hair, except for the second master Cheng Jinyi, who had a hint of fear and disdain in his eyes. Everyone else looked at him with respect, because this young man was Cheng Lianyu, the most outstanding young talent in the Cheng family in nearly 30 years, and also the eldest legitimate son of the family head Cheng Jinshi. Cheng Lianyu was only in his 20s, but he was already the commander of the Silver City's Dragon Shadow Guard, and highly regarded by the Silver City lore. Naturally, everyone showed respect for such a promising individual. Cheng Lianyu had already taken a look and then silently raised his head, a flash of anger in his eyes. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Cheng Jinshi asked. Cheng Lianyu was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "This person was extremely ruthless, first breaking all the bones in Xia's body, then using some unknown method to completely drain the blood from her body. This situation is like making a specimen." Hearing this, everyone in the room exchanged looks, their gazes complex. as fellow members of the Ching family, who didn't know that the late Miss Ching used to enjoy torturing people to death and turning them into various artworks. And now, she met the same fate in death. Cheng Jinqi's face turned grim. This scoundrel not only killed Gio, but also hung her in front of the door. Is this a deliberate challenge to our Cheng family? Chen Lianyu nodded slightly. Father, I think this person is not only challenging us, but also warning us. After all, Xia's previous actions are eerily similar to the way she died now. It's hard not to be suspicious. Gnashing his teeth, Cheng Jinqi said, warning. Ha ha, how ironic. Someone dares to warn our Cheng family in this territory of the Black Iron City. Just then, a steward rushed in hastily. Master, we've just confirmed that the young lady was last seen in the River Mountain Town. River Mountain Town. Upon hearing this name, many people couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the River Mountain Town was only over 200 kilometers away, in a straight line from the Black Iron City, the rugged roads and passing through a terrifying wilderness meant few people ventured there. Never did they expect that the late Miss Cheng would end up there. All eyes turned to Cheng Jinqi because, as the head of the Cheng family, everything required his decision. Cheng Jinqi looked at his son Cheng Lianyu. Cheng Lianyu clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, River Mountain Town. A friend of mine is coming over these days. Let's go together when he arrives. Upon hearing this, the members of the Cheng family all breathed a sigh of relief. If the Dragon Shadow Guard took action, what problem couldn't be resolved? The next day, a man arrived in the Black Iron City. He was an extremely thin man, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But Cheng Lianyu understood that if anyone dared to underestimate his friend, Shan Lei, they would surely pay a painful price. Because this person named Shan Lei was a true fourth-tier expert, with a peculiar awakened talent. Even if Cheng Lianyu were to face him, the odds of winning would be slim. The Cheng family warmly welcomed Shan Lei's arrival, but he seemed indifferent to it all, just a bit excited as he said, I was supposed to arrive tomorrow, but I received your message on the way. So, what's the fun or impressive challenge here? Chen Lianyu sighed lightly. Someone killed my sister. Shan Lei raised an eyebrow at his words. Your Cheng family holds considerable power in the Black Iron City. Who dares to oppose you? Chen Lianyu said helplessly. There are always those unafraid of death. And my sister's death was bizarre. Do you want to take a look? Shan Lei nodded, leading him to the room where his sister's body was laid. Upon seeing Cheng Xia's corpse, Shan Lei's face changed, and he said, in a deep voice, such a strong divine consciousness. Chen Lianyu was slightly surprised. Divine consciousness? You mean? Shan Lei nodded. Yes. The injuries on your sister and her eventual death were caused by someone directly manipulating her soul with divine consciousness. Chen Lianyu began to understand and furrowed his brow. For people like them, the least one in encounter was with individuals awakened with divine consciousness abilities, as those experts often possessed unpredictable abilities, making them hard to guard against. Do you have confidence? Chen Lianyu asked softly. Licking his lips, Shan Lei grinned. Unlike you guys, I love facing off against divine consciousness experts because their minds are the best nourishment for me. It seems this time, I've come to the right place. Hearing his assurance, Chen Lianyu finally relaxed. All right, we'll depart tomorrow. The next day, the two of them, with everything prepared, boarded a carriage heading for River Mountain Town. Along the way, Shan Lei always had a look as if he never woke up. Chen Lianyu, on the other hand, fought monsters on the way. This time, the task led by him and Shan Lei's Shan Gang army was excellently completed, earning them a rare vacation opportunity. Little did they know that shortly after returning, they would encounter such an incident. Despite not having much affection for his sister, Chen Lianyu had to step forward because this matter involved the honor of the Cheng family. Just imagine, if the Cheng family's miss was turned into a specimen and sent back, how would outsiders view them if they didn't retaliate? In this cruel world of survival of the fittest, showing even a hint of weakness would attract countless adversaries aiming to tear you apart. For this reason, he also had to go to River Mountain Town. Whether they found the culprit or not was insignificant. When they arrived, none of the people in River Mountain Town would live to tell the tale. They would all be buried with the Cheng family's fury. Meanwhile, in a tavern in River Mountain Town. Of course, the tavern was now closed. Zhu Xian and Zuan were playing with Chen Xiaomei. There was a notable age gap between them. Chen Xiaomei was already 11 years old this year. Although they were only a few years apart, Chen Xiaomei had never been this happy before. Before this, she was blind and would sit alone in the hut every day waiting for her brother to return. But now, her brother had fully recovered and his injuries had healed completely. Plus, there were 2 girls from the adult's family playing with them. Chen Xiaomei felt like she was in paradise. At that moment, Zhu Xian took out a piece of chocolate candy and gave it to Chen Xiaomei. Xiaomei, have you ever tried this? Chen Xiaomei shook her head. What is this? Hehe. This is called chocolate candy. It's delicious. Try it. Zhu Xian opened the packaging and handed it to Chen Xiaomei. Chen Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, then took it and put a piece in her mouth. After a slight chew, she was stunned. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Zhu Xian asked. Chen Xiaomei shook her head. It's not that. Then why are your eyes red? Indeed, Chen Xiaomei felt her nose tingling, tears welling up in her eyes, because she had never eaten such a delicious thing before. Sweet, soft, eating it felt like happiness straight to her soul, almost making her faint. This was not an exaggeration. Since birth, Chen Xiaomei had been eating coarse and inedible bug meat every day, drinking heavily polluted water, let alone candy. Sometimes even having a full meal was a luxury. Growing up in such an environment, eating candy for the first time naturally moved her beyond words. It's nothing, it's just too delicious, Chen Xiaomei said softly. Xiaomei, don't cry. There's a lot more candy where that came from. And later, I'll treat you to ice cream. Zhu Xian also tried to comfort her. Chen Xiaomei shyly shook her head. No need. I feel content as it is now. Let's not waste the adults' things. Oh, my dad carries so many things with him. Enough to last us 100 years. Zhu Xian proudly said. Chen Xiaomei was a bit envious. Adults are really amazing. The 3 of them continued playing. In the courtyard of the tavern, Zuan was teaching Chen Adu. Your talent is not bad, but there is no spiritual energy here, otherwise you could have been a swordsman. But you have awakened a talent ability, so you must grasp it well. Yes. Now, use your strongest move against me. Chen Adu hesitated. Sir, come on. I won't use my hands, and if you can touch even a corner of my clothing, I'll count it as my loss. Zhu, and stood with his hands behind his back, saying calmly. Chen Adu's competitive spirit was aroused. He knew Zuan's strength very well, but ever since he woke up, his talent in swordsmanship had directly advanced from one level to another. If Sir truly dared not to use his hands, he still had a chance to win. So Chen Adu said, in a deep voice, Sir, forgive me. With that, a blade of light appeared in front of Zuan's chest. This was the terrifying nature of Chen Adu's talent. Unlike swordsmen who use sword energy, this talent allowed him to create a blade of light out of thin air, unaffected by environment and time. As far as Chen Adu's gaze reached, he could conjure the blade of light. However, this blade of light didn't even touch the corner of Zuan's clothing. Zuan had sidestepped the strike in the nick of time, but at that moment, another blade of light appeared at the spot where Zuan had dodged to. Zuan finally smiled. Nicely done. After awakening their talents, anyone could summon blades of light at will, but where to position them, and how to time it, was a different matter. For instance, Chen Adu, with his insane intuition for timing and positioning, would have been a genius sought after by major sword sects in the external world. Chen Adu was now worried. He had made that move on a whim and regretted it after using it. What if he had hurt Sir? Even if he hadn't, what if he really defeated Sir? These worries flashed through his mind, but at that moment, Chen Adu saw Zhu, and dodged that strike at an almost impossible angle. Chen Adu was stunned to see this unexpected move and stood still, Zhu, and shook his head. The most taboo thing in combat is to hesitate like you did. Remember, once you are on the battlefield, winning is the priority, especially in this world where losing could mean death. Chen Adu nodded solemnly. Yes. At that moment, Zuan changed his mind. Initially, he had thought of teaching Chen Adu some swordsmanship techniques. But seeing Chen Adu's powerful talent, he dismissed that thought, because all traceable techniques would never surpass this spontaneous blade technique. This was the true essence of natural skill. Just then, Zuan suddenly sensed something, looked up towards the distant sky, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Are they finally coming? Chen Adu also sensed something was amiss, following Zuan's gaze. Shortly after, Yan walked into the courtyard. Husband. Zuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I knew these people wouldn't give up because of a warning. Death must come forcefully to make them fearful. Meanwhile, the residents of the town began to feel that something was off. They sensed the ground beneath them trembling slightly. Some of the timid ones retreated indoors, while the more daring ones ran to open areas to look into the distance. They saw a convoy rapidly approaching in the distance. Dust rose as the convoy moved, causing alarm among the townspeople. Oh no! The city's elite are here for revenge. There were screams as people panicked and scattered like headless flies. In the convoy, Cheng Lianyu stood at the forefront, looking at the small town in the distance with a growing sense of hostility. Shan Lei sat atop another speeding carriage. Despite the bumps, his figure remained steady on the carriage roof, unaffected. Hehe, it seems this person is still here, Shan Lei said with a sly smile. His sense of smell was extremely sensitive, allowing him to detect information that many ordinary people might miss. This ability often put him in an unbeatable position. Soon, the convoy stormed into the main street of the town. The people on the street had already shut themselves in their homes, too frightened to show themselves. They could feel the presence of a strong individual hidden within this small town, but they didn't know exactly where the person was hiding. Suddenly, Shan Lei waved his hand to stop the caravan, then licked his lips. I smell a faint scent of powder nearby. There should be a beauty around. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of blade appeared out of nowhere in front of his neck and swiftly slashed horizontally towards him. This scene happened so suddenly that even Cheng Lianyu was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, Shan Lei twisted his body in a strange posture and barely dodged the attack. However, he was still a bit slow, and the blade left a deep cut on his neck, causing blood to trickle down instantly. Who goes there? Cheng Lianyu exclaimed. Shan Lei's face turned pale, his eyes flickering with a mix of shock and anger. He knew that if he had been just a tad slower, the blade wouldn't have merely cut him, but would have taken off his head. Still shaken by the experience, he naturally felt furious. He snorted, forming a strange seal with his hands. Radiation spirit formation, search for me. Fiery spirits composed of radiation appeared on the street. This was Shan Lei's unique talent. He could control radiation and imbue it with limited spirituality, making it obedient to his commands. This ability was rare, but highly useful, as radiation was abundant in their world. As these radiation spirits were about to scatter and search, a dozen blade flashes suddenly appeared within their bodies, then burst out directly. The radiation spirits were shattered as if they were punctured balloons. At this moment, Cheng Lianyu roared, and countless white feathers materialized in the void, rushing towards the blades. Just then, on the roof of a building by the roadside, Chen Ata stood calmly, looking at them and smirked. Hey, are you guys from Black Iron City? When Cheng Lianyu and Shan Lei turned to look, they were both shocked. The sudden appearance of the blades had prevented them from getting a good look at him earlier. It wasn't until now, seeing Chen Ata, that they discovered something truly shocking. This young man's strength was only at the second rank, yet, this second rank's strength had almost killed a fourth ranked expert moments ago. Cheng Lianyu and Shan Lei locked eyes, each seeing the shock and murderous intent in the other's gaze. In this world, the classification of strength into first and second ranks was based on the strength of one's innate abilities. However, this system had a significant flaw. It could only differentiate the strength of one's innate abilities, but couldn't compare them horizontally. For example, if you had a talent that allowed you to control 3 flying knives, you would be considered at the first rank. But if you could control 6 flying knives, you'd be at the second rank. However, if someone could create a submachine gun out of thin air, their ability would still be considered first rank. In a scenario where a second-ranked flying knife user faced a first-ranked submachine gun user, the former would likely meet a quick end. This example illustrated that even formidable warriors like Cheng Lianyu and Shan Lei would fall before exceptionally powerful innate abilities. Chen Nadu's terrifying talent was one of these exceptional abilities. Creating blades out of thin air, unrestricted by distance, was an assassination weapon. Moreover, this young man was only at the second rank. If he grew stronger in the future, who could be his match? Fearing the consequences, Cheng Lianyu and Shan Lei were filled with boundless killing intent towards Chen Ata. They believed this child must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. With this thought in mind, Shan Lei closed his eyes abruptly. The radiation in the surrounding environment fluctuated like a tide, forming layers of encirclement around Chen Ata, trapping him securely. Cheng Lianyu raised his hand, and numerous white feathers darted towards Chen Adu. Faced with the combined attack of these two experts, Chen Adu intended to use his innate ability. However, the radiation that immobilized him severely disrupted his movements and began scorching his body's surface. In this predicament, Chen Adu's reaction was slightly delayed, and the torrent of white feathers surged towards him. Brother, Chen Xiaomei, who was watching from a distant building, exclaimed in shock. Chen Lianyu and Xiang Lei, on the other hand, showed a hint of joy. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Chen Adu. As the white feathers rushed towards him, he stood with hands behind his back and moving. The white feathers dissipated upon reaching him. This sight dumbfounded Chen Lianyu. How is this possible? Xiang Lei also trembled, then roared. Combined forces. The radiation converged into a massive palm and thundered towards Zuan. With a slight smile on his face, Zuan gently extended his hand. The colossal palm instantly shrank and transformed into a radiant sphere floating in Zuan's palm. With a swift pinch, Zuan crushed the radiant sphere, reducing it to nothingness. Witnessing this, Chen Lianyu and others were left wide-eyed. Kill him, Xiang Lei roared, his eyes gleaming as a divine thought shot towards Zuan. However, Zuan simply smiled, his eyes suddenly radiant. His overwhelming divine thought retaliated directly. Xiang Lei's faint divine thought didn't even create a ripple before disappearing into thin air. No, your divine thought. Xiang Lei shuddered, his voice filled with disbelief. He couldn't continue as Zuan's divine thought had already reached him, obliterating his mental realm. Subsequently, Xiang Lei floated midair. With a muffled sound, he was crushed by an unknown immense force. Xiang Lei, Chen Lianyu exclaimed. He never expected that Xiang Lei, a powerful fourth-ranked expert surpassing himself, wielding Shanggang blade, would die shortly after entering the small town. This fact left him feeling numb. At the same time, he was filled with dread. Initially, he thought the person who had killed his sister was a highly skilled individual who had awakened divine thoughts. However, when his innate ability, the white feather torrent, failed to even cause a ripple when facing this person, it was extinguished. Chen Lianyu was startled and shocked, taking a few subconscious steps backward. It was because the gaze of this man was simply too terrifying. When Chen Lianyu was in the Silver City, he had encountered many 5th and even 6th tier experts. Moreover, the Lord of the Silver City was an unparalleled powerhouse. As the commander of the Shadow Dragons, Chen Lianyu had naturally come into contact with the Lord of the City and had deeply admired him, believing that the Lord was the most powerful man on the planet. However, compared to the Lord of the Silver City's domineering aura, the power of this man was hidden beneath a calm surface, like a huge iceberg submerged beneath the sea, silent, yet awe-inspiring. This strange feeling made Chen Lianyu uncomfortable, almost feeling like he wanted to vomit blood. In his heart, there was no longer any desire to fight, only to escape from there as far away as possible. But as soon as he had this thought, he felt his body lighten. Then he floated into the air. Chen Lianyu exclaimed and tried to break free. But at that moment, he discovered in horror that his body was completely unresponsive, unable to even move a finger, let alone struggle. Not only that, when Chen Lianyu tried to use his innate abilities, he found that even his innate talents could not be activated. Zuan shook his head. Don't struggle, it's futile. Chen Lianyu's face instantly turned pale, because he finally understood how vast the gap in strength between him and this man was. Master, please forgive my previous offense. Chen Lianyu swallowed hard and said, in a hoarse voice. He was a very proud person and had thought he would never beg anyone in his life. But this complete paralysis, akin to a lamb waiting for slaughter, filled Chen Lianyu with immense fear. It was so overwhelming that even Chen Lianyu, who thought he wasn't afraid of death, began to beg for mercy. Zuan smiled faintly and then said, Who is Cheng Jia to you? Master. She is my sister. Zuan nodded without speaking. Chen Lianyu's brain was racing, trying to find the right words. Master, I truly did not know that you are such a powerful warrior. Please allow me to offer my most sincere apology for my earlier offense. After Chen Lianyu finished speaking, seeing Zuan's lack of expression, he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. As long as he was willing to listen, that was enough. So he continued, Master, my sister Cheng Jia has a stubborn nature. It must have been her who offended you, so her death cannot be blamed on anyone else. As long as you let me go, I will report the matter to my family. When that time comes, our Cheng family will surely provide you with an explanation. Yes. Cheng Lianyu's current intention was to say that Zuan killing Cheng Jia was in the past and that the Cheng family would show enough remorse for the incident. This contrasted sharply with his earlier aggressive demeanor. The reason for this 180-degree reversal lay in Zuan's strength. In this cruel wasteland world, everything was based on power. Without strength, your fate could very well end up like the Butcher siblings, being toyed with by the powerful. But as long as your strength was strong enough, even if you killed those so-called nobles, the remaining aristocrats would still sing your praises. And to all of this, these aristocrats would not feel the slightest embarrassment, because that was how the world worked. Zhu and remained silent. Cheng Lianyu's heart relaxed further, and he then said with a hint of flattery, "Master, regardless of the reason, our Cheng family sincerely apologizes to you, and as long as you let me go, you will gain the friendship and respect of a major family with influence over the Black Iron City for decades. And if you wish, the Cheng family is willing to crown you the most esteemed guest." The term guest referred to warriors who joined prestigious families. Cheng Lianyu's calculations were perfect. With Zuan's formidable strength, if he could recruit him, it might even elevate the Cheng family to become a top-tier clan in the Silver Council. However, at that moment, Zuan suddenly looked up and said casually, "Before you arrived at the river and mountain town, were you thinking that if you didn't find me, you would slaughter all the people in this town to vent your anger?" Cheng Lianyu was stunned by this question and then somewhat dismissively said, "Master, the residents of River and Mountain Town are all mutated lowlifes. Killing them would mean nothing. For families like his, people like the Butcher siblings couldn't even be considered human. They were merely articulate livestock. Hence, he saw nothing wrong with his thoughts." Zhu and nodded. "Very well. But do you know why I turned your sister into a specimen?" Zhu and smiled, "Because that was what she did to others. I just let her experience it herself, but she couldn't even endure half of it and went nearly insane." Cheng Lianyu still did not understand Zuan's meaning, but he feigned agreement with a smile, saying, "Master, you are truly formidable." There was no trace of regret in his words for his deceased sister. Zuan looked deeply at Cheng Lianyu and said, "And the one she cruelly tortured was one of those mutated lowlifes you mentioned?" Cheng Lianyu was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. He had never imagined that everything stemmed from a single lowlife. "I know in your eyes, these people are not considered human beings at all. But in my eyes, aren't you the same?" Zuan said lightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. No. Master, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you valued these mutated scum. I mean mutated people so much." Cheng Lianyu felt a chilling aura that seemed like it would tear him apart, causing him to stammer and shout in fear. "I truly despise this world, so I will wait for the instigator behind all this to appear, and you people," Zuan said lightly, causing Cheng Lianyu to feel a sudden surge of blood coursing through his body. It seemed like he had realized something, and he began screaming frantically, "You can't kill me. I am the commander of the Shadow Dragons of the Silver City. If you kill me, the Silver Council won't spare you." But his words came to an abrupt halt as copious amounts of blood gushed from Cheng Lianyu's mouth. It was as if he had vomited all the blood in his body, and in the blink of an eye, his body rapidly withered visibly, soon becoming a specimen just like his sister. Watching the remnants of resentment in Cheng Lianyu's eyes, Zuan said calmly, "I know you don't believe in karma, but from now on, I am your karma." The Black Iron City is nestled beside a vast mountain, surrounded by pitch-black mountains. The city walls are made of black iron ore, giving the city its name. Shielded by the mountains and the properties of the black iron walls, the radiation within the Black Iron City is much lower compared to the outside world. As a result, this city has become the only stronghold within 1,000 miles. The Cheng family controls the lifeline of the city, the water source. Water is a crucial resource in this chaotic world. Whoever controls the water source is considered the rightful ruler. The Cheng family is one of the most prominent families in the Black Iron City. However, the atmosphere in the city has been peculiar these past few days. A major incident involving the cruel and bloodthirsty Miss Cheng Jia of the Cheng family has shocked the city. Her body was found as a specimen hanging on the gates of the Cheng family, spreading fear and whispers throughout the city. The tyranny and arrogance of the Cheng family over the years have caused many common people to secretly support this event. However, the Cheng family dispatched Cheng Lianyu, a member of the Dragon Shadow Guards in the Silver City, and a skilled expert from the Silver City to eliminate those who dared to challenge their dignity, causing a hush to fall over the people and sighs of resignation. In the hearts of these people, the Silver City and the Dragon Shadow Guards are symbols of power. The unnamed expert sent by the Ching family is bound to face a grim fate. Despite this atmosphere, the Ching family continues to thrive, showcasing its grandeur as a wealthy family. At this moment, a banquet is being held at the Ching family residence. The banquet hall is filled with delicacies, and the young heirs of the Ching family and other prominent families in the Black Iron City gather in groups, chatting and laughing. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a sense of peace and harmony prevails. "Brother Leon, you should be back soon." A young heir laughs. "It's over 200 kilometers from our Black Iron City to the Hills town. It should take at least a day to get there. But I reckon Leon you should have finished everything and be on his way back by now." Another young heir remarks, "Hot, to pick a fight with the Ching family. What audacity. Now, I reckon even the Hills town will cease to exist." Indeed, Brother Leon Yu is impressive. He's already the captain of the Dragon Shadow Guards at such a young age and is highly regarded by the Lord of the Silver City. With time, his future is limitless. Someone sighs. While they are discussing, the head of the Ching family, Cheng Jinchi, and his second-in-command, Cheng Jinyi, enter the hall. Everyone quickly stands up to pay their respects. "Greetings to the head of the family. Greetings to the second master." The hall echoes with these words. Cheng Jinchi smiles, then walks to the high platform. "Today, I thank you all for coming to support our family. Recently, we had some unpleasant incidents, but rest assured, anyone who dares to oppose the Ching family and the Black Iron City will face dire consequences." The audience erupts in agreement. That's right. Challenging the Ching family means crossing the line with many prominent families in the Black Iron City. Seeing this, Cheng Jinchi nods in satisfaction. The reason for hosting this banquet is largely to stabilize the situation and showcase the Cheng family's strength, to warn those who might try to exploit the situation that the Cheng family still reigns supreme in the Black Iron City. Just as everyone is feeling proud and content, a convo suddenly interrupts from outside. Are the Cheng family and many other prominent families in the city present here? The crowd is startled, and the second master of the Cheng family, Cheng Jinchi, sternly asks, "Who goes there?" Before he can finish his sentence, an object flies in through the banquet hall, smashing to tables before hovering midair. The people in the hall are thrown into chaos at the sight of the desiccated body of Cheng Lianyu. This young man, once full of life, now appears sunken with lifeless eyes still reflecting his fear and unwillingness before death. As the Cheng family members react with fury, Cheng Jinchi cries out in agony, nearly fainting. As the head of the family, Cheng Jinchi had high hopes for his son, only to see him now dead. The others are equally shocked. The young man, hailed as the most outstanding and powerful in the Black Iron City in 3 decades, has met such a tragic end, especially in a manner reminiscent of Cheng Xia's death a few days earlier. The shock is overwhelming. Cheng Jingyi's eyes betray a hint of delight, although he refrains from showing it, and instead roars, "Who dares to kill my nephew?" "I did." With those words, Zuan slowly walks in, surveying the crowd before fixing his gaze on the pale-faced Cheng Jinchi. He asks in a calm tone, "Do you like this gift, Cheng family? Who are you? Why are you opposing the Cheng family?" Cheng Jinchi, though devastated by his son's death, quickly regains his composure, asking sternly. He signals to his men to take action and some of them discreetly leave the scene, disappearing into the banquet hall. Zuan seems unfazed by these movements and shakes his head. "Oppose? You are mistaken. I am not opposing the Cheng family. I merely wish to share a lesson with you." "What lesson?" Cheng Jinchi asks. Zu, and smiles coldly, showing his white teeth. "The lesson is, in this world, there are always consequences for your actions." Before he can finish speaking, the hall is surrounded by a tumult of footsteps, and several imposing figures enter. These individuals walk directly behind Cheng Jinchi, their gazes fierce as they size up Zuan. As they arrive, Cheng Jinchi stands tall, a malicious grin on his face as he orders, "You must pay for killing our Cheng family members. Kill him." At his command, the people behind him charge forward, each unleashing their unique abilities to attack Zuan. Trained and pampered by the Cheng family, these individuals are used to luxury, but ready to act in times of conflict. Moreover, their skills are formidable. Most of them are at the 3rd stage of cultivation, with a few nearing the 4th stage. The banquet hall descends into chaos as various extraordinary abilities clash, all directed towards the figure standing before them, Zuan. However, just as they are about to reach him, a cold smile appears on Zuan's lips as he calmly states, "In an instant, those so-called experts charging towards here all exploded into smithereens. Blood mist drifted in the air of the banquet hall, staining those nearby with blood, but no one bothered to wipe it off, as everyone was stunned by the brutal and bloody spectacle. Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Cheng Jinshi on the opposite side, and calmly said, "Is there anyone else?" Cheng Jinshi trembled all over, terrified, and stammered, You. He never dreamed that this man who appeared out of nowhere would be so formidable. Without even lifting a finger, he caused all the experts his family raised to die. If not, then you can go die. Dang. Cheng Jia's patriarch wanted to say something, but with a muffled sound, his head also exploded into a mist of blood. The body fell to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock, taking a few steps back. Some who were timid couldn't even stand anymore, collapsing on the ground. Cheng family was undoubtedly the most prestigious family in the Black Iron City, and Cheng Jinshi had been in charge of the family for decades. Yet, even such a big figure, without uttering a word of plea, died just like that. The decisive and ruthless killings made everyone at the scene horrified. At that moment, Zuan frowned slightly with some annoyance and then sighed. "I forgot to tell you why I wanted to kill you." These words made everyone's hair stand on end, and some even close to the door wanted to leave quietly. But as they reached the door, with just one step forward, they disappeared into nothingness silently. This eerie and terrifying sight completely dispelled the thoughts of escape. Meanwhile, Cheng Jinyi stepped forward decisively and bowed to Zuan. "Master, Cheng family admits defeat, and we only ask for your mercy and spare our lives. Cheng family is willing to be at your service." No one dared to speak. Everyone stared blankly at Cheng Jinyi, who bowed respectfully. Some more astute minds had already guessed the intentions behind Cheng Jinyi's actions. If anyone in the Cheng family was happiest at that moment, it would undoubtedly be Cheng Jinyi. As the second in command of the Cheng family, he always had the family head above him. As long as Cheng Jinshi did not die, he would never have a chance to rise. Moreover, the influence of Cheng Lianyu was growing stronger in the background. All these made the second young master of Cheng family gradually give up his thoughts of power and profit. But he did not expect that Cheng Jinshi and his son would both die today. Therefore, he would naturally become the head of Cheng family under such temptation and chose to surrender and confess his crimes immediately, because being able to save his own life would benefit him the most. However, in the face of his surrender, Zuan remained silent, just gazing quietly. It wasn't until Cheng Jinyi's forehead began to sweat that Zuan spoke. "Are you happy now?" Cheng Jinyi shivered all over, then raised his face and said sincerely, "Yes, master." Cheng Jinyi was a very smart person, and although he couldn't figure out Zuan's background, he could tell that he was a formidable expert. In front of someone like this, it was best not to play any tricks but to be honest. Indeed, Zuan smiled. "You are very smart." Cheng Jinyi's eyes flashed with joy, and he bowed deeply, saying, "It is necessary to be humble and honest in front of a strong person like you. But I killed your brother and nephew. Aren't you saddened, Zuan?" and asked lightly. Cheng Jinyi shook his head gently. "If one chooses to go against a strong opponent, everything that happens is a consequence of their actions. No one else to blame, Zuan." And nodded. "You are right." Cheng Jinyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had made the right bet, and secretly rejoiced. "Oh, brother, you were clever for a lifetime, but foolish for a moment, losing your mind over the death of a son and going against an unparalleled expert. But your death was for the best, as it allowed me to take control of Cheng family." Just as he was feeling triumphant, Zuan said lightly, "Since you are so clever, do you know why I killed them?" Cheng Jinyi was taken aback and smiled obsequiously. "Do strong people like you need a reason to kill? He couldn't finish his sentence because Zuan was staring at him, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Unconsciously, Cheng Jinyi felt cold sweat trickling down his back. After a moment, Zuan finally spoke, his voice cold. "It's because they considered themselves superior and cruelly oppressed others. What I did was to make them understand that everyone has to pay the price for their actions." Cheng Jinyi's face was covered in more cold sweat, and he couldn't even wipe it off, just forced a smile. "You are right, master." "Then tell me, what price should you pay?" Cheng Jinyi trembled slightly, but tried to sound composed. Master, even if you destroy me and Cheng family, new families will emerge. It's inevitable. So, you might as well spare me. I promise to be humble in the future. With that, Cheng Jinyi glanced at Zuan. Seeing Zuan's composed expression, Cheng Jinyi secretly swallowed a gulp and was about to say something more. Zuan smiled faintly. Sounds reasonable. Cheng Jinyi felt relieved, thinking that he had made the right choice. But then Zuan said something that chilled him to the bone. However, people must pay the price for what they do, no matter who they are. No. Sensing danger, Cheng Jinyi turned to run. But as soon as he took a step, a wisp of flame rose from under his feet and spread rapidly. Cheng Jinyi screamed in agony. Zuan watched quietly and said, "This is the fire ignited from your soul. All the evil deeds you have done will be its fuel." Ow! Cheng Jinyi screamed miserably. Then in a voice full of resentment, he shouted, "Don't be too happy too soon. White Silver Council won't let you go after killing us." With those words, the flame suddenly intensified and completely engulfed Cheng Jinyi, turning him into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the scions of the arrogant and reckless noble families all trembled and cowered in the distance, not daring to look at Zuan. Zuan glanced at them and casually waved his hand, and a wisp of flame rushed towards them. Ow! Many people were instantly swallowed up by the flames, some screaming in agony. "Who are you?" Zuan walked towards the door. Without looking back, he uttered, "Me. I am your retribution." Doom. The flames burned more violently. In an instant, most of the banquet hall was in ruins, with only a few people standing pale-faced, witnessing everything. As Zuan had said, these flames arose from the heart, and their sins were the fuel. On that day, countless casualties occurred among the noble families of the Black Iron City, with only a few surviving. The news shook the entire world. Silver City. Crowlia carefully wiped the back of the tall figure in front of her. On the broad back, huge radiation scars crisscrossed, even the skin emitting a pale fluorescence. As the soft cotton handkerchief dipped in precious clean water passed over, before the water could even run down, it was greedily absorbed by the skin. Crowlia could even feel the surging power hidden beneath this skin. After finally wiping it clean, the silent servant picked up an extremely exaggerated armor that looked like an upside-down scorpion, carefully fastening it to the back with a click. With a crisp sound, the armor seemed to be locked into place, firmly installed on top. Crowlia then picked up the scorpion tail extended from the back plate and lightly touched the man's face. With a sound of gears turning, the tail rapidly transformed, soon morphing into a breather with menacing teeth exposed, glowing with the man's breath. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, his burst of power directly sending the servant swiping the back plate flying. Crowlia respectfully stepped aside. "My king, you have awakened." The man looked at Crowlia and then spoke in a strange, mechanically translated voice. "Crowlia, how long have I slept?" "My king, you have been in slumber for 3 months. 3 months. Is there anything unusual outside now?" Crowlia hesitated slightly before saying, "My king, news just came in that the families in Hying City and several other families have been completely wiped out." "Hying City?" "Yes. Moreover, this person's origins are unknown. I suspect an outsider." Upon hearing the words outsider, a glint appeared in the man's eyes. He slowly stood up, towering at a height of 3 meters, making him seem like a giant. Crowley even had to tilt her head up to see his face. "Notify the other families. Convene the Silver Council." "Yes." Crowley went to inform. The man walked out of the room and arrived at a high platform. This was the vantage point of Silver City, overlooking the entire city. Looking at the city constructed with white mica and the vast desolate yellow wilderness in the distance, the man said in a low voice, "Outsider, you can travel through the stars to this world. Your strength is obviously not bad, but why did you destroy Hying City? Have you found something?" At this moment, many people below saw the man standing on the platform and began to exclaim, "The king is awake." The crowds gathered under the tower, shouting excitedly, "The immortal king." The man smiled and waved his hand in acknowledgement. Soon, news of the city lord's awakening spread throughout Silver City. All the major families in Silver City also rushed to the council chamber. When the man's figure appeared at the door, everyone stood up and placed their hands on their chests. "My king, welcome back." The man slowly walked to his seat and gestured for everyone to sit. He leaned on the table and scanned the faces of everyone in the room. "You have done well during my slumber." Everyone showed excitement. The city lord continued, "But this is not enough. I'm sure you all know what happened in Hying City." This mentioning caused a stir in the council hall. Then, a middle-aged man with a grim expression stood up and said, "My king, your loyal guard, the son of the Shang family, Shang Lei, also died in Hying City, and the Ching family has been completely wiped out. Now there are only a few remaining noble families in Hying City. It is said that only one person was involved." Amidst the discussions, the city lord waved his hand. This person is certainly not ordinary, likely an outsider. Upon hearing the word outsider, the council hall fell silent. Many people appeared solemn. The city lord continued, "Therefore, from today onwards, everyone must be prepared to join forces to kill this person." "Yes, my king." As the major families of Silver City mobilized, Zuan had quietly appeared in Silver City. However, at this moment, he had dressed in the long robes commonly worn by the locals, with Otto following behind. This was Adu's first time in Silver City. Full of curiosity about this legendary chosen city, Otto looked around. Silver City, in terms of scale and conditions, was far superior to Hying City. Otto even saw a fountain on the Heaven Square one day, leaving him dumbfounded. The water spraying from the fountain was actually second-grade water. This was unimaginable for Otto, considering he and his sister couldn't even drink first-grade water a few days ago, yet here they were using second-grade water for a fountain. Not only that, the exquisite buildings, the tidy crowd on the streets, all left Otto amazed. However, Zuan frowned slightly. He could sense the strangeness of this city, especially the tower built in the center of the city, which Zuan stared at for a long time. His arrival in Silver City was because he wanted to quickly find out the root cause of this world's decay. And this tower further confirmed Zuan's thoughts. Just then, a commotion erupted on the streets. The crowd parted, and someone excitedly shouted, "Lady Saint! Greetings to Lady Saint!" With the cries, a group of people passed through the main street. Riding on the leading strange horse was a woman, none other than Crolia, the lady-in-waiting beside the city lord. Since the lord ordered everyone to prepare, Crolia had been leading the people patrolling the city to maintain order. Of course, this was also due to the upcoming water festival ceremony. The residents of Silver City were so excited upon hearing the news of the Lord's awakening because every time the Lord woke from slumber, he would hold a water festival ceremony. During the ceremony, the Lord would open the floodgates, releasing clean, almost radiation-free pure water after multiple filtrations. This was a special benefit for the residents of Silver City. Because of this, the Lord of Silver City held such supreme prestige. After all, in this world, whoever controls the water source controls everything. With a wave of Coria's hand, the team stopped instantly, and then the guards behind her immediately rushed forward, forming a semicircle of encirclement, glaring at Otto and Zuan. Adu's heart sank, and he looked at Zuan. As long as Zuan gave the word, he would act immediately. Otto was well aware that he did not come to Silver City with the adults to play around. If the adults had wiped out the nobles in Black Iron City, would Silver City just let it go? Entering here was equivalent to entering a tiger's den. But Otto felt no fear. After all, his life was in the hands of the adults. With his little sister safe within the treasure of the adults, he had nothing to worry about. What could be so terrifying? Zuan just smiled slightly and then gently shook his head at Otto, indicating for him not to act rashly. At this moment, Coria urged her horse forward, paying no attention to Zuan beside her and instead focusing all her attention on Otto. "Young warrior, what is your name?" Coria asked condescendingly. Otto, who thought these people were going to harm him, hesitated for a moment and then said, in a deep voice, "I am Otto. Who are you? Why are you surrounding us?" A guard captain behind Coria shouted angrily, "How dare you speak to the Lady Saint like that?" Coria waved her hand, silencing her men, then murmured softly, "Otto, haha, aren't you from Silver City?" "I'm not. I admire your talent. Would you be willing to join my guard?" Coria said with a smile. Hearing this, many people around them widened their eyes. It was already extremely difficult to join Silver City, and to join a Lady Saint's guard was even more of a great opportunity. Countless envious eyes were looking at Otto now, but Otto shook his head lightly. "I'm not interested." "What?" Many thought they had misheard. Even Coria herself was slightly surprised. "Why? If you join my guard, not only can you participate in the water rites ceremony, but you will also have more opportunities for development." Despite Coria's persuasion, the people around them were even more envious. But Otto still shook his head. "I'm not interested, because I want to follow the adults." The adults. Korea then looked at Zuan beside her and frowned. In her perception, this man was unremarkable, unable to even unlock the most basic talent abilities. This was why she had initially overlooked Zuan. Korea was known as the Lady Saint not only because she was the chief handmaiden under the Lord of Silver City, but also because of her unique talent. She could perceive what kind of talent the other party had activated. This ability was quite terrifying because it gave her an edge in battle before it even started. But aside from this talent, Korea had no other combat abilities, making her most suitable as a support. This was why the Lord of Silver City valued her so highly. Just now, as she passed by the street, she suddenly sensed a very powerful talent among the pedestrians, prompting her to approach and try to recruit that individual. She had not expected Otto to refuse to join. The guard captain behind Korea started to lose his composure and stepped forward, threatening, "Kid, it's your fortune that the Lady Saint wants you to join. How dare you resist? Don't you want to live?" Facing the questioning of this fourth-ranked guard captain, Otto showed no fear and said coldly, "I think it's you who doesn't want to live." Upon hearing this, the guard captain's expression changed, about to get angry. Korea said sternly, "Shanghai, step back." The guard captain, Shanghai, although reluctant, retreated, but the fierce look in his eyes showed he was discontent. Korea then said, "Your talent is excellent. Joining my guard will give you many possibilities, making it the most suitable choice for you. So I think you should consider it carefully." "No need to consider. I, Otto, will never leave the adults," Otto said decisively. Korea glanced at Zuan, who had been silent the whole time, then nodded slightly with a clear expression. "Well, since you feel that way, I won't force you." "Shanghai, Lady Saint." Shanghai stepped forward. "Grant them tickets to the water rite ceremony." Shanghai was taken aback. How could they be rejected and still be given tickets? In the underground market, a ticket to the water rite ceremony could be exchanged for 10 bottles of 5th grade water. "But, Lady Saint, didn't you hear me?" Korea said sternly. Shanghai reluctantly took out 2 exquisite badges and handed them over with a dark expression. Korea then turned her horse around and smiled at Otto. "Young warrior, I hope you can give me an answer after watching the water rite ceremony. Only those who have witnessed the ceremony can understand the greatness of Silver City," Korea said proudly before urging her horse to leave. Shanghai glared at Otto and Zu, and malevolently, saying, "Kid, you will see." Before leaving as well, Otto stood in place, holding the 2 badges, and said, in confusion, "Adult, what does this woman mean, Zu?" And smiled and said, "This woman is very clever, and she can see the talent abilities you possess. Therefore, she naturally wants to recruit you." "Are we going tomorrow?" Otto asked as he watched Korea's retreating figure. Zuan replied calmly, "Yes, we are going." And at that moment, after escorting Korea back to the Holy Tower, Shanghai returned to the Shang family, a prominent faction in Silver City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the personal chief guard of the Lady Saint Korea. "Father, my lord," Shanghai said respectfully. The head of the Shang family was the middle-aged man who had participated in the Silver Council meeting today. He nodded. "You patrolled today. Did you discover anything?" Shanghai bit his lip and said, "Father, today the Lady Saint met a young man in the street and repeatedly invited him to join my guard." "Oh." Shang raised an eyebrow. "A young man?" "Yes. The lady can sense others' talent abilities, so this young man must be extraordinary." At this point, Shanghai's expression darkened, and he stepped forward, saying in a low voice, "Father, this young man is not from our city. Since his talent is strong, why don't we?" Shang pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Your brother Shang Lei died in Black Iron City. I have a premonition that there may be major changes ahead, and strengthening our power now is crucial. In the Silver City, there are indeed inns. However, staying here is not cheap. It costs at least a bottle of 3rd grade water for 1 night. Yes, in this Silver City, the circulating currency is not gold or silver but water packed into small bottles. A small bottle of 3rd grade water could be exchanged for many useful items outside, but here it can only be used for accommodation for 1 night. The price made Otto feel a pang of distress. "Sir, this is too expensive. That's a bottle of 3rd grade water," Otto muttered. Zuan smiled but did not speak. Although Otto was no longer the poor boy in the town of Hessian, his obsession with resources had been imprinted in his bones and could not be easily changed. The conditions of this inn were quite good, even better than the tavern he stayed at in Hessian town. The houses and the city here were built using special techniques, with radiation levels so low that they were almost imperceptible. This was why the people here deeply believed that the Silver City was a chosen place. However, Otto continued to feel sorry for that bottle of third-grade water, muttering to himself until the inn brought him free food. Although the food was not plentiful, it was a luxury that Otto wouldn't dare dream of before. This is not bad at all. Otto finally felt a bit more balanced. Sir, please eat. Otto wanted to serve Zuan first and then eat himself, but Zuan glanced at the plates of meat out from some unknown beast, still with traces of blood on them. This made Zuan lose his appetite and he just shook his head. You eat. Zuan could go without eating now, and Otto naturally understood this, so he grinned and started eating voraciously. The food that was beneath Zuan's notice was a supreme delicacy in Otto's mouth. Zuan watched this scene without speaking, just smiling. After Otto burped from being full and finished all the food, Zuan asked casually, "Are you full? Are you ready? Tonight will probably be lively." Otto was taken aback. "Sir, what do you mean? I think someone will come looking for you soon. Go to bed early," Zuan said before turning back to his room. Otto stood there for a moment, his face gradually becoming serious. He would not doubt the words of Zuan. Who could be looking for him? Was it related to the woman he met on the street today? Or the captain of the guards? Otto was not stupid and could see the hostility in the captain's eyes. With this in mind, Otto licked the food remnants from the corners of his mouth, a hint of chill in his eyes. Having fought in the wilderness since childhood, the law of the jungle had become an unshakable truth in Otto's heart. If anyone dared to come, he would show them what fear was. Moreover, with the presence of Zuan by his side, as the protector of Zuan, he could not let these scoundrels disturb him. Contemplating this, Otto simply brought a chair, sat straight in front of Zuan's room, and waited solemnly. Night fell, the noise outside gradually disappeared. The Silver City enforced a curfew policy, so after night fell, except for some special places, all other places closed their doors. The streets were naturally empty. At that moment, Shanghai led a group of people, seemingly like ghosts, to the inn where Zuan resided. For the Shang family, finding where an outsider was staying was as easy as pie. When they reached the back wall of the inn, Shanghai gestured to his guards behind him, who tacitly drew their swords. Shanghai's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he made a gesture at his throat. All the guards nodded slightly in response. Quietly, Shanghai leapt over the wall and entered the inn. Although the accommodation was expensive, due to the water festival, the inn was still full of people. Leading his guards like phantoms, Shanghai strode through the floor straight to the room where Zuan and Otto were staying. Once outside the door, Shanghai waved his hand, directing the guards to stand silently and then spread out stealthily, surrounding the room. Listening for a moment at the door, Shanghai could hear long, deep breaths inside, indicating that the occupants were asleep. A sinister smile spread across Shanghai's face. His extreme caution was solely because he feared that the Lady Saint Crolio would know about this. However, by killing this unknown youth and absorbing his gifted talents, even if the Lady Saint knew later, there would be no other way. Thinking this, Shanghai signaled to a guard behind him. The guard slowly approached, placed his hand on the door, and the lock silently opened. This was his unique talent. Then the guard gently pushed open the door. Following closely behind, Shanghai suddenly felt a shudder as he saw the guard freeze in place. Perplexed, Shanghai gently pushed the guard, only for the guard's head to suddenly fall off, splattering blood on Shanghai's face. No. Shanghai's heart tightened, realizing the situation was dire. In that split-second moment, sword energy appeared out of thin air, slicing the guards in half before they could even react. Shanghai was not exempt. A blade of energy appeared in front of his throat. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from it. The impending sense of death made his muscles tense up instantly. As the blade descended, he shouted and transformed into tiny insects the size of fingernails, avoiding the strike. This was the special talent that made Shanghai renowned. Evading the blade, transformed into insects, Shanghai crashed through the wall towards Otto in the room. Otto's expression was solemn as the blades of energy appeared out of nowhere, starting a frenzy to slaughter the insects created by Shanghai. Yet no matter how he slaughtered, the insects seemed unaffected. In midair, Shanghai's sinister laugh rang out. "Kid, your talent is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you've met me and will still die." With those words, the insects suddenly expanded to surround Otto. Although Adu's talent was remarkable, he had never encountered such a mysterious opponent. He could only rely on the blades of energy to defend against the invasion. What's going on? Shanghai exclaimed in shock, struggling fiercely to break free from the control of the hand gripping him tightly. No matter what method he tried, he couldn't shake off the hand even in the slightest. On the contrary, the hand kept tightening its grip, making Shanghai feel the threat of death. It's you. At this moment, Shanghai finally saw clearly that the person holding on to him was the inconspicuous man he had encountered on the street during the day. In a flash of thought, he realized that this man was intentionally disguising himself, and he was actually the most powerful one. Once he understood this truth, Shanghai couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. This man was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back to deliver such important information. Zuan let out a soft sigh. Do you know that disturbing someone's rest in the middle of the night is very unethical? Shanghai trembled in fear. Who are you exactly? Zuan smiled faintly. Is your last name Sean as well? So what if it is? Coincidentally, a few days ago I just killed someone with the last name Sean. You're the person from Black Iron City. Shanghai shouted hoarsely. However, as a transformed insect, even when he shouted loudly, his voice was very weak. Zuan nodded, his gaze slightly cold. Did you come here under the cover of night to kill Adu and then devour all his talents? Shanghai was in a state of extreme fear, and hearing Zuan's words, he couldn't even respond. Zuan nodded. Very well, it seems to be the case. Adu, sir. Adu stepped forward, not knowing why Zuan called him. At the same time, Zuan suddenly squeezed the flying insect in his hand. Shanghai cried out miserably, and then his voice abruptly stopped. There was a muffled thud, and the room was filled with falling insects, revealing Shanghai's lifeless body. Zuan suddenly raised his hand back. A white light flashed and directly entered Adu's forehead. Adu shuddered all over and suddenly felt many things added to his mind. Zuan said lightly, "Close your eyes and focus. Absorb all this." Adu quickly followed Zuan's instructions and began to concentrate. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. "Sir," Zuan said, "this person had good talents. It's a pity he's dead, so I'll gift them to you." Zuan had already figured out the talents in this world. These talents were basically abilities attached to a person's soul. Therefore, Zuan directly extracted the talents from Shanghai's soul and bestowed them upon Adu. Adu didn't understand all this, but it didn't prevent him from looking at Zuan's figure with admiring eyes. Zuan glanced at the bodies scattered around, waved his hand, flames engulfed them, turning them into nothingness. "Sir, what should we do? Those guys are already knocking on the door. Should we fight back?" Adu asked with a face full of killing intent. As a young man who struggled to survive in the lower levels of this world from a young age, Adu was never a docile person. Especially now that the enemy had come knocking, would they spare him if he didn't fight back? Zuan just smiled at the question, shook his head, and said, "No need." Zuan had a premonition that something he wanted would appear at the water festival the next day. As for a small Shang family, Zuan couldn't be bothered to take the initiative to deal with them. Adu was puzzled. "Sir, what do we do now?" Zuan smiled, patted his shoulder lightly, and said, "All right, go get some rest. If you want to deal with the Shang family, there's no rush now. Wait for the water festival tomorrow." Adu was a bit confused, but for him, Zuan's words were like an imperial decree, so he nodded. Yes. Adu went back to his room to sleep. Zuan looked at the broken wall and the empty corridor outside. A cold smile played on his lips, then he turned and went back to his room. After a moment, a person cautiously peeked into the room where the wall had collapsed, then swallowed hard and ran off. Shang family. The head of the Shang family, Shang-Chi, always felt uneasy tonight. The Shang family had been in turmoil recently. First, his most beloved youngest son, Shang Lei, who had taken over the Shang gang army, died in Black Iron City. The Shang family's power suffered a significant blow as a result. And tonight, his eldest son, Shanghai, went out to seize a young man's talents. Although this young man had no foundation in Silver City, and Shanghai had gone with many guards, it should have been foolproof. The Shang-Chi felt a sense of foreboding, so he decided to sit in the hall and wait while drinking tea. Eventually, the head steward of the Shang family rushed in hastily. Seeing the steward's expression, Shang-Chi's heart sank. What's going on? Has Shanghai not returned? The steward's face was sorrowful. Master, just now, The innkeeper's messenger came to deliver a message. What did he say? Young master, they've all been wiped out. What? Shanxi stood up suddenly, hardly able to believe his ears. Bring him to me. Despite his racing heart, Shanxi maintained his composure at this moment. Soon, the innkeeper's messenger was brought in. What's going on? Tell me in detail, not missing a single word. Shanxi demanded sternly. Yes, as the inn was a hub for information, many noble families have their spies there. This messenger was one of Shan family's eyes, and so, the messenger recounted the details, what had happened. Master, after the young master and his men charged in, I watched from afar. It started smoothly, but suddenly many blades appeared in the sky, killing all the guards directly. However, the young master avoided this attack, then transformed into a swarm of insects and rushed into the room. Did you see what happened next? Shanxi asked in a low voice. The messenger shook his head. I didn't dare to go closer, but my talent is hearing, so I heard the young master say in a very surprised tone, It's you. And then, Shanxi furrowed his brow. And then, the messenger's face showed fear. And then, I heard several cries of the young master coming from the room, and it eventually fell silent. Shanxi turned pale, his body trembling. The steward hurried forward. Master. Shanxi waved his hand and said to the messenger, Well done, you may leave. Master, what should we do now? Shall we gather our men and attack the inn? Asked the steward, his face full of killing intent. However, Shanxi waved his hand and paced back and forth in the room. Young man, it seems we have all underestimated you. Shanxi continued, and how could a master like you not notice a simple innkeeper's surveillance? This must be intentional. Are you trying to warn me through this innkeeper? Or are you provoking my Shan family? Shanxi's expression changed constantly as he spoke. Finally, he stopped and said ominously, Steward. Master. The steward replied solemnly, Order everyone to be prepared to act during tomorrow's water sacrifice ceremony. Also, spread the news tonight. The steward hesitated. Master, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? As you said, isn't the Lady Crowley very fond of this young man? If we act during the water sacrifice ceremony, what if Lady Crowley intervenes? Shanxi smiled. You are right. But that's the effect I want. The steward looked confused. Shanxi's face twisted with resentment and ruthlessness. Since this young man was able to kill my son Shanhide, it shows that his strength is extraordinary. We cannot eliminate him with just the power of our Shang family. So I will wait until tomorrow, during the water sacrifice ceremony. By then, I will say that this young man is the culprit who destroyed Black Iron City. The outsider the lord of the city mentioned. Lady Crowley and the lord will definitely be furious. Then, we won't need to take action. They will get rid of this person for us. Upon hearing Shanxi's plan, the steward bowed deeply. Master, your insight is clear. Shanxi sighed at the response, shedding a few tears. Alas, my two sons. The steward also teared up, about to offer words of comfort. But Shanxi continued, Go call a few concubines over. Since my sons are gone, I must bear a few more. The steward hesitated, then replied, Yes. As Shanxi tried hard to conceive more sons, the events of that night were being deliberately spread by the Shang family. A storm was brewing. The next day, in the square in front of the central tower in the city, the water sacrifice ceremony was taking place. Although it had not officially started, the square was already crowded. Around the square, many soldiers guarded and checked the crowd. Only those with entry tickets could enter. When Zuan and Adu arrived, the soldiers immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing their entry tickets. Please, enter. Their attitude was different from when facing ordinary people. They were then led through the crowd into the square and to a high platform closest to the tower. This was the best spot in the square, but because they arrived early, there weren't many people on the platform yet. Soon, people of all kinds began to enter, making the high platform livelier. Many well-dressed young nobles gathered together, chatting and laughing, but no one paid attention to Zuan and Adu. However, some would occasionally cast curious glances at them. Who are those two over there? They seem to be new faces. Shh, don't you know? They are the young martial arts expert the lady met on the street yesterday. Ah, him? He looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old. Wait. No. How could such a young martial arts master like him be avoided by everyone? Why hasn't anyone approached him? To these nobles, a young skilled martial artist like Adu, who was both young and favored by the lady, was a valuable asset. Yet, contrary to expectations, everyone kept their distance. Well, you have limited information. You probably don't even know what happened last night, right? What happened? Speaking softly, the person continued. Shang family's eldest son, Lady Crolia's personal guard Captain Shanghai, died last night. What? How is that possible? I know Shanghai, a fourth-tier master with mysterious talent. How could he die? Ha ha, do you really think that's a lie? It is true. And he died at the inn, along with a support team from the Shang family. And the one who took action, the person gestured towards Otto. It's this young man. When they heard this, those who were unaware of the events of the previous night all changed their expressions. No wonder no one dared to approach. The Shang family would not let this slide after the young men killed their eldest son. Who would want to offend the Shang family for a young man without any background? As for Zuan beside them, many people automatically ignored him, because no matter how you looked at it, this man didn't seem like a talented strong man. Just then, the crowd stirred, and the Shang family's people ascended the platform. When they saw the Shang family head, Shanxi, many nobles' expressions turned strange. After all, the Shang family had recently lost two promising young members successively, which was a heavy blow. Moreover, the murderer was right in front of them. Many wondered what expression Shanxi would have upon seeing Otto, whether he would erupt on the spot. However, to everyone's surprise, Shanxi just glanced deeply at Otto, found a seat, and sat down quietly without saying a word. This scene left many bewildered, sharing looks of surprise. They couldn't understand why the Shang family head was so calm. But before they could dwell on this question, their attention was disrupted by the arrival of a certain person. Lady Crolia. Greetings, Lady Crolia. Everyone stood up to greet her. Then they saw Crolia, calm and composed, stepping onto the platform. Despite the greetings, she remained silent and just glanced at Shanxi nearby, her focus shifting to Otto. She was aware of what happened last night. Even a child could figure out what Shanghai, her most trusted guard, was doing looking for Otto in the middle of the night. And this infuriated Crolia. The Shang family is very powerful in the city of Bayan, otherwise they would not have a seat in the Bayan council. Now that Shanghai is dead at the hands of this young man, the Shang family will definitely not let it go easily. Although she admires Otto in her heart, Crolia still decides not to get involved in this matter. After all, compared to a powerful family in Bayan City, the influence of a young expert is still too light. So after a few glances, she silently walked through the crowd and into the tower. Seeing this scene, many people looked at Otto with increasingly unfriendly eyes. But more people were surprised by Shangji's performance. The lady had made it very clear that she was no longer involved in this matter. Why was she still not taking action? Could it be that she wants to wait until after the water festival to seek revenge? Facing the puzzled gazes coming their way, Shangji paid no attention. Just a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Otto naturally felt the abnormal atmosphere, especially the hostility in Shanji's eyes. Even a fool could sense his hatred. So Otto walked over to Zuan and whispered softly, "Sir, this guy should be from the Shang family. Should we do something about it?" Zu, and remained noncommittal, and instead kept assessing the tower. After a while, he calmly said, "No rush, let's wait. After the water festival is over." Otto nodded and then looked at Shanxi without flinching, giving him a faint smile. Seeing Otto's behavior, Shanxi, who already had an unpleasant face, became even more sullen. The steward and others standing behind Shanxi could hardly hold back from approaching, but were stopped by Shanxi. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the crowd erupted into cheers. King, Immortal King. Everyone looked up to see the figure of the Lord of Bayan City on the watchtower at the top of the tower. Seeing the Lord of Bayan City dressed so strangely, Otto couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir, why is this person dressed so oddly?" Zu, and remained indifferent. Person? Ha ha. Keep looking. Otto was about to ask more questions when suddenly the Lord of Bayan City waved his hand in greeting and shouted in a strange voice, "My people, to showcase my glory, the water festival begins now." With his command, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. Otto, however, did not notice anything unusual, feeling a bit bewildered. Why are these people cheering? Otto widened his eyes, staring blankly at the sky. He saw large patches of dark clouds quickly gathering in the perpetually mist-covered sky above. These clouds centered around the tower, shrouding the entire square and starting to drop water droplets. Initially sparse, the rate of water droplets soon increased. In an instant, curtains of rain formed. Otto was initially a bit frightened, but when the water droplets landed on him, he was surprised, because the water did not feel numbing when it touched his skin, indicating that it was almost radiation-free. Otto was baffled. What is this? As someone who grew up in this wasteland world, the idea of clean water with very low radiation falling from the sky challenged his imagination. This is the water festival, but for me, I prefer to call it rain, Zuan said calmly. Rain? Otto was obviously curious about this term he had never heard before. Zuan smiled. It's a natural phenomenon, just one that you haven't seen. Meanwhile, all the people on the square were excitedly kneeling down, some even prostrating themselves on the ground, eagerly sucking the rainwater. For these people, this was possibly the only opportunity a year to indulge in clean water so luxuriously. But many more used various containers they brought with them to collect water, which would be their source of life for a long time to come. Whatever they did, they all paid homage to the Lord on top of the tower, some even in tears, loudly shouting names to express their respect. Zuan watched coldly, murmuring, "Deprive them of what should have been theirs, then bestow a few benefits, and they will be so grateful." It's quite a good tactic, sir. What do you mean? Otto asked, puzzled. Zuan chuckled. Nothing. After the rain had fallen for a while, it gradually dissipated. At that moment, Shang-Chi, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly leapt up from his seat, facing the Lord of Bayan City and Krolia on the tower, shouting, "Lord of the city, Lady Krolia, I have something to say." His voice echoed throughout the entire venue, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The Lord of Bayan City on the tower lowered his head to look at Shang-Chi. "What do you have to say?" Shang-Chi gritted his teeth, pointing at Otto. "Lord of the city, didn't you warn us to be wary of outsiders? I can now tell you that this guy is the one who exterminated the outsiders in Black Iron City." Doom. This statement was like thunder, drawing gasps from many people. Outsider. This young man is actually an outsider. Krolia was also taken aback, then asked with a serious expression, "Shang-Chi, what's going on?" Shang-Chi had already prepared his words in advance, so he spoke with hatred. "Lady Krolia, last night my son Shanghai was killed. I'm sure you already know about it. You probably thought my son had bad intentions, but the reality is that it was not like that at all. Since you met this young man in the street, my son Shanghai had suspicions about him, so he went to investigate at night. But he didn't expect this person to be so ruthless, directly killing my son to silence him. Unfortunately for him, my son had a secret technique that allowed him to pass on some important information in times of crisis. He told me at that time that this guy was the one who exterminated Black Iron City and the killer of my second son, Shan Lei." This speech convinced almost everyone. If Zuan hadn't known the truth, even he might have been deceived by this convincingly confident person. After all, his words were seamless, sounding perfect without any loopholes. Krolia's expression changed. Then she looked at the Lord of Bayan City. "My king, what do you make of this?" The Lord of Bayan City had been silent the whole time, but now he was staring down at Otto from above. The speaker clearly impressed the Lord of Silver City with their words, and now it was just a small step away from achieving their goal. Without hesitation, he knelt down on the ground and said, "Lord, this person is very powerful. Please show your power and eliminate him." It seemed that Shang-Chi's words had moved the Lord of Silver City, as he leaned out over the railing of the platform, staring at the figure of Otto in the distance. "Outsider, I am curious. Why do you dare to come to my territory? Are you so confident in yourself?" The voice of the Lord of Silver City was like rolling thunder, slowly rolling over the square, causing many people to pale with fear. Only Otto showed no sign of fear, instead giving the Lord of Silver City a disdainful look. "That's right, I am confident. So what?" This statement caused a commotion among the crowd. Many people roared in anger, including Krolia, who was filled with rage and embarrassment. She never imagined that the young man she had wanted to recruit just yesterday would turn out to be an outsider. It was like a slap in the face to her, naturally making her extremely angry. "Kill him," Krolia commanded, and the guards deploying near the platform swarmed towards Otto. These guards were all high-ranking warriors carefully selected by Krolia, trained through brutal means to become elite soldiers. But as these guards rushed forward, countless blade energies appeared out of nowhere, directly cutting off their heads, causing their lifeless bodies to fall to the ground with a thud. This scene made everyone gasp in shock. Although the young man's strength was not perfect, his talent was terrifying. Where his gaze fell, blade energies emerged. If such talent were used for assassination, many patriarchs of influential families thought of this and felt a chill down their spines. Crollia was both shocked and furious. She could sense Adu's remarkable talent, but she had never imagined that his talent could be so horrifying. However, this only confirmed the rumors that he was an outsider. Otherwise, all of this would be too difficult to explain. Just as Crollia was about to order another attack, the Lord of Silver City leered and chuckled. "Kid, your talent is indeed impressive, but if that's all you've got, you won't be able to leave here today." With a swift motion, the Lord of Silver City's back armor suddenly opened up, revealing two large wings, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Adu, delivering a powerful punch. The Lord has taken action. He's personally going up against this young man from outside. These discussions were ongoing, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, no one could rival the Lord. But Adu showed no signs of fear, even flashing a trace of excitement. "Good." As he spoke, hundreds of blade energies appeared in front of Adu, rapidly accumulating into a dazzling light, and then Adu struck back without hesitation. With a loud bang, Adu was pushed back, while the Lord of Silver City remained suspended in midair without even a hint of movement. The sight caused the crowd to erupt into cheers. "The immortal king! Our king is invincible!" Amidst these cheers, including Shanxi, many influential families secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The outsider had made their nerves sensitive, but now it seemed like nothing to worry about. At least, he was no match for the king. At that moment, Adu stopped in his tracks, his face alternating between pale and red, a faint trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Outsider, surrender now, and I may spare your life." The Lord of Silver City floated in midair, his voice calm. He wanted to interrogate Adu on how he had arrived in this world and who was behind it. But Adu sneered, "No chance. Come and get me." With a roar, numerous blade energies surrounded the Lord of Silver City, launching a relentless attack. The sound of clashing blades rang out, the blade energies becoming increasingly radiant and growing in size. "He's leveling up," someone exclaimed. At that moment, the blade energies trembled, increasing in size and power. But in the face of such an attack, the Lord of Silver City's voice rang out, "Useless. These tricks can't hurt me because I am the king of this world." With his words, the blade energies suddenly flickered and disintegrated into fragments. The Lord of Silver City reappeared, towering larger than before. While Adu's mouth was stained with more blood, he showed no fear as he prepared to strike again. But at that moment, the Lord of Silver City suddenly appeared in front of Adu, saying, "Outsider, give up resistance. Tell me how you came to this world and who is behind it, and I will spare you." "Ridiculous. I would never collaborate with someone like you," Adu retorted, as anger flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Silver City, concealed behind a breathing apparatus. "Since you won't talk, then prepare to die." With that, he raised his fist to attack. Just then, a hand gently patted his shoulder. "Bullying children is easy but not worthwhile, you know." The voice carried a hint of mockery.